Welcome back to another episode. It is me, myself,
Another.
and Sig. I promise not to pause this like I did 2 episodes ago about wrestling, where Rahgel catches on to this. Speaking of him, here's Rahgel. He did 2 episodes in the last week and a half. The one before this talked about top 25 horror shows, and then 3 before this, his top villains, heroes, and heroines. So. Yeah, when this comes out, it'll be November 7th. So, I got some stuff in store for you, Rahgel.
There'll be more to come. Now that I actually been able to sit down and do content, I can do more of it. So yes, there'll be more to come.
I fucking do. I'm so sick and tired of doing solo episodes. My hands are tired. I haven't seen this much action since high school.
Nope, there'll be more to come. I've got
Good
it. I've got
jokes.
it covered, I think.
All right. So, because this episode is debuting, coming out November 7th, I figured what better way to kick off the month of Thanksgiving than with a little Thanksgiving trivia for Rahgel.
We know historically how much I fucking hate your trivia.
I would normally tell you there is no math, but there's math. So
It's Thanksgiving. How? It's Thanksgiving. How is there math? Whatever. This is. I already hate it. We haven't even started yet. I already hate your trivia. Let's go. Bring it on. Bring on your bullshit. Let's do this.
Hold on. Me.
We're not even a minute in. I'm already pissed off. Great.
Yeah.
All
right.
Not like being pissed off for the month of Thanksgiving.
Hey, be
already
fucking thankful we're going this strong. So
we're gonna eat my ass. How about that?
I will say this before we get into this.
Fuck.
No, not fuck. It's good news. It's good news for us, anyways. So the month of October, we hit an all-time high for our podcast. All-time high of like monthly listeners, downloads, all that. For a month of October, at the time of this recording, we only have a week left of the month. We have surpassed 1,200 listens, downloads, and all that for just October. From October 1st to the 31st, we've hit over 1,200, which is historically the highest month we have ever had, the biggest month we've ever had, and the month with like the highest downloads in a singular day. I'm gonna assume you have the metrics pulled up because I see you darting around on your computer screen.
Nope, I don't. I'm not touching. You're talking about it, so I don't touch it. You get all mad at me when I do that stuff.
Don't get mad when you touch yourself.
I'm looking at it. Get off of it. I'm on the phone, Mom. Get off.
So, the single most downloads in one day actually took place on none other than Friday the 13th. 154 downloads in one singular day. We had a close one on October 23rd with 128. So, first off and foremost, before we get into this Thanksgiving trivia, thank you, whether Rahgel wants to tell you all that or not. Thank you for that. That's amazing. Literally, listeners all over the world. U.S., Canada, and UK are the top 3 at the time of this recording, followed by Romania. We're kind of a big deal in Romania, apparently. I don't know. So, thank you so much. We do. I greatly appreciate it. I'm not going to speak for Rahgel. He's a grown-ass bald man. He can speak for himself, even though he is only 5'4".
You're so angry tonight. Like, what? You're attacking me on every angle right now.
I had to match your energy for the hatred of this game that we're getting ready to play.
I fucking... Oh, that's how it's going to go. Great. There's a whole category for Matt. This is stupid.
So,
history,
with that
math,
said,
holiday, food, miscellaneous.
Thank you for listening.
Right.
Don't forget to check us out on social media as well, and our personal stuff over on Twitch and YouTube, Kick, whatever. On our personal channels, Rahgel and Sig. So, you got anything to add before we play this game? Not about this game, though. Not about this game.
Let's fucking get this shit wagon going.
What he means to say is thank you. He appreciates it. So,
oh yeah,
I will.
thank you.
I will not pause this. I promise. My button has been changed. So, pitter patter, motherfucker. Let's get at her. There are 5 subjects or 5 topics of this Jeopardy, all ranging from 100 points to 500 points. Your topics are history, math, holiday, food, miscellaneous. This is all Thanksgiving themed Jeopardy. And for those of you keeping track at home, he is 1-1. 1 win, 1 loss. So, can he be in the positive? 2 for 1 or 2-1? Let's get at it. Pick your
Math
category.
for 100.
What? Math?
Math for 100.
Americans will spend this much money on Thanksgiving dinners this year. Close estimates. I will give you points. So, let me see the answer really quick. If you're close within $3 million.
What?
That is your
the
buffer.
average. This is the average American.
No, listen. Americans will spend this much money on Thanksgiving dinner this year. Collectively, Americans will spend this much money on Thanksgiving dinner this year. While he's thinking about it,
I'm
let
already
us know.
mad.
See if you answer it the same way. Comment below.
This one is just as annoying as the scientific horror movies that we had last month. So yeah, great. This was cool.
We didn't do a
month
Halloween Jeopardy, but okay. He fucked up. That was his responsibility.
I will say
Americans will spend this much money on Thanksgiving dinner this year.
$13 million.
How much?
13, 1-3.
Million or billion?
Oh, million. Oh.
No. Not even in the realm of being close by $1 billion.
Really?
So, negative 100 points. Americans will spend roughly 2.8 billion with a B, bravo, dollars this year. Dun, dun, dun.
I want to know where they got their math on that one too.
Probably statistical trends analysis, like they do every year.
Don't cloud the issue with your facts here.
You're saying 13 million when we have
I don't know. I have no fucking idea.
How many people in the United States? There are 331.9 million people in the U.S. as of 2021, and you think we're only going to spend 13 million on Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, not every one of those people are paying either. How many kids are paying for it that are also calculated into that?
Even if you said 1/3 of the people paying, that's still 100. And that and a turkey is fucking expensive. And let's not even talk about inflation or anything. So shit's expensive. Anyways, make it 100. Let's go.
Food 100.
Food for 100. This food is the most popular side dish for Thanksgiving.
Are these actually like factual or is all fucking opinionated?
Dude, I don't know. It's from fucking JeopardyLabs.com. I don't have a say on this.
Most popular side dish
for Thanksgiving. Does that sound copyrighted? Am I gonna get in trouble for that one?
We've only been banned once, and that's just on Twitch, so we should be fine. I will go with mashed potatoes.
Ding 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 ding. You are correct. We'll just do that. We'll give you praise.
That's right.
Because I know how much you love those things. He's break even, y'all.
All right. History for 100. This is going to be another train wreck.
History for 100. The first Thanksgiving actually lasted this long.
1 week.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
No. What is 3 days? And you're not answering this form of Jeopardy, so I really should be docking you at every point, but I won't hold that against
We
you.
make this argument every time.
I know.
I never do.
I know. I know. Negative 100 again.
Fuck.
Do I have a sad horn? I do.
Fucking hate you. Holiday 100.
Holiday for 100. The day after Thanksgiving, often referred to as the biggest shopping day of the year, is nicknamed this.
Black Friday.
Oh, we're canceled this time. That would be correct. You're break even again. Let me guess, miscellaneous for 100?
Miscellaneous. Yep.
Motherfuckers going in order. Miscellaneous for 100. This parade is the world's largest inflatable parade on Thanksgiving.
Macy's Day Parade.
I'll give it to you, even though it's asking for Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Apparently, they have multiple parades. But I know what you meant, so I gave it to you.
All right.
He's positive, y'all.
For
what you asked?
Holiday for 400.
Daily double? How many points do you want on this?
Bet it all. Bet it all.
So we'll say 800 to double 400. Cool. This
I only have
winter...
100. I can't bet what I don't have.
Yeah, but if you would, whatever. You only get 100, but if you win, you could have got 400. I let you bet whatever last time. This winter Christmas song was actually first written for Thanksgiving. All right, got me there. Surprise, motherfucker.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's your final answer.
Yeah, because that's the only one I can think for related like food.
Wrong.
Say Jingle Bells. I'm gonna fucking jump to this and slap you.
Jingle bells, yeah.
Shut up.
Jingle bells.
Are you fucking serious?
No, that's what the answer was. Jingle bells.
This whole thing is stupid.
Your whole existence is stupid. Your 5 foot
I think you're just
existence is stupid.
I think you make this shit up just to make me mad.
You would get a lot more wrong if I made
That's all it is. I think it's all just to make me mad.
You can play these games at home at www.jeopardylabs.com. Not sponsored. But hey, Jeopardy Labs, like, we've done 4 of these.
Food for 500.
Food for 500, by the way. You are negative 300. They didn't let me just take away 200 points. It said you got 400 wrong on daily double. I can't control the points. I just hit plus or minus. Leave me alone.
Okay.
This type of soup is accounted for 40% of all soups sold on Thanksgiving. Yeah, I believe that. Yep.
I'm gonna go with cream and mushroom.
You'd be correct, sir.
Yes.
Cream and mushroom soup. Next. Sir, I need you to pay attention, sir.
History for 300.
What for 300?
History.
Enunciate, motherfucker. History for 300. This president was the first to pardon a turkey. Recent.
I know.
Like within the last
Obama.
30 years. 40 years, sorry, 40 years. Within our lifetime.
What was that? George W.
Ooh, close. George H.W. Bush, his father. Negative 100. This is a roller coaster, y'all. He's up, he's down, he's up, he's down. Whew. Hold on to your diapers, everyone. Try and make it easy for you. I said last 40 years.
I think I meant that one, but I should have said the one that started the wars.
You could have just said Bush's daddy. I would have taken it.
Yeah. Miscellaneous for 500.
Miscellaneous for 500. Okay, good luck on this one. The amount of calories consumed on Thanksgiving is equivalent to the amount of calories consumed on Thanksgiving is equivalent to this many Big Macs. As someone who eats a lot of McDonald's, you should know this.
I have to give you the amount of Big Macs.
Yes, just the number of Big Macs.
7 Big Macs.
That's your final answer.
Yes.
So close. 8.
Fuck.
Just like your sex life. So close. Yes, so far away.
Food for 300.
Food for 300. This amount of calories consumed on average by Americans on Thanksgiving. This is the amount of calories consumed on average by Americans on Thanksgiving.
There's that.
Well, the math is correct. Okay. I'm going to let you be within, like, I'll say 200 calories.
200?
Yeah.
8,500.
You are.
That's
3,000 over.
Really? Damn it.
One Big Mac has 563 calories. 8 of those is just over 4,500 calories. So 4,500 calories is the amount of calories consumed on average by Americans on Thanksgiving. And there's your sad sound. You are now negative 900 because you have gotten the last 2 wrong. Yeah. Sir, you need to get your head out of your ass, get your hand off your dick,
for
and
200.
let's go.
Math for 200.
Math for 200.
Actually, about a fucking Big Mac.
Americans prepare this many turkeys for Thanksgiving each year. Damn! Remember how many people are in the U.S.? Okay, it's not in the hundreds, but just remember how many people are in the U.S. And I'll give you a buffer of, say, 5 million.
$81 million. These are dumb fucking questions.
That would be incorrect, sir. The answer is 46 million.
Whatever.
He is negative 1,100, y'all. He could come back. He has enough points on the board to come back. But will he? Will
History
Rahgel
for
come
200.
back? I was getting ready to cut a promo on a commercial. God damn. History for 200. This was the year of the first Thanksgiving.
Fucking some time ago.
Just remember, we were founded, we were solidified in 1776. This was well before that.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, just like not that century. Sometime in the 16th.
I know it's 16.
Okay, just making sure.
1665.
Tis your final answer?
Yes.
Look, guys, I'm trying to give him help. I'm letting him do double guesses and everything, and the motherfucker ain't taking it. That, sir, is incorrect. 1621. And for anybody who's listening and is like, why doesn't this motherfucker just like Google this shit? Because we have integrity.
That's cheating?
And he's a cheating whore.
All right, Matt for 300.
Math for 300. This many pumpkin pies are 8 on Thanksgiving. This many pumpkin pies are 8 on Thanksgiving. Again, think about the population. I will give you a buffer of, we'll say 8 million.
Let's see, this one has to be way higher than the turkeys because there's normally multiple pies.
This is pumpkin pies, though. This is pumpkin
in
pie.
my experience, there's always multiple fucking pumpkin pies because everybody fucking brings them. I'm gonna go with 67.4 million.
$50 million pies. I haven't tried. It's like I made guttural noises when you said it has to be a lot more than turkeys. I can tell you, like, you may have a lot of pumpkin pies. We don't have any pumpkin pies. So I offset you. All right, everyone. He's at negative 1,600, and we are roughly halfway through the game. It's not looking good for him.
Joke's on you. I play Jeopardy like I play golf.
Poorly?
Nope, that's not true. Because I'd be in the positive in golf, not the negative. So never mind. That one goes the other way too. History for 400. Fuck.
History for 400. Okay. History for 400. Oh. This year, Thanksgiving was celebrated on the 3rd Thursday in November, not the 4th. Let me rephrase it because I don't like the way that's phrased. What year was Thanksgiving celebrated on the 3rd Thursday in November as to not the 4th?
It's always on the 3rd Thursday.
No, it's not.
The fuck it's not.
It's not. It's always on the 4th. It's always on the 4th Thursday. It's always been on the 4th.
No, that's bullshit.
As someone who's worked retail extensively, I can tell you it's always been on the 4th Thursday as long as we both have been alive. And to make this question a little bit simpler, it wasn't quite 100 years ago. So less than 100 years ago, this was the last time Thanksgiving was celebrated on the 3rd Thursday as opposed to the 4th Thursday. Hopefully that helps you out. Probably doesn't, seeing as you always thought it was on Thursday. But it's less than 100 years.
You can shove that cricket right up your ass. Fuck, I don't know, 1945.
So close. So close.
1947.
Nope, you're going the wrong direction. It was 1939. Do we need to pause and let you go Google search?
No, you can go. You can go on. I don't know.
Negative 2,000.
That's what I was going for.
Well, let's see how many points are on the board. 15, 19, 23, 27, 3,000, 33, 35, 37, 39.
39 what?
3,900 points are all that's left on the board.
Oh, okay. It's like I'm not negative 3,900.
No, but you're negative 2,000.
What I just was I. Did I do history for 400?
Yeah, you already said history.
All right.
So the remaining categories you have is history for 500, math for 4 and 5, holiday for 2, 3, and 5, food for 2 and 4, miscellaneous for 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, because I'm marking them off on mine too. So.
Well, I'd hope so. So we're gonna have to repeat this.
All right, math for 400. Let's go ahead and just mark this one as bad. Wait, there's a chance. There's a chance we get this. It's very slim, like your hairline.
That's thin, not slim.
Same
I have
thing.
previous pictures to prove my hairline has stayed the same. It's just thinned out. Anyways, math for 400. At least I have a hairline and hair. The amount of turkeys consumed every year.
Fuck these turkeys!
It's fucking Thanksgiving.
I don't give a shit.
Shut
There's
your,
other things to fucking talk about.
Shut your whore ass mouth and let me finish this question. All right, are we good? Are we good, boo boo? Can you chill out? All right, right?
Oh, sorry,
Are we
I got
fine?
angry.
We doing this now?
Sorry, I got
All right,
angry.
let's do this. The amount of turkeys consumed every year is roughly 235 million and 46 million on Thanksgiving. This percent is how much turkey Americans eat on Thanksgiving. Does that make sense? What is 46 million of 235? I'll let you use a calculator.
Something. I have to use a calculator?
I mean, you don't have
No,
to.
I'm not going to use one. I'm going to try and do this off the top of my head.
All right, y'all. This is going to be intense. If you have not watched the first episode of Jeopardy, make sure you do that because a lot of math questions and he did not fare very well at all.
Yeah, you better just keep the crickets going. Holy fuck. They want percentage?
This is simple math too.
Fucking 10%?
I'm gonna just say this: 10% would mean on
no.
There'd be 460 million plus turkeys eaten a year. I'm only gonna give you a buffer of 3%, by the way. 2%. Buffer of 2%. Sorry, 2. Can't give you 3. Just like you can't give your wife 3.
Yeah. Twice. I don't know, fucking 2%.
10%
I don't fucking
would
know.
mean 460 million turkeys. The question is 235
way above.
235 million turkeys are eaten every year in America. On Thanksgiving, 46 million are eaten. What percent of turkeys come from Thanksgiving alone? It cannot be 10%. It can definitely not be 2%. I'm going to need an answer. Yeah, you did, you dumbass. Americans' education system taught at the finest. Look at that. Missouri born and raised over there.
I can't sit here and think about it. Fucking an ADHD mind like this cannot work.
Don't you fucking pull ADHD into this. My ADHD figured this shit out real quick.
No. 27%.
That's your final answer. We're taking that one.
Yeah.
Wrong. 20%.
Fuck.
For anybody who's listening and is like playing along and you're screaming to 20%, at Rahgel or OG_Rahgel on most platforms. That's it.
Go ahead. You're not gonna bother me at all. I know I'm not good at math all the time.
He doesn't check his
things.
His message anyways.
I need to. Go ahead at me. I don't give a shit. I'll answer fucking 20% of you.
No, he won't. He'll probably answer 2 because he doesn't know his math.
We'll both be surprised on what 20% is. All right, let's fucking get math out of the way.
Math 500.
Yes.
All right.
Ask me about fucking turkey again.
It's not about turkeys.
Big Macs?
It is about percentages again.
Fuck.
Okay. Math for 500. 50 million people watch the Macy's parade, and 3 million people attend. This percent is how many people attend the parade instead of watching it. In case you're wondering, 3 million is what percentage of 50 million? All right.
I fucking hate you.
I'm having to reward this everybody for his help only because he's not very smart.
Shut up.
He did go to Missouri.
17%.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
I'll even give you a buffer of 5. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
10%. 10%, okay. I want you to do the math. What is 10% of 50 million? 5. Okay. 5. So how's 3 million 17% of 50?
Because it's higher.
3 million is less than 5 million. You stupid fucking dumbass. 6%. It's 6%.
So I said.
You said 17. You stupid Missourian dumb fuck. All right, everyone. He's negative 2,900 points. Let's go to scoreboard. Let's see how many points are left on the board. We have 1,800, 21, 24, 26, 28, 3,000. He needs to get the next 9 questions right. Oh, I forgot this because he definitely deserves it. He needs to get all 9 remaining questions right. And I will give him a daily double, which he can wager however many fucking points he wants. Okay? Okay. You haven't touched miscellaneous in a while. So about history for 500? Okay,
yes.
cool. All right. What year was Thanksgiving made into a national holiday? In case you're wondering, not the 1900s and not the 2000s. So.
Like that obviously not the 2000s.
So I'll give you a buffer of 5 years. No, 7 years. We'll do 7 years. 7's lucky, at least for everyone but you. 7 years, and to just give you a little, luck. It's in the 1800s. So maybe roughly 200 years after the first Thanksgiving was.
Oh, now you want me to remember what you said about the first one? I already forgot that.
Or your answer, at least. I remember your answer. So.
I don't remember my answer either.
Well, I remember it. It's because it was 300 years before my mom would have been born, but neither here nor there. That's not public information. So. What year was Thanksgiving made into a national holiday? 1800s. Okay.
1840.
Give you a buffer of 7 years. Are you sure you want to go with 1840s? Maybe not something a little bit higher. Or a lot higher. Just a lot higher.
1886.
Too much. 1863. I was hoping at most you go to 1870 so I can give you a 7-year buffer. 1863, Thanksgiving was made into a national holiday. Again, in the U.S. All right. It doesn't matter which one's the daily double because you're going to be able to wager however many fucking points you want. To break even, I guess, however many negative points.
Holiday 200.
All right, we have the holiday for 200. When rated, Thanksgiving is America's second favorite holiday. This holiday is the first.
I'm going to go with Christmas and be wrong. Okay.
Negative 3,200, y'all. He's making gains.
I mean, it seemed way too
small and
easy.
short, but he's making progress.
Miscellaneous for 400. Ask me about a fucking turkey.
About pie.
Well, of course it is.
This percent is how many Americans eat pie for breakfast.
This is not a math question. It's not a math section. Nothing. How many Americans eat pie? Percentage of Americans eat pie.
Yeah, for breakfast.
For breakfast? Oh, you fat fucks.
It helps. It's double digits. It's less than 50%. I'll give you a buffer of 10. I'll give you a buffer of fucking 10.
30. 30%.
Very close. You're within your buffer. It's 35.
Oh my gosh. What was that one for?
400 points.
Fucking shit.
Negative 2,800 is what he is in the hole. He still has a daily double, of which he will be allowed to wager as much as he's missing, plus 100 to be positive. Just so everyone's on the page, because he is fucked at this point.
Holiday 500.
And to be fair, I'll make it one of the smaller numbers where he stands a better chance. And this year, Canada will celebrate their Thanksgiving on this date.
Who cares? It's Canada. In this, say it again. I blocked out when you said Canada.
I'm gonna just wash this question altogether. It says, in this year, Canada will celebrate their Thanksgiving on this date. That's
not the future.
So we're just gonna scrub this. This does not count. I'll be nice. I'll give him the 500 points because this question is written very poorly. It's October 10th, 2022. And there's no indication this is on 2022, especially since this Jeopardy was created in 2023. So whoever made this question, fuck you. So we'll give him the 500. Food for what?
200.
I would not know this one. How many ridges are on a 14-ounce can of jellied cranberries?
12.
I'll give you a buffer of 2. You want to try again?
8. Fucking 15. I don't know.
Oh, you're within your buffer of 2. Good guess. It's 17. With your guess at 15, I'll give you it right. Who the fuck knows that? Who is counting ridges on a fucking can?
It's the fat people that eating fucking pie for breakfast.
I am not counting ridges on a can.
Well, you never know.
But to be fair, I will also eat like candy for breakfast. Because I'm a child.
Well, you're a child. Food for 400.
Oh, hold on. I had to reward you. All right, there you go. Food for 400. Green bean casserole was invented by an employee at this company.
He was a janitor for Nintendo.
That's America.
Invented by a janitor. Invented by somebody at this company.
Yeah. What company was an employee at that invented green bean casserole?
Campbell's.
Yes, it's Campbell's.
What?
Campbell's is correct. 400. He is negative 1,700, y'all. He has 3 questions, 2 300 and a 200. And there's a daily double that if he is intelligent on any level, he will save it for the last one, so where he at least can break even.
Miscellaneous 200.
You stupid fuck.
How am I supposed to know where it's at?
Because I said it earlier on. So I'm going to save the low ones for daily double.
Well, there was still like a 4 and a 500 left. So 3 and 2s. I didn't know.
Daily double. How many points would you like to wager? You have negative 1,700. I will let you wager 18 just to break even and have a +1.
Well, let's get 18 so we can go negative even more.
This utensil was not used at the first Thanksgiving. You have a 33% chance of getting this right.
It's not a gun.
Wait, that's not a utensil. That's a tool.
I'm going to go with a fork.
That, sir, would be correct. Let's just get him his 1,800 point. There he is, y'all. He's at 100. He is doing so well. He deserves a second clap. Give him.
All right. Now let's get back negative. Holiday for 300.
He only has 2 questions left. Will he wind up in the negatives? Probably.
Yeah.
In this holiday myth, this many pounds are said to have been gained on Thanksgiving. Just in case you're wondering, it's not double digits. I will give you a buffer of
I'm going to
2.
go with 7 pounds.
Within the buffer, I'll give it to you 5.
5.
Being generous, y'all. He sucks.
All right, miscellaneous 3.
Final question. Miscellaneous for 300. He's at 400 points right now, so he can't go negative. So, good job on that.
What the fuck? Fucking duck. Okay.
All right, miscellaneous for 300. Final question. This state set the world record of turkey trot runners dressed as turkeys. Okay,
State?
that makes sense. Yeah.
New York.
You want to go with that answer? You want to go with like a bigger state that would make more sense? That has more, people, and it's not super cold during Thanksgiving, but maybe it's like possibly
California.
Warmer. Too far west. Texas.
Yeah, that's my next one. I figured because isn't the Macy's Day Parade in New York?
Yes.
I figured they had something there.
They're busy doing the parade. They can't do turkey trotters.
Bullshit. Couldn't figure it out.
Well, he gained all those points just to lose them all away. He skinned by with the bare minimum 100. A lot of help, a lot of assistance. I won this. Not him. I won it. So this will have an asterisk on it, but it's fine. He's 2-1. Don't worry, we will have a Christmas edition, and we'll see how just fucked up he gets. So, but congratulations. You got it. How do you feel?
Math questions are dumb.
Yeah, because clearly you struggle with percentages.
Yeah. Obviously.
obviously you think 3 is 17% of 50, but
I mean, being the best third of this duo, it's definitely it's a tough task.
you're not even a third at this point. You're like the fifth.
Fuck.
At this point, Justin Bieber has more street cred on this than you do.
You're such a fucking asshole. All lies.
All truths. I'm a truther.
Truther.
So,
All lies.
we'll give it to him. He got 100 points at the end. But we have many more to come. November is all about Thanksgiving. But go back, check out all the holiday stuff with Halloween. We'll be coming to you every Tuesday and Thursday with the exception of Thanksgiving. So just kind of a prelude. There may be an episode that airs on Thanksgiving, but we ourselves will not be on Thanksgiving recording. We'll see. It's yet to be decided. So, got more to come. He has one more he has to crank out this year. He has a Christmas edition Jeopardy. See if he can be positive or break even. So, probably break even. Let's just be real. I won't help him at all. He should know them.
See.
Okay.
I don't know about that one.
With that said, what else do you got? You got anything else for us?
I have nothing. The irritation is set in after the bullshit math questions that I got. All the fucking turkey questions.
There was like 6 turkey questions.
That's a lot.
You had tons of percentage questions.
Not a fan.
Yeah, he still does it.
Of course, I have to give the people what they want.
That is what the talent does.
I do. They give you what you want, so you can sit there and scream at your phone or as you're driving, screaming that how stupid you think I am.
Not think.
But you know what?
No, there's a difference.
You shut your whore mouth.
Trade secrets, y'all. As the executive producer, it's no, not think.
No, I have nothing at all. But yes,
Right,
be sure to
he's bitter.
check us out on some stuff when we play on Thursdays. You know what? No, don't even watch Sig. Watch me. Don't just boycotting. Don't watch Sig at all.
That's fine. That's fine. Because I'm going to figure something out with our 2Guys1Gamepad streaming channels. But let's kick October. The numbers for October and the ass, and let's do November so much more and see if we can cross over 1,500 downloads and listeners this month. So make sure you listen to every episode. Go check out our YouTube. Check out social media at 2Guys1Gamepad. And share the wealth. Share the enjoyment of listening to Rahgel not taking every opportunity to cheat and win or use a calculator when told he could use a calculator. Make a fool of himself. Yeah, hey. You are right in that case. It's not fun for people to listen to when you can just cheat. He is not right. Math is not his forte, y'all.
It's not.
So, that's all I got for y'all. Y'all have a good one. We'll catch you on the next episode. Rahgel, sign us out.
No, I don't want to. I want to do it. I don't want to do more. Nope. Fuck it. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. 2Guys1Gamepad coming at you with a crown jewel before the shit goes off. Shit goes on. One of those things. I'm here with... What are you looking at that for?
You're good, man. Just keep going.
Just sit and enjoy it. Here with, as always, Sig. And I've decided
Bring it
to
at
let somebody else come on too.
He decided to do his job finally and bring an actual guest on this fucking podcast. He has one goddamn responsibility on this fucking podcast, and it's to bring guests on, and he can't do that until now.
One friend.
Yeah. So now we got his best friend, his only friend, and he's gonna be so awesome.
So I've got one of my other good friends. That's a I'm gonna say other.
I'm
that is
default.
also a wrestling fan.
Connoisseur.
fanatic.
A
I would
friend.
say connoisseur.
Connoisseur.
Fanatic.
Connoisseur. Yeah, you're an Alexa Bliss connoisseur. Let's be honest.
Hey.
We
I
are.
mean,
It's okay.
hey.
Let's not lie. Let's
Hey.
not. You're not better than us. Shut up.
She's very talented in the ring.
This is Lane.
That too.
We'll leave it at that as your persona.
That works. I'll just say this to you every once in a while.
Yep, him and I were in the military together, so we were forced to hang out.
Forced. I have other friends. I choose you.
That's how we're gonna start off. Okay, we're just getting right back into it, huh? Okay, thought it was all gonna be in the pre-show.
Is he your
No, it's all
shortest
right
friend? Is it like the
That
US
doesn't
Cellular
matter.
commercial?
It's not
Shortest
hard
and
to
tallest?
to be taller than me.
Not
not
when you're
hard to be taller
5'4".
than
It's
me.
really not.
I hate you so much.
We can't even go to amusement parks. So we have one here, and it's called Adventureland. I can't even go with him.
Because you can't fit on the rides.
You know, true story. I got kicked off of one this year. True story. The old legs, man, that wouldn't clamp down on. No shame here, man.
So I'm just gonna sit back and let you two fucking go while I just sit over here and cry. Appreciate it. This is where this happens now.
This is gonna be a good episode.
Oh yeah, it's great. Good idea out of me.
It's gonna be a bloody
Hey, he
good
wants to
episode.
come on and talk about wrestling. Nope. Come on, just talk shit the entire time.
Hey, I went and bought a new laptop, a new desk, everything for this adventure with you. I'm ready.
Oh.
Oh,
So we got
we're
somebody
done
we
after
can
this one.
we got somebody we can bring on like every fucking pay-per-view then. All right.
We're done.
All
We're done
right.
after this one. Return it. You still got a month left. Return that fucking thing.
Yeah, I still got the 2 months. I'm good. Get full
Yeah.
money back.
We won't be needing your services after this one. Okay. Appreciate it.
I will need your services after this one.
Looks like I'm sticking around, buddy.
Whether he likes it or not.
Come over and
What's
fucking smash
it
your
you
laptop.
said? What's it you said the other week? You don't have a choice in this relationship anymore. You're stuck with me.
That's true. That's
Well,
how all
again,
relationships end up.
I didn't bring either. Don't talk to you. I didn't bring you on to bring up like facts and shit.
I
All
just
day.
want to point out you started this.
You started
I don't
all
know
this
why.
shit.
You know what I did? I reached out to Sig, and then I fucking reached out to you. Maybe it was like punishment.
No.
Look at my past. It's just all I
Before,
enjoy punishment.
that record button hit, you started all this. They just don't get to see it. So now you're gonna play the good guy, like, oh, they're just making fun of me.
Whoa, no. It's all recorded at all times.
Oh, you get it then. They're gonna know.
There's a reason why he says he's the talent. I'm the producer, the editor. I do all of the shit. I have all the data. So
Nice.
I have everything.
But I do. This is what I do. This is what I do.
This is what you
I'll just
don't
be
do.
The fat comedy relief.
I mean, never mind. I'll leave Rahgel alone just this once. Just this once, because I'm sure there's plenty to come. So let's
I'll
dive
take it
in.
easy. My bad.
Let's dive into this.
Oh, yeah, you're bad.
We have
Anyways,
Crown Jewel on November 4th, which when this airs will be tomorrow. And we have a total of 8 matches on the card, 1 pre-show, and then 7 actually on the card. We're gonna just kind of go in order, discuss it as one would, and what we hope, what we think will actually happen, and what will probably really happen. So, Rahgel, are you caught up on wrestling? Are you you watch
Sure.
SmackDown? You watch Raw?
well, I can't watch Raw. It's on a fucking Hulu, so no, I didn't watch.
It is
Raw.
on Hulu.
Dude,
It wasn't as of yesterday. I didn't check today because I have a job.
you're the one that gave me the streaming service that I use to watch the wrestling.
No, I wasn't around on Monday night because I was with my kids.
I'm sorry.
trick-or-treating.
Do you get lunch? Do you get lunch?
I'm a responsible
I don't take lunch.
father. I went
No,
trick-or-treating.
but you get lunch. Huh. You get a lunch, and
I
you
can
could
take
watch. You could watch an episode of Raw on Hulu because it's only 90 minutes.
It hasn't been on. I've checked. It wasn't on there yesterday. I didn't check
As
this morning.
someone who lives off of Hulu for WWE, it's on Hulu yesterday.
Bullshit! I tried to watch it yesterday.
I watched it
I
yesterday.
know he doesn't
at 1
do
p.m.
anything because I talk to him for like an hour and a half every day while he's at work.
At least he talks to you. I can send messages, and like fucking 8 years later, the asshole responds finally.
Oh, you don't know. He don't text message, man. He's horrible at that.
Well, he never calls me.
When you send me fucking novels and shit that I have to fucking read, yeah, it's gonna take me a little bit. I gotta sound out words.
I'm not
and
a
put
fucking
sentences together.
petulant. I'm not a petulant child who has to send message line by line by
Two or
line by
less
line by
syllables.
line.
2 or less syllables,
I come
man.
back
You
to
get...
me, we're talking about fucking wrestling again.
Okay, Crown Jewel. My bad. Let's get
that we're trying to deal with here.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Whatever. Yeah, so we have 7 matches on the card. 1 pre. Where we going?
Yelling. Stop yelling.
I was going all day.
You petulant
Really
bitch. Stop yelling.
You're
You're gonna be so muddled on the audio, and I can't fix it. Stop it.
You're gonna fix it. You're gonna fucking do your job.
You're really worked up, buddy.
He doesn't like being tag team on. I love this.
I knew it was gonna happen. I fucking knew it.
But for punishment.
A nice time. You had to start.
No, I don't think we could have.
Yeah,
We could have.
I was just ready to come on here and talk about some wrestling, and
I don't think you listen to any of our wrestling episodes. It's never calm. This is just like a whole nother level. It's awesome. Love it. Every pay-per-view we're doing this now.
I'm just gonna sit over here.
Lube up with your tears. It's fine. All right, the kickoff match show will be Sami Zayn versus JD. I'll let y'all, since I'm reading, I'll let y'all start off and opinions, reality, and all that good stuff. Who do you have?
It's a boring match. I'm sorry.
I mean, let's be honest. Does it really even matter? Does this match really even matter?
If for some reason they even let JD win, it's a shame.
Why would what's the serving point behind JD winning though? Because that's kind of what's being heavily suggested and rumored to happen. So where he's officially part of the Judgment Day.
That's all I can see happening.
Yeah, it would.
A Judgment Day initiation. That's it.
And Zayn, sorry, you don't know this, Rahgel, but Zayn lost on Monday Night Raw because Jay got involved in the match and super kicked Damian. So Zayn lost by default. So I don't think he won the week before that either.
No, and then they took his buddy away. He's on SmackDown now.
Yeah, KO's on SmackDown.
So I mean, so they split those two up to have. Sammy had all this pop and everything when he was with Bloodline and everything. Now
Sammy's getting ready to go on this solo run for the World Heavyweight. Like you can already see the progression started happening, and he's already staked his claim for it. So we're gonna see an inevitable World Heavyweight Championship match at some point.
Agreed.
So I mean that's why they split up, so where they're no longer associated as a tag team. Now, if you watch TV at all and could read between the lines, you would know this.
Stay out of that one.
But I would say, is he going along the? I guess not fully along the lines like Daniel Bryan. That's who he reminds me of. I don't know why. It's exactly who he reminds me of for a championship run like that.
I don't think they're putting him as a severe underdog.
No,
the little guy. Yes. I don't see that.
He's not going to be like Daniel Bryan or Rey Mysterio. He's not going to be the underdog. He's going to be I would say at most the overlooked and overpassed. Like he was never given the chance. He was never thought of because of his appearance and who he is and what he's done. But they've kind of pushed pretty heavily on that whole front anyways, that these indie circuit guys that got their start, that's what they're going to lead with a lot of their storylines, and we're seeing that with Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens even on SmackDown. So I want Sami to win, but I think JD's gonna win. If
JD wins, it's obviously going to be interference or something.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a straight up win. There's no.
They
got to save face for Sami.
So then, at what point does Jay get involved?
Probably right after Dominic gets involved.
Because he's not on the card.
No. And it's not
So, yeah,
Canada, so he's
probably.
allowed to be. He's allowed to be there.
This is true.
Because is this the first time Sammy's been there?
Second,
Or was he there? Was he there last year?
he was there last year.
I don't.
That's right.
Or earlier, yeah, last year.
They did it for Night of Champions, wasn't it? No, not Night of Champions.
Super Show? Is that still a thing?
Whichever Saudi show it was, because he
Yeah.
wasn't, because
Yeah,
he refused to go there.
Yeah.
Until they cleared up their religious thing or whatever it was.
So
They didn't remember if he was there or not.
he was banned at one point. They did not allow him because of his faith.
Yeah.
So, and then he came out and he was dressed in his religious garment. So, yeah, it's his second time being there.
That's right. Okay.
But I have JD winning dirty, of course, because that's the only way they're gonna keep the Judgment Day going.
Well, that and to save space for Sammy too.
Yeah. Do you agree, Rahgel? You're just kind of over there sitting, crying, pouting.
Kind of look like JD.
No, I think I hate you. I think JD wins it.
All right.
So let's go with that.
That's a good consensus.
I think it's gonna be JD.
Yeah. All right.
Just to kick off the start of the Fall Judgment Day.
Well, it kind of leads into.
I don't think the Judgment Day is going anywhere.
No, they're not going anywhere. There's a huge speculation, fan theory, rumor, whatever you want to call these stupid shit that we see on the internet. And it leads into this next match. There's a huge theory that Damian Priest is going to either be kicked out and replaced, or replaced and then kicked out by possibly Drew McIntyre if he turns full heel at this pay-per-view. But speaking of Priest, the next matchup would be, and this is not how the card's going to go at all, this is just what I pulled from WWE's website, so it's in this order. But Cody Rhodes versus Damian Priest. And the only thing I want to say before even diving into this is, have y'all seen the stupid fucking videos going around about Cody Rhodes' promo he cut on Monday? How it was super heel?
Turning heel? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, just everybody, he's like, he's so passionate, he's so angry, he's so mad. Baby faces can be mad too.
Yes.
Everybody's
He's
welcome
not
to be mad.
turning heel.
Yeah. He didn't do a full heel turn in AEW. I don't think he's going to do one in WWE. At least not this early on.
No, because all that time was WrestleMania moment.
Yeah.
Still, so yeah, I'll think you can be a heel and have the WrestleMania moment like that.
You can't
to come full circle, not to come full circle like his dad tried to get it. Just going off like the documentary and everything else. That's where that's what it's setting up.
Yeah, but they could. There is a way they could poetically do it where he turns full heel and still finishes storybook ending, where he kind of has that, like I got screwed over so much, kind of like what Drew McIntyre is doing right now. He has that Bret Hart heat going on him of, I'm right, y'all are stupid and wrong. I deserve this. True. I should have been done this. Cody could do that, but the only way it could do justice is if he loses again at WrestleMania, leading to his third WrestleMania being the one where he wins and he's heel, and that's how he finishes. But that's too long of a story.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a deep story.
I mean, look at Bloodline though. 3 years going on, 4 years on that one.
We're still going, technically.
Yep. But between Rhodes and Priest, who you all got? Why? Or who do you think's gonna win versus who do we actually think's gonna win?
It's still going to be Rhodes winning, who I think anyway. What I would like to see is them kick Damian Priest out this match. Everybody think they're coming out to help Rhodes, and they just start beating on Priest. I don't know. I'm sadistic. Sorry.
No, I like it. I think if it at this match,
that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see.
I mean, I would be up for that. I think it would make sense to do that if it comes after the Rollins versus McIntyre match, and Judgment Day gets involved in that one, and then have it be like, not to jump card, but to have Drew win, and then basically the deal was, you helped me win, but we gotta get rid of Priest, and now Priest can't capitalize on them, and the Priest is out.
Blow that money in the What is it you called it? A suitcase? Below that suitcase knockoff?
Yeah, he called it a suitcase.
Yeah.
Throwback.
I mean, come on, they've been hitting at the Priest thing for a while. I mean, he's obviously kind of catching the most of the flack from the Judgment Day, so
I mean, he doesn't like JD. That's
No.
been his biggest issue. Everyone else likes JD. So, I mean, since JD's came on the main roster, we've seen them target, incognito-wise, target Damian Priest on.
Yeah.
Like, get the
the
fuck out
vibe
type
is
thing.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cody Rhodes is doing a good job saying, you've been in here for 20 years, you're the pro, and you're walk behind her, and even, calling his ass out for walking behind the likes of the douche, Dirty Dom. So,
Can't stand Dirty Dom. I'm sorry.
See, now it's got me thinking if they're gonna waste somebody interfering in the pre-show and do it during this match during the actual kickoff of Crown Jewel, because the kickoff, it's a dark match essentially, and I mean it will be on the pre-show,
live.
but not as they could, but I would don't know if it'd be a bigger spectacle if they have happen during Cody and Damien's match.
I can see that.
But I can also see it spilling over into the match as well, and something going on there.
I mean, regardless, there's going to be a total of 3 matches where Judgment Day is heavily involved. Sammy versus JD, Codes versus Priest, and Seth versus Drew. Like, it's already been very, very well displayed and shown that even on Monday Night Raw with Rhea saying, depending on who's smart and who wants to align themselves with Judgment Day, that's who's going to win. There will be a loser, and there'll be that person who aligns themselves with Judgment Day. It's easier to be in it than it is outside of the faction. So I think those 3 matches we're going to see very heavy involvement, whether scatters throughout the whole match or just near like the conclusion, and it's going to be a SmackDown type event where they're just going just beat the shit out of Seth or Drew or Priest or Cody.
Yeah.
And that would set up for Survivor Series, because all this is supposed to accumulate and lead into Survivor Series for once, and having Crown Jewel actually mean something. So
Yeah.
But I would say Cody Rhodes wins, storybook reasons, of course. Loving your idea though of Priest just getting the shit beat out of him by his own team. But I think that will only happen if this match takes place after Seth versus Drew, and
Which
Drew were to
most
win.
likely is not happening.
Yeah, but I think Cody wins, and Damian will just throw a bitch fit because Judgment Day didn't come out to help him because they were busy before with JD and setting up for Drew. So
that's probably most likely what will happen.
So
the ass kicking will happen when he tries to cash in on the winner of Seth and Drew, especially if it's Drew.
Yeah. You
I
got
think I'm taking Damian in this one too. Not clean, but I think Damian's going this one. So far, I've got two Judgment Day wins back to back. I think with that one, I think it's just going to fuel the promo that Cody cut.
The heel promo.
I mean, just so he can more emotion into his promos, and then his run into WrestleMania.
The promo that you watched.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Nope. To fuel with all the storyline he's got.
That makes sense then, what you just said.
You shut your damn mouth.
Yours doesn't make any logical sense as why Priest should win. The only reason, but it
does nothing for Cody's run.
Yeah, this is a one-off spoof match where it's just here to be here. But if Priest wins, this is the only way I could see it being of importance, would be to lay the groundwork that he's not getting expelled from Judgment Day, and we will see him step up and take the reins and say, no, fuck you, Rhea. Stop making matches for me. Stop making matches for everybody. I'm in charge of this group. And that would be the only reason to have him win. would be to be the front runner and be the actual leader of Judgment Day, which goes against their whole quote unquote mantra of we have no leaders, we have no ruler, even though it's Rhea.
It's not going to work. Mommy is the leader.
Mommy's always on top.
I mean, rightfully so. I mean, come on. Let's be real about it. I don't even
We're
know
not
how Buddy
saying that
Matthews
it's her
can handle
catching.
that.
Very well, apparently. Very well.
Yeah, I mean, good on him. Good on that man.
All right, so we have Rahgel's the only one for Priest. Okay, cool. Dumb decision, but cool.
Yeah. But if he does win, we'll never hear the end of it. That's what he wants. That is all he wants.
Would be what fucking match was it at WrestleMania that you and I went rounds on of who would win, and we split our decision? You just fucking, I was right. Look at that. I told you.
No, I don't know. We're fucking split all the time.
Yeah, well, not all the time, but yeah, majority. All right, then we have the match that Rahgel's looking towards the most, the U.S. Championship match, Rey Mysterio versus Logan Paul. Rey Mysterio is the champion, of course, so Logan's going for a fight.
The fact that Logan called him out after his match, after his boxing match.
After that extremely clinic of a boxing match that he put on, mind you.
Look, he's not the best boxer in the world either. Athletic, yes. But he's better at wrestling than he is boxing, I think. But between these two, it should be a decent match if Logan can keep up with Rey.
This should be a great match if done correctly.
If done correctly, if he can keep up.
Rey's 50. Logan can keep up.
Hopefully. I mean, but Rey's nowhere out. I mean, he's not out of shape by any means. He can still do some shit.
I'm not saying he is.
Logan can keep up with Rey, as long as Rey doesn't have to carry the match, which I think Logan's done in the past very well. I hope to God he does not lose this fucking match to Logan Paul. I don't want Rey to lose the damn title to Paul. I don't think he needs a damn title.
Just so we're clear, you think Mysterio's gonna retain?
Yeah, I want him to, but fuck, who knows? It's just it's gonna be annoying as hell because of time.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Is it my?
And new United States champion, the Maverick. Now I think this is going to be Logan Paul's like official coming out party for the WWE, giving him that title type thing. I really do. I mean, he's mentioned retirement so many times. Like, why not? And hopefully, if he gets a title, it'll keep him out of those dumbass boxing matches and whatever, and actually make him wrestle. I would like to see Logan win. Not that, I just think it would be a little bit better for wrestling, I think, if Logan Paul actually had a little bit of a belt. The dude's a good heel. I'm sorry, I put him up there with Dominic Mysterio right now with how much heat they can bring on each other. He's very natural
at it. He's very natural.
And if he beats a Rey Mysterio, who, let's be everybody loves Rey.
Well, let's be honest. If you're a piece of shit in real life, you're gonna catch heat.
Well, yeah.
In the
makes it easier to be a piece of shit on screen. Yeah.
I mean, so I don't think Rey is losing the title, nor close to retirement until, and I think it's gonna be Dom that beats him and retires him at the same time.
So here's my. I have a twist on this. I agree with Lane that it's going to be Logan Paul that wins, and not just because I'm trying to disagree with Rahgel, but story-wise,
you guys want to
shut your whore mouth. It's fine. My turn. Shut your whore mouth.
Do your thing.
Cry in your corner and go hold yourself.
Kansas, right? I'm on my way. No.
Yeah, all right. But it makes sense to have Logan Paul win. It does, because we're seeing the connection between Paul and Dominic. And they're building up a fantastic chemistry between the two of them. This is all going to play out long-term wise. And Paul's going to win. And you're going to be like, look, now I have a title. and Dominic has a title, and he's the only Mysterio that has a title. It's gonna be this whole title fucking picture type shit.
Mhm.
I would love to see Logan Paul, and I've said this before, actually be a consistent player on the SmackDown roster and just see what he can truly do versus these one-off 3-month stints where he's
Yes.
only here for one pay-per-view and comes back. He has the
Yes.
potential. We've talked about it before where we had very, very low hopes for this dude until he debuted, and then he had his amazing match with both with and against The Miz and against Roman Reigns and Ricochet, and we're seeing that he can put on a clinic. And with Ricochet, we saw he can actually carry the match without having to rely so much on veteran wrestlers. But it also makes sense to let Logan Paul win and kind of have this also be a pivotal turning point for LWO because the two tag teams, or the not two tag, the tag team guys inside LWO are natural heels. They do a lot better as heels than baby faces. And with Carlito being back now, let Carlito turn the entire group heel and basically turn on Ray. And now we have Carlito versus Ray. Selena Vega plays a better role as a heel, and Santos Escobar plays a good role as a heel too. So why not flip the script, go back to history, and let LWO be a heel faction, and let Ray be kicked out?
Be honest, they're boring right now.
Yeah, they are.
I'm sorry, but they are. They're not. It was cool for like 2 weeks when he brought it back, and then you're just.
It was
kinda
cool
like,
for Puerto Rico.
Mhm.
There you go. Perfect. Backlash. Yeah, that was it. Or Payback, whatever one it was.
But I mean, I think we're gonna see Logan go on a run and have a championship run, and I would love for him to honestly kind of do like an open challenge, even though he won't because he's a smug asshole. But I hope he actually like fights and be be's a
Consistent.
fighter. Yeah, he's not to like push Rhea or Roman Reigns off, but those two barely hold, like they don't hold any title matches at all. If they do, it's very far few in between. And hell, there was a whole thing I saw today on the internet that Becky Lynch, with her NXT title, had more title matches this year than Rhea or Reigns. And I think they even went on to say like combined, she had more than both of them. So I want to see Logan do that and actually show he's worthy to be inside WWE, and it would also be a proving ground of, look, now I have your title, you can't get rid of me, I'm going to be here, fuck you all, bring on your best contenders.
Yeah.
No, he can run through LWO, forcing him to go heel even and do that spit. Like it makes more sense for Logan to be
I deserve
titled.
to be here moment.
Yeah, give me my respects, I've earned it, I've paid my way, look at this, you all said I couldn't. So again, it just makes more logical sense to have Logan Paul and then let this kind of start being the downfall of Rey Mysterio, and then have Dominic retire Mysterio at a later time.
Yeah. I mean, it honestly didn't make sense for Rey Mysterio to beat Austin Theory.
No.
That made no sense.
There was no real storyline there. It was felt very forced. So okay, we have Rahgel has Mysterio. Unless you change your mind, are you coming to the dark side?
No, I'm sticking with Mysterio. I don't think it's time yet.
Oh, it's time.
It wasn't even time for him to have it. He's had it long enough.
What are you Googling over there?
I was just looking at Logan Paul's matches.
Oh,
I was just
gotcha.
curious.
All right, then we have next up. This is I'm not looking towards this match at all, but we have the WWE
I know what this is.
SmackDown Women's Championship match. Io Sky, who's the champion, versus Bianca Belair. Who you got?
Are you still Googling or?
Yeah,
No.
he's still Googling. You can go. He's going to Google
go
for a bit.
Dude, I'm an EO fan. Taking EO. I'm an EO fan. I can't help it. I like her. I want her to. I think they're still building towards a Bailey and EO WrestleMania, so I think EO is going to keep it.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that is one of the more popular fan theories I'm seeing around happening on Saturday. Is EO wins, and then during her congratulation moment, Bailey's gonna attack her, and she's gonna turn on EO.
I've also seen that to save face for Belair is to have Bailey interfere, costing her the match, and then Io retaining, but not clean, and then still turning on Io. Or turning on
yeah,
Io
I
and
mean, there's
costing it the other
been
way. So, but Bailey gets
multiple
involved.
times that, there's been multiple times that Io's asked her not to get involved, and she does. So, I mean, they're building towards something. It's got to be a Bailey Io thing coming up soon.
You know, Bailey's not fucking interesting to watch at all. She's boring as hell. I don't like her.
Yeah, she's been very boring since she came back.
Since she came, she is the worst of the 4 horsewomen. The worst.
I can't stand that they even use that.
Well,
How dare you?
I can't stand it.
How dare you?
But I think with
How
You
very
can't
this
even name
match,
the original 4 horsemen.
I'm with what's that?
I said you can't even name the original 4 horsemen.
get off Google.
Top of my head right now, I can't.
Put
I'm
your
not
hands
Googling
up.
it.
Yeah.
Put your hands
I
up.
think with
Hands up.
I think with this one, though, I'm gonna go with the Io's guy as well. I'm on the same boat as a Bailey fucking with Belair to cost her the match. I don't see Io losing the title right now. I don't think she loses to Bailey either, but I think Io has it for a while.
Jumping the gun. All right.
She needs to. Like Io's more fun and entertaining to watch. It could just be me. I prefer high flyers because it's more of an interesting match. Nothing wrong with like ground and pound style like Drew and Roman, but being that high flyer mix in there is just a very nice break of the monotonous. That is, I'm gonna spear you. I'm gonna choke slam you. Done. Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's a smart
Neat.
decision. Bianca doesn't need this either. Like there's no benefit to her. This does more for Io than Bianca, whether set up a feud with Bailey or just to get a clean win, which I don't think is gonna happen. But if she gets a clean win, then she establishes herself as a true championship or champion either which way. So Io comes out ahead regardless. So, and then we have.
That was the easiest one we've done.
I think there may be another one that's a lot easier.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Next up, we have John Cena versus Solo Sikoa. And we already know Cena is hinting very strongly on he's retiring soon. He's stepping away, and he needs this.
So are we all in agreement that Solo wins this one?
Solo wins.
I mean, what does it do for Cena?
Nothing.
All he's doing is putting over guys at this point.
Yeah, it just derails Solo for no reason. It would be there's no reason for that win.
So
and it needs to be.
Is it clean?
Not down. I think so.
You think Solo's
it's a
gonna
clean
win
one.
with no involvement from Jimmy?
I don't think so. Jimmy.
I would hope not.
Yeah,
But you never know.
I don't think he needs it. I think he needs to beat Cena straight up for his, just for his character and everything else. I can see Jimmy being there to kind of mess with Cena.
A distraction.
Because all it does at that point, I think if the enforcer, which they heavily put on Solo, if he can't win clean enough to dominate Cena, I don't think it'll be a complete domination of it. But for him to inflict some pain on Cena in the way that he does stuff without having Jimmy touch Cena, now distract him, I can definitely see that. And then him hitting you with a spike or something else. But yeah, I see Solo walk away with this one in a way that Jimmy doesn't do a whole lot of anything in the match.
So because I read way too much into things thanks to ADHD. I think I'm in agreement. Solo wins. However, I think Jimmy's gonna run an audible and get involved because Cena's gonna either do like a couple attitude adjustments or get him in the submission, and it's going to basically Jimmy jumps a barricade type style and comes in and costs the match and get like involved in either somehow makes John Cena win by interference, which I don't think will happen, or he's going to try to get involved. John Cena is going to stop what he's doing to Solo, focus on Jimmy, and then, attitude adjust him, whatever he needs to do, just in time for Solo then to spin Cena around, Samoa spike him to the throat, drop Cena, win. That's like the
I could see
ideal,
that.
like the layout on how this is, because we're already seeing the storyline with Bloodline right now is Jimmy wants back in, and he is to call audibles and to help Roman Reigns and take care of Roman Reigns' issues. Yeah.
Quarterback.
Yeah.
So it's logical to have him get involved in this match
Mhm.
and be the like distraction, but he actually gets physically involved. I think Solo will win, but I can also see John Cena winning by default of Jimmy getting involved and the ref just being like, "Hey, you super kicked him, you're out," or "Hey, you touched him," whatever. Mumbo jumbo bullshit happens. I can see it both ways, but Solo needs to win. If he doesn't, then we're going to see the first of many family feuds happen, where it's going to be Solo versus Jimmy really soon.
Yeah.
And then we're going to see Jimmy get kicked out of the bloodline, and then it's going to just be Reigns and Solo again. My theory. I read into
Cousins
stuff.
are going to come up.
Yeah. I mean, those two, the two NOI cousins that are on, or were on the MLW league, they're done. Their contract's up.
Yep.
So we may see them soon. Hopefully, see them soon, because the really big dude, he's fucking impressive to watch. I can't think of his name right now, but he's impressive to watch on the circuits.
Which one's Amagu's son? One of them's Amagu's son,
Yeah,
right?
he's the skinnier
Yeah.
dude. He's the skinnier of the two, but the
Yeah,
bigger,
he's the
like,
taller,
beefier
skinnier
dudes,
one. Yeah.
The beefier looking dude, he can do like a freaking somersault and backflip off the top row, and he's a big dude. Like,
He's got
awesome.
a belt also, doesn't he?
He
Or
did.
did?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know if he still does, but he may. I don't follow MLW too closely to be able to say definitively, but yeah, Solo wins. I think we all agreed on that. I don't think it's gonna be clean though. It's gonna be involvement. You guys have clean wins to a degree.
I think it's going to be a thank you match. Solo's going to say thank you as he pins him.
Yep. I mean, they need to build up Solo stronger so where he can take over Reigns' position at one point.
Yeah.
All right. And then we have the other women's world championship match, which is a fatal 5-way. We have Rhea Ripley, who's a champion, versus Nia Jax, versus Shayna Baszler, versus Raquel Rodriguez, versus Zoe Stark. I think we can make this easy and say Rhea's going to win regardless.
Well, yeah, I mean,
she's
Nia-
winning.
Nia's going to fucking hurt everybody else, and then Rhea's just going to pin Nia. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's none of the others. Raquel's the closest to being over. None of the others are over enough to really hold that belt.
I could make an argument for Zoe Stark after her stint with
Zoe
Trish.
would be the one I would like to see. If they were going to make Rhea lose, Zoe's the one I would want to see hold the belt. But
Zoe
I don't
needs
see
to
it
be the one
happening
that
right now.
dethrones her. It could be at WrestleMania. That would be a good match.
I do like Zoe.
I mean, there's really nothing interesting about this match. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, these are all five powerhouses, but this is not going to be I think we'll see 5 major spots, because they each have to have their like shining moment where they show their most powerful move. It could have 4, and it's all just against Nia, like who can pick her up the easiest, who can do the biggest move to Nia, because she is the biggest woman on this match card.
Mhm.
And she deserves it, because she's a very dangerous. She looks very dangerous. Let me put it that way. She looks very dangerous to wrestle against. See how many people she's injured in the past. So, but Rhea's on a run, whether we like it or not. She's supposed to be breaking a record or something soon. So she's not entertaining to watch in the matches right now either. She has
Not at all.
No, they're pushing her though. They love her,
whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
If like we said, if anybody takes this and it needs to be Zoe to dethrone her, that would be. I think that would receive such a big pop. in the crowd for everyone. Just be like, oh yeah, Rhea's gonna win. Be like, oh my fucking god, Zoe won. I don't think the other three girls on this or women on this match card would receive that type of pop. Nia's though, nobody really likes her anyways.
They would boo.
Boo her out of the fucking
They
building.
would boo.
Raquel would be cheered. Shayna would be probably cheered. But that's it. Zoe would be the only one that gets a pop.
I need Shayna over here. I forgot to bring a bottle opener down. I need her teeth. I'm sorry. She could easily kick my ass.
She could
Ill-timed
fucking
joke.
destroy
Please,
you.
please don't destroy me.
Pay me $1 million first, and I'll let you beat the shit out of me. I'm okay. Money talks. All right, so we have. It's true. Don't act like it doesn't.
Oh man, someone said to me the other day, Shayna's so ugly, man. When she walked by you, your clothes wrinkle, and for some reason that has stuck with me. And it's not that funny, man, but I can't stop laughing about it.
It's kind of funny. There's a lot to that joke right there.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Oh my god. All right, we got 2 more matches on the card. Next one up, we have the World Heavyweight Championship. Seth Rollins, who's the current champion, versus Drew McIntyre. This is the one we talked earlier about Judgment Day involvement. Thoughts, ideas, concepts, theories, speculations. Those are all big words for you, Rahgel, I know.
Go for it, talent.
Fucker. Let's see, because last year was the triple threat, correct? Between Sheamus, Drew, and was it a crown jewel?
No, that was
Was it
WrestleMania.
really?
That was WrestleMania. You talking about Gunther?
What was that?
The
Okay.
Intercontinental Triple Threat?
What was their match last year that Drew was in?
Against Roman Reigns at Clash of the Castle.
Maybe it was Clash of the Castle. Okay.
I'm about to
That's
ban
our
you
talent,
from these episodes
everybody.
and just make it Wayne and I for
Shut
wrestling
up.
episodes.
That's our talent, everybody.
I can't pick on this one because I want Drew to win it, but I don't want Seth to lose
You were
the title
defeating
yet.
the whole point of this fucking episode.
I'm trying to. You shut your damn mouth. I'm talking.
Not really.
Good job, buddy.
I don't know if Drew's really done his full turn yet, and I don't think they're ready to let Seth drop it yet. But I think walking out of this one, I don't think Seth drops it. It'll be probably a hell of a match between the two. You could probably see more of the dark side of Drew come out and be a little more dirtier, but I don't see Seth losing the title.
No, I agree. I don't think Seth loses it. I think he hangs on to it. I feel like if they're going to have Seth lose it, it's going to be at WrestleMania. They're going to give him that respect for it.
Yeah.
I think the Judgment Day do get involved, like we talked about, but I think that's what cost Drew the match. That's what I think is going to happen.
So here, I've seen a lot of rumors and speculations around this one. And it kind of
There's a lot of them.
There's so fucking many.
So many.
The gist I kind of took away from it, and I like the idea of it, is Seth wins regardless. But the way it works out is Judgment Day gets involved and goes after basically both of them at separate times. We have them start off with attacking Seth Rollins and distracting the referee. McIntyre goes over, tries to pin, and gets kicked out. And then you see him going to the edge and be like, you guys need to get the fuck out of here, go away, I don't need your help. We don't need you. They stay out there, then they get involved again, and they get McIntyre, because again, they had to prove a point. No one's better than Judgment Day. And then at that point, we have Seth Rollins kind of sitting at that pivotal moment of his dilemma of does he go up for a curb stomp or pedigree or Spanish fly and then win and take the cheap win, or does he like also go to the edge and say, hey, get the fuck out of here, I don't need you guys? Or the referee can get involved and say you guys are kicked out, and then still Rollins takes the the win. It will not be clean. It will not be
No.
a pure decisive win. It will be a back and forth. And this has, probably looking at this whole match card, this is one of the matches where like I could see this being a great match. Could possibly be a standout match of this card. The only other one I would say has a chance would be the next one where Reigns versus LA Knight has a chance to be really good. But also Cody versus Priest, just because Cody can put on a good match and carry if he needs to, and Priest is good too to a degree, as long as his opponent's good on it too. But I'm in agreement with y'all. I think Seth Rollins, but it's going to be massive involvement from Judgment Day, and this is what's gonna piss Drew McIntyre off again. And basically, he's gonna turn full heel, and it would lead into Survivor Series, where they could do Judgment Day with McIntyre, because that's what JD, Mysterio, Finn, Priest, and McIntyre. So that's 5 guys, and then they could do, Rhodes, Zayn, Jay, Seth, and 5th person, which you could easily do, and it's heavily rumored because Reigns will not be at Survivor Series. Is Randy Orton will be there, and he will make his triumphant return at Survivor Series, which could lead to War Games. So I'm glad some people actually like read up on the news and articles and shit. I'm not having to carry that fucking conversation.
I think
since the first Crown Jewel back in 21, there's only been, and from what I've looked at, there's only been one title change.
Mm-hmm.
So, are we looking at maybe the second one? I think we've already said you guys think that Logan Paul takes it from Mysterio.
Yeah.
But at that point, how do you think in any way have...
Fair question here.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Shut up.
I'm gonna tell you like I tell my daughter, pause,
if it's how,
compose your thoughts, and then say it.
Looking at it, okay, we already went through Rhea winning, Seth Rollins winning. Now the Reigns LA Knight, there's no way.
We're not even at that match yet, but yeah.
But I'm just saying, I'm shut up. But we're looking at everything. They haven't changed the title since 21. It's only been one.
Okay.
But my point that I'm trying to get to, like we always talk about, the appease of the masses of the princes. Okay. So with what we have with this match with Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre, is there any way that we think that possibly it could just be they want to see Drew win?
No. Because here's the difference. Here's the difference.
I think they're. Go ahead.
I will say, like I told you this before, once TKO became a thing and Endeavor took over, is I do not see them bowing down, or Triple H bowing down to the princes and saying, fine, you can dictate the winners and losers of this match, because Triple H wants story continuity across all his shows, across his pay-per-views, to actually make fucking sense now, versus Vince McMahon saying, oh, no, it's okay, you're paying us billions of dollars, that's fine, you tell us who wins and who loses, and we will figure out a way to make this cohesive storyline that won't ever actually make sense. So I don't think the princes, for once, play any involvement in this, or any of these matches, because we have no legends on this card either. This is the first time in any Crown Jewel that there has not been he's not legend. He's not Hall of Famer.
I mean,
I would say he's a legend, but that's literally the stat that was released by WWE.
Rey Mysterio.
Saturday.
Rey Mysterio's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I'm going off WWE. I still want to say he's a legend. Yeah, dude.
I'm just saying, like, he's in Hall of Fame as well.
I'll make a case for that one.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's fine. It's WWE. But I don't think we're having any involvement, because this has to, Triple H is making this connect to Survivor Series, and they don't have much time between November 4th and November 25th? 25th?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's 21 days. That's 3 weeks. They would have to rewrite all the stories, which they can do. We've seen them do it with the bands. But Triple H doesn't want that. He wants story continuity. He's been very vocal about he wants to make this the best product and go back a few years or decades, even with how stories are written, how they're played out. So I don't think Saudi has anything to do with this.
I don't think they do either.
Mhm.
I think the only guarantee in that match is that Judgment Day gets involved.
Yep. Are you sticking with Seth Rollins, or are you going with?
I'm sticking with Seth.
What about you?
Yeah,
Rahgel?
I'll stick with Seth.
Well, your long-winded
No, I was looking at it. I was
story
curious
there of
what you thought about that because how like no titles have changed except for and it was a women's change.
yeah.
At
You
that.
asked a question, made a statement, made a point, asked a question, statement, question.
Nobody
That was
has
a
to identify and break down shit.
long-winded explanation to get to. Do you think the princes want? See how quick I asked that?
Yeah,
Hey, do
yeah,
you think the princes are going to want Drew to win?
Yeah, I mean,
Thoughts?
I would have understood. It's a subject we've talked about before numerous times about press involvements. But regardless, let's move on because we can just shit on Rahgel all day from this point alone. We won't. We'll give him a break for now. Last match on the card is, again, this is probably the easiest match of the night. Is the undisputed WWE Universal Championship Roman Reigns versus LA Knight. We all know. Yeah, we all know.
They're just gonna
Roman's
shit on LA Knight again.
That's Roman.
I don't think they're going to shit on LA Knight. I don't. Like
Crown
That's
Jewel
what
is
they've done with him.
not the right venue for Roman Reigns to lose his title after this reign.
Oh no, not at all.
Could you fucking imagine
If
they let him drop the title and just be AWOL until WrestleMania or Rumble whenever he comes back? Just to have Reigns drop it to, of all people, LA Knight rather than Cody Rhodes or Jay or anyone else. Like the implication and the enormous pop LA Knight would get globally would be ridiculous. He's not going to win, but they would be ridiculous.
It would be huge.
I think you could almost say it's the biggest upset, period. Because they have position Reigns.
Crown Jewel is not the right venue.
No. But God, that'd be fucking amazing.
Oh, I mean, I'd be happy. I would be extremely happy, but
first time I go live on Facebook for two guys, like, oh my God, we fucking see that. We didn't predict it. My God.
We're crying. He did it. Yeah.
But, I mean, Reigns is going to win regardless because we know he's going to carry it through WrestleMania. We've already, they kind of spoiled it with Elimination Chamber down in Australia with the artwork and everything coming through already, and Reigns has the title. So, granted, things can change, but, spoiler type thing. But, so we agreed on all but two.
Priest and JD.
Yeah,
we all agreed JD. No, wait. Did we all agree JD would win?
No.
You guys said Zayn?
No, I picked JD. You guys said Zami.
We said if JD won, it would be because of an interference or something. They're not going to just have Sammy lose outright to him.
Yeah. Then you
but I still think Sammy's going to take it. I mean,
this is a toss-up
show. It's not going to be. Who cares? I mean, it's going to be.
They'll have minor implications, but
yeah.
The only two real matches in was Cody Rhodes versus Priest. Wayne and I have Cody. Rahgel has Priest, and then the U.S. title match. Rahgel has Mysterio. Wayne and I have Paul. So, I mean, with that said, of these 7, 8 matches, what's your guys' pick of the night? Like, what's your match of the night you think's gonna be the one that's best to watch, most entertaining? And so help me, either one of you say fucking women's world championship match. You're not coming back. This will be a one-man solo show.
Okay, so hear me out.
You get all these chicks in one ring.
I don't know if you remember the match between EO and Belair at Payback.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the match that made me a freaking fan of EO instantly. That was a hell of a match she put on against Belair. And I think she definitely has the possibility for that match to be a show stealer again. I really think it was that night, personally.
Yeah.
I think it was the show of the night or the match of the night that night. I think with the whole prediction of Judgment Day interfering so much with the other ones that it's just not going to be as exciting because you just kind of know it's coming.
Yeah, it's
But I think it's going to be between Rhodes and Priest and Io and Bianca, and that's where my toss up is going to be for the match of the night.
I can get
Leaning more
Io.
towards more with Io and Belair. I think will end up stealing the night.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's just my thought. It's just a thought.
So you have
Don't
Io
kill me.
and Cody. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Rahgel? What's your match of the night?
I'm really hoping it's Rey Mysterio and Logan Paul. I hope Rey and Logan put on a hell of a match, and regardless of the outcome of it, that it's a great match. Because I like Rey. I like the way Logan does shit as well in the ring, and if it can be somewhat of a high flyer, I mean, it doesn't have to be an all-out fucking flipping off the ropes and everything else the whole damn match, but enough to do some stuff that's entertaining, and he's not missing moves to try and be a highlight reel. It could be really good. The other one I think that really has a lot of potential is Seth and Drew. I think with those two, it could be a hell of a match. But I'm gonna stick with Rey and Logan Paul.
That's a good one. I mean, that's
Yeah.
Logan's matches have never disappointed.
Those two and Io, those are like the three I have. Of like Logan and Mysterio could definitely be top contender for match tonight, but this has a lot to do with Mysterio because Logan is a high flyer and he is able to do all these moves. And like you said earlier, Mysterio is 50 and he's not as much of a high flyer anymore. He's very cautious about his moves, rightfully so. He's getting up there. So this could be, but I lean more towards Seth versus Drew being the match of the night, just because Seth very rarely disappoints in matches, as long as his teammate is a solid worker and can help put each other over. It's always a fucking amazing spectacle to watch. And Drew is one of those, like, he can take a bump, he can go high flying too. Seth can go high flying, and they can both do over the top rope type moves. Even with Judgment Day's involvement, I think all Judgment Day will do this match is enhance it to another degree, because we're going to see implications basically start forming and everything going out. But again, Io versus Bianca, that was an amazing match. I was not familiar with Io too much, and like you, that was the match that made me go, "Oh shit, she's somebody to watch." She was really good, fun to watch, and I think even when I think it's that one I actually live stream on Twitch, it may have been the other one, but that was one that I was like, "Oh, we predicted Bianca, but Io definitely should have even won back then. She could have handle it, but the story arc works great for turning against Bailey." So I'm gonna stick with Drew and Seth just because I have a gut feeling about that. But your guys are like, all three of these are solid picks and good. I unfortunately think the shittiest match of the night is going to come down to the Fatal 5-Way match.
It always does.
Well, it's gonna be so bad.
But it shouldn't. That's the thing. It's like with 5 of these people, this should be positioned to be an amazing match because it's no rules. It's just pin or submit.
If you took out Nia Jax and put anybody else in there, it could be a great match.
I would say take out Nia and Shayna.
It could be a phenomenal
good to a point,
match.
but she's not fun to watch all the time. Nia's just so
she just botches too much. She's just not.
But I mean, that should be a contender, but unfortunately it's not. Here's one. I'll twist this up. How many people get injured on the Fatal 5-Way match?
Oh, over under or what?
I'll give you one. I'll give you a one over, one under type.
Ooh.
Because if I give you any more, you can just say 3 and you fucking win. So
Yeah, I'm gonna say over 1.
what about you? You think 1? None?
See.
2?
I'm gonna go at least 2. Somebody's getting their nose broken.
Zoe
Hey,
is
that-
She's
next, yeah.
notorious for that.
That made Becky's career, man. She breaks Zoe's nose. We might see the next Becky Lynch. We don't know.
She breaks her nose. She might straighten her shit out.
Damn.
I think
it's gonna be at least 1.
Oh, gotta be.
It's not gonna be Rhea. Rhea's just technically fully recovered.
I think Raquel will be out for a while after this match. Again,
See,
she cannot stay healthy.
I'm leaning towards Baszler because they've over the last like 4 weeks they have pushed very strongly the narrative of Nia Jax broke Shayna. Nia Jax destroyed Shayna. Like she has stated that every week after week that I am the one who destroyed Shayna. I'm the one that broke Shayna. The other people she says squash or smash. I broke. So because that bad blood that's already there, I think Shayna gets injured.
Too much could go wrong.
It could also be Nia that they all just, again, 4 massive spots and they all just pick on Nia.
What was that guy's name that got picked on in the Royal Pewter? It's gonna be like that when what is it, Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit and them just all chopped the shit out of him for like 30 minutes.
Pewter.
Yeah, Daniel Pewter, that's what it was, yeah.
They also got
Bob Holly was in there. Yeah,
Holly, that's what it's not Lance Storm. Yeah, they all just fucking chopped the shit out of him. That's what you get for running your mouth. So, with that said, the only other things we have really is, do we suspect any new players or surprise returns at Crown Jewel? We know Lesnar's not going to be there. That's already been made very clear.
I don't think Orton makes his return yet.
No, that's being
I
safe.
don't see too many surprise returns at Crown Jewel. It just doesn't seem like the venue.
We also don't see story continuity at Crown Jewel either. So
that's true.
Yeah, because didn't Bray have a thing last year?
Yeah,
that was the Extreme Rules, wasn't it? Oh, what are you talking about? When he came back, or
he had something there? I don't remember if it was back or. They may have something, but I don't know if it's going to be anything like spectacular. As far as a return, though, who's left to return other than Orton? I don't think anybody knew, like, for Bloodline.
Bray Wyatt was at Crown Jewel last year. He just didn't, like, do anything. He was there. He did a promo.
Okay.
I mean, there's really no one. There's really no one left. The only player would be Jade Cargill. She'd be the only one that could
forgot about Jade.
But they're doing a really good job of just like letting her be seen and kind of.
She is huge. I didn't know how tall she was.
Oh,
she's tall as shit.
She is a beast.
They need to put her up against like Rhea or something for the WrestleMania.
Current rumor right now, she's gonna have a run with Charlotte.
That's I called that from when they first signed her. I feel like they have the same body type, damn near.
Yeah,
like they just seem like they match. Yeah.
But I mean, so we have no new players, no new returns. Like Jade could, but again, like you were saying, this isn't the atmosphere to return, especially for a female to return. Or
she'd have to be all full body suit or whatever it is they have to wear.
Yeah.
Is Ospreay NXT?
No, that's the thing. Like he tweeted several weeks ago saying, "I'll see you soon, WWE," or something along the lines, where he literally had an image and he signed with WWE. But last week, he tweeted saying, Impact Wrestling is now a contender for him to sign his contract with. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with Ospreay anymore. His tweets are all over the place. There's no like collectiveness behind it. He was signed with WWE at one point, and they even broadcasted it on social media, and that's down and taken away now. And now he's talking about Impact or even AEW or New Japan. So who the fuck knows? The only other guy that came from AEW was Brian King, and he's going by they changed his name. He's going by something stupid. He's in NXT.
Do we have anybody that can maybe come from NXT? I don't see any openings anywhere for anybody to really come back.
All smoke and mirrors, man.
Or
Brian Punk's coming back.
Brian
Jewel.
Pillman, not King. Brian Pillman was in AEW and he got signed to WWE. He's now underneath
Oh,
the
that's
name
right.
Lexus King. Stupid
Yeah.
fucking name.
They didn't want to
Yes.
use that. I don't think they want him associated with his dad.
No.
After what happened with his dad.
Nope.
So,
But, I mean, those are the only two. Jade and him would be the only two, but he's doing a stunt right now in NXT. I don't have anybody on my card for returns or show ups or promos or anything. So.
You,
and
man,
nobody
C-
coming up from
CM
NXT like,
Punk, man. He's
shit.
coming
Did he
back.
sign with Impact or no?
Don't know
No.
what CM Punk's doing, man.
No, he was.
Nobody wants that dude.
Nobody needs him. He's. We talked about this in the last wrestling episode where he's so fucking toxic. The culture behind him is toxic. Nothing. He brings nothing anymore. He's an
The
overhyped.
cancer is real.
That's being nice to call him a cancer. At least cancer dies and goes away. He's here.
True.
This fucker does not
That's a
go.
good point.
But
I don't know.
and if he were to come back too, it'd be Survivor Series in Chicago. But no, the last thing you saw about Punk and Impact was he was supposed to be at their pay-per-view, Bound for Glory, and then there was rumors that he was going to sign with Impact. But I just read something on Friday saying they couldn't come to a deal because Punk is wanting millions and millions and millions of dollars. He had a $600 million contract, I believe, in AEW, and they fucking canned him. Or 60 million. 60 million sounds right. 600 sounds way too much for him.
I was like,
But
600 million. Dang.
600, yeah, it was. I would have to research the number, but it was a fucking ton of money, and nobody wants to pay it. And then there was supposed talks between him and WWE again. Money came into play. He doesn't want to bow down for anything less. Just again, cool, whatever. Fuck off. We don't need you. If this was like
for real.
8 years ago, I would say, yeah, bring Punk back. He was good. He had a good run. They're in position, but there's no one on the card, or not this card. There's no one in WWE that would take any type of benefit to face Punk. Like, there's not even dream matches that would need to happen. Because if there are dream matches, Punk has to lose, and Punk won't lose. He may start some shit in the back, too. About real glass, fake glass. Dumbass. Right. Other than that, how much of an impact, we kind of already talked about this a little bit, but the impact of this card leading into Survivor Series.
Oh, you hit on it. I think it's going to have a pretty good setup for that War Games.
Yep.
Judgment Day, Drew. I think you're dead on with what you were talking about earlier.
I hope so. Give me 3 weeks, and if so, I'm gonna.
I mean, it feels like that's what they've been going towards for the last couple of weeks here, anyway. So,
and War Games is supposed to be a Monday Night Raw match only. Like, we're not going to see a SmackDown edition.
Really,
that was the latest thing released this morning. Was Triple H has been hinting very strongly at one, War Games is coming back, and they are going to have a 5-man match versus 5 women. So we know for sure there's going to be a men's War Game, and Raw is likely to be the contender for it, which is why I mentioned Judgment Day versus Cody's gang. So
Cody, Jay, Sammy,
Seth. It's that 5th person. Like, again, it would be awesome to have the 5th person be Randy Orton.
Randy, God, that'd be huge.
Doesn't make a lot of sense though, because he's a heel. But I guess when he left, he was more baby.
When he left, he wasn't more. He wasn't. I mean, he was kind of on the fence when he got hurt.
RK Bro, man, come on.
But I mean, he could come. He could easily come back as a He could easily come back as a baby face and get a huge pop, especially teaming up with all those guys.
Dude, Randy can do whatever he wants. He's gonna get a huge pop. The crowd loves him. Everybody loves him.
That's my. I mean, I've already said that's my speculation, and we'll retouch it. I think the Monday before, so November 20th, we're gonna see them finalize the match for War Games. I bet you anything we're gonna see Randy on the 25th, and he's going to be the 5th man. I'm calling my shot now with that. So
God, that'd be huge. I hope you're right.
Because I mean, they used to work with Cody Rhodes. and they have a history too.
Yeah,
So.
legacy, man.
Yep. So. I mean,
I'm not even going to say anybody else. I don't want to jinx it.
That's it.
Yeah, there was a lot of people were trying to figure out who the women's match could be, but there's not enough women in the
No, all
division
5 of them are
to.
already fighting on this card.
Can't name 5. I can't name 5 other women's inside the Raw roster.
Was it Chelsea? Piper?
Yeah, there's 2.
Becky?
Natty.
Becky?
All right, so we got 4. We need 1 more. Is Tegan Knox Raw?
I think she is, isn't she?
All right, look at that. We got 5. We can just throw 10
Oh, yeah.
fucking girls together. It's fine.
Just mix it up. Mix it up. I
cares?
mean, that's what they did last year. Let's be honest.
But I have a lot of hope for Survivor Series, and this card, even though Judgment Day takes up like a third of it, this card has a lot of hopes to be like a good crown jewel versus
It's one of the
past
better
one
crown
being.
jewels.
So, but we shall see. Other than that, Rahgel, you got anything? Anything you need to share? Anything? No, no one cares. Okay, Lane, we gotta get you definitely back on here on the
Hey, it was a pleasure, guys. Absolutely.
21st or
This was
22nd.
fun.
So we got
Anytime.
all right, anytime. You heard it, Rahgel. I'm gonna text you 2 syllables or less, and then I'm gonna, you need to invite him.
I'm deleting you from Discord and everything now, so good luck.
No big words.
I lost his number.
Lane, video, go.
Good thing there's like a whole. Here, hold on. Let me just. Oh, there we go. Now I have his Discord info. Now you're screwed.
There we go.
You'll just show up one day. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, you ready to go, Rahgel? Yeah." Invite. Join. What the fuck? You told me you were busy. Psych, bitch.
No.
No, just no. Okay, whatever.
No.
You love it.
It's stacked up to be a good card. Other than that, Lane, you got anything you want to share about yourself? Any projects? Anything you're doing? Shit on Rahgel some
No,
more?
you know what? I'm a stay-at-home dad. I have nothing going on right now.
Damn.
That's what I heard. So no, man, like I said, just thank you guys for letting me come in. This was fun. It's nice to meet a fellow Bash on Rahgel guy. So that was good. That was
Any
good.
fucking day, anytime.
Yeah.
I got jokes for
Yeah.
days.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be so happy when this. I'm gonna be so happy when this episode fucking blows up.
Oh, I do want
wrestling
to say.
so it doesn't
I do
count.
want to say one thing. Shayna, I did not mean that about your teeth. Please do not
Yeah.
come looking for me.
What about
I
the
am
smell?
sorry.
What about that joke?
No, you know what?
I didn't say it wasn't the smell. Someone made a joke about her being ugly that she wrinkles your
Ah.
clothes.
I
I
hope it
didn't
does.
say that. I did not say that.
That just means that we become
I
a bigger
am-
deal if she hears this.
I am frightened of that
Look,
of her.
if she
and I
fucking
do
hears
not
this, I'm done.
I do not want her coming out. I am very frightened of her, and I am not ashamed to admit it.
I'd be like $1 million.
All a joke.
Okay.
All a joke. Please don't hate me.
Kidding, I was kidding. No. No more. Sorry.
Rahgel made me do it.
Yeah,
I mean-
back to me.
Hey, if all my rumors are correct, she's with Dakota Kai right now. Am I right?
I don't
I
know.
have no idea.
I don't
I'm
follow.
pretty sure that's who she's seeing right now. So good for you. I mean, see, you don't need to beat me up.
I mean, that's what she's. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't stand Dakota Kai either, so
Bro, you're so angry.
I've never liked her. I've talked many things about her on the podcast. So if you're worried about anybody coming after her, she's the one that's that crackhead.
Wow.
So yeah,
I don't know. This is saying that she's just linked to Shayna Baszler,
Mm,
but then like you do Google and it says her husband.
linked.
That's a new word that we're going with. Yeah, her media pages and everything just says she's linked to Shayna Baszler, Tegan Knox, and Shane Thorne. She's never confirmed she's in a relationship with Shayna.
What's this? We'll just go off this rumors I'm hearing through the other wrestling chat groups and stuff that I'm in. So who knows? Who knows what's true? Either way, like I said, I'm sorry.
This one says she's in a relationship with Raquel Rodriguez, but Raquel's in a relationship with Braun Strowman.
I was gonna say, yeah, the monster of all monsters.
He needs to make a comeback. That's who he can come back on Crown Jewel.
To do what though? Like he won't get a push again.
He wasn't booked properly. He needs to be booked as a proper monster. And like
who will come back before him?
Randy Orton.
Oh.
No, hold on. Okay. Before we go, I just fucking read an article too about Omos. How Triple H supposedly has big plans for him, and we're seeing him a lot on the house shows. So I expect him to play a quote integral part at Elimination Chamber. And he's boring as fuck to watch.
If they play that dude right, he could do good things. But they got him on this whole thing they're doing with him right now is just garbage.
He has no moves. I mean, he's
don't
just a
need
gigantic
moves.
dude. You do to be exciting enough to watch.
Gigantic, awesome human being like Andre the Giant.
But here's the thing. I will agree with you. Okay? Andre's awesome, but here's the problem. That was decades ago. That does not fly now.
No, can't do it. It doesn't work.
So it's just
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, Braun Strowman's the same way. Like he has a lot of moves that he could pull. He's, Strowman
run around
has
the
moves.
ring and drive you with a shoulder.
He can fucking beat the shit out of you.
Well, yeah, almost everybody on the roster could.
I'm pretty positive I could take a couple of them.
To dinner.
Shut up.
What's his name?
I could take
shut up.
But no, I mean, if they're booked right, we need to have like an actual giant, but they can't be booked like the Great Khali who just stood there.
That's what Omos is.
Yeah. He has to like get his endurance up, his stamina up. He has to be able to like run a degree, not just I'm gonna walk 2 steps and he looks like he's out of breath. But him and Strowman have potential to do like good things, but they have to be booked and stored correctly to work properly. But I had to mention that because I saw that this morning. Anyways,
maybe
that's all I got for you people. Don't worry, Lane will be back, whether Rahgel likes it or not. This fucker will be back in 3 weeks' time. So
perfect.
Stay tuned for that. Rahgel, you got anything?
I got nothing.
Googling and talk.
I'm talking and Googling. You shut your damn mouth.
You can't multitask.
Oh, I can too.
You were Army. No,
nope, I got nothing.
I watched you walk and break your face on a light thing. You can't walk.
Nobody watched me do that.
We should try some content from you for some Patreon account stuff.
Shut up. Be sure to check us out Thursday nights. Sig and I play Warzone, and that's about it. We're joined by Lance at the same time, if he can play. We're allowed to. I don't know yet.
You're welcome to join us if you have Call of Duty.
He doesn't play. He doesn't play Call of Duty.
We shit on Rahgel all night. I mean, and me.
Yeah, well, I will get shit on a lot playing that. So
no, not like play stuff. Like we suck. It's fine. Just verbally abuse each other.
No, I'm good at that.
Yeah, it's not just me that they verbally abuse. It's each other.
Yeah, that's perfect. But yeah, no, I suck at video games.
Nope. I got nothing. Until next time. Bye, bitch.
Welcome back to another episode. We are back again. Live. Well, okay, kind of live. We're alive and rocking. We got myself, as always, and the guy who is choking on something small and tiny in his mouth right now. He wishes it was a joke. We have Rahgel here. Yeah, so, Shorty McShorty himself. Let's get after this. What you been up to?
Living life.
You're a fucking liar.
Yes. I'm here. I recorded some content. Application. Oh, the weekly application I tried to submit. That didn't happen. Not a thing.
That's fair. You just gave up. It's fine.
It gets handed in and just slid into the side, right into the trash can anymore. No, nobody even looks up at me. Like, oh, you again, huh? No.
She lights a cigar with it. She like, hold on. Yeah. Denied. And it smacks you with a chocolate. So, all right. Well,
very true.
We're gonna we've kind of touched on this subject sort of kind of throughout the year and a half, almost 2 years we've been doing this now. We kind of called it dad knowledge transfer is what I have it written down on my notes. It's like to title the whole fucking thing. So,
We'll go off that.
but to kind of put in perspective for everyone who's listening, just buckle up. It's gonna be a shit show, I promise you. I was like, let me see if I can explain this. I can't without giving examples. So we're just fucking jump into this.
Grab the adult arm and put it over your chest, as they did back in the day when there was no seatbelts worn in the front seat. It was just slam on the brakes and slam your arm across your chest.
Yeah, if they had quick enough time, if it was your mom in that driver's seat, you were not gonna get saved. You were going straight through.
Yeah.
Not even straight through. Again, you just ricochet off that fucking glass.
Once the arm came out and hit you in the chest, then you were in trouble because you didn't have your seatbelt on. After they almost hit a car, but it's my fault because I didn't have my seatbelt
Run a red light, run a stop sign. Yeah.
This accident wouldn't have happened if you'd had your seatbelt on. Oh, okay, sure. That's how this
works. That's how it works.
My fault. Sorry, you threw your arm out of the socket trying to hit you in the chest.
So kind of just to best explain like what's going on or whatever. I don't know how to explain it. What are some things you would say that I guess I'll start here. You have a daddy, right? Who is present in your life?
Hold on. Let's not use the word daddy as in like somebody that I look to. No, I don't have a daddy. I have a father figure in my life. Yes, I have my dad still living, if that's what you're asking. Not in the weird way you asked me. Do you have a daddy? No, I don't. No, that's not what I have at all. I have a father figure, yes, in my life.
My bad. How foolish of me to ask you if you had one. We all know I'm your daddy.
I have no daddy, as you say it.
It's daddy. Say it right or don't say it at all.
There's no daddy involved in any of this. No. So no. That's yes, I have a father. Faja. Are you broken now?
I'm so broken over here. I'm so broken. Who would have thought it was daddy issues that break me? Goddamn. Oh my god. Well, I guess first off, because we clearly share the same sentiment on that word, that's not a word I like to be called at all by my kids. And I think I've set that down since day one when they could start speaking. They're like, look, it's dad. Yeah, you can call me anything but daddy. No. We don't call me daddy. Don't do that. That's too weird. You women have fucking ruined that word. You grown ass adult women have ruined that word. So thank you for that. It's your fault. 100%. So yeah. All right, so that's good enough. So we each had present father figures, whether real dads, not daddies, real dads. So let's just kind of, I guess, compare notes for lack of better words. What are some things like this is a dad episode if you can't figure it out? Your dad would have, I guess, taught you or didn't teach you that you're not having to try and pass on. You get what I mean? You need an example? Yeah, so I can give you an example.
The dad transference is pretty much what we've talked about. But my dad growing up, he was the sole, you say breadwinner at that point. My mom worked, but she would stay at home when she obviously wasn't working. She'd have like a full-time job all the time.
Yeah.
So she'd have, jobs here or there, just kind of whenever, if she needed to get out of the house and just work, because she would go crazy. But for a lot of times he was gone, 6 in the morning till 5, 6 at night. So, most part of what he wasn't around until later in the afternoon, was around on weekends. So our time was spent mainly just sports and watching sports, but then also he was a big car guy. He worked in the auto industry all of his life. He worked in dealerships and stuff like that, parts departments, parts manager for 30, 40 years, I think he was, something like that. So he was there for a long time. He just recently retired too. So that was one thing he attempted to transfer, was a lot of car knowledge, but I had no interest in it. But I had to make sure I knew how to change a tire, put gas in a car, check oil. Change oil wasn't mandatory, but he did show me how to do it. I did learn how to do it. Change my brakes, and obviously fluids and everything else. Anything else really under the hood, we didn't really get into too much because I didn't take the time to really sit back and learn. I didn't have the time in my head to sit there and no, I couldn't concentrate on it.
Yeah.
Do I wish I did? Yes, but I never really took that time. Hunting and just basic cooking was kind of a lot of things that we did, and those are really what it was for the most part, was cars, hunting, cooking, and I guess just other basic man stuff. I don't know really how to break all that down, but typical dad stuff in my head of how a lot of it is, I guess.
I mean,
growing up in the Midwest, at least.
I'd say other than the cooking aspect of it, yeah, it sounds pretty stereotypical, because I know at least what I saw, of course, from growing up, and all my friends, those with actual dads or stepdads, or the moms having to be the dads type thing. There wasn't a whole lot of cooking. There was specific meals they would cook, and that was your not go to, but that was their infamous chili. Dads had the infamous chili. Nobody else made chili in the house. Mom would never do it. It was dads. I can't even say barbecuing or smoking. That didn't come into my late high school years. We're talking junior, senior time frame of smoking, and then before that, grilling for the most part would be about it. But it wasn't anything too significant, too fancy. My bougie ass now, when I grill or barbecue or smoke or anything, it's not just I'm gonna throw hamburger patties on the grill. No. It's I'm gonna throw these patties on the grill that have now been seasoned or marinated or whatever concoction I put together for them. I'm gonna make sure I have my spritzer or whatever that I'm going to spray on it or rub on it, and just keep it I have a very meticulous way I grill and cook stuff, and we kind of talked about it before in a previous episode. That shit was not around. My dad, it was definitely here's a hamburger patty, put the patty on. You want cheese? Sure. Here's your cheese, done. That was it. And even the kitchen, I can't actually say either parents really wanted us. Granted, there was 5 of us kids. Really wanted any of us kids in the kitchen when they were cooking. And I think that was kind of their solitude. Fuck off. There's 5 of y'all. Go away. Entertain each other.
And that makes sense too. Having a big family like that, the transference is definitely going to be difficult. Even the one-on-one time would be extremely difficult because there's 5 of you. That'd be tough to try to break down that. I mean, that's almost one day during a working week.
Yeah.
Just trying to do that, and then you have weekends where they're always around. No school, nothing. You're always there.
Well, we kind of, I would say we kind of got, or my family was kind of, I don't want to say lucky because my sister's a fucking hot mess. Interesting case of the youngest child, who's a year younger than myself. The age difference between him and the oldest, which is my sister, is 10 years. So she wasn't really around for the formidable years of childhood and child development type of age range, 8 to 18. I'm not saying 5 to 8's not very informational years, because a lot of shit happens between those 3 years. It's just statistically speaking, around 7, 8 years old, we start having a lot of our major core memories come along and all that stuff. Go read the fucking science articles. They're out there. So you're talking about like my sister really wasn't there. My oldest brother is 9 years older than the youngest. So again, we have it literally goes 10, 9, and then there's a 3-year gap to 6.5. And then there's me, who's another 3 years younger than him, and then I'm a year older than my youngest brother. So, like right now, we're all from oldest to youngest, we're 40, 42 now. Yeah, so 42, 41, 38, 30, 37. I think he's 37. I may be off on the middle child. I get him confused often. Sorry, Caleb. 37, 38, then you have me at 33, and then my youngest brother at 32. So like 32, 42 is our age range right now. So the oldest two weren't really around. It was mostly the middle child, myself, and my younger brother. And the middle child really wasn't on par with the 90s, early 2000 manly stuff, because he came out as gay in the late 90s, early 2000s. So yeah, he's more of the flamboyant type where he was once he came out. Nothing isn't favorite brother to this day. But so he wasn't really a factor hanging out with dad, but at the same time, like, I'm sure he was spent after having 5 fucking kids. So there wasn't a lot of knowledge transfer to a degree. Like the car thing, as you were talking, and your dad worked in the fucking industry. My dad was military through and through. Like he just retired back in, I shouldn't say just, he's been retired now for 10 years, for 10, 11 years now. And he retired from the Air Force in the intelligence field. And so he was, all that wonky ass scheduling, all that stuff, TDYs, deployments, hidden deployments, trainings, all that good stuff. And that was a little different. But it definitely came a time where, like, I can remember there was a moment, just like simply asking my dad what he was doing on a car a long time ago, like 96, 97, and be like, hey, what's going on? Can I help you? No, go away. This is easy. I don't need help with this. And that was kind of like, that's only etched in my memory because it's like, oh, okay, I wanted, like, me being a curious little fucking asshole, want to know what's going on, see if I could do anything. Can't, got pushed away. I was like, I don't give a fuck about cars. So I was never really taught about cars. I knew how to change tires. I knew how to, like, not fix a flat, but do a quick fix flat. I knew how to check oil, like do a full true oil change, like draining it and flushing it and all that. No, to this day, still don't know how to do it. I YouTubed it the other day. I'm pretty sure I could do it now. I'm a YouTube University graduate. The car thing is what's so interesting to me because, like, I didn't get taught most of that growing up. I was told, this is your dipstick. If it drops below here, add oil to it. Make sure it's 520 or 530, 510, whatever. And that was really about it. This is your washer fluid. Put this in. And then never really got told about, like, coolant or brake fluid that came along in my adult years. So that was kind of like non-existent. And again, my dad was, like, similar to yours, very big into sports and NASCAR. He would go in waves of NASCAR. Fucking Sunday mornings. I was huge into NASCAR too. I remember falling asleep to that on the floor. Everybody would be sitting around, and my dad's doing the classic, let me lean back, arms crossed after church. He's not really sleeping, but he's sleeping. But don't touch that damn controller because he will fucking know. And I remember just literally watching Dale Earnhardt do laps after laps and just be like, oh, this is so boring. But hearing the talk about fucking white noise, race car tracks on a TV, and same with, like, golf. I was like, I could watch it. I'm not going to survive past, like, maybe 10 laps, 20 laps. I'm not going to survive past 3 or 4 holes on a TV. Like, I'm out. I'm done, even to this day. and don't give a fuck about any of those sports. Played them, most of them, not NASCAR. I would love to legally be able to drive in circles that fast. But like golfing, football, tennis, track, basketball, men's volleyball, baseball, I've done all the sports that were available in our school. We didn't have soccer. So, and my dad was not big into soccer. So the transfer, like looking back now, what's funny is like, and I've told you this, I'm very open about it, like, I find it so funny is like we've had a recent therapy session where it was my turn to talk, I guess would be the best way to put it, where she's like, oh, let's talk about your childhood. Okay, get ready. We don't have enough time. 1 hour session ain't gonna work, but let's try this. We'll get to like day one. Okay?
Yeah.
Just day one. But so it was so interesting because she even pointed out too things that I've started realizing over the last 10 years of having my own kids. I was like, he was kind of there, he was present. I was like, yeah, and not justifying it because you really shouldn't, but like you understand, like, he was military. We didn't know when he'd show up, when he'd get home, when he was quote unquote TDY or quote unquote training, and he was actually deployed. We found out years later that okay, he wasn't in Virginia, he was in Guatemala, he wasn't in Dallas, he was over in Iraq or Afghanistan or wherever they sent him, because intel, very secretive. And so the data transfer wasn't really there for the most part. And now having kids of my own and going like you know me, I've been very fucking proud of like the shit I can do with my fucking car. I'm like, hey, Rocco, guess what I can do? Like, fucking school kid.
You change your own brakes and everything. You're all
objects.
excited about it. Yeah.
Well, what's funny, that wasn't the first time I changed my brake pads. I mean, it's the first time on the blue car, but not the cars in general. But the fact of like, it was more important this time around because I have my son who's 4 years old, and even when I was changing the brake pads, I did that when, you know, I was unsupervised, so if something happened, I was dead.
Yeah.
Or wait till my wife comes home like 2 hours later and still be dead. Or
hopefully
one of the hood rat kids from across the street would be like, Mom, something's over here.
He's not moving.
He's not moving anymore. He's not yelling at us to get off the fucking bricks that aren't paved down and that we trip and slip on all the time. But even when I was like, oh, hey, talk to my wife, I was like, hey, I'm going to change my brake pad. I'm going to fix the brake pads. I'm going to replace those. And my son's just like, oh, can I help? I want to help. Dad, can I help? No, I really don't want you doing the brake pads. Like, I don't want you by me because the car has to be jacked up. I don't want you anywhere nearby. If I get hurt, cool, whatever, life insurance. You get hurt, I'm going to be pissed off at myself and hold that against myself probably for fucking eons. And so I was like, no, that's fine. Did that, and then had to replace the fluids in my car. Coolant, washer, oil. Had to top off the brake fluid. And I let my son do that with him. And to see like the pure excitement out of his eyes of not just like watching, but of asking, hey, can I help? Can I pour? Can I do this? Can I hold the funnel? Sure. Can I wipe off the dipstick? Not what he said. He definitely called it something shit stick, but whatever. So like, again, he's 4, but the fact that he's asking to do all this stuff is like, sure, I'll teach you, even though you won't fucking retain this information because you're 4. I'm gonna teach you. So like, pull the dipstick out. I was like, oh, you see right here, you see that letter F? Full. We don't fill beyond this. You see that bottom L? Low. Add fluid. You see how there's no oil on the dipstick? We're out.
This isn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, so like we're out. So we're gonna go online and we're gonna see how many liters of fluid we need. And fucking owner's manual, not true. It says 6 to 7 gallons. I think it's gallons that they use. I don't know. Don't quote me. Quarts. There we go. Liquid measurements that I don't give a fuck about. So it says 6 to 7 quarts. I was like, okay, cool. So I went out and I was going to test this out to begin with. I was like, let me get 1 quart or let me get 1 bottle. It's fine. And if I get 1, it should be on the dipstick. Like I should like just the tip or something should be a little oily. Show my son this, let him pour it and everything. No, had to go back to AutoZone, and I was like, cool, whatever. I got a 5-quart thing. I was like, cool. We're gonna use all of this because it says 6 to 7. I'm out, so therefore I need six quarts, right? No, I only need like 3 out of that thing.
It's normally 4 quarts. Normally, there are others that take a little bit more, but yeah, 4 quarts is about average.
So that's that's what YouTube said, but they all said the same shit of check your owner's manual. So I checked my owner's manual. I said if out of oil, add no more than 7 quarts. When doing an oil change, it went step by step. By the way, I didn't know the owner's manual had a step by step on how to change your oil. It's fucking cool. But YouTube, easier, and I don't have to read. We both are not a fan of reading. So I had to read the owner manual section, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm out of oil, so I need 6, 7. Cool, whatever. 4. I need 4 total. But anyway, so I got a big jug. I'm holding the funnel with one hand, trying to help my son pour the oil. I was like, please don't fucking spill it because we just spent so much money on this. Don't spill it. He pours it in there.
Liquid gold.
He pours it in there. And I was like, okay, if it's cool, let it just sit there for a little bit. Put the coolant in, let him pour. Put the washer fluid in, let him pour it. Couldn't let him pour the brake fluid because it's like fucking way back there and he can't reach. Mm-hmm. But this little dude was so fucking excited. But this is all the same little guy that's like, let me tell you all about construction vehicles. This is a backhoe. This is a dump truck. This is a excavator. This is he can name off 8 different equipments. I have no fucking idea what they are. But he knows them. And he can tell you whether or not they have treads or wheels. And whether or not there are interlocking wheels or suspension wheels. Like, this 4-year-old knows this shit about construction. I don't know any of it. But changing the oils and all that was interesting, and to see him be so excited to tell like his mom, my wife, and even his nana, I gotta change oil. I got so messy. No, you didn't. I was shut up. Fucking liar. But like to see all that and a 4-year-old get so excited about this, and then me going, I was never shown this. I was shown, here's your dipstick. This is how you clean. And to be fair, here's your dipstick. Let me dip it. You see where it's at now? I was not taught dip it, wipe it, dip it again. YouTube, several years ago.
True. So I'm assuming you also were never taught in the art of holding a flashlight either.
Yeah, but not because of a car. Okay. Not because of a car.
Oh,
I know how to do home repair because of my dad, and I'd be like, right here. Or sorry, because my tiny little hands be like, right here. Point up, up. I'm pointing it up. Hold the goddamn flashlight up like this.
We all had that. I think that's what. Why can't you do what I'm asking? I'm trying. I don't know what you mean.
Point the goddamn light up, and you're pointing like this. You're pointing to the back. That's not up. That's not up. Up is this way. Do you understand? Do you know your goddamn directions? Do you know what's up? Do you know what's down? That's forward.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. Yes, I think we all had that. And
I'm gonna cover that in my next therapy session.
I don't know if I ever had. I don't think I've had to have that because I went out and I bought a headlamp. Obviously, back then it was not a thing unless you had a hard hat with a gigantic flashlight stuck to it. But
they were a thing.
Now,
my dad definitely had one from on the farm. I'm pretty sure it was Jimmy Rig, but yeah, yep.
It might have been, but no, I went out and I bought it because I'm like, I'm just going to do this because I know I will flip out if they try and do it, and I'm not going to put them through it because I know how much it sucked. I'm going to try and pull that one away from them because it's
I'm not going to trauma dump this.
No, I'm not going to take this one out on you because I know how much it sucked.
So when I was doing my car stuff, I didn't need a flashlight. I did it on like bright fucking day. But with that said, I definitely have had to use a flashlight before. Mm-hmm. And I found out on my blue car, Sonata, it doesn't have a placeholder stick. I don't know the proper word for it now. Like you lift up in the hood, you pull the stick up, and it holds the hood up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my blue car doesn't have that. And it doesn't like you can't lock it by pushing all the way up. No. So I'm doing this little number where I'm holding it, trying to pour the liquid, or better yet, I'm trying to like hold the funnel with one hand,
holding the hood with my head, and
because I haven't looked in the owner manual. I googled this. I went on YouTube, and they all say the same thing. Oh yeah, the Sonata, the 2013 Sonata doesn't have one. How the fuck do you keep the hood open? And that led me to call like AutoZone and call Tech Bays here. Like, hey, I'm trying. Like, I'm curious if my hood is missing a part or if like it's defective or something. And all I heard from the mechanic was, I hate fucking Sonatas. I hate Sonatas. I was like, oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I bought one.
Well, I'm just curious if this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, they're fucking stupid models. Makes no fucking goddamn sense. I was like, okay, have a good day. Click. So, yeah.
Yep.
That pissed me off.
Save yourself time, buy a set of vice grips, and clamp it onto the hydraulic bar that goes up. Clamp it on there, and it won't move. If you have to do,
I don't know if I can get. I don't know if I can get to them because it's literally like at the like. You guys can't see this, but hood, and this is like where like the windshield is. The hydraulic is way back here, so when it lifts up, you have it literally. It's all the hydraulic. The only lifts it's back here. There is nothing in the front portion of it all. I can't get shit back there because I try to put a brick of sorts to stop it. I'm all about MacGyvering shit.
You're building Legos to try and hold your fucking hood up. Dad, can I have my Legos back? It's holding up the hood right now. Leave me alone.
Fucking, I should have used the Duplos. Goddamn. But it's not the point of this. But not the point of it. But no, like, I don't need a flashlight, but I can't say the one time I had to have a flashlight or needed it because fucking middle of the night I was like, oh, I googled something that led me down a rabbit hole. I would put the flashlight / taser combo, by the way, put that fucker in my mouth and literally just hold it like, please don't go off, please don't go off, please don't go off. It's a taser. It has yeah, awesome.
I'm trying to put my mouth to try and hold if it's got electricity attached to it. My luck, it would go off. It would somehow find a way to shoot off and hit me in the mouth. It would not feel good at all. There's no way.
It doesn't hurt if it's a quick zap, but it definitely makes you go, you motherfucker, stop it. Definitely played around with it a bit, but between that and like building my computer or working on my computer now because it's built, it's just working on like maintenance and repairing all that. Again, both my kids, but mostly my son. Well, because we're home all day. He thinks this is like the coolest shit. He thinks I'm so fucking goddamn smart, and I am, but not as smart as this kid thinks I am. And I'll be like, "Yep, I need I need clean out my GPUs, or I'll pull everything off my motherboard, wipe it down, alcohol wipes to just clean it. Put new thermal paste on." This kid just gets like, "So fucking, can I help? You can help." Just because I need your tiny little hands. And like, I have tiny hands, and I fucking struggle with the RAM sticks from time to time in my case. And like, he just thinks it's so cool. Or if I have to fix something around the house or anything, he thinks it's the most fascinating fucking shit. And then my daughter and him both love cooking. So anytime I'm in the kitchen, which is all the fucking time, because I'm the one that cooks in the house, it's always, "Dad, can I help cook? Dad, can I cook? Dad, I want to do this." And more so, it's, "Dad, I'm going to do this." No, the fuck you're not.
Step back, I got this. I've seen you do it once.
But like I was,
Give me the knife.
I was frying chicken the other week, like making homemade fried chicken. "Dad, I'm going to do this." "No, you're not. This is hot oil." "Dad, I'm 4. I know this." "No, you don't. Fuck off. Go away." And then look, Mom was like, come on, buddy. You need to leave. It's hot oil. It's going to pop you." "I'm 4. That's his whole rebuttal to everything. "I'm 4. Fuck off."
I wipe my own ass. I'm 4.
Does not wipe his own ass all the time. He does not
No,
do this shit.
We had the same thing. Is that when it's cooking is a big thing because again, I cook majority of the time. My 12-year-old,
Like, I had to think about that. I cook.
cooks.
Can I say majority of the time? Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Majority of the time.
Well, my voice kind of lingers, so I want to make sure that I don't get heard. But my 12-year-old has started to cook a little bit more, and this past weekend he made homemade chicken nuggets and French fries.
Yep.
First thing he's ever done. He did it from scratch. Everything he made his own.
Chicken nuggets. Are we talking like just fried chicken bits, or legitimately like pulverizing the chicken into mush?
No,
and
he did.
starch?
He did fried.
Okay.
He did fried. Just cut up chicken breast, but
Yeah.
made his own.
We call those chicken nuggets. I just want to clarify because I know.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He didn't do the whole mash and everything like that. So yeah, I just cut up chicken breast. Did all that, deep fried it, and had those, and then also cut up his own potatoes.
Mhm.
And made French fries that way. It was a
That's
learning
always the
experience
biggest
for him,
pitch.
and it was because he had to learn about oil temperature, and you cannot fry something, pull them out, and then drop more in. You have to let the oil come back up to temperature.
Yep.
And you also have a different temperature between chicken nuggets and French fries. French fries are a lot higher temperature than chicken nuggets. So the first batch was very, very soggy. Luckily, we had an air fryer that we kind of slid things in and finished them that way.
I mean, the chicken nuggets are like a whole different beast in of itself, and then you have potatoes, which is a whole different league because like to do proper French fries, you had to cut/dice, you had to soak them, then you had to let them dry, and then you had to soak them again to get as much starch off of them. Maybe toss them in flour. Like there's a whole fucking process to do proper French fries. So I understand he's not gonna know all that stuff. So that's fine. Some of us watch Good Eats too many times, but like I hate doing homemade French fries because the process is so fucking tedious and long. Thank God we have an air fryer too. But like they just piss me off because it's one of those things like thick fries or standard fry is going to fry a lot slower than a shoestring or say a curly, or like the fact that oil temperature plays a small factor the size of your fucking potato.
It does, and he didn't understand that, but he caught on to it, and he did. He cut them up and he soaked them. He did it for probably a couple hours. We pulled them out, dried them, and then they softened up fairly quick and within 2 hours. So these were just, and we grabbed the baked potato style. We didn't grab any of the yellow potatoes like that. They were just straight baked potato because I knew it was going to be softer in the middle for him. So he used those soaked for a couple hours with it, and then fried them on a lower heat the first time. And then the second batch, we bumped it up and it got a lot hotter. He knows how they started to float. Yeah, he knows how they started to float when they were done too, and the frying was a lot different when he did too. So, but definitely a learning experience for him. And as he does it, I step back and I watch him because I've taught him a lot of things. His dad also was culinary inclined, so he would do stuff with him as well. But he knows enough now to where he can cut on his own. He's been taught cutting techniques, ways to do different things within the kitchen to be safe. But oil was the first thing for him. So I said, okay, you're gonna get popped.
You will be burned.
There's no way you're gonna get hit by oil. So just be prepared. It's gonna burn.
You're like, I'm 40 fucking years old and I'm still being burned.
I said, don't freak out and don't jerk your hands anywhere because worst thing's gonna happen. You're gonna jerk. You're either gonna hit the pan or you're gonna drop more and splatter more. I said you have to be calm.
Yeah.
You are gonna get burned. So just be prepared. He did. He got splattered a little bit, but he handled it. And it all came out really good. He was excited about it, and he tries to do his whole thing now is to do one meal a week, which cool. If you want to do one meal a week, it's fine. Just make sure that you have everything you need, so we're not scrambling around to go to the store to figure out what you want or what I need this, I need this. Okay, I mean I get it. I do the same thing, but I don't have to do it for your stuff. I'll do it for mine. I don't have to do it for yours.
I can blame myself. I don't have to blame you.
Just tell me.
You can't drive. You have no license. You are the biggest fucking inconvenience.
So yeah, he's been made to have his own shopping list ready for it. And like that. So I said you have to have a recipe as well and figure out what you're doing in some manner because you cannot wing it at this point. You don't know enough to just wing a recipe and it come out the way you want it.
I don't know, man. Especially after watching like MasterChef Juniors, all these junior cooking. Yes, Grant drastically different. Most of them are like, no, there was a 6-year-old on there a few seasons ago.
Yeah,
but like, say you can't just jump in and dive. Yeah, you can. You're gonna fuck up a lot. Just be prepared and be prepared for your mom and dad. Be like, you just fucking wasted $20 worth of goddamn chicken breast. Get your shit together, kid.
That's why he doesn't have the free
Get
reign.
your shit together.
Yeah,
Where's
that's
your
why he doesn't
fucking
have free
allowance?
reign to do that. Yeah, no, that's why we cut back a little bit on it. So you can just have a recipe, and we'll go from there.
Like,
so,
my daughter, I didn't. I mean, I perfected. I will say that my daughter was taught how to make just. I've taught her several times how to make scrambled eggs, but she's never like. I've never let her actually cook it herself because my biggest thing is I don't want her to get burned. I don't want either one of my kids to get burned. So like I'm very controlling in my kitchen. Now if somebody else's kitchen, like their nanas, I don't give a fuck. Like whatever. Not my mess. I'm not cleaning up. I don't give a fuck. I'm not the reason why my kid gets burned or hurt. That's you. That's on you. Hope you live with that guilt. So I'm like hands on in my kitchen. But like their nana taught her how to make scrambled eggs and let her actually cook the scrambled eggs. Super rubbery the first time. It's fine. She ate them. But they just make like scrambled egg sandwiches where, you know, bread, mayo, scrambled eggs, and that like that's her go-to breakfast meal. The same with pancakes.
You said mayo?
Yeah, they eat mayo. You don't like mayo. I don't give a fuck.
What?
I didn't say Miracle Whip. I said mayo.
It's so nasty.
It's still better than Miracle Whip. But anyways,
White
so do that,
stuff.
and then you're fucking white. Shut the fuck up. I get the feeling your significant other eats mayo.
Oh my god, I hate mayonnaise. They fucking love mayonnaise.
I'm just saying, some white people shit, and your wife is not white.
It's not your typical mayonnaise. It's Hispanic or Mexican mayonnaise.
That's good mayo.
No. I hate mayonnaise.
I'm gonna come up and visit and just destroy your life in one day. Anyways, oh, you really hate how I'm gonna make scrambled eggs. And but it was like my it's been a while, but my daughter would come into like in the middle of the morning, like 7 o'clock. We should be up, we're not. But 7 o'clock, my daughter's like, Dad, can I make scrambled egg sandwiches? Yeah, sure. Do you know how to do it? Yeah. I was like, okay, cool. And she's gotten better about it. And now she's like, Dad, I don't know what to do. And her mom uses water inside like scrambled eggs. And there's a lot of things like if you should use a dairy product, i.e. milk. My wife has no problem just like, oh yeah, just use water. Like, no, it calls for fucking milk for a reason. There's a creaminess to this texture. Water does nothing. I will teach you all about H2O compound construction with food. It does not work that way. So anyways, my wife taught her, yeah, just add water because, you know, she doesn't have to carry a gallon of milk or anything. And then there's my ass where she's like, Dad, can you help me? It's like, yeah, go get the milk. Why? Because we're making scrambled eggs. Go get the milk. But mom uses, I don't give a fuck what mom uses. We have milk. Go get milk.
We're doing it the right way.
Yeah, I often say that too. It's like, we're going to do it the right way. My way works too. No, it fucking doesn't. My way is right. Shush. So like, okay, and we just like, just a splash. It's just one egg, not too much. And there was one morning where, it's actually just like a couple weeks ago. She is a new gallon of milk, and I don't think she understood the weight differential. So it went from one egg to like a cup of milk and a splash of eggs.
Egg cereal.
And I didn't know that until like I got up because I heard her go, oh shit. I was like, hold on, what's going on? So I got out of bed, went in there, and I look, and her milk is just slightly yellow. I was like, my milk go bad? What the fuck? So I was like, oh, what are you making? I'm making eggs. Where's your egg? It's in there. I went,
it's drowning.
Oh my god. So like I'm asking my son, do you want scrambled egg? Yeah. So crack another egg in there, and now it's just like it's off yellow.
You need about 4 or 5 more eggs.
And you like fucking dozen. So it's like goddamn. So I was like, okay, whatever. And at this point, like I'm getting frustrated. And my wife's just like, it's fine, just let them cook. So she cooks, and you have to like basically boil the milk out. And she gets it done and everything. She's like, these are so good. I was like, that's good. You're gonna eat all of them. Mm-hmm. But same like if they want to do like waffles or pancakes, I will make homemade waffle batter. So all she has to do is add milk. And again, tell her I will go get like the measuring spoon or the measuring cup, and with like a marker, I'll be like, right here. If you have any more milk than that, pour it back into the container. No more than this much milk. Okay, and they'll pour it in, and they'll make the slurry and put it on the stove. But if they want to make waffles, they have to get my waffle maker down. And then I was like, no. Dad makes waffles. Because you have to lift it up, you have to pour the batter in there. You can only pour so much, or else it goes everywhere. And she found that out the hard way the other week too, where she's like, I'm just gonna pour a little bit because I have all the batter in the measuring cup. And she's like pouring it, and she goes, oops.
Those suck to clean.
All right. So she pushes it down, and you see batter go all outside. And of course, as it cooks, it rises and more batter gets pushed outside. I'm just watching this hot mess underneath my waffle maker. I'm like, hey, just so you know, you're going to clean this mess up. No, I'm not cleaning up. You made a mess. My kitchen, you made the mess. You clean it up. God. And of course, there's the voice of reason just going, it's fine. She's learning. I don't.
See, I went out and I got them their own little waffle maker and egg, like the egg maker stuff too, like whatever was Bed Bath Beyond, they had them. So they can make their own little waffles and or egg sandwiches and stuff like that too. So they just put it on there, drop it down. They clean it. It's theirs.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. They don't use the big ones.
Yeah,
so I give them kind of their own.
Those are all like, I fucking blame Alton Brown for this. So, but hey, if you're listening to this, be on the show. Single use product, I mean like waffle makers, when it's just meant for waffles. Now, you can make so much more with it if you're willing to learn and do stuff with it. But something that has like a singular function annoys the ever-loving shit out of me. So I often don't have them. So like my mother-in-law, several years ago, bought my wife and I an egg sandwich express thing. You put English muffin, turkey, like it's all separate compartments, but you can put the egg in there, the egg cooks, put the ham on there, and then you just slide all the sections out and it comes together. Fucking waste of money. Didn't ever fucking work. But it has no, like, it can't do anything else. It literally does that one fucking function.
Mm-hmm.
And of course we're like, oh, thank you so much. I was like, I think we used it once in the 4 or 5 years we had it, and we're like,
is it just messy as shit?
It's so fucking messy. Because it says you line all the compartments up, and there's the middle sections where your egg cooks. And it has a heating element, or it has metal underneath that heats up. And we put the egg in there, and it would just run out the sides. Because you're supposed to basically close it or pour the egg in and push down on it. The whole fucking beast gets hot. So now your top element is hot. So now you have to like hold this down and maybe get a pot holder. Like it was very flawed. Granted, they're a lot better nowadays, but again, single function products annoy the ever living shit out of me now. And Alton Brown has this whole fucking episode about it on Good Eats, and he's done podcast episodes, interviews, and everything about it too, where he just rips them apart. It's like you won't ever see him in my kitchen. So if I buy something, it's not a single function use. I will figure out how to make multiple things out of it, like the waffle maker. Put a donut in it, crush it down. Oh, those are fucking phenomenal. And I'm teaching my kids that too, but at the same time, like if I'm making say hamburgers, and my daughter wants to come and help, I was like, okay, what do you want to season it with? This and this and this. No, not that. That's cinnamon. Nope. Sorry, let me rephrase it. Choose everything from this bottom section. This upper section is like all your like niche specific spices. You know, cardamom, cinnamon, like very specific to specific cuisines or seasons. She's like, oh, okay. And this, nope. Again, nope, that is basil. Or nope, that is Italian seasoning. That does not go with burgers. We're not doing that. No, ma'am. Bottom. So, and then I make her pour all the seasoning into a cup, like a little kitty cup. It's like you can pour in there so where I can see how much she pours in. If she needs to put some back, then we can put it back before she over seasons my burger with garlic salt or garlic powder or whatever. But like they thoroughly enjoy it, and I personally love that. I love being able to cook with them and show them everything, and then of course I'm sure you run into it's like, how do you know how to do this? I don't know.
A lot of
My
it was like
response is always good eats.
I learned a lot from my dad. And now you're watching me do it. So it's just like I learned a lot because I sat back and I watched, and then when I was able to, I started to help, and I started then pretty much the same way with breakfast food. That's always seems to be the easiest thing to
Mhm.
teach a kid how to make is that or spaghetti. Spaghetti is always an easy one to do as well.
Yeah.
Can get messy, but it's fairly easy if you're just doing basic stuff. Hamburger meat, seasoning, sauce, pasta. When I do it with them, it's jarred stuff. It's all very easy. So we make it just the simple way for them to do it. But yeah, breakfast is probably the one that they do a lot more because obviously they have to get up in school in the morning,
Yeah.
and they're other than this, my 6-year-old, everybody else is able to make their own breakfast and function in the morning without being told what to do.
Yeah.
She does fairly well. So, but she makes bullseyes, which is just the toast circle cut out with the egg dropped in the middle.
Yeah.
Or there's 1,000 other ones. It's always called bullseye when I was growing up. So,
Toad in a hole is its technical name.
Okay, well, no, it's bullseye.
Oh yeah, bullseye makes more sense than toad in a hole because it's not a frog, it's an egg. Sorry, I know. Random fact.
So then they were making that, and then our 12-year-old is these social media stuff now. He's like, "Oh, have you seen this?" I'm like, "Yeah, we just made that the other day." He's like, "Oh," and he's had it before too. But what they did is they took the bread in the middle, and they put chocolate in it, and they dropped it in the toaster.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. Well, and I've never done it. I just always would toast the middle and have that with the egg because when the egg broke, you could dip that in as well and eat it that way. I can't stand candy stuff in the morning. Like cereal in me is fine.
All fucking day. All goddamn like fucking day. Let's go. You got Twix bar? Let's go. Some Skittles, Starburst.
No.
Got me a soda with that too? I'll fucking go all day.
She'll make that in the morning, and he makes it as well. But it just depends on kind of what they're into. Eggs and chorizo is also a huge thing that they make in the morning.
That's good too.
So it's yes. So he's worked on that one quite a bit.
My kid won't do chorizo because of the texture.
Really?
Yeah. It's like it doesn't get hard like sausage links or sausage patties or even crumble sausage. It has more of a mush, smooth texture, and there's like my daughter has a very adverse reaction to similar profiles all across the board. So like her eggs are really soft and mushy. She won't do anything else with it. It pisses me off with meals. But no, it's interesting because like, or I think it's interesting always because like I'll make a meal, say spaghetti, or more recently fettuccine alfredo. Again, for the kids, I'm not making homemade alfredo sauce because they're not gonna fucking eat it. So I just get jar. Because like I know how to make homemade spaghetti sauce. I'd rather make homemade spaghetti sauce. But my fucking 6-year-old is a jerk at times. So, and my wife too, where she's like, "That's so much work. Go get a jar. It tastes so much better. It's 4 fucking ingredients." But anyways, so like we made alfredo, and my daughter helped. They know it as white spaghetti because for whatever reason they're not comprehending this is just fettuccine alfredo, the noodle and the sauce. That's the name of it. So they call it white spaghetti. And they went over to their nana's the other month, and she made it for them. Went to go pick them up. Dad, guess what we had? What? We had a new meal. Yeah? What did you have? We had Nana, what did we have? No, what's it called? I made fettuccine Alfredo. Okay? We literally just had that for dinner on Tuesday. You call it white spaghetti. It's not the same. Nana has rectangle noodles. Okay. Your mom does not like fettuccine noodles. And you two have legitimately pissed and moaned and refused to eat fucking dinner because of those noodles the last time I did that. So we stick with spaghetti noodles because you two did not like them. Well, Nana's tasted better. Fuck off. And we've had to like start teaching him that too, because like we're teaching about politeness, manners around people cooking food, because like I don't give a shit if somebody tells me like, oh, your food is salty, your food's bad, whatever, to each their own. But my daughter, let me tell you what, this motherfucker. I don't remember what we made, but just put in perspective, the school makes this meal too, just in a totally different fashion. Like, think cheeseburger type thing. Very similar. But I made the meal, and I use a lot of seasoning, like salt, pepper, garlic, onion, paprika. Like, I have a thing of seasoning. I just use a lot because I like flavorful food. That's right. This white person knows how to fucking season his food. Anyways, so my daughter was like, I don't like this. This doesn't taste as good as Nana's. Well, how does Nana make it? I don't know. Oh, does she use garlic? No. Does she use onion? I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, what don't you like about it? The texture, the flavoring, like what? All of it. In other words, she's looking for a fight. It's like, okay, whatever. Eat your dinner. And then she's like, my school makes it better than you. Like, I'm literally like mid-eating. I was like, what? You're a fucking liar. We don't lie in this house, okay? That was enough for me to not, like,
throw down right now.
Like, not that I fist fight my kid, but this was a time about fucking Spartan kicked her in the chest. It's like, are you fucking? Don't you fucking lie to me. They have hindrance over there. Your school food's not better than my food. Don't you fucking ever say that. But I was like, listen, okay. We don't need to say stuff like that, okay? And I tell her, I was like, for me, I don't really care too much, but I understand that comes across very hurtful. And I will be damned if you're going to go over to your Nana's and say, well, Dad makes it better or my school makes it better. Because one, your school does not make anything better. I promise you. Because they can use salt and pepper, and that's about their repertoire of seasoning, because allergies and shit. So no. And second off, that's very mean. How would you like it if I tell you your eggs taste disgusting, and my school made them better than you, or mom could make them better than you? Why would you say that? Exactly. Hurts your feeling, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, shut your fucking mouth. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just don't do it again. Goddamn. Fucking jerks.
Yeah, we had a big one with that. Was trying to make sure that, one, they never said no to trying new food. They have
Always
to at
let's
least
take a
try
bite.
it. And if they don't like it, perfectly fine, but you tried it. Never turn your nose up at food. I don't care if it stinks.
Yep.
Because you're gonna run into something that smells that you don't like. You're gonna run into something that's burnt that you don't like. Now, I understand if something is overly burnt, you try to eat it, and it's very, very hard to try and swallow said burnt food.
Charcoal. It's hard to swallow charcoal.
It's gonna
Call it
be
what it
difficult.
is.
So, at times, we have taught them the napkin technique of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna wipe my mouth and spit in there and then wad it up. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. You can't do it. Just if you're in a restaurant, that's how you do it. Just kind of set it to the side. Whatever you're at home, get up and go to the trash can, but don't make a big spectacle about it. Like, oh my god, this is gross. No, gross doesn't come out of your
Don't
mouth.
spit it out on your fucking plate. God.
No, that doesn't come back out either.
Ugh.
No. In the sound. We don't do that one either. So it's like they've done a really good job about it. Starting off, it was kind of like one of those things, but it doesn't take a whole lot to say, hey, just try it, move on, don't make a big deal about it.
Yeah, I mean,
One thing that drives me nuts is when the kids can't stand their food touching.
Look, I'm gonna be on your kid's side for this one.
You
There's
can't
certain
walk
foods that
it.
don't fucking touch.
We're
I don't
all
give a
going to the
shit.
same spot.
I don't give a fuck. Are you gonna eat a piece of shit? It goes to the same spot.
Sorry, if you're cooking shit, I'm not coming to your house at all. I don't care how much you season it and put mayonnaise on it. I'm not eating shit.
There's a lot of corn in it too. It's fresh. My point is, and I've gone fucking battles with this one. There are certain foods that do not need to touch and should not touch, and this is a flavor profile. Because again, I know where my kids' aversions come from. I get it, but it's a flavor profile. Like say, salad for me. My salad cannot touch anything else on my plate because it has fucking ranch on it, or it has blue cheese crumble, or it has some dressing on it. I don't want this shit touching my other food and affecting the whole fucking flavor profile of that one bite and ruining it for me. Where I'm like, oh well, I can't eat this. I will make us think about it internally, and it pisses me off. It's also an OCD thing. I will be on your kid's side on this one.
A salad I can see going on a whole other plate, bowl, or whatever. That's perfectly fine. If you have it on your plate.
I'm not dirtying up 2 dishes, okay? So it needs to stay in some fucking quarter and not move.
Then your bougie ass better do something about building a wall around your fucking salad.
I do. That's where like potatoes come into play. Tater tots. My shit is sectored out, okay?
What meal are you having? Salad and tater tots together? Because that's
potatoes.
You're having chicken nuggets, tater tots, salad.
That's a complete meal. Why are you shitting on that? That's a complete meal. That's your starch, that's your veggies, that's your protein, that's your carbs. Why are you shitting on this? It's not tater tots, you asshole. It's fucking mashed potatoes and gravy. It's where you get your dairy too. Fuck off. I said potatoes like tater tots.
What you said, tater tots.
Potatoes like tater tots.
Potatoes.
God. The point is, like, I get the whole thing, like it not touching. I'm one of those people. I will go down swinging. Something on my finger. I don't know what.
Weirdo.
ADHD. Fuck off. But so I get that. I get it, but to a degree. But like if it's like, it's a dressing thing. If it has its own like sauce or dressing or something, that shit does not touch anything else. And like Thanksgiving's coming around, I can tell you right now. I'm sure you're one of those people that don't like sweet potato casserole with marshmallows.
No, it's not a thing. Shouldn't be a thing. It's just disgusting. I have to fucking make it now. I hate it.
I was like, hold on, it is a thing, whether or not you like it.
No.
But anyways,
be a thing.
that has a sauce underneath it, so that will not touch anything else. I will not let it. And my defense for it is my rolls, because my rolls are free game for everything. Because I will use a roll to wipe it all up. But my gravy can't touch it. Like, everything has to have its own fucking place.
But you use the roll to collect all the flavors at once and eat it?
No. No. I will use the roll. I will wipe up the gravy, take a bite so there's no more gravy. I will wipe up the sweet potato juice, take a bite. No cross-contamination in this house.
Oh my gosh. I can't fucking stand it. It drives me absolutely crazy. It's not as bad as it used to be.
You want to come to my house for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I'll go with just one big ass bowl and I'll put everything in. Fucking eating it like ice cream.
That's fine.
Fucking sit there and
it's
look
not
at
on
you.
my plate. That's not on my plate. I don't give a fuck.
I'll walk by and rub my hand across your plate and mix everything together.
Oh, I'd fucking punch you in the dick.
Eat it now, bitch.
I'd punch you in the dick.
I'm going home. I don't want to play. This is your house. Fuck you.
We in the bathroom. I said plate. But like, I get it. I will say though, because that's your big pet peeve, or one of them. I'm sure maybe you'll relate. This could just definitely be my sensory issue. Fucking chewing with your mouth open. That
Can't
pisses me off.
stand it.
No. This is not
handled
like
that one.
This is not like I can't stand it. I will fucking punch somebody of any age, and my wife has no problem with it, and my kids will quickly just chew with your mouth closed. I am. See. No, you weren't. If I can hear you smacking, you did not have your mouth closed. Well, I had too much food in it. Then put less fucking food in your mouth. Ugh. And there's my wife. She's going, it's not that big of a deal. It is. You all are talking, and there's food being chewed. There's too many auditory things going on right now. Y'all need to fucking stop. Talk or eat. If you eat, shut your mouth when you eat. Chew with your mouth closed. Like, that is a big issue between my wife and I. She chews, or she used to chew with her mouth open a lot. I literally would sit there and just stare. And she's like, what? Stop.
It's the sound. It's just the sound of it. I don't like it either. I can't stand it. One thing we struggle with or fight with all the time is talking with your mouth full. Like that,
we
I
don't do
can't
that.
stand.
We don't do that.
I can't stand it. It drives me nuts.
Our school does a really good job of stopping that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they like we can go have lunch with our kids at school, and the lunch monitor lady, whoever's there, the teacher, they will quickly be like, no talking, you're eating, no talking, stop, hands up, stop talking, everyone be quiet. And so my daughter's learned really quick that she can't talk while eating, so she won't do that here. But I definitely have seen kids who will like shove their mouth full of eggs. So, is that your dad? I was like, you stop. Like, I will death glare a child. It's like, what are you doing? I just had a question. No, I can't hear you from the smacking of the goddamn food in your mouth. Stop.
No, it's like they don't chew and talk. It's they shove it to one side and try to talk. And it's like, just finish what you're chewing. And then talk.
I can see it like all in their mouth. It's not in the cheek. Like if you want to cheek it, fine. That looks a lot better than seeing it in the back of your throat and trying to go, what are you saying?
No, other times they'll try and talk, and there's food that is shut out of their mouth. I'm like, all right, we need to finish this conversation after you're done chewing, and I wipe off half of your food off my shirt. So that's one thing we argue about that one a lot. I think I make a bigger deal about it than anybody else, because it drives me nuts. So, and I'm guilty of it too, but what I cover my mouth and it's only like a quick sentence if I have to talk, but it's like I'll cheek and cover my mouth when I talk.
Yeah,
but like,
I'll do that too.
I don't want like food to fly out of my mouth. Yeah, and I don't want anybody to see what the hell I'm doing. So
I'll put a napkin over, like you're not blowing your nose, but like that.
Yeah, I'll cover it too. I mean, I'm obviously not perfect by much, but that's one big thing that we fight with. I think more than anything. And then,
but did that come from your parents? Like, were you like we were? I got. Well, watch my word on this one. I got my ass handed to me on numerous occasions of talking with my mouth full, chewing with my mouth full and open. Like, there's definitely consequences afterwards. So trauma. But like,
I don't think we went to the extent of like getting anything like reprimanded in that way. I think it was handled fairly well. I don't think we had. I don't really remember. I think I just always did it because I hated seeing it. Like I think I have an issue with people's mouths because like military, I cannot stand to be in the room when people are brushing their teeth. It grosses me out. I can't fucking stand it. I don't know why. I had the hardest time hearing somebody brush their teeth.
I'm just gonna show up to your house and be like, "Is he here?" Yeah.
It's I don't know what the fuck it is.
And then
I will. Yeah, I've literally like had to go into a stall and finish brushing my teeth because I don't know what the hell it was. I weren't even started. I guess I realized that when I was in the military, I couldn't do it. It drove me nuts. And then people that, when they talk, build up spit in the side of their mouth.
Yeah.
I want to slap them. Yeah. I'm like, can you just stop and like swallow the mounds of spit on the side of your face, please? Because I want it gone.
I've been called out. Like, I will, especially like after eating sour candy or whatever, I will swallow my spit, or if it's like too much and am I just like out and about? I had no problem spitting, but you will hear me talking, all of a sudden I'll have to stop, swallow my spit, and keep talking. I've had people literally just go, "What are you doing? Why'd you take a break?" Because, bitch, my mouth was full of saliva. You may have not seen it. I can feel it underneath my tongue, and I can feel myself like starting to get a really bad lisp coming on because my saliva is building up, and I can't feel where my fucking tongue's at. Yeah. Shut up.
Yeah. No, it's weird. The stuff that I think the military's done to me.
Yeah, not trauma from childhood at all. But like, no. there are certain things like that, like chewing with your mouth open, or not chewing with your mouth open, talking with your food, and all that stuff. Like, I was definitely taught. My better half was clearly not taught, and arguments ensue. But I'll tell my kids that all the time. It's so funny to see the certain things that we almost nitpick from our childhood and be like, yeah, I'm gonna pass this on. Or in my case, I'm gonna pass this on, but I'm gonna do it in a less trauma inducing situation. Because, like, to say my dad was a fan of ass whoopings would be an understatement. And to say my mom was a fan of blackmail would be an understatement. I do mean blackmail in the sense of, you wait till I tell your dad. He's fucking TDY. When's he coming back? September, maybe. Oh, well, it's May. Who gives a fuck? September rolls around. Oh, yeah, there was definitely like tween years, 11, 12 years old. Like, fine, whatever. You're not going to fucking remember. Your memory's trash, too. Good luck. You might as well just write it down. Get home, get my ass whipped on day one. What the fuck was that for? You remember what telling your mom? No.
That was 4 months ago.
I don't remember any of that.
Well, I got 4 months of ass whooping to catch up on, so get ready.
Very much. This is from May. This is from April. This is from March. We're going back to January, fuckers. But it's so interesting to see that aspect. And again, I didn't cook with my dad. I didn't cook with my mom. I am cooking actively with my kids. Sometimes with my wife, there's a lot of times like I just don't want people in my kitchen, because that's also where like I go to relax. I'm like, I'm cooking a meal. Fuck off. I've been home all day. I've heard a 4-year-old say my name a million times. I've heard a 4-year-old just scream like a banshee. And it's obnoxious. So I just need a small little break. And but still, like, I'll cook with them and everything, or playing video games, I'll pass out along. And it's so interesting, like, these hobbies and passions now are becoming hobbies and passions of theirs, but at the same time, there's these one-off fucking passions. Like, my son has a monster truck and emergency response vehicles and construction vehicles. Like, we just went to Dozer Days up in Kansas City this weekend, and like, he fucking loved it. He got riding an excavator, a backhoe, a bulldozer. He got riding like just a bunch of shit, and he was excited. I didn't give two shits about it, but it was cool to see him get so happy and excited and love it. He was, oh my god! And he was telling the people in line, this has a tread wheel. This is tread. This is not like standard wheels. This has a suspension that is like, how the fuck do you know all this shit? You're 4, and yet you can't eat your goddamn dinner. But it's so interesting to see like the knowledge or lack of knowledge we had growing up, and then like passing on or not passing on to the kids to me, from my perspective, so interesting. So I think watching these kids grow up was so perplexing yet so fascinating to watch and be like, my child's in 1st grade. I have a 4-year-old that was denied preschool because of his birthday was off by 42 days. Sorry, not even, by 37 days. Fuckers. Not salty about it. But it's so interesting to see the development and to be like, oh, I'm not going to teach my kids this. I want to teach them this. I'm going to teach this a different way. And like, even with with like therapy. I know a bunch of people who go to therapy. I know a bunch of parents that go to therapy, and for the most part, they keep it from their kids. Whereas like my daughter and my son would be like, "Where are you guys going? We gotta go to therapy." And it's, explain we're trying to become better people, we're trying to have a better marriage, we're trying to be better parents, blah 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 blah. And we explain it to this 4 and 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Over the head, but we also aren't like hiding anything or keeping anything away, because there's a lot of things I remember that I would get secondhand information from like my oldest brother. I'd be like, well, I can't really talk to mom and dad because they wouldn't be open about it. So it's so dynamically different, yet interesting.
There's also newer things that we're trying to teach at the same time, because my
like,
kids
internet's
are
danger.
Yes, internet is, but they're getting the apps now. They have, there's Snapchat, TikTok, Facebook. Luckily, there's no Facebook right now. Thank
No
God
Snapchat.
for that. But
nope.
they have those, and they're seeing the reels, Instagram shorts, YouTube shorts, all that stuff. Everything is in shorts now. So they're seeing these things, and they're like, "Oh, did you know that this happened?" And I'm like, "Hold on. Where did you see this? Who said this? And why are you taking it for face value?"
Yeah.
Let's go back here and let's look at what it is. Oh, well, this is said and this is happening. Like, no.
Context.
This is somebody looking for views, clicks to build their channel.
Yeah.
Take a second and look at what they've done. Look where they're pulling their content from. Look who they're tagging in their content.
Yeah.
Look at what they're doing, because they're stealing somebody else's content to make it theirs at the same time while giving them credit. So go back and look at it, research what you're looking at, and don't take everything for face value, because the internet, surprise, surprise, is full of lies. You can find factual statements and facts on the internet. You have to know where to look for them, but you're going to find more lies than you are truth when it comes to a lot of things that you're going to see, especially within shorts, YouTube, and things like that, unless you're
social
looking for
media
specific things. Yeah.
You can encapsulate it all into the category of social media as a whole. We're kind of at that stage with my 6-year-old daughter, that everything you see, don't believe it, especially social media. Like, I've had to ban kids YouTube, because it's the age range is not specific. And what I mean by that is like, it's like, how old your kid? Under 5? Nope. 5 to 13. Hold on. That's a huge developmental gap, because like what a 10 to 13-year-old should see is drastically different than what a 6-year-old should see. But there was even just like videos where like they weren't bad or anything, but it was like the kids were back talking and it was all just a skit. But my daughter was watching this, and she was starting to have this attitude towards me. I was like, nope, that's not how this works. Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not the parent to play this with. I will tell you right now, as someone who has an intense background on the internet, no, this is not how this works. You are not going to speak to us this way. You are not going to treat other people this way. This is not how we live, and this is not how we function. But we've had to like flip side. There's definitely been times where like I busted my ass up laughing because my daughter is like, "Did you know about this?" It's like, yeah, that fucking happened in the 80s. It's like, when was that? Like 100 years ago? Listen, okay? You need to stop fucking going to 100 years. That was 40 years ago. Chill the fuck out.
Way back in the 1900s.
But like she discovered she was in my iTunes library, because I let her have access to my music. Not the greatest idea. I will say that. But I'm also like, I don't care, because music is art, and we're teaching her like, you can listen to whatever you want, but understand a lot of lyrics have meanings behind them. So now she's at a stage of, what's this song about? What's this song about? What's the song about? And someone was like, I can't tell you. Can't tell you.
Dad, what's a WAP?
I don't listen to that song, but like,
Burger King, it's a Whopper.
No, because I can't lie, because then that's a whole different can of worms we're opening up. Going to school, I had a WAP. No, you fucking didn't. Goddamn well that's what would happen. But No, it's interesting because she found one of my Elvis Presley songs. She's like, Dad, have you heard this song? And it's always like, have you heard this song? What song? Oh, hold on one second. Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. If you're gonna ask me if I've seen something or heard it, have it ready to go. That's all I ask. Because me waiting around going, what? Like, little OCD may be coming through, but like it bugs me. But she played, and it was "I'll Always Be True" by Elvis Presley, and I hear the melody. I was like, oh yeah, I know that song. She goes, you do, girl. You're listening to my fucking iTunes. Yes, I know this song. When's this song from? It's older than your Nana. Oh my god, it's like 100 years.
Oh my gosh.
No. And I had to sit there and go, 50s.
No.
Almost.
Damn, you're close.
So fucking close.
She's gonna be right soon, but
She
was
was
older.
She was almost right with one of the Tennessee Earl songs I have on my playlist because it's from like 1930 something, like late 1930s. And I was like, it's not 100 years old. I'm thinking it's like post World War II. I was like, oh.
Oh,
Fuck. Okay. Great. Awesome. But or like she'll find a toy, like she recently has discovered Powerpuff Girls and Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron, like the old school Nickelodeon stuff. I was like, yeah, this is part of my childhood. Oh, really? Like, yeah. You want me to watch it with you? No. Go away.
Too damn bad.
Okay.
I'm watching it.
And like my son won't let me watch Power Rangers with him. Because that's his Power Rangers. Fucker. But then they'll see like really weird shit online, and I just had to be like, that's not true. And I had to break it down and explain it the same way. And that's probably so fucking catch-22 for us, because at the same time we're teaching like stranger danger basically, and facts versus false information. We're also that generation that got on like AOL Messenger, like ASL. Oh, I'm 7, Mount Hope, Kansas.
Like, hold on.
Male.
Yeah, and that's just trying to teach them that stuff because we've been through it. And
We
there's
openly
some-
been through. That was the problem. We were so
Yes.
fucking open to it. We're like, nope. He is not your age. He's not your age. How do you know? I don't know, but we're just gonna assume he's a pervy old 37-year-old man, not your
Yeah.
age.
And it's like trying to make sure that they know not to put their information out on everything, because when we go
It's
places,
everywhere.
oh, come win this in your email and your address. Like, whoa, no. First off, you don't need to try and win a 2024 Silverado truck. You're 12. You're not going to be able to drive it.
You
And
can't pay the taxes up front.
You don't even know what you're doing. You're putting your information into a computer that you have no idea where it's going.
Yeah.
So I was like, back up, stop doing it. And I know when we're not watching, I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if I've got it through to him yet. They're like, oh, you have to be careful of this. So much as we can to try and get him to do it, it's tough.
Which is so funny because like absolutely the same way. It's like, don't do this. Don't put your information out there. However, I'm also the one that's like, look, I haven't taught them this yet, but I personally have a Google number. I have a bunch of emails, and I have all this other shit where I would literally put down my Google number, because good luck fucking contacting me on that one. They ain't gonna go through. Oh, you're going to do this email? Yeah, that's all fucking junk. I don't check it anyway. So I just wanted the free whatever it was that came along with it. But like, definitely, like that's something I've already know I'm gonna have to teach my kids, and will teach them. I was like, look, if you feel like this is sketchy, if you feel like this is not 100% truthful or honest, feel free to get fake information. And I know I'm going to teach my daughter that same thing with, like, if somebody's just pestering you for your phone number, give them a fake phone number, but you better be giving that same phone number away constantly. And there's part of me is like, give them my phone number. Because I promise you, when they call me, I'm going, who the fuck are you? I'm looking for speak, idiot. You got cock in your goddamn mouth? Use your words.
Yeah.
Formulate your sentence. But like, that's going to have to happen. And teach the flip side to my son of, you're going to get fake phone numbers. Read it back and get false information back. And just change the number. If they correct you, then it's a fake number. But it's stupid fucking shit like that like bugs me that I'm going to have to pass on. Because that was never taught to me. I don't think that was even taught to you. You know, honor, trust.
Not.
Don't be fucking creepy and pervy.
Our big thing was you don't give out your address, your phone number.
Nope.
And I mean, back then is when we didn't have anything but a.
You don't give our home. You don't give our fucking home phone number out, you asshole.
Yeah. There was times I couldn't even give it out to my friends because like I don't want anybody calling the house. Like fuck. Okay. So we had to figure that out. But my biggest thing that I always took away from if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So that's one thing I've always relayed to them is like, oh, you sign up for this, and I always use the 10 CDs for a penny. Yeah. You remember that back in the day? You sign up for this, you get 10 CDs for a penny. But
wasn't that long ago?
$9.99 a month or whatever.
Yeah.
But I say that would always get everybody because they would do it and they get these 10 CDs for a penny, but then they would get a bill that they'd have to pay, and their parents would freak out. So
the same with the magazines. You get your first month magazine for free, and don't worry, it only comes every 3 months. Game Informer was really bad about this. Where you get your first Game Informer, and then 3 months later you get Game Informer plus the bill for $9.99. You're like, fuck.
Yeah, and now free trials are one that gets everybody. So my son's always going to me, hey, can we do the free trial? Sure. Give me your card information. You're responsible. If you want this, perfectly fine. You can do this free trial on YouTube or whatever you're trying to do. But I'm not going to get charged $79 after your 30-day free trial. So you're going to pay for it. So they think about okay, they're setting reminders here, reminders there. I'm like, why? And first I was like, why are you getting it? What are you going to do? Because I have probably 15 to 20 different emails that I've used for free trials on YouTube, and it's to watch like one thing. It's a lot of times it's been a sports game of some kind or a pay-per-view of some kind that I wanted to see that amounted to nothing. So I've gotten caught to where I've forgotten I have 7 days to cancel this. Well, I should have canceled it right after I watched it because I knew I wasn't going to do anything else with it. But I'm like, oh, I got 6 more days. Maybe I'll just check out and see what they have. Well, I have downtime. Oh, 14 days later, I have a bill. Like, fuck. Forgot about that one.
We're two sides of the same coin because I will do the same thing. I will do the free trial, but at the same time, I will do the free trial and then instantly cancel it because I still get my free trial. And I've done that with like my 6-year-old mostly, where she wants an app and it has like a weekly or even fucking monthly subscription based on it. I was like, okay, you can do a week, but I'm gonna set it up for you, and then quickly schedule it and then schedule it to cancel. And then she's like, okay, but then when it runs out, Dad, nope. You got $7.99 a week? What? Yeah, you got $8? No? Oh, then you can't do it. I'll go do chores at Nana's house. Do you got $8? I will. Soon. No.
Once you get that $8, we'll talk.
Yeah, we'll talk.
At that point, you're going to want to go buy candy anyways. So yeah, nope.
She wants to go buy toys. She's not big into candy. That's my son. That apple didn't fall too far from this tree. But it's so dynamically different and interesting from so many perspectives of it, though, where like the internet is the biggest danger out there right now. And of course, with that said, this is also how we order food. This is also how we watch TV shows. This is how you get your Uber drives and all that. Like
your biggest tool also.
Yeah, and that's what we're teaching, or I'm teaching, I would say, more is like everything is an asset, a tool, and a advantage that can be used 100% of the time. But you also have to understand this is a good and evil thing. Where there's all this good, there is all this evil. And honestly, it's probably tenfold evil to good. And I've had to tell my daughter before, like, again, we don't sugarcoat shit. We don't exploit everything either to like the vulgarness of it. But like the other day, I found a TikTok video where it's literally like 20 fucking parts because this asshole couldn't put in 5-10 minute fucking anyways. So it's literally from a cop's chest cam, and it's them going into a school, and this girl gets busted for having a loaded weapon on her, and it's in her backpack, and she gets asked numerous times. Keep in mind, we tell our kids don't lie to us, because if anything bad happens, we need to know if you're telling us the truth and we can believe you. Otherwise, we're gonna not believe you and just what happens type thing. But the gist of it was this girl gets taken to the principal's office by 2 cops and a teacher. The principal literally goes, "Do you have anything on you that we need to know about?" No. And she's like, already stonewalling them aggressive. No, I don't have anything. Okay, so you don't have a weapon? Because we've gotten reports this week that you have brought a weapon to school twice now. Nope, not me. They're lying. I don't know who's telling you that anyways. That's all just lies. That's all bullshit, whatever. And the principal's like, okay, well, here's how this is going to go. You can tell us now if you have any like pot, drugs, if you have a weapon, ammunition. You can tell us if it's in your backpack. And, we'll call your mom down here then if you admit it to us now. Otherwise, I'm going to hand you over to the cops. And at that point, you are out of our jurisdiction, out of our control. We can't do anything. We have to sit back and watch. We are here purely to supervise the cops to make sure you are safe. Well, I want to talk to my mom. Well, then answer me this. Is there anything inside your backpack or on you that we need to know about? Is there any weapons, any drugs, any pot, anything we need to be aware of? No, I told you this. And I'm letting my daughter watch all of this because she's going through these drills at school that you and I never had to go through. And I've told her numerous times, this is not something we joke about. We don't joke about bombs. We don't joke about weapons. We don't joke about any of this stuff. This is not a joking matter. And here's why. And the girl literally ends up confessing later on in the video saying she was just joking and people didn't believe her. So she had to bring it in so where people knew she was serious. So what started as a joke, in theory, became real. This girl ended up being taken down. She was 16 in whatever state she's in. She's now being tried as an adult. She got the weapon confiscated. That's not hers. She bought it off of, quote, the streets. So now, there's this whole other big issue. And she also had pot on her, which she got from her mom and dad. She sold it from them. And the kid lies and lies and lies. Even when they pull the weapon out, how'd you get this? Oh, I didn't know that was in there. And literally 20 fucking parts of this. And she ends up getting busted for minor in possession, but then gets tried as an adult for having a weapon, loaded weapon. She's on school property, all this stuff. And having my daughter watch all this. And she's like, oh, she's being arrested? Yes, and she'll be tried as an adult because she put the lives of everyone at danger. Oh, even if she didn't plan on using it, it's there, it's present, which means the threat is real. And what's even worse is, say a teacher saw it in her backpack, and the teacher, like, she went in to go reach for it, or campus security, school security, whatever, saw it, or a cop saw her reach in there, and they didn't know if she's grabbing the gun or not. They had the right to assume you're going to do worse with it, that you're going to pull it out and shoot, because teachers do get shot, kids do get shot. This is a real thing that happens on a almost hourly basis around the U.S. And you need to understand this is why your mom and I are so strict about this. Like, you don't go to school joking about it. You don't go to school joking about a bomb. You don't go to school joking about a gun or a weapon or a bullet or anything. You just don't, because this is real life. And our school has a zero tolerance for that stuff. So if your kid is joking around, they'll be asked once to stop. If they keep joking around about, I have a weapon, or I'm going to bring a weapon, even if it's a joke, they get instantly suspended, out of school suspension. The parents get contacted, and the cops get brought in. So it seems like our school's doing everything right. We haven't had an issue, thankfully. But we're having to explain this to my daughter, and I just find random ass videos. But so we're showing her, unfortunately, all the dangers of all this. Then at the same time, hey, you want to see something cool? You want to make this dish? Does this dish look good? Do you want this toy? Do you want to go build this out of Legos? Do you we have all the fun stuff too, but it's definitely a catch-22 situation with the internet. And I'm definitely not one that says hinder and restrict all access to data and all access to internet. It's purely like they need to be aware of the possibilities and what to take of it and what not to do with it and that type of stuff. Yeah. And when in doubt, ask. And that's our big thing, is you can ask us anything. We're not going to shy away from it. It's going to be uncomfortable, but we're not going to shy away from it. And the only question I haven't answered is, what's this song about? And it's American Horror by Snow White or Snow Wife. And I'm like, no. I'm not going to tell you this about BDSM and hardcore sex. We're not talking about that. So I always comes out, this is adult. Like, yes, it has a really good beat, has a really good melody, has a really good tempo. And you love, like, that's what she loves about it, because she doesn't understand the lyrics. But at the same time, this is adult music. Just like my songs by Deuce are adult lyrics. Just be aware. Not appropriate for you, but it's just interesting and weird at the same time. And to say, like, never had to worry about this. The closest I had to worry about this growing up was AC/DC or rock in general. Like, you shouldn't let them listen to this. You shouldn't let them listen to Nickelback. It's fine. Yeah, Shaking Hands was not fine. That is not an appropriate song for even a teenager to listen to. Just saying. Fight for All the Wrong Reasons. Again, not really appropriate song for a kid to listen to.
Yeah. So I think in our whole dad transference, we touched on it. Then we kind of went on tangents, but dad mind more like it. Just kind of went off on our own things. But I think for the most part, it's never ending, and we're kind of picking up on. I do catch myself picking up on smaller things too that I remember being taught or shown, trying to be in that moment and say, "Oh yeah, here, try this. Or, look at this. Oh, I was shown this," and it's just like little things when you're outside as well.
Mine, like that's what's so funny is, like, mine's the exact opposite. I'm picking up on the things I was not taught, and think, goddamn, I wish somebody would have taught me this. And now I'm like,
things like that too.
Like, oh, but let me show you how I got this. I went to YouTube. I'm very fucking proud of that fact that I went to YouTube, because it's like, there's nothing to be shameful about. But yeah, it's definitely moments where it's like, oh, I was taught this, let me teach them it. Or I was taught this, I'm not going to teach it this way, let me do it a better way. But
yeah,
it's all there. It's still data transfer to kids. Like, it's all there. And whether it's the differences of lifestyle, differences of perspective, and differences of just era of raising, like, it's a different time. It's so interesting though. Like, we will. I don't know what I'm saying. We'll do several other episodes about being dads. Got 18 years.
We've done plenty.
We've only done a few, actually. We've only done 3, just to be specific.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
More than that.
You would think, right? We make a lot of comments, but we don't do full dedicated episodes. But anyways, yeah. Check us out everywhere on social media, and come check us out on Thursday nights as we play video games on our collective platforms. Mine, being Sig, is at Cybermerc Sig. Roggles is at Rahgel on Twitch. I'm Twitch and YouTube. And come check us out. Come check out 2Guys1Gamepad. We are going to try at the end of the year to do a full live stream of season 2 over on Twitch and maybe Kick or YouTube. We have to look at, I don't know why I'm saying we. I had to look at policies. I had to look at rules and regulations. He's just going to sit over there being comfy. But we're going to try to do a... Shut the fuck up. We're going to try to do a live stream at the end of December of 2023, and it's going to be literally episode 1 to episode 150 or 148, wherever we cap out at for the season. So stay tuned for that. Best way to do it is like and follow and subscribe to us on social media platforms: YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok. Go to social media and just search 2Guys1Gamepad.
Everywhere.
I'm literally on so many fucking Pinterest. I'm on so many fucking places for us that I don't remember all the places we're at. So go check it out. And yeah, that's all I got for you wonderful people. I'm Rahgel's daddy. Here's Rahgel.
Oh my god, with this daddy shit.
Say it. Call me daddy.
I got
Say
nothing. Let's
it.
go. Let's get out of here. Bye, bitch.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of 2Guys1Gamepad. It's just me today. Sig, the other half being Rahgel. He is just not here because I want to do a solo episode. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's gonna sound pretty selfish, doesn't it? But I wanted to get on here because I was actually just talking with a group of friends, gamers, and everything, and we were all just kind of BSing about some of our favorite games, and that kind of got us on to like overhype, underhype type situation where we're discussing again our favorite games or some of our preferred games that we like to play and why it is. And then it started to like bring up the fact that a lot of these games that some of us or all of us or even like just one of us were playing were way too freaking overhyped to like qualify it for being a good game, if that makes sense. And then there's a lot of games that are so underrated, underhyped, undervalued that they are just being missed. And granted, some of them are big name games, and some of them just simply had a bad launch. But that got me thinking, what are some of my personal underrated games that like I've either played and absolutely loved, or I've played and it keeps bringing me back. It's not necessarily like it's an amazing freaking game, but it deserves a lot more recognition than what it's ever gotten, either for bad publicity, as we'll see, or good publicity. But flip side, we can't just do a negative podcast. That's not right. That's very fucked up. We're not about that life. So with the underrated games, which isn't really negative, but with the underrated games, we're going to do the flip side of it and do some overhyped games. These games are going to be ones that I think just had no business being blown up the way they were and popping off with all the publicity they were getting for how lackluster their games are, or the overall like conception of the game itself, as we'll see here soon. I'll explain more. It's kind of hard to like explain in great details without giving examples, and to give examples I have to go through my list, and I don't want to take games away from my list. So I came up with a quick list of 20 games that I feel are super underrated and people should check out if they haven't already, or give it another try. And then there are 20 games that are just so freaking overhyped that they're not as good as they're made out to be. So let's start off with, let's start off with the bad news bears type situation, okay? Which is the overhyped game that would, so like my earlier statement say we're not about negative life. I was actually just going to do a positive one. Anyways, this is all unscripted. That's how 2Guys1Gamepad works. So let's get into this. All right. In no particular order, okay? These are the list. Again, my opinion, not necessarily Rahgel's. This is simply Sig's opinion on these games. I will justify most of them. Some of them you just simply can be like, well, be done with it. If you're a gamer, you understand that statement. If you aren't, I'll dive a little bit into it, but not too much detail on it, okay? So let's start off. Some of the most overhyped games, again, in no particular order. Let's just get this one out of the way. Grand Theft Auto 5. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5. Shit, Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5. Let's just be real. Both of those. 5 is ridiculous, okay? Like, it's one of those games that it's been out for so bloody long. And we did an episode on this a while back. Grand Theft Auto 5, for those of you who are not familiar with it, came out in 2013. It's been 10 years. 10 years they've been out. And they are on virtually every platform since then. We're talking about PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox 360. No. Yeah, Xbox 360, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, and so many more in Steam. Like, this game is so overhyped to the point, like, yeah, clearly it's a good game. I'm not taking that away from it. There's a lot of stuff you can do in this game, but this game gets way too much publicity, too much love for it when it's, in my opinion, a very stagnant game, and it has been for a while. Like Grand Theft Auto 3 was an amazing game. Vice City was a good game. Like those games were just, they were good. And then we start getting like San Andreas. I think 3 and Vice City are actually the same. I'm like positive that's the name of it. No, it's just called Grand Theft Auto 3. Yeah. And then Vice City, yeah. So yeah, I was right. But those, like, that's kind of where I wouldn't say it hit its peak, but it's just kind of like that's where it capped out. And then it's wash and rinse and repeat type thing. Now, granted with Grand Theft Auto 5 and the role playing aspect of it, or the RPG aspect of it, that is new and innovative for them, and that looks like a lot of fun. I can't personally get into it. I've tried to spend hours on it. I just can't dive into that world because Grand Theft Auto does not excite me anymore. I find it very boring, and the fact that it gets so much publicity, it gets such a pop, and there's such a cult like following behind it, as you'll see with a lot of these games. It's not warranted to have as much hype as it does. So for me, it makes this list hands down easiest because, again, 10 freaking years. They haven't released Grand Theft Auto 6. We've seen supposed leaks and all that for 6. But if you want to see more about Grand Theft Auto 5, you got to go back to later episodes, or early episodes, sorry, because Rahgel and I actually dive into that and nitpick it apart in a lot of detail. So, but let's carry on. Next one up on the list is the Super Mario franchise. Okay. And this is going to be one of those that is, I wouldn't say it's controversial, but I definitely feel like there's going to be a large group of people that it's like, oh, that game is perfect. That game it's innovative. It's changing. Okay, listen. Okay. Yes. There are different versions of the Mario franchise. And I love Mario. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Super Mario fan. Grew up on it. Love it. And I play a lot of these overhyped games too. Like, these are games I love, but even then, they're still overhyped. The Super Mario franchise is, yes, it's worldwide recognition. It's, it goes everywhere. Everyone knows who it is. Even if you don't play games, you know who freaking Mario is or Super Mario is. And it's amazing. Now, with that said, again, there's a lot of flip side to this, where you have games like Odyssey, where they're just pushing out a game to have a flagship game for the Switch. In my opinion, I don't like that game. I think Odyssey was a flop, and I think a lot of people would agree with me on it too. But just the sheer mass of Super Mario, the franchise as a whole, is just way too much publicity out there, and they rely way too much on that crutch. And I get it, because Sony does it, Xbox does it. Like, you play into what people know, what people love, and I get it. But at the same time, overhype. Golden years, Super Nintendo, honestly, for like just standalone Super Mario franchise series, but then like the branch off franchises and series are amazing as well. But again, way too much hype. Like the latest Mario Tennis that came out, I think like 2022, 2023. They got a lot of hype. Not great. They're like, the older ones are better. Same with Mario Golf and Mario. I just drew a blank on all the Mario sports because I played them all. That's like really bugging me. I know them. I know them all. Have them, but I'm drawing a blank. Mario baseball, Mario soccer, even the 3-on-3 basketball one. Like, it's a good like introduction and merger of sports world meets Super Mario franchise. But like, I don't know. To me, it seems like they're pushing, they're stretching, trying to bring back old times. I mean, you'll see that a lot too with this list as well, and just in general too, like movies and TV shows. They're going for something that was popular in the past, and I just don't feel like it's warranted the hype that's gotten. I'm gonna probably say that a million fucking times in all these games. But this next one I know for a fact. I think Morago probably would also agree on Mario. without a doubt, Rog would agree on this next one. Without a doubt in my mind, Final Fantasy series as a whole. Look, y'all had a good run on PlayStation and PlayStation 2. It was good. Some would even say it's a great game. Not a game that him nor I really care for a whole lot. I do like turn-based. I do like strategy games. I've played Final Fantasy series, but this is one game that, for the life of me, I cannot, like, I can't get into. I've played them all, and literally the only reason why I played them all is because, typically speaking, if I played at least 2 to 3 of a series, I will play all of them, regardless of how fucking terrible they are or how amazing they are. I will play them because I have to. It's like a mental thing for me. Okay, so I have to. So just, yeah, I played them all. I can't get behind this franchise. And this is, again, one of those like standalone franchises for Sony that's been around for so long. And it's just, it's not great, in my opinion. I don't like it. Moving on to the next, we're gonna double or triple stack 3 of these, okay? No, we'll just double stack two of them, because they kind of go hand in hand. Bloodborne and Dark Souls, 2 different games. These are 2 games I like. I love hack and slashers. I love just being able to go in and wreck some shit and destroy it, and even like die a bunch of times. But for Bloodborne and Dark Souls, these are just 2 games. And you could probably even throw Liza P in there as well, which I did a game review about, but not going to. Bloodborne and Dark Souls are just 2 games that are so targeted towards masochists, would probably be the best way to put it. They are fantastic games, but again, they got so much fucking hype for them, and I think almost to blame the streaming community for that one. But these are great games. You should like definitely go like try them out, but understand you're going to fucking die. There is no difficulty levels on this thing. It just, you go in, you get wrecked. But the surrounding publicity and pop it got for them, like, these are good games. These are like, I honestly say great games. But they are not fantastic games. They are not perfected games. They are fully finished. So that's good. Meaning like you don't have to buy any DLCs to get the whole story or captivate yourself in it. You dives in and goes straight to the beginning, which are great. I literally just put these 2 on here because I see all the hype around it and see so many people constantly talking about, oh, speed run or doing this naked, doing this with this weapon. Like, cool, homie, like that's awesome. However, it's a good game. It's not an immaculate game. It's not an excellent game. It's not a perfected game. It is a good to great game at best. If you're someone who's a glutton for punishment, you like to be, beaten and smacked, and, you're into that type of stuff, and you want virtual BDSM to a degree, go play Dark Souls and Bloodborne. But again, go into these games expecting to get your shit utterly wrecked, because that's what's going to happen. They do offer, like, again, there's no difficulty levels, but they do offer a sense of, like, accomplishment. So that is something they have going for them, where when you beat a very strong boss, you beat a horde or whatever, you get that quick sense of, yes, finally I fucking did it, I didn't die. But at the same time, it's goddamn, I'm stuck at this goddamn boss again. So it's a catch-22, but I still believe they're way too overhyped for their own good. Next one, kind of like Grand Theft Auto 5 and 4, but I went with 5. Skyrim. Oh my bloody god. Like, you want to talk about a game that has been out for fucking ever. Skyrim itself came out in 2011. So we're talking, what, 12 years? A dozen years at the time of this recording, of course. 12 fucking years. And this game has been on every platform since PS3 to now. And it's one of those, like, it was so overhyped when it came out. It was an amazing game. It's still an amazing game. Don't get me wrong. Love this game. This is a, like, amazing series, game to play with. open world, lots of stuff to do, very easily to get distracted, never fucking finish a storyline because you get distracted. Lots of customization. You very rarely get similar endings to, I mean, the story ends the same, but like your character development, everything, you change because good and bad decisions impacts the world around you, impact your character. So lots of stuff to do. Love the game. Way too fucking overhyped still for 12 years later, being so goddamn popular and so blown out of proportion that these guys still fucking release this game. Every new console, every few years, they re-release it. And we all still buy it. Nothing really changes. Graphics, sure. Maybe modability, sure, cool. Not a reason to spend another $60, $70 on it, but way too overhyped. Way too overhyped. But again, great game. I love this game. I play this game quite often. I bought it twice. PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. Didn't get me on my PC. Not today, motherfuckers. Next one. This one comes with a lot of controversy behind it. We're not going to dive too much into it. So just kind of leave it at that. But Hogwarts Legacy, it's a good game. I thoroughly enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy. This got a lot of good and bad press. Bad press because it came out shortly after all the shit revolving around J.K. Rowling and all the shit she said or didn't say. Not getting into it. I'm questioning myself if that's the name of the. Yeah, that's her name. Yeah. But at the same time, this got such an amazing push because of that flip side of, you know, anytime there's bad publicity, it's still good publicity because everyone's talking about it. People are researching, people are looking at the game. And then you have petty ass people who are going to just purchase the game despite a whole different group of people. Like in general, like it's just fucking petty war at its finest. But Hogwarts Legacy was a good game and I enjoyed it. I still play it. Each house has different possibilities of storylines. Only one can go to like Azkaban and actually go there. I believe it's Hufflepuff. It's funny. If you know Hogwarts, that's funny. But all four houses have different stories behind them. So it's very playable, or replayability is high on that one. But again, the hype on it is just way too freaking high. This one honestly could have just been talked about, you know, once or twice a week at most, and would have been fine and would have had an amazing launch. But instead, this game was talked almost non-stop, consistently for days and weeks on end, leading up to the launch of the game and even after, because there were streamers and very, very stupid fucking people going out of their way doxing streamers who play this game. I didn't have that happen to me. I definitely streamed this game. I don't care about, you know, past or present, what people say or anything. The game stands for itself as, you know, involvement wasn't there. But moving on, because Hogwarts Legacy, again, very controversial background. Game's great, though. Go check it out. Highly recommend it. You want to talk about a game, though, that's fucking overhyped to this day. Fortnite. Don't worry. I'm not going to forget about the other side of this coin. Call of Duty is also overhyped. These two franchise series are so fucking over. You can't even call Fortnite a franchise series because it has one game. And it's good. It offers a weird merger of cultures and content from all over the world, and it's a good introductory game for kids, or if like you're one of those stricter parents who don't want your kids to play Call of Duty. Totally understand that, by the way. Would never judge. It's a good game to like counteract Call of Duty's toxic community, and trust me, Fortnite's just as fucking toxic as Call of Duty. There's one game on this list that is the most toxic of them all, and we'll get to that one real shortly. But Fortnite and Call of Duty, like Fortnite specifically, while they are evolving and they change modes, take away modes, and all that, it's just way too overhyped. It's been the same shit, different story type thing for years now. Again, they change internalized components and sections of the game, but it's still the exact same game. The only difference is whether or not you can build structures or not build structures. That's really like the big key difference. Whereas like Call of Duty, well, yes, they have, by all definition, they have evolved. Their evolution of their games have not been well received by the Call of Duty community. And that is because they have so many games. The Call of Duty franchise has been out for decades. Since the 90s, Call of Duty has been out. And there's been big upsets along the way. There's been massive changes. There's been big struggles. But this game is so overhyped. And it's for the weirdest shit all the time. Whether it's being overhyped because, you know, cheaters, which is a big thing. Overhyped because you have Sony getting upset that Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, meaning that they are now the owners of Call of Duty franchise. And then on the flip side, overhyped because Sony used to get all the exclusive stuff for it, and it was just always just like the topic of which console's better, who's better at what, are you a real gamer if you don't play this? Like, this game does not deserve any of the hype it has gotten in the last 15 years, I would say. No, 10 years. I'll be nice. 10 years. PlayStation 4, 10 years. It's just this, you want to talk about stagnant fucking series. This is it. This is stagnant. Do I still play this game? Fuck yeah. Every Thursday night, Rahgel and I play. Do I play this without him? Yeah, I do. I play multiplayer. It's overhyped. I'm not saying these overhyped games are bad by any means. I'm just saying they're overhyped. They don't deserve to be overhyped because they're not amazing games. Call of Duty is a good game. At this point, it's an okay game because it has become so stagnant. But it doesn't deserve any of the hype or praise it's getting, whether good. I mean, honestly, deserves all the bad press. There's a lot of fucking issues with it. And the biggest one coming up now with Modern Warfare 3 coming out later this month, November, when this episode releases. And basically we're getting all the Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare 2 content is now going to be on Modern Warfare 3 re-release 2023 edition. So there's a lot of issues with this that people have. We'll cover that. I'm sure I'll fucking maybe let just Rahgel do a whole episode about it. But there's just way too much hype around this game. And speaking of toxic, you want to talk about one of the most toxic fucking games out there, or communities out there, and gets way too much hype, and it's not even like it's a decent game at best. League of Legends. Come at me, y'all. League of Legends community is so freaking toxic. And it's so overhyped too. Like, I did not know, like, I had never played League of Legends until like a few years ago. But this was one of those like quote staple games. You're not a real gamer if you haven't played League of Legends. You're not a real gamer, blah 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 blah. Like, League of Legends is a decent game at best. If you like having to configure your character and the rotations and what path to take, and like, you have a good solid group of players that you can play with, you can decimate the other crew. However, y'all are toxic. Super freaking toxic. Like, probably the worst community out there, in my opinion. Because even if you're new, they will tear you apart. And I don't mean like old school trash talking. I mean, some of the shit is just downright fucking hateful. And they say, like, it comes across in a whole different demeanor than like if you're shit talking on Call of Duty. And I grew up with Call of Duty lobbies and Halo lobbies, and that shit was funny, and it's funny now. But League of Legends, like, no, y'all are toxic as fuck. And whether you want to say, oh, it's because you're softer, no. Go listen to how League of Legends treats each other and treats the game, and talk about the game developers and game studio and players. Like, it's just all, the community itself is very, very bad. But the game itself also gets way too much publicity, also for being toxic. But just way too overhyped. It's a decent game at best. It's a decent game at best. Do I recommend people playing this? No. No. Not at all. This is not a game I ever recommend. Even if somebody fits the criteria or is saying like, oh, I really enjoy this type of aspect of game, or I enjoy da 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 da. Nah. Because if you want to enjoy gaming, you want to stay inside the gaming sphere, don't play League of Legends. You're gonna hate yourself and you're gonna hate others, and it's just not a good game. It's not. Sorry, say what I said. Moving on. This next one is a franchise. I play this franchise. I love this franchise. I grew up on this franchise. But still overhyped because it's became so, to a degree, stagnant, where it definitely feels like a copy and paste, but let's change some names, some characters, some involvement in it, and that's being Pokemon. I think Pokemon has been overhyped, honestly, since Pokemon Black, Pokemon White, and definitely since X and Y. Like, these are just, they're overhyped. They were trying to do something that hadn't been done in their series before. It wasn't properly executed, and even now with like Legend of Arceus and Sword and Shield and damn it, what's the latest one called? Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. There we go, got it. While Scarlet, Violet, and Legends of Arceus, we'll talk about those in a second. They're good games. All the franchises are good games, except for Black, White, and XY. The series definitely just feels like copy paste, change some minor stuff. Legend of Arceus introduced a interesting aspect of the game, to both like leveling your character, leveling your Pokemon up, evolving your Pokemon, how you acquire them. Like, it introduced several aspects, and it perfected on aspects as well that had already been, like night and day differences is one that's been around for a bit. I feel like Legend of Arceus and definitely Violet and Scarlet have almost perfected these. If not, they've definitely improved upon them. But Legends of Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, again, you would level up your Pokemon, but you had to also, like, in order to maybe evolve or to fully complete the game or complete the section, you had to truly invest in your Pokédex. Especially in Legend of Arceus, that was the whole point, is you were building up the Pokédex. You are creating a Pokédex, so to speak. You were building up the dictionary and Wikipedia, for better words, of all Pokemon. And you had to, like, see a move a certain number of times. You had to perform a move a number of times. You had to catch them during night, catch the biggest, catch the smallest. There are so many aspects of it. Male, female, you had to do certain things. Now, grant, they fixed so many things in the last few games where you don't have to trade Pokemon to evolve them. Thank God, because that's like the biggest fucking bummer of Pokemon, was to trade to have them evolve. But this game also, this franchise as a whole, again, in my opinion, they are amazing games. I love the Pokemon series. I think they could do better. I think they should do better. I think they should actually fucking listen to their community. Neither here nor there. And it's just one of those games that every time they release a new game, it's way overhyped and it gets underdelivered. Perfectly seen with Scarlet and Violet. They overpromised, overhyped it, and then the game itself was just trash. It way too many issues, but still a good game. Like, to go fucking play it. Get your kids to play it. It's a good game. But moving on, this one's probably gonna cause the biggest kickback towards me. I've been very vocal about this in this podcast and my live stream and previous sessions as well. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. One of Stone Cold Steve Austin's favorite games, Breath of the Wild. These games are so fucking overhyped. Like, they're decent games. They're decent games. I can't even call them good games. I can't. I play them. I suffer through it. I don't think they're good games. I think they're decent at best. I still have a hard time considering them Zelda games. That's like, you have to go watch we have a whole episode dedicated to me just bitching and ranting about this. But these games are way too overhyped, and they make it sound like these games are on like the godly level No, these are decent games at best. If again, this is also one of those series like I played Legend of Zeldas for years. I grew up on it. I have to play them to like scratch the itch that's inside my head. But these are just not great games. In my opinion, there's a lot left to be desired. And it, even though they are fully finished games, there's just something about them does not sit right with me. I don't like them. I have a hard time playing them, and it's not for me. And I don't think they warrant the hype that they've been getting. Moving on, another game that's gonna another game that's gonna probably start some shit. Animal Crossing. Look, if I want to play Sims, I'll just play Sims. Sims is more enjoyable than Animal Crossing. This game literally starts you off in fucking debt. And then you had to pay back. Like, that alone just fucking annoys me. But it is a good introductory game into video games. A lot of Nintendo games are very, like, if you want to, like, start playing games, I highly recommend starting with Nintendo because they have some of the easiest introductory games out there. Mario, Pokemon, Legend of Zelda, Animal Crossing even. Animal Crossing itself, though, is just one of those, it's not enjoyable to me. It's not as fun. It gets very tedious and monotonous and boring at times. And there's not like a whole lot of drawing where I'm like, oh, I have to go back. I have to collect my sign in, or I have to go collect XYZ on Thursday because this seller now is it. There's a lot left to design on this one, and just not great. We're just moving on. Duke Nukem Forever, which came out in 2011. It just sucked. It got a lot of hype because it was supposed to be like the remaster of Duke Nukem. And this game got all the publicity in the world when it was coming out. And it was hot fucking garbage on an Arizona tin roof in summer. Like, it's just not great. It was not a great game. The hype super exceeded the actual deliverance of the game, and that's simple as that. It's just not a great game. In a similar fashion, Overwatch 2 and Dead Island 2. Overwatch 2 was nuked by Activision. This is the nicest way to put it. It was nuked by Activision. Activision literally shut down Overwatch 1 and forced everybody to go over to Overwatch 2. They also introduced a two-factor authentication that was quote-unquote forced to play, and a lot of misconception on that one too. We have a whole episode about it. It's just, it didn't deliver on the same level, and it wasn't fully released either. Like, they promised campaign/story mode, and it wasn't out when it first came out. I don't even think it was out within the first few months. I dip my toes back into that realm every month or two, where I play for several hours. That game definitely had all the hype. It was promised to be like the best version of Overwatch. They were gonna fix all this stuff. Everybody was so ready for it when the game launched. Dead. It was not great. And it's still not great. But it's a good time if you like the team tactic style games. So, moving on to another sequel, Dead Island 2. Dead Island was a good game. Dead Island 2 is also a good game. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good game. I enjoyed this game. I don't understand where the hype came from. I don't understand why there was so much hype here, because Dead Island 1 was, again, good, and there was no hype at it. I think maybe that's what made it so good, is the expectations were very low, but it was a good game. Dead Island 2 promised a lot, and they hyped up a lot of things. They delivered on most of it, but still just kind of feels like a polished version of Dead Island with some minor changes and some quote-unquote major, I say quote because the things they claim to have been major changes, I don't feel like are. I feel like this is stuff that should have been implemented on 1, and they just got lazy and like, well, let's just do it on 2. Let's just fix it on 2, which is fine. If you want to make a sequel, make a sequel. But that's kind of where like Destiny 2 got into a lot of shit that they're in now, is the sequel wasn't needed. But again, Activision acquired Bungie at the time, and they force their hand, basically saying, no, you're going to create Destiny 2 because we want certain things to happen. So rather than build off one, they just create a whole different game or sequel to a game that wasn't needed. But that's also not on this list because Destiny 2 is properly hyped. You either hate it or you love it. Not on this list. Dead Island 2 though is one of those, like, again, I don't know where this fucking hype came from. I don't get it either. It's not warranted. This game is good. I do enjoy it. It's a great hack and slash. It's a great zombie-esque game, but not at the level that the hype was at or is at. Speaking of super hype, I kind of blame the TV show, which is amazing. Game series, no. Last of Us. Way too fucking overhyped for its own good. It was a good game. Last of Us 2 was not a good game. It was a decent game. I feel like there's a lot of issues personally with 2 that I just didn't agree upon. But Last of Us, it's a good game. I would not give it the ratings that so many people have. Do I recommend you play it? Yes, but like, it's not as immaculate and on God level like so many people and publishers have made Last of Us sound and appear. It's a good game. It's not an amazing game, in my opinion. A lot left to like build upon, and we'll see if they actually do. But it's a good game. Hell, I'm actually able to talk myself down to it like it's an okay game. So, next one. This is one of those, like, it's not always overhyped, but when they run events, it's overhyped. Because again, they promise the world, they deliver, a slice of bread, in my opinion. Sea of Thieves is just like, it's one of those, and this is not because I love what's going to happen in the near future of Skull and Bones, which just got pushed back again. But Sea of Thieves it felt so incomplete in the fact that this was a forced co-op game or collaboration type game where sure you can play by yourself, but you're not going to get the full experience. You're not going to be able to do certain missions or quests or anything because you do require a team. And yes, they did just introduce a solo aspect of it. But when it was launched and up until recently, like, it was forced PvP, PvE. Like, you had no choice. You should play with other players, like, on your crew. If you didn't, it's going to be a lot harder. Like, I get the concept behind it. But when it was originally released and delivered, I would say it was equally matched with its hype because there wasn't a lot of hype around it compared to these other games. But at the same time, where it's at now, way too much hype. It's not an amazing game. It's a good game. Like, I definitely recommend it, especially if you have a crew of friends that you play with on a regular basis. Go check out Sea of Thieves. It's a good game, and it's fun when you have players to play with, like, that you can actually talk to either on Discord or voice chat. Definitely a fun time. No Man's Sky is another one that's just, it's a good, I love No Man's Sky. I love the game. I think everybody should try it. But at the same time, way too much hype and too much promise and under-delivered. And just, I can't get behind the hype. I can't. It's a good game. I think it's a great game. But the hype around it makes it sound like it's such an immaculate game and that it had no issues. And, what they're telling you is what to expect. Not true. Definitely not true at the slightest. But it's not a bad game. I do recommend it. I would just say don't believe the hype at all. And if you haven't even seen the hype and you're not on social media following any type of GameSphere blog or GameSphere environment on social media, go check out No Man's Sky and go in with minimum expectations. I promise you this game will blow you away. Even if you go in with like decent expectation or amazing expectation, I still think this game is a great game and I love playing it. Definitely one of those you can play by yourself. But the hype behind it is just, it's too much. And you want to talk about this, probably honestly takes the cake. This next one definitely takes the cake for the most overhyped game. And I did a review on this, so if you want like the nitty gritty of it, go check it out. Let me see what episode it was. So if you go back to episode 68 of season 2, that is the Starfield review. And this is definitely one of those games that is way too fucking overhyped for its launch. Granted, this game did just come out not too long ago, literally just like a couple months ago at best, when this was recorded, and it's an enjoyable game. This also left a lot to desire. The promise and the expectations that were set did not live up to the game itself, to the way it delivered, the way it played. It's a decent game. I could kind of give it a good game, almost to a degree, but it's just the control. Go watch episodes or listen to episode 68 of season 2, and you'll find out even more. But the most basic way I can say is everything from the controls to the story design to the graphics. It's just there's a lot left to, in my opinion, fix, and that needs to be fixed. And it's an overhyped game that doesn't deserve any of that hype. It's a decent game at best, or it's a good game at best, decent game in reality. But just my opinion again, those are 20 games that I believe, again, Sig, not Rahgel, no one else, Sig, me, myself, and I believe that these 20 games are just way overhyped, and like the level of publicity and the hype and the pop they still get to this day, or they even got at launch, did not equal or equate to how poorly or even how decent or good the game actually played. It was just, they didn't match up. So for those reasons, and many, many more, those are overhyped games, in my opinion. But let's move on to 20 of the, again, these are all just random. These are not my most 20. This is just 20 games that I was thinking about from having a conversation with some buddies. But in no particular order, these are 20 games that I feel like are super underrated. And some of them will, some of them are going to be like, you're wrong. They are shit. I look at all these games from a whole different perspective than most gamers would. I'm not a sweat, I'm not a try hard. I go in looking to enjoy the game, enjoy the story, enjoy the conception, the graphics, the control, like the overall, so to speak, production value of the game. I look at the enjoyment, the replayability. And these are just some. So we're gonna, again, no particular order. But Detroit is Human. This game, it didn't really receive a whole lot of hype compared to a lot of games, really. But the whole concept was very much AI. It was slightly kind of ahead of its time, so to speak. But you had to make good and bad decisions, and this affected your entire storyline. If you're familiar with the game Fable, which is also an amazing game, Detroit is Human has the same sort of feel to it, where if you play as a sentient AI, you're a robot, and you're kind of starting to evolve, develop human emotions and human intelligence and morals, and you're starting to like come to terms with that and start to realize it, and it makes you more human than robot / sentient AI. But you can still like write your story the way you want it to be, where you can be, more human-esque and less robotic, or you can be more diehard robotic than human. Tons of replayability on this one. This game's fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and this was one of those games where like I bought it when it came out, had not a whole lot of promise behind it, especially like seeing gameplay. It was very rough, but when you start playing it, it's enjoyable. Do note though that there's a lot. It's virtually conversationless, not a lot of action. It's more text-based type gameplay. There is action sequences in there, but it's more like you're having a conversation. You have to respond a certain way. You have to press a button to interact at certain times. It's hard to describe it without like showing gameplay for it, but I love this game, and this is definitely one of like I play quite often, and go back constantly. Lego series anything. Lego games are fucking amazing. Like, whether they are Star Wars or Marvel or Lego themselves, whatever. These games are just amazing to play, and they have some of the best script writing in them. They have some of the best jokes, some of the best, like almost like adult implied jokes, and just super funny. Especially since nobody technically dies. Some games you can build, other games you can't rebuild anything. Um, the animation for destroying somebody, especially like Star Wars, honestly, is probably my favorite series inside Lego. Ninjago and even the Bionicle series were good, but something about like just, you gotta play it because it's so much fun. It's funny to listen to dialogue and chat, and they definitely play into the aspect that they are Legos, and this is not the regular Star Wars or the regular Marvel and Ninjago, whatever. Like it's all Lego based and Lego humor, so it's fun. It's enjoyable. Definitely recommend it. Throwback to some really old games. Starting off with Gex, GEX, which is from like PlayStation 1 era. You were just a gecko, a spy gecko. This game was just fun. There was no real hype back then because again, video games were still, I don't want to say underground because that's too incorrect. But video games kind of felt a lot different than they do now. They weren't as accepted. They weren't as published or known. Like if you played video games, one, your parents tend to be like more middle class or wealthy. But even then, like you didn't have the hype around video games. So this is one of those gyms that is just like it's really fun. It was really fun back then. Same with like uh I can't think of the game now anymore. Look. Anyways, there's another PlayStation game that I can't ever think of the name, but I can think of the entire gameplay and tell you all about it. But Gex is an amazing game. Uh, the emulators are fun to still play. No hype around again because it was PlayStation 1, but definitely an underrated game for sure. Along with the Area 51 PlayStation game, where it was, 2 players. You have that anymore? I don't think so. I think it was just 2 players max. But you just go around shooting aliens. And you were on Area 51 base and you had to progress. You had to think like old arcade shooters where you're holding the weapon and pointing at the screen and shooting it. That style, but with controller. Area 51 was an amazing game. This is probably on this list simply because it's a massive childhood game where my younger brother and I would play, and just like you could get lost in this game. So much fun. Definitely loved it. Um, one of the last very old games. And if you know anything about me, you've listened to any of these podcasts, you've ever listened to my streams, Legends of Dragoons. This game is fucking amazing. I love it. Think Final Fantasy, but more sci-fi meets dragon. Like Grand Final Fantasy, very sci-fi and weird, but fantasy more than sci-fi. Legends of Dragons is an amazing game. It was a several part CD. If I remember correctly, there was it 6 or 8? Oh chef, I think it was 6. There were several CDs, so you literally had to like play one part of the game on disc 1, put disc 2 in to continue it, put disc 3 in to continue it, disc 4. Like, grant CDs were a lot smaller back then too, data wise, and there was so much enjoyment behind it of your character having their own story arc and then being able to evolve into something called a dragoon, which is like dragon meets human, and it was just really fun and enjoyable. This game is one of the few games going around that when people ask about like what game needs to be remade, what game needs to be remastered, what game needs to just be brought the fuck back, Legends of Dragoons often can be seen somewhere down deep in that list by the one-off people like myself. But love this game. If this game ever came out again, updated graphics and data storage and data like storyline and everything, oh my god, I would easily pay $100 for this game without a doubt. But it needs to be the exact same game or better, and not promised to be better. It needs to be the exact same game or better. Like it can't go beyond that same game basically. Darksiders 1, 2, and 3. This is really, I enjoy these games because this is like the Four Horsemen, and 1 and 2 were really good. 3 was kind of like a hit. I don't want to call it a gem because it wasn't. It was like, it was the worst of the 3, but it was still a really good game. Like it was good. The other 2 were great games. But you gotta play as War and Death and Fury, and it was just so much fun to kind of go on Earth and wreak havoc and do all this stuff to find your siblings. And it's the story arc on it's amazing. The character development's on it amazing. The controls are amazing. This is also one of those games that constantly gets shit on, so there's not a lot of hype behind them. But it's still an amazing game. I would go check out this franchise, and not Genesis 1, 2, and 3. Darksiders Genesis, which I think is their tactic-based game. Sort of tactic-based game. It's weird. Like it doesn't. I don't feel like Genesis fits 1, 2, and 3. But yeah. Another game that often gets shit on, but my opinion, I love the series. Middle Earth series. It takes place in Lord of the Rings universe, and you are this character who gets the ability to kind of control orcs. Trying to think of a word that's not the one in my head because it's not appropriate. You take control, they become your minions. They do your biddings for you. You know, that, like workers. Really fun game. Story's not the longest. There's some difficulty to it to a degree, but it's still a really fun game in my opinion. And if you're big in Lord of the Ring games, you may enjoy this. If you're not into Lord of the Rings, you could definitely enjoy this game because you're not going to get caught up like so many other people have and still do, where I see reviews about this game and people are just tearing it apart because like, well, actually in the book or in the series, fuck off. It's a video game. It's a video game. It's good. I definitely recommend this. This is also one of those, like, I feel like is a good intro to this type of fighting hacking slash game or series because there's not a whole lot amount to it. It's hack slash, take over, get the ring of power, control some orcs, take the land, take the territory, rinse and repeat. Like it's very like straightforward, and there's not a lot to it, but at the same time, there's a lot you can do if you know what you're doing, and it allows you to like perfect your combos, your moves, figure out which captains you wanna capture first, or so many other things. Like it's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. Immortals Phoenix Rising. This was one of those games last year, 2 years ago. I gotta Google when did Immortal Phoenix came out because this was a game I streamed the whole bloody fucking thing. All right, let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, COVID. December 3rd, 2020. So 3 years ago. This was, or it still is, like it's all about mythology. So you get to like meet up with Zeus and the whole crew and Hades and all them, and you're playing as Phoenix, and you're finding out you're kind of a god slash demigod, and you're rising through the powers or through the structure. Like this is another one of those games like I can show everything. It's really hard to like verbalize it without giving away details and information about that are pertinent to the story, and I don't like that. Even though the game has came out 3 years ago, this is one of those games like they have DLCs for it, but you don't need it to complete the story. The DLCs just adds on to it, adds a whole different level to it. But this is an amazing game. Lots of stuff to do, lots of replayability. Definitely would play it, and I believe it's on Game Pass. If I'm right, I think that's how I play. No, Ubisoft. That's what it is. Ubisoft. You can buy their Ubisoft pass and play it that way. But still amazing game. A little bit of a throwback. Fear. You want to talk about a horror game? This horror game was fucking trippy as shit when it came out years ago. And that was because it was one of the first games to actually like require, but not require, like it, you got more out of it if you used your microphone or used a microphone to a degree where it could listen to you, and it was supposed to like take in so many things like your voice and the way you're talking because you were a soldier going through this complex, and It was lots of jump scares and all that stuff, but it was supposed to really be based around like your tone. So if you're very calm and you're not talking very loud or excited, and you're just very calm, then nothing really bad happened too often. But if you got really excited and you really breathing really heavy and you just you sound like you were scared, it was supposed to pick up on that. I think that type of game works so much better now with the advancement of technology. But still amazing game. Very scary when it came out. This was one of the first scary games I was like, fuck this shit. I hate it. But kept going back. And there's a sequel to, or two sequels to, I forget how many came out. But Fierce, the first one, was really good. It Takes Two. This, I'm not big into like pure co-op games, if you haven't figured out. But It Takes Two is a very fun co-op game that can be played on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, I believe maybe PC. Yes, PC. Where you have to play with another person. My wife and I played this, and we had a lot of fun. And there's just a lot of stuff to do. There's 2 players on it, a husband and wife, and the story basically is husband, wife, and child. Husband and wife are possibly going through a divorce. They're going through a very rough patch. She's working too much. He's basically a stay-at-home dad because he had to quit his job so she could pursue hers. They have a kid. Kid notices and finds a book and basically turns these humans into dolls, her dolls to be specific, and you have to control these dolls and get back to being a human, get back to your daughter who's on the verge of running away. But she gets to, like, you interact with the environment around her, and it lets her know that somebody's there, but she doesn't know yet. The story's really good though. But each person, the husband and the wife, each get like special abilities and weapons throughout the game, depending upon the section you're on, and they have to work together. And it's very, very much a pure co-op game where you really can't progress just with one of you doing all the work and dragging the other one. No, you each equally do work 50-50, and it's a fun game, amazing game. There's tons of them out there like this, but It Takes Two is one that I personally played and love it. The original Payday series, Payday 1 and 2, where you are bank robbers, robbing banks and stuff, really just fun. There's not really much to go off this. This was one of those, like, it started gaining a lot of traction recently because of Payday 3, and it's a fun game, especially to either do by yourself or more enjoyable with friends. But again, it's a good game. A lot to it. You have to like defuse bombs and try not to kill anybody. But if you kill somebody, it changes your score. There's a lot to it, but at the same time, not a lot to it. It's one of those games that my buddies and I were talking about, and often gets forgotten about. Especially Payday 1, Payday 2 became kind of like put them on the map. But it's a really good game. I definitely recommend it. It's really fun to play with friends as well. Like, that's probably my favorite way to play it, because just being bank robbers, you can be bad for a day or two and play the game. So another forgotten series which gets brought up by select communities would be the best way to put it. Army of Two series. Again, this is very heavily like you can play co-op or you can do this by yourself. But it's 2 people, again, by yourself or with a co-op. So you can either have a computer play with you or have a buddy. But either way, this game was really fun. It's a shoot 'em up type game, but strategic. You're going against crooked officials and governments and politicians and all that, and you're doing dirty work, and then you find out about it. The series kind of just dropped off because, quote, lack of desire, which is stupid because this game was like, when it was out, even though there wasn't a lot of hype or publicity around it, it was a hot game. A lot of people loved it. This was one of those games that I remember playing a lot of, and no matter who I talked to on PlayStation, they had it and they wanted another series, they wanted another and another, and it kind of just stopped. And the story still just kind of like is there. It's a cliffhanger. They didn't finish it. That's really annoying. Here's a 3. Let's go. No, we'll save all those. I'll do the non trip ones that are gonna get me, shit on. So, SSX Tricky. just a snowboarding game. Lots of fun. Highly underrated, but really fun. The original SSX Tricky, 1 and 2, I believe, maybe 3. Just really fun. If you like Tony Hawk, this was kind of like that, but snowboarding, and it was just a lot of fun. Really, like, can I say that one more time? I think I can. It's a lot of fun. Just it was a blast to play, doing all the tricky. Like, I love Tony Hawk games 1, 2, and 3. SSX Tricky. There was a motorbike one. Razor, which was scooter, like Razor scooters. That was a fun one. Those type of games are just highly underrated, and they're a blast to play. Super simple. Shut your brain off and just play type games. Another one, and this combo, kind of like Breath of the Wild, Tears of Kingdom, which was one on the other one. This, I'm categorizing this as one, but StarCraft / Warcraft. Warcraft led into World of Warcraft, but StarCraft and Warcraft are just amazing builder game simulators where you have to, you have your base, you have to build certain buildings to build troops and electricity and food and storage. These are just fun games to just sit down and play and shut your brain off, but at the same time they get very competitive, especially StarCraft. Oh my god, StarCraft 2 was freaking nasty. Super toxic at times. Not as toxic as League of Legends, but it got bad at the time. It's also one of the few games that I was actually able to get ranked on global scale, and it's a blast. So many different play styles, so many different techniques, so many different strategies, and you could really never plan on your opponents too much. The most you could do is, like, if you knew they were playing StarCraft specifically, if you knew they were playing as Terran, you would play as Zerg, ideally. But if you also want to be like just a base rusher, you play Zerg because you can build your troops up instantly and just go. There's so much to this. I play this game occasionally too. I don't stream it a whole lot, just because it's one of those where I stream and people instantly like, I want to play with you. Let's play. Are you competitive anymore? No, I'm not. Still a blast though. I love this game. I love the fact that Blizzard re-released Warcraft 3 Reforged, so you can play again. Just a fucking blast. Definitely recommend. These are games that are also old school, vintage style, and if you maybe, yeah, same with like Command and Conquer, you can get into these games and almost start getting addicted to. Not addicted. That's wrong. You can get into the video game sphere and understand, like, oh my god, these games are a lot of fun, because you don't need a lot of knowledge for this unless you want to go competitive, but you can definitely build your way up fairly quickly and start even researching builds and structures and techniques and strategies and just have a fucking blast. Let's get on to some of the more quote unquote controversial ones that I'm sure I'll get shit on for it. Let's start off with Outriders. This was supposed to be like a Destiny 2 killer. I think it does a better job than Destiny 2, but it didn't get the push it needed. And again, the publicity was kind of sort of there. Launch struggled a bit, and there's just not a huge community there anymore. So if you want to play this game, you definitely could. There's tons of customizability. There's tons of story to it. It's very rich in that. And no matter who you play, how you play, there's a lot to it. But Outriders is definitely an amazing game. I still play this game. I just struggle to find other players to hop on. And typically, kind of like Destiny, where there's different, like Destiny, you have hunters, warlocks, and titans. Outriders, you had like your devastators, your pyromancer, technomancer, and tricksters, and each one, you had your close range tank, your medium range, long range, and close range hit and runs. Again, very similar to Destiny, but I think, in my opinion, better. But there was a lot to it, and I often found myself like I was a technomancer, and so it was a long range support / gadget. But I would probably more so than anybody, I would run into tricksters a lot, which are your close range hit and runs, kind of like your rogues, and then maybe a devastator. which is your tanks. Like I say, maybe like I think I've ran into maybe one or two. And it's far and few in between. This game needs a lot more love to it because there's a lot to do in it. But again, it's underrated and the community is just not there. And there's a lot of people like, oh well, it's because it's dying or it's dead. Yeah, it's still a fun fucking game. And again, you don't need players either. You can play by yourself, just like Destiny 2. You can play by yourself. It's just a lot more enjoyable and easier if you have other players to go with. Making up our way through the list, saving probably the last three for last because they're, yeah. Back for Blood, which was not a Left 4 Dead game, but is a Left 4 Dead game because it's not made by Bolt. Back for Blood is in my opinion, I absolutely love this fucking game. This was one of the few games that like I pre-ordered, I play, I still play. I love it because if you ever play Left 4 Dead, it's you and a group of 3 others, whether computers or real players, and you're just facing zombie hordes, and there are specialist zombies out there who they're just like fuck your shit up, and there's a ton of them out there. So we're not gonna dive into it because I think I already did a review about this too last year or 2 years ago, either on my stream or on this podcast. But really fun. This is also one of those like it got shit on because it's not Left 4 Dead. It doesn't feel like Left 4 Dead. It's shitty.
It's a fucking standalone. It has nothing to do with Left 4 Dead. It's just similar
to a degree. Love this game. This is one of those that's really enjoyable if you have a crew, but still equally as enjoyable if you play by yourself, which is what I do a lot. This next game, hell, these next 4 games probably are gonna get me the most shit, realistically. Mass Effect Andromeda. Ooh, that's one that a lot of people just fucking don't like. I don't get it. I don't get the hate behind this game because this game does a good job of continuing the story of Mass Effect, but without continuing the story, and you're able to like break off, and you don't have to play the first 3 to understand this. Does it make it a little bit easier? Absolutely, of course, duh. But you don't need to, in my opinion, because there's enough lore inside the game that it tells you what's happened in the past and tells you about Shepard and all them, so you know, but you don't need it. I love this game. This is also one of those like it's a shooter game, but tactical shooter. It's you and a crew of 2 to 3 other computers who are there to just kind of help you, and you can be very tactical about it to the point where like you tell one of them, computer A, to go up on the ridge and take the high ground, tell computer B to kind of get up close and start shooting, let them be a tank, and then you can kind of do whatever you need to do. This game is a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I still play it. But it's also one of the games that gets shit on constantly. Like I believe it's on like top 20 or top 15 worst sequels. If it's not on the top 5, honestly, but it's a good game. You fucking critics and tryhards, and you shut your fucking mouths because this is a great game. Along with, we're gonna skip that one actually. We're going to these next 2. Fallout 76. I love Fallout franchise. Okay, I think Fallout 4 and 3 got way too much hype, but at the same time they're equal. Fallout 76 got a lot of hype and then was shit on because it felt incomplete, and it very much was. And it's starting to see a lot of love and support now. So it's coming up, and it's a good fun time. It's definitely a different twist to a degree of the traditional Fallout games. If you like New Vegas, you typically like Fallout 76, and New Vegas is also one of those that got shit on and is now beloved. Go check out 76. Fallout 76 is a great game as well. Make sure you go to Prime Gaming. If you have Amazon Prime, you can do Prime Gaming, and that's free content. Sometimes they have stuff for Fallout 76 that is just like, currency or build stuff or weapons. Worth it. Same with a lot of these games, actually. But Fallout 76 gets so much hate for no reason, and it's a good game, but it's also a game I will shit on very quickly when I'm struggling and just having issues with it. Next up would be Star Wars Battlefront 2. This game is good. EA are fuckheads. They destroyed this game. Let me explain. If you're not familiar with this, this is kind of where loot boxes became known, this is kind of where pay to win became big. Star Wars Battlefront 2 was hyped up to be this amazing game, and rightfully so. However, all that hype died very quickly because EA put everything behind a fucking paywall. There was characters like Darth Vader and Yoda that you could definitely get them. Like all these characters you can get by grinding for hours and hours. Darth Vader and Yoda, I believe, like 100. I'm adding way too many zeros, I'm sure, but like 10,000 hours or 100,000. Like it took an astronomical amount of time that was not really feasible or possible. And they said, "Oh, well, you don't have to do that. You can pay 100x dollars, and then you have access to Darth Vader. Oh, but you have to pay another 100x dollars for Yoda." And each character has their own like ability specials and all that stuff, but they had that all behind a paywall, and that pissed off Disney. And if you're not familiar with what happens when you piss off the mouse, at least used to, they're doing a good job of screwing themselves over right now. Disney does not play well if you start costing them money. And that's what EA did, because EA got the licensing for the gaming franchise for Star Wars from Disney. And Disney was very quick to tell them basically, fucking stop that or we're pulling our license and you will not make another Star Wars game or anything else related to LucasArts. And man, did they fucking fix that shit real quick, because they were going to get shut down. They were going to have lawsuits. They were going to be shut down as a studio. There was just all this bad shit going around. But during that whole time, because it took months for this all to happen, I think close to a year, honestly. Star Wars Battlefront 2 is still a good game. If you're a big Star Wars fan, you just want like a Call of Duty ripoff, so to speak. This game's fun. It's enjoyable. I love it. I play it from time to time. But it's also one of those, like, had EA not done what they did, this game would have blown up and would have been a mega hit and probably would be on the overhyped list. But because EA did what EA does best and got their head so far stuck up their own fucking asses, like, they screwed themselves over on this game. And this game is a blast. It's just so much fun. It's enjoyable. Speaking of bad publicity, not even, I wouldn't call that. This next game got so much criticism from extreme gamers. I will call them that, extreme gamers. Because the average, typical, common sense gamer understood and would rather have a fully developed, perfect game, or as perfected as you can get, be released. If that means pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back, so be it. That's fine. Make the game amazing. Just like Skull and Bones is doing right now. They have had several betas. They've had test groups and everything, alpha tests, stress tests, beta tests. I've played most of them. That game still gets pushed back and pushed back and pushed back, and no one's really pissed off too much. Why? Because of this game on this list. If you're not familiar with what game I'm talking about, you can't guess, then I would say you're probably not in the world of gaming. That's perfectly fine. But Cyberpunk 2077. Oh my god. This game got pushed back like 3 or 4 times, and it's done by CD Projekt Red, who makes Witcher. And this game, right now, is a great game. I love it. I still think it was a good game on launch. Some, bugs and glitches and everything had to work out, but it's still a good game, still a great game, still enjoyable, lots of replayability. However, the community, the gamers, the extreme gamers, ruined that really fucking quick, because I shit you not, and we've done episodes about this. This was a game where people were threatening CD Projekt Red, people were doxing members of the studio, of the dev team, of the project, everybody. They were getting death threats, their family was being threatened, doxing was happening where information was being revealed about these people. Like, those hardcore extreme gamers fucking ruined it, because CD Projekt Red originally wanted to push the game back another, I think, like 4 to 6 months originally, and they wanted to be released in 2023 or later in 2022, 2023. Regardless, it was going to be like the next year, because it was coming out at the end of December originally. And people lost their ever-loving shit. We want this game. You promised us, blah, 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 blah. and they started doxing, they started sending hate mail, they started threatening, and we're talking about like serious unaliving type threats. And it's just, it got way out of hand. And right, to a degree, I understand why CD Projekt Red did what they did, because if you're threatening my families, and the easiest thing to do is just be like, fuck it, fine, here you go, take the game as see fit, I don't give a damn, what the fuck ever, here you go, fine. But at the same time, it's not our fault the game's unfinished, unpolished, because you fuckheads ruined it. You couldn't just wait 6 more months. You wanted it now, and they ruined it. Now, CD Projekt or Cyberpunk 2077 is an amazing game. It got a lot of hype around because Keanu Reeves was in it, and the game play is amazing. The storyline is amazing. Lots of replayability because depending upon your backstory, your class, and your specialists and all that, like, there's so much you can do, so much you can replay this game for hundreds of hours on time. And then the fact that they just released the DLC, yeah, or depending upon when you listen to this, they either just released it or it's coming out soon. Doing podcast is weird, but the DLC adds on to it, and I believe Idris Elba's in it, and it's just an amazing game. Definitely recommend it. Disregard all the negative publicity around it. Disregard all the negative reviews, because a lot of the reviews came out the first like 6 months, because that game was plagued with glitches and bugs and issues and just problems, especially for console players. Not so much for us PC players, but definitely for consoles. I saw a lot of reviews actually for PlayStation specifically. But the game's amazing. It's a lot of fun. It's one of those games that got a very, very, very bad press because of very fucking stupid ass people. But the game's a blast. Definitely go recommend. I definitely go play. I do recommend it. There we go. There's a proper sentence structure. But it's a lot of fun. You just have to like disregard the bad launch because of extreme dumbasses who ruined it. But yeah, that would be my list. If you want more detail about this, comment down below in the section. You can leave reviews on podcast episodes regardless of what platform you're on, and you should be able to comment on it. If not, go on social media at 2Guys1Gamepad, except for Twitter. Twitter is 2Gamepads. All that should be listed down below in the description of each episode as well, so where you can check it out, and just let us know if you feel like I am completely in the wrong about one of the overhyped games. And I'll recap my overhyped list and recap my underrated list. But if you feel like I'm in the wrong about one of these, or that the game is properly hyped, let me know. Comment, tag us, tweet us. Do make sure though you say Sig, not Rahgel. Don't come at Rahgel. This is not Rahgel's list. This is Sig's list. This is Sig's episode. But let us know what you think about this, and thanks so much. Oh, no, we're not signing off yet. I told you I was going to recap. See, this is how fucking ADHD works. Let's go back through the overhyped list. We're not elaborating, we're just going through the list. So no particular order, my overhyped list: No Man's Sky, Starfield, Sea of Thieves, Last of Us, Dead Island 2, Overwatch 2, Duke Nukem Forever 2011, Animal Crossing, the combo of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Legend of Zelda, Call of Duty, Pokemon, Fortnite,
Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh, dumbass. Skyrim, League of Legends, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Final Fantasy series, Mario series, and Grand Theft Auto 5 are my overhyped games. My most underrated game, or not most, sorry, wrong word. My underrated games right now is Detroit is Human, Lego series, Gex, Area 51, Legends of Dragoons, Darksider series, Middle Earth series, Immortal Phoenix Rising, Fear, It Takes Two, Payday 1 and 2, Army of Two series, Fallout 76, Star Wars Battlefront 2, Cyberpunk 2077, SSX Tricky, Mass Effect Andromeda, Back for Blood, StarCraft/Warcraft, and Outriders. Again, disagree, agree, let me know, comment, tweet, or comment, shout at us on social media, and let us know, let Sig know, that's me, what you think about it. Other than that, everyone, thank you so much for tuning into this day's episode. I hope you have a wonderful time. Until next time, everyone, I'm going to steal a line from Rahgel because I feel like I'm doing him dirty if we don't say these words at the end of each podcast. So thank you, Rahgel, for that. But until next time, everyone, bye, bitch.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. I am Rahgel, aka The Talent. As we go through this episode, you may notice it may be a little quiet on the other end. We don't have Sig on this one. So you get just me and me alone. I'm going to bring you my top 20 hyped and underhyped video games of all time. Now, this is a list that I put together just merely on the fact of the ones that I thought, these are not my favorites. These are not ones that I completely dislike. But they're ones that I kind of went through and found to be a little more overhyped than they should have been, and ones that definitely did not get the hype that they deserved. So we'll probably spend more on the ones that are underhyped because I do feel like I played more of those ones and maybe a little more passionate about those ones. But again, this is not a list of my top 20 of all time, or at least 20 that I like and like that. And these are also in no order. So I'm not ranking them 1 to 20 or like that. This is just strictly a list, and a list alone. These are, I'm sure there's going to be plenty more out there. But for this one, I'm going to stick with these 20 that I've got. And we're going to start off with the 20 most overly hyped video games. And probably there's going to be some here that people are probably really going to agree, and probably some that they may disagree on, which is perfectly fine. Again, you're always welcome to come on the episode, talk to us about it, debate about it, and, any way you want to talk about it, you're welcome to come on. So with that, let's get into this one. First off, we're going to start off with Cyberpunk. Everyone knows how overhyped this game was, how it was bullied into coming out. Creators were getting death threats and everything else. The game came out covered in bugs. The game didn't play well, extremely buggy, a lot of bad feedback. They hyped it up so big, but then I don't put this one on the creators though. The consumer wanted it so bad that they started to threaten the developers, and they wanted it out so bad, but it just failed. And no, this is not my number one, but it's just one that definitely is on the list because it was so overhyped, but failed to deliver. Now, is that on developers? Like I said, no, but it definitely got overhyped for the way that it played, and that's strictly how we're going to do this list. It's just how it played. And that one definitely did not play how it should have. Definitely had potential, but again, pushed out too soon. Sucks, but it is what it is. The next one, you're probably going to agree with me on this one too, Battlefield 2042. What do you got to say about this one? It was garbage when it came out. Hyped up so big. They wanted to compete with all the other BRs that were out there, but it just fell flat. I mean, definitely was not one that could have maybe been better. I don't know. But the way that it played when it came out, just absolute trash. Didn't like it. Wasn't a fan. Definitely overly hyped for sure. The next one we've got, Madden Football. I love sports. Football is probably one of my all-time favorite sports. I've coached it. I played it. I watch it. Sunday comes around, shut down. That's all I do on Sundays. Monday nights, I'm watching football during football season. It takes even, as you guys know, we do a lot of wrestling episodes. I watch Monday Night Football overall a lot of times. Same thing with Thursday night. I don't do a whole lot of college football. I do enjoy football. I'll watch it. It'll be on the background, but Sundays is where I devote all my time pretty much to it. But definitely this game is what it is. It doesn't change. It's just kind of one of those things that people love it, but I can't find myself to sit down and enjoy it as much as everybody else does. I just think it's way overly hyped on everything they've got with it. But again, it's one of those, I think it's more of a niche type game. You fall into it and you love it. But with that being said, on the niches like that, the next one I say was going to be WWE, but a caveat is anything after Nintendo 64. Everything before that, the games were a little different because you started to get intro music. The gameplay was way different. Just the way that you could play NWO versus WCW, those games were just so different, and the way that it was done, way different. Now you have the same thing. The storylines, they're not as enjoyable. It's the same thing over and over and over. But definitely gets hyped up way more than it is. It's just a yearly release game, updated rosters, changing a little bit of the storyline. Just something that I don't get excited about it. I love wrestling, but the game is just definitely overhyped. The next one we've got here, Fortnite. It is. It's overhyped. No changes to it. It's a BR. It's stagnant, but it's overly hyped. They're going to the kids. They're trying to pull the kids in and like that. Younger crowd, shall I say, not kids. Younger crowd. There is definitely a middle-aged crowd as well that plays it. It is a game that is enjoyable to play with friends, but I cannot devote my time to it, and I just don't get a lot of the hype with it. But I think it has a lot of playability to it, but it definitely is overhyped. Everywhere you look is Fortnite. I don't know, just definitely overhyped. But at the same time, I will play it, but still, I think it's just too overhyped. But going into that, I will be fair and I will say Warzone. Warzone is overly hyped. As many bugs as that game has, cheaters that they have, it's definitely overhyped. And I will just say Warzone. I'm not going to get into the whole Call of Duty and everything else, but I will say Warzone. As a BR, it is overhyped. It gets a lot of push behind it. It's definitely everywhere you look. Warzone this, Warzone that. Definitely with the new maps that are coming out in the future or in the next few days. Once this comes out, I'm recording right now on the 7th of November, and we've got NW3 coming out here soon. But with just strictly Warzone, it is overly hyped. It's on, same thing like we said with Fortnite. Warzone is on Doritos bags. It's on, monsters, things like that. It's everywhere. It's overly hyped. It's out there. It's down your throat. No matter where you look, it's going to be there. But I can't say Fortnite without saying Warzone. You can. I'm not even gonna bring up the other ones because I think these are two of the bigger ones that go back and forth. And then I'll just leave those two there. They are overhyped. They are annoying, but those are ones that are playable at the same time. But like I said, they're overhyped. Another one, Star Wars Battlefront. This game had so much potential, and some say it came out before its time. But the hype that they had behind this game and the way that it really flopped, I had high hopes for it. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, but I do enjoy the games. This one definitely had a lot of potential, but flopped hard. It was a bundle when the PlayStations came out. I believe it was PS4 when it came out. It was a bundle, and they pushed it hard, and again, it just flopped. It wasn't a game that I enjoyed, and I got mad when I played it because it was built up so big. Wasn't a fan at all. Next one, Alien. Excuse me. Colonial Marines. Huge hype, horrible game. I saw this game a lot in the build-up. Was excited about it. Aliens. If you can't see it back here, I have a Predator. Predator is one of my favorites. So I just knock one down. But Aliens are one that they're kind of unsung heroes when it comes to some of these games. But this game had a lot of potential, and it fell flat on its face. I think the playability was horrible. Just not a very well put together game. I think it was rushed at the same time. But also going to the rush games, like we've had before, Cyberpunk was another one. But the next one after this, Duke Nukem Forever. I think this is more of a nostalgia game than when it was put out. I think they were hoping to get more of the older players to come in and pick this game up and run with it. It just didn't get the, I don't know how to say it. It didn't get picked up it wasn't well received like they wanted to. The game was not good. The game was very buggy and boring. It didn't have I think they tried too much for the nostalgia fact on it, but I couldn't enjoy it. It just got way overhyped, and I didn't enjoy it. The next one is one game that I have not played, but I've seen so many people play it. I don't understand it. Sea of Thieves. I don't get it. I've watched people play it. I can't bring myself to play it. Also, I don't even think it's on console. I think it's strictly a PC game. Again, if I'm wrong, feel free to say something. But I don't get the hype behind this game. You're a pirate on a pirate ship. That's all I've gathered. I don't get it, but it is what it is. I just whatever. I don't know. Yeah, Sea of Thieves. Not a fan. Don't get the hype. Just it is what it is. I guess I don't know. Marvel vs. Capcom. Horrible game. Didn't like it. Not a fan, and this is probably going to go right along with some of these. I do have a few of these games kind of back to back. Marvel vs. Capcom, it was boring. I didn't like it. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the fighting games. I liked that you had Marvel, cool. Capcom, cool. Just not a very fun game. It was pushed out there, and then not a fan. Not a fan at all. Next one is any Street Fighter game. Not not a fan of Street Fighter. Maybe that's also why I didn't like Marvel vs. Capcom. Not a Street Fighter fan. I don't like the graphics. I don't like the playability of it. It's just a lot of people that like it. An arcade style game, cool. Not one that I was rushing to fight over to play. Not one that I enjoyed. So I mean, anything like that, didn't like it. And next one may catch people off guard, but any Mortal Kombat made after Mortal Kombat 3. I mean, the first three I enjoyed. Anything after that, after Mortal Kombat 3, I didn't like. Just push them out as they can. Not a fan of them. Even the new one, I have seen gameplay of it. Cool. I mean, there's a campaign mode, stuff like that. Not a fan, if that's what it's called. But I'm not seeing the hype behind any of the new stuff. I think they got a little ridiculous with the fatalities, where they used animals to kill too. I'm not going to use the word because I don't know if that's accurate or not. But it got a little corny. It got really corny, really corny, really quick. Now moving on from the fighting games, Fallout 76 or any Fallout game. I had a conversation about this today with a buddy of mine. Too technical for me. I didn't get the hype behind it. It's a slow paced game for me. When I played it, you had way too much to do, way too much going on. It's just too slow paced for me. I didn't get the hype behind it. Just couldn't join the hype. I couldn't get with it. But that leads me to the next one of Starfield, this newly released game that you're on a spaceship and you have to pretty much do the same thing. It seems like, again, this is not a game that I played, so I don't think it's on console. But watching people play this game, I think I'm not alone in this one. That Starfield got a lot of hype and it was just horrible. It's boring to watch, and I've even seen guys say when playing it that it's boring and it's very, very slow paced. I know that it takes a lot of time, and I've talked to Sig about it. He's even put in a lot of time and barely made any progress. So slow paced games like that, I can't get into. And the next one will also tie into that of Skyrim. I can't get into that game. I can't. It's all these slow paced games of trying to go out, collect, do these quests and stuff like that. I can't get down with it. If that's what you're into, cool. Just not me. I just think they're too overly hyped with what they've got going on. But again, it's my ADHD. I don't know. I just have to have craziness going on and constant action of some kind. And so I play a lot of Warzone. But Skyrim, not a fan. Next one I'm probably going to get a lot of hate on, but World of Warcraft. I've played World of Warcraft. I've seen how you can lose your life in it. You can lose days in it. You can lose a lot of stuff in it. I just can't. I can't get behind it. So I don't know really how to say it anymore. Of just directly, it's out there and it's everywhere. I mean, they can't even make a decent movie, and that's just a dig at Sig because that movie's garbage. I don't get it. I don't get how people can devote more time to this and not realize that it's the same thing over and over. But yeah, it's just not a game that I can do either. So, World of Warcraft, too overly hyped for me. But again, to each their own, do your thing. Next one that I had high hopes for when it was coming out. All the movies, everything else they had going on. Loved every one of them. Marvel's Avengers. When this game came out, I had extremely high hopes for it. I had seen it everywhere. I had seen them talk about it. I had seen them really, really push this game out, promote it, and everything else, and it just did not have the playability that was really, really enjoyable. I thought it was very buggy, and I thought there was a lot of just lackluster. Not as fun as I thought it was going to be. I wanted more open world for it. There's just a lot more that could have been done with the game. but it just left you wanting more, and left you wanting to essentially break the game after playing it, because it was frustrating, to say the least. In my last overly hyped game that I know we've talked about numerous times, and this is every one of them that's ever been made, is Final Fantasy. I cannot stand turn-based style games at all. I don't care about the story. I don't care about how big of a sword he can spin around or how spiky your hair can get. These games have been shoved down your throat since early 90s, and I cannot get behind them. I cannot enjoy them, and it may be something that will probably get a lot of people upset. But this is my list. You want to debate it? Go ahead. Come at me, talk about it, whatever. Come on the show, we'll talk about it. But again, Final Fantasy, I left it for last because that will be, if we're ranking, that is my number one overly hyped and disliked game. All right, now to the underwhelmed or underhyped games that I thought growing up definitely didn't get what they deserved when playing them. Now, if you did notice with the overly hyped, there's a lot more newer games. Because that's how a lot of it is now. The overly hyped, when I was younger, a lot of it was word of mouth. But a lot of the games I'm going to talk about underwhelmed were ones that a lot of my friends weren't talking about. I wasn't seeing in the magazines, or I kind of just ones that you kind of come across, and when you're going out and you're renting video games. Yes, I'm dating myself how old I am, but you're renting video games not from Redbox but from a video store. Like a Blockbuster and things like that. You're going out, you're renting these games, and you're finding ones that you can play that aren't the ones that a lot of people talk about. They're not like the Halos and stuff like that. So you will see a lot of Sega games. To be honest, there are a lot of Sega games that are on here. I think Sega kind of got overlooked on a lot of these, in my opinion, but we'll see. Let's get into it. But the first one that I have on this list is Kung Fu from the original Nintendo. Great game, side-scroll game, left to right. Very simple, very fun game. The playability of this game is great. Speed runs are done on this game all the time. Same with Super Mario, stuff like that. But this with Kung Fu, not a lot of people that I knew growing up when I had this knew what it was. Still to this day, when I ask people about or say something about Kung Fu, they have no idea what I'm talking about. I have to go on my phone and show it to them. Now, back in the day, trying to explain what this was, I had to run home, grab the cartridge, and show it to them. You couldn't just show them on a phone back then. Unless you had it in a magazine back then to show it. That's how you could get it. But you really had to push this game to get other people to play. So Kung Fu is one that definitely is out there. Next one. This is a newer game, Cult of the Lamb. I had just happened to see this one. Another streamer was playing, and I downloaded it, played it, and it's great. The playability is great. The graphics are kind of the sticker cartoonish graphics, but the story of it is kind of fun because it's a cult, and you're taking over and going through and doing many different tasks and things like that. So it's fun. Playability is great, and you get even interactions with Twitch when you're streaming it. So it's just a fun game. Definitely one to check out if you have not seen it. Check out Cult of the Lamb. We've talked about on the podcast many times. Sig and I both play it. Next one, Bad Dudes. Probably a knockoff of Double Dragon, but the playability of this one is good. It's not your Double Dragon. It's two brothers that have same kung fu style fighting styles in a side scroll game. It's a Nintendo game, but it was one that was not talked about a lot either because Double Dragon was out there. A fun game. Graphics are what they are back then. Kind of buggy a little bit, but definitely a fun game if you enjoy those kung fu games. It's not Double Dragon, things like that. 2-player game. You can only go so far as a first player before the second player has to catch up in your side scrolls. So same style. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Next one is Knack. Came out on PS4. There's a Knack 2 also. You're pretty much a rock character. As you go through and build up or fight people and collect different stones, your character starts to build up. But if you get hit, you lose some of the stones. So you get smaller, you get bigger as you collect it. But the playability of this game, I played it a little bit. I've a friend of mine who plays it a lot and really enjoys it as well. I found it from him. Again, this is a game that the playability, he's played it numerous times. I played it a little bit, but seeing it and playing it is definitely fun, playable game, and a game that you can definitely lose your time in if you need to, and definitely a game that I think should have been pumped up a lot more on the PlayStation, because I think it is only a PlayStation game. Next one, I know I had a lot of the fighter games and the overhyped, but I do have one that I kind of enjoyed that I don't think a lot of people at the time when I was playing it or when it came out really played a whole lot of. But Tekken was one that a lot of people did play, but it wasn't looked at as in Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. It was a newer one that came out, but when it came out, I don't think it got the push that it really deserved of how different the characters were. But it is one that, and this is going to be an arguable one for sure, of overly hyped or underhyped. But I know that a lot of people didn't know what it was when we first started seeing it or playing it in the arcades. It wasn't anything that was really out that I saw a whole lot of. But again, this is one that I think could have got a lot more hype behind it to definitely put it up there above Street Fighter. I think over the years it did get it, and I think it did eventually end up getting to the Street Fighter level, Mortal Kombat level, but it's still not quite surpassing that or getting it as much love as the other ones are. Another one we had growing up is one that we could stay up for, days, I think, playing this game, was Dynasty Warriors. Definitely a, I don't know what to call it really. It's like a, I don't know how to explain it. Asian characters of samurai style fighting of mass hordes of enemies coming at you, and you have playability in the matter of you're just constantly fighting these hordes of enemies coming at you in it's samurai style, but they have their Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon type powers. I don't know how to explain it, but Dynasty Warriors is a game that's definitely fun. Playability is continuous in this game and definitely fun to play. Check it out and drop a comment. Let me know what you think of a lot of these so far, but this is one also to check out. Next one I think that's been looked over and needs to be remade was Jet Moto. Jet Moto was made back in, I believe, PlayStation 1 and was just a racing game on, they seem like what are just air bikes. This is a game that you can obviously race, but you can also go around and just play around on the track and don't have to really commit to anything. We played it so much that we ended up just playing tag with this within the different courses that they had. It was definitely a fun game that we would go through and we would race for one, or we play tag in it. And we were, I think, in middle school at this time. And again, this is mid-90s when this came out. So we're playing these games, and it's just one game that I would love to see them remake. But again, a lot of people don't know about this game unless you talk about it and show them what it is. But definitely needed to be hyped up a lot more than it did back in the day. Next one would be a newer one that I found, and this one could have been hyped. I don't really know, but Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I never really saw it, but again, maybe I missed it. I'm not on a lot of platforms looking for stuff. I didn't see a whole lot of commercials, ads, or anything else for it. I had looked up Star Wars games. It wasn't like I stumbled across Star Wars. Obviously, I was looking for Star Wars games and found this one. I enjoyed it. The playability is fun. The story is great. The controls are simple, and I can definitely lose myself in that game. But again, I didn't see a whole lot of hype for it, and I really would like to see more. I did see the second one come out, did get a lot more, but that could have just been because I saw the first one and I started to notice the second one more. But I don't feel like it got the hype that it really deserves and how good the game really is. So, maybe I missed it, but I think that one should have maybe got a lot more hype than it did. Next one, RoboCop versus Terminator. This is a Sega game that I love to this day, and I can play nonstop. It's another side-scroll game, but you have your RoboCop fighting against the Schwarzenegger Terminator 2 style Terminator, and it's fun. The guns that you get and playing as RoboCop, going against Ed 209 as well, and just the different characters that you have to play against in this game, and just the sounds that are in the game are really cool as well. A fun game, and one that definitely a lot of people don't know about that I've talked to and didn't even know it was a thing, but it's one game that I really enjoyed as well. Sticking with Sega, the next one was Maximum Carnage. It's a Spider-Man style game, but also it's a fun one. You're playing as Spider-Man. You fight against Canary. You fight against Black Cat, and obviously Venom, Carnage, Doppelganger, Hobgoblin. A lot of those characters in there. The playability of this game is great. Again, back in the day, did not see this game hyped up a whole lot. I came across it, and the cover art caught me because it's Carnage across the front of it. Didn't really remember hearing a whole lot about it. Came across it, and it's one game that I will still play to today. I love it. It's great. A lot of fun. Playability is awesome. So check it out. Again, Maximum Carnage on Sega, if you can't find it. Next one I had stumbled across, and I don't know if really anybody had talked about it to me or if I just happened to grab it, but Deadpool. I played it on PS4, I believe, when I got it. And I think I come across it in a Redbox, possibly. But this game it's cool, and I don't understand how I've never heard about it or anything else. And again, maybe I just missed it, but the playability of this game is great. You're playing as Deadpool, obviously, but the way that this game plays, you can lose yourself in it. There's just the quips and everything that Deadpool says, the way that you're shooting the guns and playing throughout the different levels. It almost has a I want to say Batman Arkham game style in a way, but it's definitely fun. It definitely did not get the hype that it deserved to be out there because it was a fun game. I loved it. I almost kept it from Redbox because I had a really bad habit of not returning that stuff, but I had to make sure because it was $60 if I didn't return it. But I didn't want to take it back. I wanted to keep playing it, and of course I never bought it because once I got rid of it, I didn't play it anymore. But I think it's one that was definitely didn't get the hype it deserved. Next, we have Homefront. Homefront was a PS4 game. Maybe it's PS3. Again, I made this list. I'm just trying to throw it all out there. Homefront. It's a military-style game of when it's the invasion of the U.S. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head now. I'm drawing a blank. But invasion of the U.S. and you're fighting. It's almost Red Dawn style. So you're going through and you're fighting through urban-style combat, and it's definitely a lot of fun. If you haven't heard about it, look into it. Homefront. I think it was PS3 or PS4. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was definitely fun. Check it out. Next one, again, another Sega game. We're going to probably have quite a few more Sega games, to be honest. The Warriors. Based off the movie, The Warriors. The gameplay again was great. One that should have gotten a lot more hype. The movie was great from back in the day. If you're into those style movies, check it out. The Warriors. But if you see the game, I don't know, without getting a bootleg version of it or trying to get a Sega and find the game, I don't know how you're able to play it. But just look up playability on YouTube with a lot of these games. But this one was fun. You could use weapons, you could throw bottles, everything else. Just one game that I wish would have gotten a lot more hype with it too. Next one, Basket Brawl. Basketball game that's on Sega, where you could fight on the court. You could throw punches, you could throw kicks, you could dive. This was around, I think it was after NBA Jam it came out. This is one game that definitely we played a lot, and it was all through word of mouth on this one because nobody knew what it was until we came across it again in a video store. Came across it, and it was a local one. We didn't have Blockbuster growing up, but for any reference, that's what I'll say is Blockbuster. We came across it, and we would constantly rent the game, but we had to see who had it or who rented it because we'd go and it was gone because we had played it so many times that everybody in our town was renting it, and there's only one copy in the entire town to rent. Now, obviously, some people would go out and buy it, but this one caught on really quick, and it was only through word of mouth on this one because nobody knew about this game until we started playing it. But basketball was a fun basketball game that you could just fight, and it was a lot of fun, and we had a lot of parties that we played this at, sleepovers, stuff like that. Definitely a fun one. The next one we had that I think didn't get as much hype as it should have, and should still get the hype because it's what it stemmed from, or what stemmed from this game. Titanfall 1 and 2, the mech style fighting, definitely a fun game, different from what I've played in the past of mech games. I like the gameplay of it. You can definitely customize. The fights are great. Just the way that the mechs can move and the sound of the mechs and everything. I just don't think it got the hype that it really deserved to go through the way that it was developed, the way it was played. The game has so much more potential to develop into something even bigger than what it already is. I'm excited to see what they do with it because I think it is one that should become a BR style. I would love to see a mech BR game if Titanfall was to do it correctly. I think it could be way better than Warzone, than Fortnite. I think that would be one that will probably take over a lot of the BRs. So definitely one that I've enjoyed. I just want to see more from it. I hope there's a lot more to come from it. So Titanfall, if you're listening, just make a BR. Next one that I played a lot of, and like I said, with fighting games, I have 2 on this list, and I have 2 on the other ones. But Def Jam Fight for New York. This is one that I played a lot, and a lot of my friends caught on to also, and I think I got it from a friend of mine as well. But you have the Def Jam rappers, like you have Ludacris, there's Method Man, Redman. You have Exhibit. A lot of those guys, you are the fighter in these games. This one is definitely different. They have the whole soundtrack of this game is great because it is the Def Jam music. It's the way that this game is played. It is side scroll. No, it's not side scroll. You turn around. You follow the characters around in the fighting style. Stumble over all that. But the game is definitely fun, and one that not a lot of people have played, not a lot of people have heard about. But Def Jam is a fun fighting game, definitely because it's different in how Mortal Kombat was, how Street Fighter was, how even Tekken was. Just being able to be these rappers and fight was definitely fun and different. I think it's just because it was so different that that's why we liked it as much. But definitely want to see that hype back. I believe it's getting re-released or already released again on maybe newer consoles, or it's coming out. I'm not sure. I know I've seen it teased or whatnot, but one that I really, really liked. Now to the next couple, which I believe are next 3 will be Sega games, and then we'll get to our last one. But this next 3 are 3 Sega games that I played, and I know we've talked about at least 2 of them. I probably talked about all 3 of these on the previous podcast, but Toe Jam and Earl, 2 aliens that are essentially stuck in what seems like a unlivable planet, or I won't say Earth because it just seems as if they're stuck somewhere else. I never really got the whole story of this game. I just enjoyed playing it because of how corny it was and the music that they had and just the way that the game would play. I don't think I ever understood the concept of the game or even how to win, but I would get so far in the game and I would die, or I would just kind of get to the point of like, okay, I have to stop playing because I'm going in a circle, and I didn't want to invest any more time trying to figure out what I needed to do. But back then, I couldn't save. Sega didn't have it as a save option or checkpoints in this game, so you would have to pretty much start over every time. But I caught myself going back, starting over, playing it the same way, trying to get to certain points. But a lot of people don't even know about this game. Still have never heard about this game. but this one that I think definitely should have been pushed a lot more than it was, and I would love to see more from it if it was, but you'll probably never hear anything from this game again. But yeah, Toe Jam and Earl, definitely a great game. Next one are two that are probably iconic, but did not get the hype because they were Disney movies. At that time, they were pumping out a lot of Disney movie games. So I mean, it got hype just because of what it was, but was not promoted in a manner of this is a good game. This is a game that a lot of people are going to like. But Lion King and Aladdin. Okay, so they're even sold now as bundles on PlayStation, I believe Xbox as well. But these two games back to back are challenging, irritating, and fun at the same time. There's levels that you get to that you'll never get to again, or levels that will take you forever to get back to. Aladdin was frustrating in the same way. They had the soundtrack for them. The characters are all the same. Definitely one that you have to check out if you have not seen it. But again, these are all Segas. If you cannot find a bootleg version of it, or go back in time, find a Sega somehow. I don't even know if they're on the released Segas that they did. But again, they are on PlayStation and Xbox in some manner. They might be downloadable too. Let's get to the last one. One that I had a Wii at one point, and I found this game, and it's probably one that I found myself sucked into more just because it's not Wii Tennis, because that alone was one that is great in its own. But House of the Dead Overkill, this game sucked me in so much that I think it's one that I will probably be able to play no matter what if I ever get a Wii again. That's one game that I know I played a lot of hours on. I spent a lot of hours just because of how it was. Your first-person shooter going through, and you're shooting at the screen just like arcade style. Have to shoot off the screen to reload. Going through, zombies popping up everywhere. Just this game, the playability of it was great. I just don't think it got the hype that it deserved. I know the arcade style definitely has its style there within the arcade, but when you're able to bring it home, I don't think it got hyped up enough to let people know that, hey, you can play this game in home, and it's almost as good as the arcade style. So one game that I really enjoy, and I will play again if I ever get the chance to find a Wii that's not $600 laying around somewhere. So, again, top 20 hyped, overhyped, and 20 underhyped, underwhelming games. Again, please don't take it to heart as if these are my end-all, be-all, top 20, bottom 20 games at all. This is just a list that I put together. So, again, comment, let me know if you want to come on the show and talk about them. Again, go ahead, feel free. It's all in fun, but hey, we'll see. Check us out every Thursday. Sig and I and Lance play typically Warzone. We're looking at other games, but as of right now, nothing's catching us. We're on Warzone a lot, just playing that. Check out the merch store. Yeah. Till then, check it out later. Bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. I'm Rahgel. This is Sig. We are coming to you today with our top 20 overly hyped, overly rated video games and our 20 underhyped, underwhelming. Is that the best way to describe it, Sig?
So hey, we're gonna do at least 10 overrated and 10 underrated. 20 total. Yeah, Ted, you don't have 20 video games on your fucking list. I have 20.
There's 20 on mine. I have
total.
I
sure.
think I have 40. There's 40.
We're gonna focus on at least 10, but that 20 is gonna be a really long episode. So 10 from each of our lists. So he'll pick 5, I pick 5, and we'll discuss. If you're familiar or not aware of what we're talking about, last 2 episodes before this one, they're both individual episodes. I did one, Rahgel did one, and we're talking about our personal opinions on games that are overhyped, Typically, ones that had a lot of promotion, publicity, promos, and all that stuff, and the game just didn't meet the expectations, and they flopped or they didn't feel finished or proper, versus games that received virtually none, no media, no publicity, no pop, no promo, and they were amazing games. And we're going to justify it. Why the fuck not? So, we made 2 episodes already. We're coming together now to basically compare notes and, ask questions or whatever. You'll see. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. It's fine.
We're going to argue. That's all it's going to be. It's going to be a married couple argument. That's all it's going to be.
Like every other episode, it's fine.
Yes.
Except for our wrestling ones from here on out, because we have Lane, who's going to just fucking tear you apart. With me.
So getting past the bullying
daddy.
episodes that we're going to have. Shut the fuck up. Where do you want to start in this rigmarole of madness that we have here? Do you want to start with under or over?
That's what she said. Let's start with overhype. Let's start with like the negative and end on the positive.
Okay.
So, I'll let you go first. You can pick any of them, or if you agree, you want to go further, whatever.
Of the overs, let's say. I mean, there are a few that we do have that are like the exact same. I think we both. Well, no, I guess not. No.
You misspelled Duke Nukem.
I noticed that. Big fucking deal. I just noticed that too. I was like, fuck. He's gonna notice that and say something. I put an L instead of a K. They're right next to each other on the keyboard and I was typing fast. Fuck off. Anyways.
You misspelled Battlefront.
I did?
Yeah, it says
Battlefront. That says what?
It says Star Wars Battlefront. You left the F off.
Fuck off. The F is for you.
Only if you call me daddy.
Big fucking deal. Because you copy and pasted all yours doesn't count.
Excuse me, I hand wrote them all on a book and then transferred them to the computer, so fuck off.
I don't want to hear your fucking lies.
Because unlike you, I have multiple friends. And I have one of your friends.
Anyways, to the overhyped. You fuck. There's one for sure, or actually 2 for sure that we have that are overhyped, and I think we should probably just get these 2 out of the way. I think you know exactly which ones we've talked about quite a bit. Being Fortnite and, well, you have Call of Duty, I have Warzone. I think Warzone is way more overhyped than Call of Duty is, just because of how it is now. Over the years,
you want to talk about Modern Warfare 3? You want to talk about upcoming Modern Warfare, or it's already came out by the time this video came out? Modern Warfare 3, 2023?
I will say over the years, though, Call of Duty has been hype, but I will think Warzone has caused the hype to be a lot higher.
Yeah.
Due to it now. So I said Warzone, and because I put it in with Fortnite. And to be honest, you could probably put a lot of BRs on there.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to give light of day to that other shitty one.
Well, no, because like
out there.
I'll agree with that, because on my list, like I definitely have Overwatch, I have Fortnite, I have Call of Duty, and they're so fucking overhyped and they're so overrated too. But this is one of those fine lines, like I was talking in my episode anyways, where it's such a fine line of who's to blame, streamers or developers, like studios, for having the marketing budget for it. But it's just one of those where it is obscenely overhyped. You can't go anywhere on the internet, you can't go anybody's stream without hearing something about it. And typically with like Fortnite and Call of Duty specifically, is they live the mantra of any publicity is good publicity. Because I mean, and the only reason why I say Call of Duty, like as a whole, is Ricochet.
Cheaters. Yeah,
that's a fucking like whole thing. And just how over the years it gets so much hype and it never executes properly. And this year, more so than anything, with Modern Warfare 3 game, nothing but destroyed. I mean, for God's sakes, IGN gave him a 4. Do you know how shitty you have to fucking be for IGN to be like, ugh. Oh, we're not gonna lie and say this is a 7. We're gonna have to give this a 4. Which, so it's probably like a 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've been getting shit on lately for a lot more that I think has drug them down. But I don't know. We'll wait and see how that one is. But yeah, like you said, you can't go anywhere. You see it everywhere. I mean, even going into Target, Walmart, things like that, you see it also. So I mean, there's
fucking Amazon.
Figures.
I don't even go into Target and Walmart if I don't have to. But I see it on like Amazon. Hell, I see it at Hy-Vee from time to time. And I was like, are you fucking serious? You don't even sell fucking video games.
On Doritos bags, because you can get the COD points and everything off there.
Anything Pepsi.
I've seen it. Yeah.
PepsiCo. So Doritos and Mountain Dews. Yep.
It's all over. So I mean, it's everywhere. It's those two are big ones, I think, for a lot of it. I mean, the BRs are huge, especially right now, but it's not going to slow down by any means.
Ooh, I think on the contrary, actually, I think we are starting to we've already hit the peak. And I think we're going to start seeing a significant decrease in battle royales come out, because if you look at even like the indie companies and third parties and other studios, even like EA and Epic, their battle royales are not working out for them. Like Valorant, that had so much pop and so much hype behind it, and it fizzled after like a month. It's gone. Now you can still find your competitive and you still find it out and about, but it is not talked about. It is not mentioned. It is like as though it ceased to exist. Knockout's another one. Like there's just so many of them that the market became so oversaturated that clearly the only two that stood above the rest are Fortnite and Call of Duty. But then you have like Overwatch 2, who really Blizzard / Activision just kind of fucked themselves on that one.
Mm-hmm.
You had no choice but to play Overwatch 2 if you want to play Overwatch by shutting down Overwatch 1.
Yeah.
But there's just no ingenuity behind it anymore. And it's becoming very stagnant. It's becoming very lackluster. I mean, hell, Fortnite already announced that they're returning back to Chapter 1. Or they're already at Chapter 1. Going back to the OG days. But there's a lot of hype around this. And again, Fortnite's also very stagnant in my opinion too. And to clarify, all the games on my list I've played or I currently play. Just want to kind of specify that. But if somebody's gonna be like, you don't know shit about this. Bitch, I know everything about it. I'm a stay-at-home dad. I got nothing but time.
No, there are a few of mine that I have not played. I made it clear in my episode that I made. There's some that are not on console that I have watched people play. Just I don't get it. So I just went strictly overhyped, more than overrated, I guess.
I mean, overhyped to overrated, pretty much the same to a degree. I just went with overhyped like that word just because the way I rated all my stuff was based upon like publicity and the marketing around it and what they promised and failed to deliver or did deliver.
Yeah, and also my list at least was not like my end all be all.
No,
20 that we did, but these are just ones that I went through that I knew that I could get to, and not without putting months of work into this. It's just a quick list thrown together in an hour.
Like I have Duke Nukem forever. You had Duke Newlem forever.
You know,
I'm not sure what game he's talking about, but I'm going to assume Duke Nukem. That's like a classic game that was supposed to be remastered, remade, whatever. And it's just supposed to be amazing. And when you talk about fucking letdown on all fronts, oh my god, that is by far the most notorious, overhyped, overrated bullshit. Don't fix it. Leave it alone.
Fix what? I can't fix it. It's already in there.
Finally, you don't know how to edit. That's good. But anyways,
well, no, with fucker.
but like, correct me if I'm wrong, but that game from 2011 is just, I love Duke Nukem. Like, that's childhood. The game I should never been playing, but it was such a massive letdown that it was not remastered. It was not remade. It's, hey, we're gonna make this look a little bit shinier. Here you go. And the performance on it was just trash. Like, I bought that game twice too.
You probably did. I can see that.
I bought it when it was brand new. I pre-ordered it, and then I think I bought it again when it came out on the PS4. Yeah. So I think my wife bought me the PS4. I was like, oh, it's on sale for like $10 at GameStop. I didn't get to finish it. I'm gonna finish it. And then I remember, oh, there's a reason why I didn't finish this game. This sucks ass. Sucks ass. I did not like it. You actually have quite a few on your list where I'm like, I fucking hate you. Fucking hate you. I will say, so we can agree. Here's the ones we agree on, just from looking at it, and whether or not they're on my list. I can completely agree with Final Fantasy. We've done
Fuck Final Fantasy.
every fucking video game episode we've ever done. We are shitting on Final Fantasy, so you know where we stand. I can agree with Battlefield 2042. I did not put that on my list, though. Did I? No, I thought that was just a given. Alien Colonial Marines, yeah. Sea of Thieves. This is one that I agree to this right now because I have not played their new solo mode where now you don't have to play with other people. But this game gets so much fucking love for it and hype and publicity. It's not fun, and I played with a crew. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. Again, our opinions, but it's super overrated for what it is. Now, as I said, my game that I really want to come out just got pushed back another few months, so I will not be playing Skull and Bones this year. I will try for next year. We'll see. Maybe 2025. That's going to be another game that gets pushed, or that's going to get overhyped.
So did they pull it from GameStop because it's on console showing released when I was at GameStop?
Skull and Bones?
Skull and Bones. Yeah.
I just got notified because I have it pre-order that says my pre-order will be pushed back.
Now it could have been. Now very well could have been the pre-order also. It wasn't. It was all case sitting there, so it was in the. I want to say it may have been in the pre-order area or new release. I'm not sure, but
Skull and Bones
I know that
ever
it's
coming out.
But I know that it's
No,
one that
it's not
was
out.
that you've always talked about.
Oh yeah, I've been
Okay.
talking about this shit for fucking over a year at this point. It was supposed to come out this month and last month.
Okay.
And pretty much every month this year. But yeah, it's been pushed back, so I don't know why, unless you're just seeing marketing for it. But yeah, it's not.
And it could be.
It's not out yet. I'm on Ubisoft and it says pre-order.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. Sea of Thieves feels very childish as well, and it's not because it's cartoons. It's a pirate game and it doesn't feel very piratey. Feels like it wants to be Fortnite.
It looks childish.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the best way. It looks like a child's game. That's the best way to, I think.
Here's probably the best way to actually put it. It looks like it belongs on the Wii U.
There you go. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
We're
looks
at
like that.
a tech advantage point that the game should be more pristine than what it is, and it looks very. It looks like a step above Minecraft, and it belongs on the Wii U.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go through your list. I cannot agree with you on Marvel versus Capcom. I'm also big into fighter games. Same with Mortal Kombat. You literally said any Mortal Kombat after 3. There's fucking dozen of them.
No, that's anyone after Mortal Kombat 3 I didn't like. The first
stupid.
3 I liked.
You're fucking
I didn't like
stupid.
any of this. They're fucking junk.
You ignorant hick. You're stupid.
No. Nope. No, thank you.
I can understand Street Fighter once they went to their new design. I don't like the new design. I don't like the new graphics. I will fight you on a couple of these, and we'll get to that when we do the underrated, because you have Cyberpunk, which I get it. I can understand the hype behind that one and why people think it's overrated. Same with Fallout 76 or any Fallout game, as you put it. Marvel's Avengers, is this the latest one?
This is the latest one that just came out.
Shit. It
Garbage.
is not. It is not even worth being free. It is complete shit.
Yes.
I don't want to waste my breath on that one. Did we put? Where did I put World of Warcraft? Did I put that on my over? Nope.
I don't
It's
even
not
know if you
my
have it on
list.
there, do you?
It
I have it.
is-
It's overly hyped like crazy.
I would say this one is properly hyped because you hear me out. As someone who actually plays it, you only
I played
really-
it.
I play it actively throughout the years.
That's your fault.
It's not my fault. It's my brother. It's my friend. I keep
Oh,
getting pulled
everybody
in.
else.
I've uninstalled this bitch at least 4 or 5 times a year, and I reinstall it at least 6, 7 times a year. But this is appropriate. The only reason why I would agree it was overhyped and overrated is because like right now with BlizzCon just getting over, so all the news is coming out about it. So we're gonna be bum rush for the next 3 months about World of Warcraft and everything that's coming out, all the new DLCs, all the patches, all the updates, and everything. But this is one of those games that you can truly invest your life to it and your time into it, and there's always something to do. It's a never-ending growth inside of the game. But this is also one of those games that you should have people to play with. You don't need to, but it's a great place to also meet internet strangers. For a specific brother of mine, it's a perfect place to find a couple girlfriends, maybe a fiance. Not naming names or anything. You know who you are. You're younger than me. But I could not put this one on overhyped, and I think I had it on there like numerous times, and I couldn't justify it because, again, it's only when they have a big DLC where you just hear information out the ass about it. Other than that, it gets very quiet unless you have nerdy friends who don't shut the fuck up about it. And that's your friend's fault. That's not publicity. That's your friend.
I think the tipping point for me was the fact that they had a movie, the dog shit movie that they had. The fact that they
It
thought
was
they
not
could do a
dog
movie.
shit. It was not great,
No,
but it was not
fucking
dog
horrible. Come on, just be honest. It was
That-
dog
no.
shit.
No,
It
it
was
wasn't dog shit.
horrible.
Now, I will say,
The fact
when
that-
that movie came out, I think the same for everybody else who's a big fan of World of Warcraft, is we all kind of assumed Blizzard would have a hand in it, and the fact that they didn't, their cinematics on World of Warcraft are fucking amazing, and they're so epic. Like, there's no reason why they don't have a studio to make a movie or just pull all the fucking cinematics from World of Warcraft to put into a movie. Like, if you haven't seen it, go watch the trailers, go watch the cinematics for World of Warcraft, and you'll be like, oh my god, this is just a little 30-second clip or a 5-minute clip. Yeah. Compared to the movie, yeah, the movie's shit. But when you're able to separate game from movie and let it be its own thing, the movie's not bad. I will give it that. It does a good job of initializing. Blizzard fucked up by not having their hand involved and saying we have to do it this way. We need to use these animations, use these CGIs, instead of just going, here you go. You do what you want. But I enjoyed the movie. But I, unlike some peasant over here, I can separate
Horrible.
communities.
I just watched it as a movie for dog shit. I didn't do the community.
I agree with Skyrim. We've talked about this. We've had a whole fucking episode about this in Grand Theft Auto, which is on mine.
Yeah.
This game's been out for over 10 years. It's been on the last, 3 generations of consoles, PS3, PS4, PS5. Yeah. All the Xbox ones too, and PC, and yeah, it's not that great of a game, guys.
No, it's not.
It's a good game, but it is not that great of a game. Like, let's just cool your jets, get your heart on off. It's fine. I need you to explain Contra though.
This one fell in. Is okay. Almost
I just
the
want to
same
know
way
your
how you
logic
said
on it
how
because I never. This wasn't a big one for me. Like I played it, but
it's a playable game for sure. But the way that people fall for this game of it's the end all be all when it came to military air quoted
yeah.
at that time. It was, it's the best game ever. You can do so much. No, the game is not that fun to sit there and play it for hours on end for me.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do it. I don't understand it. And the fact that a lot of people will the releases of them and they're all over it. I was like, I can't do it. Like I can play it, but like I can't invest my life into it like some people have. And it's like I don't get it. After the first couple, I couldn't get into it anymore. Like I think after Super Contra, I was done. I was out on everything else Contra because they started turning dog shit after that too.
Yeah, I got that. Like I saw that on your list, and I was like, hold on. I'm going back through episodes in my head. I was like, I'm pretty sure you've talked highly about this game.
The first one was decent, but I could not. I'm not going to put it as a horrible game, but I think it's overhyped, overrated, at what it is.
I mean, yeah. Madden. I would almost. Did I put any? I did not put any sports game on mine. I would say any 2K or Madden or like the sports genre as a whole is just shit right now.
I think I talked about that too on when I did it on when I had Madden.
We've done episodes where we talked about Madden and NBA are really you're just paying $60 for a DLC update, kind of like Modern Warfare 3. You get just this update. That's it. Here now you have these new players. Now they're on different teams. Like who the fuck cares? I'm not paying $70 for a goddamn DLC.
And that's why I lumped that in with the one right above it.
So that's I was gonna say that one. So like, well, here, okay. After N64, hold on, because SmackDown versus Raw was still after N64, and that wasn't like that was, and it still is considered the peak of their lineup. It's the SmackDown versus Raw series.
I wasn't even into any WWE ones at that time. Like it was all NWO, WCW. Those were the ones that we enjoyed. I don't remember really liking or finding one that was good for WWE.
GameCube, WrestleMania something. GameCube had one where I think it's actually rated among the top 10 wrestling games, but it was GameCube, so it's a wonky ass fucking controller.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to play as your wrestler, and you almost like open world concept to a degree. You could roam around an area, and it'd be like on a boat, and then you would encounter other wrestlers that you have to like fight, and you could climb up, the scaffolding. You could climb up on the towers of a boat structure and all this stuff, and you could just do crazy shit. It was a WrestleMania game, but it was such an awesome game. There was so much you could do with it. And it was so out of left field, even like looking back now, going, why the fuck was I able to jump off of scaffolding and then onto a boat? Or why was I able to go into an airplane? Like all this weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
I will say once WWE went to the 2K franchise is when they've kind of ruined themselves. Similar to a lot of these games don't need to come out every year. If it's going to be a roster update, like we've stated before in other previous episodes, make it a roster update. That should be a free patch. This doesn't need to be $60, doesn't need to be $20, doesn't need to be $10. It should be a free update patch of here's a new season. If you want to make it cost $15 for your season, here you go. But then you get access to everything. Kind of like your battle pass.
Mm-hmm.
But a full year's worth season. I did leave one. Starfield, because that's on your list. That is 5 years in the making. I did a review for this one. I've played this one. I've beaten this one, unfortunately. It's on my list too. And biggest letdown. You want to talk about overhyped game? There you go. Mm-hmm. All these planetary bodies and systems, and you can't do shit on most of them. And they've even announced, like, yeah, we have all these hundreds and thousands of planets. Oh, no, there's no resources on them. Yeah, you can visit them, but there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Cool. Waste of data. Thank you. I gladly want the 5 gigabytes for that one fucking planet that doesn't do shit for me. Thank you for that. I'm so happy.
And that's obviously one that I did not play because it's a console game. It's not a. Or, I'm sorry, it's a PC game, not a console game. So I can't play
really?
it. If it's a fucking console game, I'm not gonna fucking play it. But
No, don't play it. I was like, I'm pretty sure this is on console.
I didn't think it was. I thought it was just strictly PC.
No, strictly PC. That'd be probably why I hate it so much.
So no, it's not one that I was invested in watching at all or playing at all.
You can watch me play it. You can see me get very frustrated by it.
I watched you play it, and I was like, no, I'm good.
The
No,
coolest thing
no,
people
thank you.
love about it is that you can make ships. And there are people who are spending hundreds of hours to build, for example, the Power Rangers, the original Power Rangers bot. Nightbot,
The
whatever it's
Megazord?
called. Yeah, there we go. Somebody
Really?
legitimately built it's like spot on too. Somebody built the Death Star. Somebody built the Millennium Falcon. People are spending hours on this one aspect of the game. And guess what your ship can do?
Not a damn
Maneuver
thing.
very poorly and shoot. Woo! The aerial control of space is shit. And I get it's zero gravity. No shit. But I have thrusters, and if I'm pointing up with my thrusters, I should move in the opposite direction. Like the inverted controls are there for a reason. But
Yeah.
go watch that episode. I do a whole fucking deep dive into it. And you can hear good and bad. It's very, and it's still opinionated, but it's spot on to like because of facts inside the game. It's not me going, oh, I hate the studio. So I'm gonna fight you on a couple of these, but I'm gonna wait till we get to the
On the
under.
unders?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we pretty much covered. Do you want to go to under? You want to keep going through?
I covered yours really quick on your overs.
So you want to go through unders now?
Here, I'll do your job for you. We can do my overs. We can do a quick rundown.
I know what you said you wanted to do. Your overs? Fuck,
sure.
Fine. All right, so you have, again, I'm not going to know probably more than fucking half of these.
No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky?
No, I have no fucking clue what that is.
Oh my god. So this is also a console game and PC. A lot of overhype. It's another one of those games I got.
Google majority of these.
That's fine. No Man's Sky, and it just released a new DLC recently, or it's getting ready to. This is one of those that was in production for years, and it was poor execution. It was not a completed game. Very glitchy, very buggy. It was a good sci-fi game. Like, I enjoyed the game. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. But it does not meet the expectations of what was promised and what was like shown everywhere. It was just super overhyped for the game. But again, I enjoyed this game. I like No Man's Sky. But it does not live up to the hype it was promised. So, yeah.
Then you have, Starfield. Talked about that one. Sea of Thieves. Okay, Last of Us. I need to know why you have Last of Us. Like how, like recently or what? What's
no the game, not the TV series. We've talked about the TV series. Fucking amazing. The video games, I hate the video games. And tack on the PC release version of it is even worse because there's a lot of issues with the PC version compared to the console. And I mean like glitches and bugs and everything. But Last of Us is one of those, like, again, it's not a bad game. I'm not saying my overhyped games are bad and shit and you should never play them. Last of Us, especially now with all the hype, no. Last of Us is a decent game at best. The controls are not perfect by any means. The storyline is not near perfect. It's a decent storyline. There's a lot of gaps and holes that need to be filled still that they have just kind of just said, here you go. Now, granted, they're filling a lot of it with thanks to the TV series, like the gay couple. They introduced it in the game, but it kind of was like small segment. You don't really find out what happened or a whole lot of their story. You wait till the TV series and they give it more in depth, more in information. It's just one of those of it has all this hype behind it, all this amazing lore, and it was not as good as everyone's making it out to be. Everybody's making this game sound like it's a 10 out of 10 perfect God game. And it's at best,
okay, yeah, no.
it's at best a mid game, like 5 out of 5 type.
I would say, yeah, it's definitely a mid game, not the end all be all, but yeah, it's definitely good. Let's see. So I mean, yeah, the hype is there, and the overhype is definitely there. Closing your dungeon door. Dead Island 2.
You know what this one is, right? Don't fucking
I know.
like you're stupid.
No, I've beat
Okay.
that. I beat it. I played it. I
Okay.
beat it.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. I loved the game.
Okay, so I love Dead Island 1. Like, when that
Mhm.
game came out, that game got shit on so fucking hard. Rightfully so.
Yes.
But it was still a good game. It was a good alternative to Left 4 Dead. And it was a good alternative to, like, just the overall gameplay, the structure, the way it all handled. Dead Island 2, I don't know. I don't remember what happened. Maybe COVID. I don't remember what happened that led to, like, Dead Island just popping off in the last 3 years. But it blew up. And everybody was pushing hard for Dead Island 2. And then when they got Dead Island 2, they were showing all this amazing cinematics, all this graphics, all this gameplay. And like, look at all this shit you can do. We're going to promise A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And they delivered on 2 things. And when the game got released, it was not fully finished. This was a game that got so overhyped. Again, it was like Call of Duty. It was everywhere and anywhere you could find TV or marketing space. Dead Island 2 was everywhere. And
I do remember seeing that.
it was just ridiculous. And then when it came out, it's like, oh, this is a over polish of Dead Island. They fixed some things. They've definitely improved a lot of things. But this is not at the level of what they promised or what they said it would be or what they heavily implied. It's a good game. I highly recommend people to play this game. Especially if you're big in like the zombie franchise, go play this game. It's fucking fantastic. But it's not a great game to receive this type of hype. This was a quote unquote indie style developer at one time that popped off. Kind of like Among Us, where got all the hype because of COVID. It was out before COVID, but it was a little unknown company. COVID happened, everybody got locked at home. This game blew up along with several other games, and now they're kind of having to fall off, and they're like, oh, no one's really into Among Us. Now they're stretching. They have TV shows coming out to help build publicity for it. Dead Island is just one of those, like, it's a good game. It's a fun game. It's not a game to the level which everyone seems to be making it out to be. That was it. It's not up to its hype. So,
let's see, Overwatch 2, we touched on that with kind of the VR games. Duke Nukem Forever, you touched on. Animal Crossing.
Listen, there's a lot of these on here that people are gonna get pissed off.
I had it. I thought about Animal Crossing. It's one I never played it, so I tried to leave the ones I haven't played, and I never will play if I even have a chance.
Yeah. Go listen to the episodes. You'll find more information about all this. But put in perspective, I don't like a game too that I start in debt. And like, I'm not just like kind of in debt. I'm in massive debt in this game. I'm stuck on an island that I didn't have a say. I had to live in a house I didn't pick, by somebody who's giving me money that I didn't want or agree to.
I don't know anything about the game. I've avoided it. It just looked like a game that I wanted nothing to do with, and people were just talking about it nonstop. And I'm like, I don't care.
That's like my issue with it. But no, it's just it's Sims. It's a very childish version of Sims. And I had Sims on here like a million times. I kept taking Sims off, playing Sims on, taking off, putting on both sides of it because it's underrated, overrated at times. Same with SimCity. It's not as good of a game, and the publicity for it is fucking out the butthole for it. This is stupid. If you love Animal Crossing, go seek help. Get therapy, please. You need it.
Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Are these Zelda games?
Yeah, these are the 2 latest Zelda games. Breath of the Wild. And I just kind of lumped Zelda last two games.
I mean, I'll take anything after the original Nintendo.
I can go as far as anything after N64. Because Ocarina and Majora's Mask.
I started Link. That shit was garbage.
It's open world, and it's not. I've said this on numerous episodes. Go listen to them. Long story short, it's not a legitimate Zelda game. They're throwing a name on there. You're playing as Link. It's not a heavily induced Zelda game like all the other games are. You want to find out more information? Listen to their previous episodes. They should be episode 84 for me, and then anything else has video games on it. You'll hear me complain about this game. And Tears of the Kingdom is the same. Graphically amazing. It's beautiful. I don't like the fact that it's called Legend of Zelda though. Literally should have called it anything else. Hell, call it something with Link, and it would have been better portrayed and more accurate. But even then, I don't like the game. I thought the story was stupid too. So enough of that. There
All
were
right.
a lot of Nintendo games on.
I noticed that. Call of Duty we talked about. Pokemon, I mean, you can. I mean, just saying the name, that's probably enough.
But same
It's-
with
they're
Pokemon
fucking all over.
and Mario. I love these games. Again, these are games I played. I love them. So fucking overhyped. They don't need the hype they have. And you have games like Mario Odyssey, which was just trash.
I mean, it's a following. I think those are a following.
It's a cult. That's what we're in.
Yeah,
We're in a cult.
that's
and
exactly
it's
what it's gonna be with Pokemon. Like you said with Mario, it's a
Nintendo.
following.
Nintendo. Same with Zelda.
Yeah.
Nintendo.
And that's true too.
The janitor put a curse on everyone.
Just fucker. Fortnite we talked about.
Yeah.
Hogwarts Legacy. I thought you loved this game. Like you.
I do love this game. I love this game.
I never heard you say one bad thing about it. I guess I don't know anything.
It's the hype,
curious on this one.
and this was one of those like, and you can go listen to the episode too, because we don't discuss politics or religion. This was one of those like, it got so much negative hype that you literally had, because of J.K. Rowling and the shit she said in the past. But you also had people who, again, this was one of those like, any publicity is good publicity. You had people who were just going out of their way to stream snipe. You had people going out of their way doxing people, revealing information. And at the same time, the developers behind this made this seem like this was going to be an amazing game. And it was, don't get me wrong, it was going to be this amazing game. You can play Quidditch to a degree. You can control beasts to a degree. But they made it sound like it was basically the world. In reality, they gave you a very, 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 very restricted version of what they were showing. Doesn't mean it's not a bad game, or doesn't mean it's not a fantastic game. I still love this game. I still play this game. And the fact that each house has a whole different trajectory for its story and its replayability, whether you're good or bad. There's a lot of stuff to go behind this. You had to just kind of listen to the episode. But I love it. The hype it received, the bad publicity it received, the toxicity behind it. It's just one of those, like, it has too much publicity in front of it, good or bad. And it kind of just left a very bad taste in my mouth about it when anytime I hear anybody playing it on stream or hearing talk about it in like even Reddit posts or communities or the Twitter sphere or whatever. It's one of those where I'm like, great. This is where the biggest controversy comes out to play. And it's not enjoyable to be part of the community publicly. It's one of those like, I just play, I enjoy it, but I'm not going to be out there be like, let me tell you why you should play as Hufflepuff, or listen, I play as Gryffindor, and this is why. Like, no, it's a fun game. I do recommend it, but you also have to like just know it takes centuries before Harry Potter. So, I'm gonna just cut you off. League of Legends toxic. That's the only reason why. That's a fucking toxic game.
Because you had Skyrim on there as well. We talked about that. But yeah, League of Legends toxic. Okay, true. Bloodborne.
And Dark Souls, all one. I mean, it's two different games, but same reason. You have to be a masochist, and they got all the hype for being a masochist game of you're just gonna go in and get your ass handed to you. No difficulty level. Love those type of games, by the way. But the hype for them and people acting like, again, these are godly games, these are perfected games. They're good. Conceptually, they are amazing. Execution-wise, they're not. Yeah. There's a lot of things still left for them, and it's not a fully polished game in my opinion. But you also have to be a sadist or a masochist and just love getting your ass handed to you. Yeah, and we've already touched on GTA 5, like Skyrim.
Yep. And you got Final Fantasy, so fuck Final Fantasy, Mario series, which is similar to Pokemon, and then GTA 5, which I think the fact that it's been around for 10 years on multiple consoles.
Yeah.
So
it's ridiculous.
yeah.
It is. I mean, I don't know. The underrated games are going to be a little bit quicker to go by because these are, in my opinion, these are good games, but I'll fight you on a couple of them. So, let's see. I don't think we have any that are actually. See, okay, so you have. I'm just going to go through your list really quick. Kung Fu, the Nintendo game.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's a. I almost would say that's a hidden gem because I don't know too many people actually know about Kung Fu.
That's what I say in my episodes. Like, unless it's word of mouth, because that's how it was back then. Unless you had
all Nintendo games, like
Nintendo Power or something like that, nobody knew a lot about that game. And there's speed runs of that game along with Mario, but that's a speed run game as well.
Nintendo games in general have probably the highest count of speed runs.
I believe it.
Cult of the Lamb, so fucking under. Man, I think we did like several episodes about this. Go play Cult of the Lamb. This is an amazing fucking game. And the Halloween is over. If you didn't get to play the Halloween event, oh my god, pumpkins as turds, and it was just a fun fucking. Oh, I loved it. I can't wait for their Christmas event coming up soon.
Shit.
So, I can't stream it because I get too focused inside the game. I can't focus on. I get sucked into this game so hard. Bad Dudes sounds familiar, so I'm gonna.
It's a knockoff of Double Dragon. It's a knockoff of Double Dragon. It's one that was, I think it was a little more fun when it came to playing it. It was a lower budget style Double Dragon. Best way to describe it.
Oh yeah.
So, it was.
I almost think Double Dragons was overhyped to a degree, but yeah.
I wanted to put it on there after I put Bad Dudes on there, but I probably put Bad Dudes here as under. So it was a fun one.
Knack, all right. I get it. Yeah.
Tekken. Now Tekken, I had, and I knew as soon as I put this one, I'm gonna probably catch a lot of shit because I put that I thought Street Fighter, but I think at the time Tekken came out.
Hold on, you shit on fighting games on other episodes.
I did,
and then
but I have a couple on under.
You shit on Mortal Kombat
mm-hmm.
and Street Fighter and Tekken. Those are your three go-to OG fighting games.
Tekken to me was different. The gameplay was different. It was so much fun, the angles were different. It wasn't just your typical side scroll like how the other ones were. You had different angles of everything. So that's why I thought Tekken was a little more. I thought it was more underhyped because everybody was all over Street Fighter and everything else, and a lot of people didn't play Tekken. Now until Tekken, I think blew up. But that's the thing is that I thought it was really underhyped of how it was.
I mean,
when it came out.
And the bowling. Oh, the bowling.
Oh, I forgot about the bowling.
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot about that.
Well, you had the story, you had the bowling, and you had like the side extra shit that you could do, and Tekken just felt different. It was definitely ahead of its time for sure. I preferred Mortal Kombat over Street Fighter, but Tekken I never had them in the same category because it wasn't just a fighting game. There was more to this game. So, Dynasty Warriors. I can see why you're saying under, but I think this is appropriately rated. Where I'm like, eh. But I'm also not a big fan of it, so.
I think you have severe ADHD or have to have constant action. This is a perfect game for you. Because it is nothing but constant action and massive hordes of bad guys coming at you that you have to fight. And playing it as two players is even better because then you hit your specials, you guys team up and do a lot more shit. But it's just one of those things that we lost multiple nights playing this game, me and a couple of friends of mine. And nobody really ever played it. And when it came out, I don't really remember knowing anything about it. Like my friends introduced me to it.
I would say probably more recently people are more familiar. Like the last 10 years, people are familiar with Dynasty Warriors, but it's hard to remember that it's been out for ever.
Ever.
Jet Moto. I agree with that one. Yeah, underrated.
Needs to be remade. I want it to be remade so bad.
I'd rather have it be remastered than remade because when they start remaking
Whichever.
stuff, they start fucking with shit. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
Now, this one I know is going to be.
I don't think this should be overhyped, but I think this is kind of like it's right in the middle. It's appropriate. It's equally balanced.
I didn't know anything about it, and obviously it's a Star Wars game, so either I missed it somehow or whatnot. But yes, I didn't just stumble across it. I searched up Star Wars games to see what was out there, and I found
about this one
the Fallen
before.
Order. Yeah, and I didn't know anything about it, and I found it was good. I enjoyed it.
Again, if you want more information on these games, we're just doing a kind of quick run through. Watch episode 83 and 84, the two before this. RoboCop versus Terminator Saga.
Sega. I had other for what they're on.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I was trying to. If you notice, there's a lot of Sega games on my unders.
Neither one of us had on there. Shinobi, Sega handheld, that edition specifically. You get the 5 different colored ninjas, and they all had different powers.
I didn't have that kind of money growing up, so
I didn't either. We stole it from a cousin.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
There's like 100 plus of us at the time. It's fine. Maximum Carnage, also from Sega. Yeah, I can get that one. I would say that was really underrated. I don't know too many people actually knew Sega games in general.
Yeah,
people did not really understand. Deadpool, love this game.
I came across it. I don't know where the hell. I think I found it in Redbox. That's where I found it. I never even heard about it. I know this damn game. It's great. I like it. I haven't bought it, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Homefront was supposed to be a Call of Duty killer, and honestly, it was on the verge of killing Call of Duty. The studio just kind of lost funding and couldn't do much with it, and it was fun, but also with everything going on in the world at the time, it didn't work out very well.
Yes.
So, the Warriors Sega Edition, Basket Brawl, yep. Titanfall 1 and 2. Oh, you're gonna get so much shit on that one.
Probably. I don't think it was hyped up nearly as it should have been.
2 was hyped. 2 was hyped up a lot, but I wouldn't say it got killed, but the hype around it got killed very quick.
I think, and I talked about it in the episode about how that could be an amazing BR if they went that direction, if it was done correctly. A mech BR could be really fun.
If you're going to do a mecha one, it needs to be Gundam.
Oh, fuck Gundam.
That would be an awesome
BR. Isn't there already one?
Probably.
Did it just come out?
I don't have a VR headset. I'm not paying that money.
Oh, not a VR one. There's a Gundam style. There's a Gundam.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. This came out. So okay.
I'm hearing the letters V as in Victor, not B as in Bravo.
Oh. Gundam.
Yeah. So VR. Gundam would be a good VR game.
Oh,
because you have to jump into your mecha suit.
Gotcha. All right.
Titanfall as a BR. Bravo. Yes, that'd be fun. Def Jam Fight for New York. Super fucking underrated.
Yes.
Super fucking underrated.
And if I'm right, I think another one just came out. Or recently, something, I don't know, but I remember playing it. I want to say it was on PlayStation.
I like that.
1 or 2
on PlayStation.
I think it was. But either way, when I found this game, and you can be Ludacris, Exhibit, Redman, Method Man, and they had the playlist, the catalog that they had, and they played their music. DMX was on there. I mean, it was great. I loved it, and that was one that nobody played.
2 and GameCube and Xbox, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, nobody played it.
We all played it growing up.
It was great. I loved it.
Toe Jam and Earl. Go listen to his episode if you want to hear more about that one. We're just gonna leave it at that. Okay. I will give you credit for this one, these next two, prior to their re-release. Lion King and Aladdin. Those two super underrated. We did an episode where we talked about it being re-released. These two are games that piss you off.
Yes.
So fucking quickly. You can go listen to his episode. Again, it should be like 84, I believe. And then really any other gaming episode when we talk about like, games that just piss us. These two, oh my god. You want to have fucking rage and break your controller? These two games are going to do it. House of the Dead Overkill on the Wii. Okay. I didn't play that one, so I don't have much to go off that one.
It was the first one that you could actually play in-home arcade style with a gun pointing at the screen that felt like you were at an arcade playing it, and not a lot of people played it and knew about it, so it was just one that I thought of. It was like a last minute one too. So
that's fair. That's fair.
Where are your fingers?
I'm gonna just fight you though really quick on
which one?
Two of yours. Is it two? Yeah, two. Cyberpunk 2077. I will say you had it as an overrated. I think it's an underrated game, and for probably the same reason why you have it as an over is all the publicity around it was going so good, and then fucking consumers were being little bitches saying death threats and shit, and tanked the game. Then the game kind of went off the radar because it had such a bad launch for just a month at a time, glitches and issues for console players, and it just wasn't completed. A lot of problems and bugs, especially with their new DLC that just came out. This game is golden, and it's so good, so much fun, and I have it on my underrated because like you take the bad launch out of it, nobody's really talking about it outside of the community, and it goes under the radar. And then the fact that you have Keanu Reeves and Idris Elba in it, yeah, it's amazing.
No, I had his overhyped, but I did talk about the same thing of exactly what you said. It's in the episode as well, so yeah,
it's in my episode too. Where I was like, listen, bad launch, I get it, but it's all your fucking fault.
Yeah,
not my fault. I was okay with it. Look at me, I'm waiting for Skull and Bones. It's been 2 years.
Yeah, so I think we're on the same page, just different aspects of looking at it.
Yeah, the same coin.
All right, Detroit is Human.
This is where you play as an AI bot, and you are basically becoming human and it's a sentient AI, and you make good or bad decisions or neutral decisions, and making good decisions turns you more into human-esque type of robot. Bad decision turns you into a robot because it comes to a point where it's robots or AI versus people, and you're a cop. And it's a good game. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun playing
Fable
it.
Style?
Huh?
Fable style?
No.
I'm only going. You can choose your path. That's what I guess I'm comparing it.
I have a hard time calling this a game because think of it like
it doesn't look like
it wasn't a lot of action. It was more of like you're hearing dialogue and you have to make the decision, but you still moved in an open world type of environment. You still got to do action and everything, but
it's like a flight simulator game.
Yeah, simulation to actual fighting was definitely skewed, but it's an underrated. It's such a good game. I love this game.
And you're okay. Next, we got Lego series. You're talking any and all Lego series.
Oh, just any of them. The amount of
Harry
people
Potter, Marvel.
Oh, Star Wars. They're all of them. Ninjago, Bionicles, all of them.
You think they're underrated?
Oh my god, yeah. You know how many people like the only people who really know about it are gonna be like your kids. But if you play as an adult, there are so many fucking innuendos. Especially Star Wars, where like they blow up or whatever, or like stormtroopers shoot something. It's like, oh my god, I actually saw something. This is amazing. And then he loses his legs or whatever. It's like, maybe I'll have better accuracy now. It's like just stupid shit. It works. I love it.
No, I get it. Okay, see, I mean that makes sense. Definitely. All right, so your next one. Your next one is one game that I've seen. Gex from PS1 era.
Yeah.
as you have it.
This was
It's a
your
weird
little
game.
gecko.
It's a weird
spy gecko. I don't know. This came up in a conversation. My list came up in like conversations with people I were talking with earlier this week, and it's just, it's one of those like not a lot of people actually know about it, and those that do are like, "What the fuck's wrong with you? Like you were a gecko." I'm sorry, and yet I still couldn't crawl underneath the goddamn fence. Okay, like it didn't get the love. I love this game.
Okay.
These next two I absolutely love.
So this one, Area 51, I didn't know they made for PS1. This has always been one of my favorite arcade games. Going to the arcade, playing this in arcade style, one of my favorites of all time. Same. I didn't know it was a PS1, and I feel like you would almost lose playability because you don't have a gun. I don't think PlayStation had a gun, do they?
No, you definitely play with controller. And this is where like my love for inverted controls came from, because up was down, down was up type thing. But it was so much fun. Like my brother and I would play this game for hours on end and just shoot everything, destroy the red barrels, blow them up. Like it was just a lot of fun. This was one game I was like, yeah, you need to fucking remake it now. I would play this game.
I think I like more of the. I think I still stick more arcade, but I don't know. I have a hard time not having the gun.
You get used to it.
Definitely an underrated game for sure. It's one of my favorite arcade games of all time.
You don't dab much into this one. I've talked about this one.
Legends of Dragons, yes.
Yeah, love this game.
All right, Darksiders.
You play as the Four Horsemen. There's 4 chapters of this, so you play as War, Death, and Fury, and each game has a different. Like the first one, you play as War. You get cast out and all that stuff, and you're reclaiming. It's just a fun game. It's easy hack and slash to go through, but it's also a great lore and story behind it, and it ties in with the mythology. So,
next Middle Earth series,
Lord of the Rings.
Is this
as the one that controls the orcs, and you can suck the souls out of them? Ring of Power.
Those are not ones I've played. Okay, so if it was the original Lord of the Rings one, that one would be one that I would.
Oh, the PS2 one where you get to,
where you actually get to be
2 towers.
Yes, that's the one that I've always considered one of the most.
That's super underrated too.
That's my best one.
Damn it! I didn't have that one on here. That's a good one. Like I said, I had 50 of these games.
I don't doubt it. Immortals, Phoenix Rising.
Yes.
Phoenix.
Again, this is another mythology one. Yeah, I streamed the shit out of this when it came out.
You and your fucking Greek mythology.
Just any mythology. Fear. It doesn't have to be Greek.
We've talked about Fear.
Yep.
Before. It Takes Two.
We've talked about this. Yeah. This is a 2-player one. My wife and I played it together. It's really good for couples specifically play with, because you have to work together.
I think in the yeah. Okay.
It's on PlayStation. It's on all consoles actually.
Okay, it's almost like the Shrunken Kids one. I can't remember what it's called. It came out a while ago.
It is. It's you get turned into your kid's dolls that she created. Okay. You guys are trying to go through a divorce and the kid doesn't want you to, and you work things out and you become a happy married couple again.
Okay.
After threatening to kill each other numerous times.
Payday 1 and 2.
Yeah. You play as burglars. You're gonna go rob a bank. Get to work together. This is actually a game you and I could play. I don't know if it's free on console. Payday 1 was originally a PlayStation exclusive, and you just try rob a bank and get to work together. It's really good for multiplayer. Payday 3 just came out and it has a lot of publicity behind it, and it fucking failed epically. Payday 2 is now receiving a lot of publicity because of it, but 1 for sure, 2 got tossed in because it was still fun. But before I think a lot of people would,
Okay. I think a lot of people would notice this at the cover art if they knew it was the clown with the American flag, giant red nose.
It kind of looks American like Insane Clown Posse.
Kind of, yeah. With a ripoff of the Joker from the Heath Ledger Joker.
Yeah.
The bank robbery. Just wonder if they took it from it. See, Army of Two series.
This
Very
needs to be
underrated
remade.
game.
This game needs to be
Very
fucking
underrated.
Do you know why this game stopped being produced?
No.
Lack of interest.
Really?
That was the
And
studio's reason why they stopped producing Army of Two series, was because
so weird.
it didn't have the consumer base behind it, and nobody seemed to want to pay for another game. I was like, I'm sorry. There's a whole fucking cult following for this game.
Yeah, I can see it. It just, I don't know. I played a little bit of it. I didn't get into it, and I can see how people can get bored with it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It wasn't
also
nobody's
sucked in at
bored
the
with
same
it. It's
time.
just there was no interest, and that was false.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted the next one because they left you on the best cliffhangers.
Okay, please inform me how you think Fallout 76 was under.
Okay, so here's the thing. That game it still does get so shit on, and of all the Fallout series, because it's a very niche market, kind of like Skyrim. But the only difference is this didn't get shoved down your throat for a decade plus. Fallout 76 is equal to New Vegas, and New Vegas, for those who actually like Fallout, love New Vegas, and New Vegas is another one that got shit on constantly because it wasn't up to the traditional Fallout series standards. But these are hidden gems that like you can do so much in 76. The story is amazing there. There's just a lot to do, and you just get shit on constantly. You don't see a lot of publicity for it anymore. It definitely was overhyped when it first came out, and then they got shut down really quick on that publicity because people were like, this isn't like Fallout 3. This is drastically different. I didn't want New Vegas. New Vegas sucked, and now New Vegas is like deemed the best Fallout game. Just takes time.
Yeah.
Like fine wine.
So the next one is another one that we have we're complete opposites on. Star Wars Battlefront. You have two. I have Battlefront, but you have Battlefront 2.
I thought you had Battlefront 2 on there.
Nope, I have just Battlefront.
Okay, that's why I gave you shit, because I thought you had the second one. The second one, okay, so this one could definitely receive overhyped as well because of all the shit behind it, but this is one that kind of put EA in its place because EA started the loot boxing, and this was the one where like, oh, you want to play as Darth Vader and Yoda? You definitely can. However, you have to play 100,000 plus hours to unlock them, or you can pay I think $600. It was an obscene amount of money.
Expensive.
And it put EA in their place really quick. Disney had to get involved and was like, you will either fucking stop or we'll remove the IP from you altogether and you will not make another Star Wars game ever again. And they quickly went, I'm so sorry. So sorry. But this is one of those like now hidden gems of it has a good community behind it, and there's so much you can do with it, whether you're playing as Vader or Yoda or Anakin or Skywalker. There's a lot of stuff to do with it, and it's just a good break of normality within Call of Duty. So
I think the big one with mine is it was Battlefront to begin. It was just the multiplayer on it when you're playing multiplayer, and I was like, this is horrible. Like it's not fun at all.
I can get that. I mean,
the game wise is okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it's overhyped is where I had first one at least.
And for number one, absolutely, because again, kind of like Homefront, this was supposed to compete head on with Call of Duty, but it was supposed to hit a specific niche market of Star Wars fans, and it was not executed properly to where it was. So I can get the overrated on that one, 100%. So we already talked about Cyberpunk 20.
Cyberpunk, SSX Tricky,
snowboarding game.
That's
God, love this game.
That's one unless you know people that play it, you'll probably never play it or even hear about it. I guarantee
it's up there with Tony Hawk.
Yeah, and it was a snowboard game. There are people that fight you on it.
Oh, I'll fight myself on it. That's fine.
I mean, you definitely have an argument there with it. It was a fun game. Mass Effect Andromeda. Oh.
This is one of the games inside the Mass Effect franchise. This is deemed like the shittiest one because they broke away from the norm. They tried something completely different. They went a whole different route and it just pissed the community off, and people did not like it. On the other hand, if you actually look at its face value and look at like the continuity of the franchise, it works and it plays out perfectly. And granted, controls and other issues, yeah, they're gonna be there no matter what. It's the fact of this is how they were doing it, and then Andromeda came along and they went, let's try something new. And like Fallout 76 and other games like Back for Blood, which is next up, is it pissed off the existing community that was there, and they're like, this is a game shit. It's nothing like the original. It's not supposed to be like the original. They're building upon it.
So you're talking about this is the one that just came out, right? Back for Blood.
Yeah,
Like within the last 6 to 8 months.
a year.
Whenever it came out. Was it a year? Okay.
Over a year.
Now this one I almost put as overhyped.
I can see it overhyped.
They had all the big streamers running it. They were playing it, and they were even shit talking it while they were playing it. And I played the game. It's okay, but I can see exactly why it's shit.
It's one of those, like, again, unlike a lot of people, I can separate companies and who makes everything. Just like I can say certain Call of Duties are amazing because Treyarch was able to work on it, or because Raven was able to work on it, or whoever. I can differentiate that. Back for Blood is not Left 4 Dead game. But again, when it came out, I could get in the overhype situation really quick for it too, because it got all the hype from the Left 4 Dead community. It's like, oh my god, it's a continuity. It's going to continue. No, it has nothing to do with Left 4 Dead. It's a whole different franchise, whole different game. Yes, it has similarities between it, but it's a whole brand new game. It's different series, different saga. And that's why people shout on it, was because they were comparing it so much to Left 4 Dead versus just saying it's its own game. And you can like listen to the episode, I go into more detail about it, but yeah.
So let's skip the next one you have, because I want to come back to it. The last one you have is Outriders.
Oh my god! So this was supposed to be a Destiny killer.
Okay.
You had classes.
Oh yeah.
And this was definitely one of those, like, what's the best way to put it? This is one of those games that could be put in either categories depending upon how you looked at and how you position your view on this. It's one of those games of, it was positioned to be a Destiny 2 killer, and it very well still could be if they fixed a few things. But at the same time, it forced you very strongly to play with other players, whether you liked it or not. If you wanted to play by yourself like I did, you had to grind your ass off to get to certain levels to beat it, but it was still worth it. Like, I like playing by myself, but it's more fun to play with other people. This was one of those, like, I flipped between overhyped, underhyped type thing a dozen times before. I was like, you know what? Nobody's really playing this anymore. The community's kind of fizzled because they fucked up, but still a good game.
Okay. No, I mean, I can see it from just look at the cover art and everything. Okay, this next one you have, I think, are like two completely different sides. StarCraft and Warcraft. You're talking about World of Warcraft, correct?
No. Warcraft.
Okay. Now, Warcraft, I don't know what that Warcraft is. I don't even know if I've...
World of Warcraft came from Warcraft.
Okay.
You know what StarCraft is, right? The battle, build?
Yeah.
Okay. It's that, but with Warcraft characters.
StarCraft was like Command and Conquer.
Yes.
But in space. Okay.
Kind of in space,
Warcraft, yeah. So they have...
Warcraft is the exact same, but with Warcraft, like, it's a builder game. You have to be strategic.
Okay.
But this is also one of those games like StarCraft. I was ranked competitively in StarCraft 2 when it came out in like 2010 or something. I was ranked competitively globally. But this is also one of those games, like, unless you're inside the community, a lot of people either don't know about it or they have the same perspective as you of, I don't like any type of game where I have to build something up just to launch my forces, have them lost, and then keep building up and fight for resources and everything. And it's a strategy
this is where
game.
I love StarCraft. I played Command and Conquer and I played StarCraft, and that's where these ones I will play. I didn't even realize that Warcraft was anytime I saw Warcraft in that. Okay, so that's why I thought it was just part of World of Warcraft. So I just tossed
these all supersede. This is where World of Warcraft came from. Is Warcraft Battle Chess technically came out first for fucking decade plus, and then World of Warcraft went, oh, let's make a world out of this, and let's start all these key players like Thrall. Let's start making these important people inside of the World of Warcraft series and make an actual, quote, world, hence its name.
Yeah.
And let's do this whole universe.
Yeah, see, Command and Conquer is where I started with all of that. And then with the StarCraft, once I figured out. Yeah. And
I love all
and you
those.
could probably went right there with that. So yeah, I mean, once I found out StarCraft, I was like, oh, I can go into space now and have like aliens and shit like that. Oh hell yeah, sign me up. So yeah, that one, because I remember playing a lot of that when I was deployed in. Where's I at? 10. That's in I think it was Afghanistan. I played Command and Conquer in Iraq as well. So yeah, growing up, I played a lot of Command and Conquer. So I think with that, we definitely had almost not too different, but we had some. I think our unders were more nostalgia style ones that we wanted to bring up.
Well, they're
definitely needed to be talked about.
I don't know if they're more nostalgic. For my underrated, you watch my whole fucking episode, you'll hear about it.
Yeah.
But basically, all my underrated came from ones like I could talk about in a conversation, and these are on like my top 50, top 100 games I always play. And yeah, people be like, "What are you talking about? I'd never heard that game." Or they'd be like, "Oh, that was a game," and them just having no fucking clue because the conversation I was having with the group I was talking with, it always starts off with Legends of Dragoons, and like I don't know what the fuck that is, so I have to educate these fuckers on it. And they look into like, oh, it's like Final Fantasy. No, it's fucking better than Final Fantasy. It was a 6-disc fucking CD game. Like, went off on it, and that led to us just kind of dick measuring between games of who could tell like the most outrageous game and explain why it deserves to be up there. And literally that's how this whole episode came about. And there's one like SS Tricky. No one fucking knew what that was. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, you know Tony Hawk's skateboarding game? Yeah. SSX Tricky and Razor. Razor was another good it was a scooter game. That was fun.
I never played Razor.
It was fun. You had to be into the Razor scene. You had to be into like the scooter scene.
Oh.
That's why I have a giant scar from my heel all the way up to middle of my calf. Fucking break on a Razor, rip that off. But yeah, I mean, some of these are nostalgic. Some of these are just like people don't play anymore. They have no idea about anymore. But now knowing you play StarCraft, we're gonna PvP some shit. I'll fight you in it. Just be competitive.
Now we may have to go on to the whatever that one was, the bank robbing one.
Payday? Yep. If it's free on yours, definitely.
We'll look for it. We'll see.
Payday 2, not Payday 3. I'm not gonna pay that for that shit.
Okay.
Me issue.
Yeah, we'll look and see. But I think it was definitely a good list.
I got more. How many more episodes do you want to do these? I got like 1,000 games.
It took me a lot to try and find 40. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why your episode's only like 40 minutes. Mine's an hour and 20.
Yeah. Listen to my first if you're short on time.
You're pressed. His is the condensed version.
Yes, very.
Both of them go over more detail or go in more detail about games rather than the quick overview. Because I literally spent minutes on like Legends, Dragoons, and Call of Duty and Fortnite, League of Legends, just explaining it. So,
if you go on time, I did about a minute per, if not a little bit less. I gave quick overviews.
Needed more time. I could have done like a 2-3 hour one, but
you probably could have.
I had to go get my kid from school, so I ran out of time.
You in your 6-part episode, you're running a mini series on your top 40.
I'll do it. Don't you fucking tempt me here.
I don't doubt you would.
That's my next idea for when you go on vacation. You leave me again. Okay. Yeah. Go check all those episodes out. Again, if you haven't already, and come back to this one, listen to it. If you haven't picked up on that at the beginning of this episode, I'm so sorry. So sorry you're slow. Yeah, that's all I got really for you people. I'll let Rahgel do the sign out. There you go. Don't forget. You gotta call me daddy. Mm-hmm.
Check us out on Thursdays. We play video games. Maybe we'll find out if we can play Payday 1 or 2. Or something else. We'll see. I don't know. If not, we'll be on Warzone, like always. So yeah, check us out. Sig's on YouTube and Twitch. I am on Twitch. I go by Rahgel on there, just like here. He is Cybermark Sig over on YouTube and Twitch. Are you not on Kick anymore?
I'm on everything.
Okay.
I just
know
wasn't
you-
getting the traction on Kick anymore after 3 months, though.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
haven't
getting
seen it.
traction on Twitch
Okay.
and YouTube still consistently, so.
Okay. Yeah. Check us out there. Yeah. Till then. Bye, bitch.
Okay, Daddy.
The flickering light of an old overhead bulb casts eerie shadows on the worn concrete floor. Emily, her eyes filled with determination, checks her gun while Clyde paces nervously. Both of them are wanted fugitives, desperate to find Rahgel and stay one step ahead of the law.
We can't let Rahgel get away. He knows too much about us.
Clyde glances over at Emily, sweat beads forming on his forehead.
We should have never gotten into this mess, Emily. Shooting Sig was a mistake. Now the whole damn city is after us.
It was either us or him, Clyde, and I won't let anyone bring us down.
Clyde's eyes dart around the dimly lit warehouse, his paranoia growing by the second.
We're running out of time. We need to find Rahgel. And we need to find him now.
They hear distant sirens approaching. Panic sets in.
The cops are getting closer. We can't stay here.
They hurriedly make their way out of the warehouse and into the dark streets of the city, their breath visible in the chilly night air. Emily and Clyde crouch behind a stack of wooden crates. Emily peers out, scanning the dark alley.
We know Rahgel has contacts in this city. We'll start with the usual spots.
Clyde's eyes dart to a graffiti-covered doorway.
That place. It's one of Rahgel's haunts. Let's go.
They cautiously approach the doorway and Emily pushes it open. Inside, the walls are covered in colorful graffiti. A few shadowy figures huddle in a corner, but Rahgel is not among them.
You seen Rahgel around?
The figure looks up, fear in their eyes, but shakes their head.
No, haven't seen him.
Clyde grabs the figure's collar, his grip tightening.
Don't lie to us. Rahgel's life depends on it.
All right. He's at the old paper mill, but you didn't hear it from me.
Clyde releases the figure, and they scramble away.
The paper mill. Let's go, Clyde.
Emily and Clyde stealthily approach the decaying structure. The wind rustles through the overgrown grass. They enter cautiously, guns drawn. They navigate the dark, eerie interior, their footsteps echoing. Suddenly, a door slams shut behind them. They whirl around, trapped.
Looking for me, Emily? Clyde?
Emily and Clyde are startled, guns aimed at Rahgel. He's been expecting them.
It ends here, Rahgel. You're not going anywhere.
You'll have to catch me first.
Rahgel lunges for the exit. A shot rings out. Rahgel collapses to the ground, injured but not dead.
We've got you now, Rahgel.
Clyde rushes over, his face twisted with fear and relief.
We can't let the cops find us here.
Let's get Rahgel and disappear. We're not done yet.
As sirens grow louder outside, Emily and Clyde escape with their captive, leaving behind a trail of chaos and unanswered questions in their wake. Emily and Clyde drag the wounded Rahgel out of the paper mill just as the distant wail of police sirens grows closer. They load him into a battered old van they've stashed nearby.
You won't get away with this, Emily. The police will catch you eventually.
We'll see about that. The only way you get out of this is by helping us disappear.
Clyde starts the van, and they speed away into the darkness, leaving the abandoned paper mill behind. The van pulls into a hidden garage, concealing them from prying eyes. Inside, Emily and Clyde have prepared a makeshift medical setup. Rahgel's wound is carefully tended to, preventing him from bleeding out.
Rahgel, you're going to tell us everything you know. Who's been chasing us? What did you tell them?
I won't betray my contacts.
Clyde brandishes his gun, his eyes cold and unyielding.
We've come this far, Rahgel. We won't hesitate to finish the job if you don't cooperate.
All right. I've been in contact with Detective Sarah Collins. She's determined to bring you both down, and she's not working alone. They've got resources, Emily, and they're closing in fast.
Sarah Collins. We underestimated her. We need to figure out how to deal with her and anyone else she's working with.
You have to let me go now. They'll trace me here.
Clyde and Emily exchange glances, realizing the urgency of the situation.
We won't let you go until we're sure they can't use you against us.
They lock Rahgel in a secured room within the safe house, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Emily and Clyde drive to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, far from their hideout. They're determined to confront the detective, Sarah Collins, before she can corner them. Sarah Collins, dressed in plain clothes, stands alone in the dimly lit warehouse. She's been following leads that have led her to this very spot.
I'm inside the warehouse. No sign of the suspects yet. Send in the team, but be discreet.
Emily and Clyde slip into the shadows, stalking their prey. Sarah senses their presence and grips her weapon, her training taking over.
We have to capture her, not kill her. She's our ticket out of this mess.
They close in on Sarah, their footsteps almost inaudible on the dusty floor.
I know you're there. Let's talk.
You're not as green as we thought, Detective.
I'm not here to take you in. I need your help with something bigger.
Clyde and Emily exchange a wary glance but lower their weapons. As sirens approach, the three fugitives, Emily, Clyde, and Sarah, vanish into the night, forming an uneasy alliance in the face of a greater threat, their fates now intertwined in a dangerous game of survival and deception. Sarah's proposition hangs in the air, and Emily and Clyde exchange skeptical glances. The distant sound of sirens grows louder.
Why should we trust you, Detective?
Because we have a common enemy, and I know more about what's going on than you do. I can help you, but you have to trust me.
Clyde and Emily reluctantly lower their weapons, still keeping a close eye on Sarah.
All right, Detective. We're listening.
I've been digging into a much bigger conspiracy, one that involves Rahgel, Sig, and powerful people who want them both dead. But I need your help to expose the truth.
And why would we help you with that?
Because the only way to save yourselves is by taking down the real threat. If we don't work together, we're all going to end up behind bars or worse.
The trio moves to a more secluded corner of the warehouse, their conversation low and secretive.
Rahgel and Sig stumbled upon a hidden operation involving corrupt officials, and they were targeted for what they knew. We can't let those people get away with it.
Clyde and Emily consider her words, realizing the gravity of the situation and the danger they face from the corrupt individuals Sarah describes.
What's the plan, Detective?
First, we need to help Rahgel escape and find Sig. They're the keys to exposing the truth. Then we gather evidence and bring down those who are truly responsible.
Sarah, Emily, and Clyde return to the safe house. Sarah unlocks Rahgel's room and helps him to his feet.
You're really doing this.
We have a common goal now. Let's get you out of here.
They escort Rahgel to a nearby vehicle, and Sarah gives him directions to find Sig. Once he's on his way, Sarah turns to Emily and Clyde.
We've got work to do. Our enemies are powerful and cunning. We need to stay one step ahead.
The trio begins to hatch a plan to expose the conspiracy, using their unique skills and resources to bring those responsible to justice. As sirens wail in the distance, they embark on a perilous journey to uncover the truth, knowing that their lives and freedom depend on it. Sarah, Emily, and Clyde delve deep into the underground network of informants, trying to gather information about the corrupt officials and their conspiracy. The city's dark underbelly becomes their hunting ground as they discreetly question contacts and allies they've established over the years. As the days turn into weeks, they begin to piece together a troubling picture of the conspiracy. Sarah shows them confidential documents, revealing the extent of corruption within the city's government and law enforcement agencies. Emily and Clyde realize they're up against a formidable and ruthless enemy.
These people are more dangerous than we thought.
But we can't back down now. We owe it to Sig and Rahgel, and we owe it to ourselves.
Sarah leans in, her expression determined.
We have to find concrete evidence to expose them, something that will put these corrupt officials away for good.
The trio arranges a secret meeting with an anonymous source deep within an abandoned building. A mysterious figure stands in the shadows.
I've got what you need to bring them down, but it won't be easy. You'll need to infiltrate their inner circle.
We'll do whatever it takes. Just tell us where to start.
The mysterious figure hands them a flash drive containing crucial evidence and information about an upcoming clandestine meeting of the corrupt officials.
Be careful, they won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatens them.
With the information from the flash drive, Emily, Clyde, and Sarah meticulously planned their infiltration of the secret meeting. They disguise themselves as members of a cleaning crew and gain access to the venue. As the meeting progresses, they silently record evidence of corruption, blackmail, and illegal activities. They witness high-ranking officials discussing plans to silence Rahgel and Sig permanently.
We've got them.
Let's get out of here before they realize what we've done.
They slip away undetected, their evidence securely stored. The corrupt officials remain oblivious to the threat they now face. So, back at their safe house, they meticulously organize the evidence, preparing to expose the conspiracy. They contact trusted journalists and law enforcement officers who are not part of the corrupt system, and together they devise a plan to release the incriminating information to the public.
This is our best chance to take them down, once and for all.
It's time to end this.
For Sig, Rahgel, and justice.
The plan is set in motion, and the trio embarks on a dangerous journey to expose the truth, putting their lives on the line to bring the corrupt officials to justice and ensure the safety of their friends. As the evidence goes public, the city erupts in chaos, and the hunt for the corrupt officials intensifies. With their evidence in the hands of trusted allies, the tension among Sarah, Emily, and Clyde intensifies as they wait for the scandal to unfold in the media. The safe house feels more like a pressure cooker, with suspicions growing by the day.
We should stay hidden until the storm settles. It's not safe out there.
You seem awfully eager to keep us cooped up, Detective.
What are you suggesting, Sarah?
Sarah's demeanor suddenly changes, and she steps back, revealing a hidden gun.
I'm suggesting that your usefulness has run its course.
Before Emily and Clyde can react, Sarah opens fire. Bullets fly through the room, forcing them to dive for cover.
She set us up.
Clyde and Emily return fire, creating chaos in the small safe house. Bullets punch through walls and furniture.
You were never on my side.
The gunfire subsides, leaving the room in disarray. Sarah is wounded but not incapacitated. She makes a desperate run for the exit.
We can't let her get away!
They chase after Sarah, but she disappears into the dark streets of the city. Despite their injuries, they're determined to bring her to justice for the betrayal. Emily and Clyde pursue Sarah through the labyrinthine streets, their breath visible in the chilly night air. Sirens wail in the distance, and their former ally becomes a slippery target.
You'll never catch me.
Sarah rounds a corner, and a police car suddenly screeches to a halt in front of her. Detective Sarah Collins raises her hands in surrender, realizing that the corrupt officials she once protected have abandoned her.
Put your hands on your head and get on the ground.
Sarah reluctantly complies, knowing that she's cornered.
Justice will be served, Detective.
Sarah sits alone, her face filled with regret, as the evidence she helped collect is used to convict the corrupt officials. Emily and Clyde, though still fugitives, have finally exposed the truth and cleared their names.
I thought I could save this city.
As the weight of her actions sinks in, Sarah realizes the true cost of her betrayal. The cityscape is aglow with the truth finally coming to light. Emily and Clyde, still on the run but now armed with the evidence they need to exonerate themselves, disappear into the night. They remain fugitives, but with a newfound sense of purpose as they continue to seek justice and protect their friends, Sig and Rahgel. The city is now on the path to recovery, and the corrupt officials who once controlled it now facing the consequences of their actions. Sig and Rahgel have been on their own perilous journey to recover from their injuries and find the elusive Emily and Clyde. In their search, they stumble upon a hidden hideout that appears to have been abandoned.
This place seems familiar, Rahgel.
Yeah, it does. I can't put my finger on it, though.
As they explore the hideout, they discover clues that reveal the hideout's true owners. Old photographs of military comrades, a forgotten uniform hanging in a closet, and letters exchanged during their time in the service.
Wait a minute, Sig. These are our friends from the military. Look, it's Emily and Clyde.
How'd we forget them?
And the memories come flooding back as they reminisce about the camaraderie they shared during their service. They recall missions, laughter, and the bonds they once had with Emily and Clyde.
But why did they kidnap us, Rahgel? There's got to be more to this story.
I don't know, but we need to find them and get the whole truth. They must have had their reasons.
Sig and Rahgel, armed with the newfound knowledge about their forgotten friends, begin their own search for Emily and Clyde, determined to uncover the mystery behind their actions. They move through the dark streets, following the trail of secrets and betrayal. Sig and Rahgel reach out to their own underground network, connecting with allies who can help them track down Emily and Clyde. They are determined to find the missing pieces of the puzzle, even if it means confronting their former friends. Sig and Rahgel's investigation leads them to an undisclosed safe house where they confront Emily and Clyde, who are shocked to see their old comrades.
Sig, Rahgel, it's you.
Tell us everything, Emily. We found out about our military days together. Why did you kidnap us?
Clyde and Emily exchange worried glances, realizing that their past actions have come back to haunt them.
We need to know the truth, and you owe us that much.
It's complicated. We didn't want to do it, but we were forced into a situation we couldn't control.
We never wanted to hurt you too.
The former friends sit down, and Emily and Clyde finally reveal the full extent of their involvement with the corrupt officials, their past betrayals, and their efforts to expose the conspiracy.
So you've been fighting against them all along?
We understand now. We'll help you bring them down.
The four of them form an unlikely alliance, combining their strengths and resources to expose the corrupt officials who have remained in power despite the evidence against them. Their joint mission for justice and redemption begins as they work together to uncover the full truth, exposing the corruption that has plagued their city for far too long. Several months pass, during which Sig, Rahgel, Emily, and Clyde work tirelessly to expose the corrupt officials. Their efforts bear fruit, and the criminals are brought to justice. The city begins to heal, and the truth prevails.
It's time to go home, Rahgel.
I couldn't agree more, Sig.
Sig and Rahgel arrive in their respective home states. They're welcomed with open arms by their families, who have anxiously awaited their return. The warm embrace and joyous reunions fill the air.
I miss you all so much.
I'm home.
Sig gathers with his family at their rural Kansas home, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of the heartland. They prepare a bountiful Thanksgiving feast, giving thanks for Sig's safe return and the chance to be together once again.
Can't believe I'm back on the farm.
The Rahgel family celebrates Thanksgiving in the cozy Iowa farmhouse, sharing stories and laughter as they create lasting memories together. In both locations, the families gather around a beautifully set table, laden with a delicious Thanksgiving spread. Sig and Rahgel raise their glasses, expressing their gratitude and love for their families.
I can't thank you enough for your support and love during this difficult time.
And I'm grateful for our reunion. Let's never forget the importance of family.
As they savor the Thanksgiving meal, they share tales of their adventures and the friends they've made along the way, vowing to never forget what happened to them and the lessons they've learned. The past still lingers, but the warmth of their families and the spirit of the holiday fill their hearts with hope, reminding them of the importance of love, unity, and the power of truth. Amid the warm, familial atmosphere, Rahgel enjoys the Thanksgiving feast with his loved ones, cherishing their presence after his long absence. The table is filled with laughter and gratitude. As the night deepens, Rahgel's family begins to disperse, leaving him and his wife, Jessie, to clear the dishes. They share a quiet moment, grateful for their time together.
It's good to be home, isn't it?
More than you know.
Rahgel and Jessie settle down on the couch, content and comfortable. But a sudden noise outside startles them. Rahgel jumps up to investigate.
I'll be right back, Jessie. Just stay here.
As Rahgel steps out, his heart sinks at the sight of a group of masked figures storming into the house. They overpower him and, with a chilling efficiency, take him captive. Jessie, terrified, watches her husband being dragged away, unable to comprehend what's happening. The intruders stage the scene to make it appear as if Jessie were responsible for Rahgel's disappearance. Jessie manages to send a frantic message to Rahgel's close friend, Sig, as the kidnappers leave. The message reads,
Sig, they took Rahgel.
I don't know who they are, but please help me find him. I'm innocent.
Sig is still at his family's Thanksgiving gathering, feeling the joy of reuniting with his own loved ones. His phone buzzes with the urgent message from Jesse, and his smile quickly fades as he reads it.
I have to help Rahgel.
Before Sig can reply to Jesse's message, a loud crash echoes through the Kansas house, followed by the piercing screams of his own wife. Sig rushes into the living room to find chaos. His wife lies injured on the floor, and a group of masked assailants has infiltrated his home.
Sig, you're coming with us. If you ever want to see your family again, cooperate.
No, please, what do you want?
Back in Iowa, Jesse is left alone, uncertain of what will happen next, as Sig's reply remains unread on her phone. The unexpected turn of events leaves Sig and Rahgel's fates hanging in the balance and their loved ones in dire peril. The mysterious organization, lurking in the shadows, has taken their next sinister move, and the search for the truth intensifies as the suspense deepens.
Welcome back to another episode. You have, of course, Rahgel, who's over here, having tech issues as always before we go on, because it is a Tuesday. I have issues on Thursdays. And of course you have myself. Sig. So before we just knock the shit over. That was a lighter. That's awesome. And Jesus, everything's messed up now. I talk shit on you. All right, awesome. To kickstart this we are nearing the end of season 2 with this episode. It's like the end of November, beginning of December at the time this comes out. And so we only have a few more weeks left. I just kind of want to put it out there, if you haven't already seen like our social media and seen the big news or the announcement, whatever you want to call it, the end of the year, end of 2023, Rahgel and I will be having a 2Guys1Gamepad live stream of all of season 2. More on that later, but just know it's coming, and it's going to be December 24th through the 30th, and we're still figuring some shit out, but it should be a good time. Long live stream. I gotta figure out some issues with my computer so where I can do it and play games at the same time. We'll see. But however, while I was setting that all up, I was going through a bunch of episodes, as one does when they are the producer of this show. So you wouldn't know what that's like. But anyways, so I realized one subject we often kind of talk about, tiptoe around, and have only done one episode about is conspiracy theories. And we've done one before, I think earlier this year, I believe it was. But that led me to, we didn't talk about the biggest conspiracy theory of them all, the Mandela effect.
No.
So, you know what the Mandela effect is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Army P brain knows this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard about it.
I've heard about it. I'm going to describe it per like the official definition, just for anybody who's like, I've never heard of this. And if you haven't, you may be too young for this podcast. Just saying. But the Mandela effect is a phenomenon where a large group of people remember something differently than how it occurred in reality. It is named after Nelson Mandela, as some incorrectly remembered him dying in prison in the 80s, though he was actually still very much alive. While some people say the Mandela effect is just due to a confirmation bias or misremembering, others entertain the more speculative explanation, such as parallel universe, multi-theory. Mm-hmm. I can tell you right at the back, I was under the assumption Mandela died in the 80s. I don't remember why, because to be fair, I was born in 90 and I was born overseas. So, not even relative to like my actual lifetime, but I do remember hearing about this growing up and being told something by one of my older brothers or sister because they were in high school. But yeah, just this is gonna be interesting. The reason why I chose the Mandela effect, though, is we have a lot of, I guess the technical term to answer your question that you text me. What would you categorize this podcast as? Random ass fucking pop culture, by definition. Been researching that one too. So for the pop culture side of the house, I have
few questions. And by few, I mean 22.
You and your fucking list.
Look, okay, they're questions, they're not lists. Shut up. There's a difference.
It's a list of questions.
No, because there's like random tidbits thrown in there too, because I had a fucking rabbit moment. But anyways, there's like 100 very, very common Mandela effects. Probably about like 68 of them, 78 of them. I was like, this is too far out there, or it requires me sending you a bunch of videos or images. I didn't want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
So I chose 22 questions that I felt you should have some knowledge on, ideally. If you don't, I don't know what to say. Other than there's no math questions.
Perfect.
So you should
be
do.
Okay, then.
And this is all like, it's this or that, yes or no type thing. So you have a 50% getting right. So, there's that. Sorry, there's 21 questions. Apparently I had a double enter, so you only have 21 questions. All right. So let's get into this. Mandela quiz time. Let's see. I'm going to give you my answer after you give yours on what I thought before I read the answer. Okay?
Right.
So it's not just the talent giving the answers. So let's get into this. Starting off with probably one of the more famous lines in Star Wars. What does Darth Vader say? Does he say, Luke, I am your father? Or does he say, no, I am your father?
I know he doesn't say, Luke, I am your father. Does it say no? I'm assuming it's no, I am your father.
Correct. This is one of those where, like, I can't tell you what the movie actually said, because when it came out, again, 80s, but then when I finally watched it, I was still like 9, 10 years old, so I don't remember shit about the movie. I had to watch it as an adult, and that was because somebody said, it's not Luke. Bullshit. We all said, Luke, I am your father. Yeah, it's no, I am your father, which makes sense. But yeah. So that's the easy one. Starting off kind of easy. All right. Do you know the brand Fruit of the Loom?
Yeah.
Okay, you should. It's like a very big underwear brand and t-shirt brand for guys. I mean, they do other stuff too, but I don't wear the other apparel. Anyways, did the Fruit of the Loom logo have a cornucopia in it?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Positive.
Yes.
Okay. So that is correct. I'm on the other side. I vividly remember it having cornucopia because of a lesson we were taught in grade school, Thanksgiving time frame, cornucopia. But there is no tie to like why such a massive amount of people remember it having cornucopia behind it instead of just fruit. But you can go back all the way to 1893, and there's never been a cornucopia behind it. But the number of people who believe it is up in like the 70 percentile. Believed it at one time had a cornucopia in it, and not just fruit. So this is
I believe it.
Like,
that's a big decoration for Thanksgiving, so I can see because it looks almost the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
The cornucopia with the fruit spilling out of it almost. Exactly how it looks. It looks almost the exact same as the Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah. So that was a big one. It's like I remember looking at that one. It's like I've heard this Mandela effect before. And I'm one of those like, no, you're fucking wrong. Multiverse theory, and there's an interesting theory about all of the Mandela effect to begin with that goes back to Y2K, because that was the end of one of the ancient civilizations calendar. Probably Incas, Aztecs, Mayan, one of the many. But anyways, it wasn't Mayans. Theirs was 2012.
I think it was the Aztec, wasn't it?
I think so, but don't quote me on it.
I think
It's been a while. But anyways, there's a theory that stated at January 1st, 2000, we basically went through a wormhole. There's a whole lot of like scientific mumbo jumbo bullshit I don't understand, but the gist of it is we passed, like we being the galaxy, passed through a wormhole that technically set us into a multi-dimension and put us on a different path. So like they use this, or by they I mean the conspiracy theorists behind a lot of these are like, well, if you remember this, it's because you were present, you were old enough, you were conscious to have memory of the other universe. So a lot of, like, that's a really big conspiracy theory that I don't have 6 hours to explain to you. Or
that's how they flatten the Earth as well.
Probably set the ice rink up that we can't skate in. All right, here's another popular one. I'm pretty sure I was just stupid, so I'll leave it at that. Which is it? Which is the correct pronunciation? Totinos or Tostinos? Totino or Tostino?
Tinos?
No S or S, basically.
Yeah. Totinos.
Totinos, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we call them. But that had like a really high amount of people who thought it was Tostinos, and even Totinos himself had to release a tweet like, sorry, we're not mad, we're just disappointed. The amount of people who thought there was an S.
We're just disappointed.
But yeah, it was. I don't know where that one came from. There was no information on it other than just people may have put the S after the apostrophe, slid it in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Most of these I have information concerning them. All right, we're gonna go to the one that I feel is bullshit the most. What is The Rock's catchphrase during his height in WWE, WWF days? Is it, can you smell what The Rock is cooking? Or, if you smell what The Rock is cooking?
If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Yeah, according to him.
That's exactly how his interest music starts off that way. If you smell.
Yeah, his intro does.
Yeah.
However, I remember playing, was it Shut Your Mouth? SmackDown Shut Your Mouth?
Yeah.
Or Know Your Role. One of those two. And vividly remember him having like his little promo inside the game, of course, saying, can you smell? And of course, him even using it in ring and in promotion in real life too. And there was an interview done with him where he's like, oh no, typically it's if. That's my catchphrase, is if you can smell what The Rock is cooking. Mm-hmm. He has admitted that he has said it once or twice of can you smell, but that's not his catchphrase. It was for a whole different promotion type interview thing. So I remember can. You're older than me. You got 10 years on me. That's not true. He has 8. All right. Maybe a quick episode. We're going through too fast. In the popular movie Risky Business, does Tom Cruise wear sunglasses as he dances across the floor?
Yes.
No. You remember the parody. I'm the same way. I went, oh yeah, he wears sunglasses. That's the parody. The parody, the way they got around the stringent lawsuit or whatever, was they put sunglasses on in the parody version to not get in trouble. Tom Cruise in Risky Business does not wear sunglasses as he dances across the floor. Let you sit there and soak that one in, because that one also messed with me. And I had
what parody are you talking about?
Oh, fucking if I know.
Just like anybody.
I could. All the parodies I found were like of the last 10 years, and they all have sunglasses. So they say there's an official parody, but there was no link to the official parody. And my thought was, did Weird Al Yankovic do a parody to the song? I'm not big into him, so he's one of those like he may have, but I don't see him. Or SNL.
All right. Well, I have the movie. I'm gonna pull it out and watch it now. I don't know. I don't believe it.
Okay, well you watch it and make a TikTok or a video, whatever, stitching this segment with your response of calling bullshit or not.
Okay. Fuck.
And that comes from the director. So.
Oh yeah, whatever. Bullshit.
All right. How does the Mr. Rogers theme song go? Is it? Okay, I'll just let you go.
No, wait. No, I'm just.
No, come on, please.
No.
All right. Does it start off with, or does it go, "It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood"? Or is it, "It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood"? So is it the neighborhood or this neighborhood when he's singing it? It's a beautiful day.
In the neighborhood.
So you remember it being the two?
Yeah.
It's not. It's this. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, which doesn't sound right by any means, by the way.
No.
But it's this. There's multiple accounts of this.
Is that before or after all of his sleeve tattoos since he was a sniper in the military? Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers was a badass.
There was
sleeve
him.
Tattoos, he was a sniper.
Yeah, and he was. Yeah, that's a good conspiracy theory. I love that one, and that's why he did Mr. Rogers.
That's why he always had long sleeves on.
Love it.
Also, because of the tattoos.
All right. You know the game Monopoly? Of course
yes.
You do, 'cause you're not stupid completely. Does the Monopoly man wear a monocle?
No.
Is that what you believe?
Yes.
Okay. So you'd be correct. This is another one of those like very, very popular ones that's over 70% believe that whoever the Monopoly man's name is wears a monocle.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have memories of going, yeah, I think I've seen him wear a monocle at like specifically McDonald's Monopoly game that they do every year. That's the only time I can think of him doing it. It's like, oh, well, maybe it was like let's just add this where it's not trademark or copyright infringement, but they had to be partnered up in order to do the game. But
I know a lot of people also think from Ace Ventura, the guy that he punches at the party.
Yeah.
Says he's a Monopoly guy. That guy has a monocle also.
Oh.
And a lot of people get that confused with it as well.
Huh?
He's walking around with a monocle.
This says people often get the Monopoly guy mixed up with the peanut guy from Planters.
Mm-hmm.
Which I would believe Ace Ventura a little bit over the peanut guy going, peanut? Human figure. So. Alright. This is one that really fucked with me. This is an old one. So I've had my time to vent. I've vented on this one on a live stream many years ago. Does Pikachu have a black tipped tail, or is it all yellow?
It's all yellow.
Correct. I vividly remember him having the brown portion near his butt, the yellowed strip, and then a black tip. And the female Pikachus did not have the black tip because that was how we differentiated them in the game. Granted, it was like fucking green screen back on Game Boy Color. This one pisses me off. I still don't believe it's true. I'm going to say he still had the black tail and people are just fucking... Japan did something. But this is only common here in the US. When this question gets asked, like on a global scale, specifically in Japan even, like people instantly go, no, never. They have the original Pikachu drawing and does not have a black tail. But in America, a huge number of the original fans
know it to have a black tip tail.
Does he have a black tip tail in the movie?
I remember
detective
that,
movie?
but not the detective movie. No.
Oh.
No. All right.
Hmm.
Sticking with cartoons, how do you spell Looney Tunes? I'm not going to give you an option because there's really only two ways to spell this.
Oh, are you talking about the okay?
Specifically
I
the
don't know why I
tunes
could-
part.
Well, Looney.
Yep.
And then it's should be Toons.
Yeah.
Is it Tunes?
It's Tunes, yes. But again, specifically kind of like our generation, and Gen X, of course, truly believe this to have been Toons.
Well, I know that Tiny
Saturday cartoons.
Yeah.
Remember it with Toons.
I know Tiny Toons is Tunes. I couldn't remember if that changed.
Nope.
Just for that one, if that's how it was, but
no, that's how it was. Tunes.
So that I can believe that one.
Yeah, I can go either which way. I was like, yeah, tunes, because like cartoons, but then the other tune doesn't melody and all that. Get it? Cool, understood.
Yeah.
Do you know who Curious George is?
Yeah.
Does he have a tail or not?
No.
No, he did not. You'd be correct.
We watched Curious George fucking nonstop with these kids.
Wait, in the movie he doesn't have a tail?
No.
I didn't know. I haven't watched it. I've only ever read the books.
No,
Yeah, that makes sense from a graphical design.
We watched the damn cartoon. I don't know how many times. It fucking drives me nuts. Fucking, it doesn't talk.
I did not grow up on Curious George. I know who he is. I didn't grow up on it. That's not something that was in our house or even at school. Like it was just one of those things. But I know who he is.
Well, I mean, he's a chimpanzee. They don't have fucking tails, anyways.
Some do.
Well, not like I'm thinking like monkey tail, like
So
long fucking tail.
No, George doesn't have a tail at all.
No.
And again, for me, going, oh yeah, that makes sense because if you're gonna draw this, that'd be the most tedious fucking thing to draw. Would be the fucking tail on every goddamn page. So just not give him a tail. But apparently, a lot of people believe he had a tail. Again, I don't know. Didn't really read this or watch it. That's weird though that the cartoon doesn't have a tail because then that's just weird. Though not all monkeys have tails. Too. All right. M&M's. What's their slogan?
Melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
No. I'm glad that's the one you know too.
Yeah.
That's from a song.
What is it?
That's from a song. It's the milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand. That's their original slogan. Like that's their slogan. The melts in your mouth, not in your hand comes from a hip hop song that people, for whatever reason, got them mixed up. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Not much information on that one, but yeah. It's milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hands. Because they were introducing the candy coating to it for the first time when they were introducing it, and then it became part of the rations for World War II.
Yeah. So it's the whole thing is it still melts in your mouth, not in your hand, but it's milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand.
The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand. That's the whole slogan.
Gotcha. Okay.
The slogan you and I know of melts in your mouth, not in your hand, is from a hip hop song, and it takes a lot for me not to just sing that as a chorus because I know what song it's from.
What song is it from?
Oh no! I'm gonna let this. No. Google it while I'm asking this next question. That's probably gonna piss you off.
Does
Yeah.
does Jiffy peanut butter exist?
Jiffy?
Jiffy, Jiff.
No.
Like Jiffy. There's something in my eye.
Correct.
There's, yeah.
I don't know where this one came from. It's JIF, Jif peanut butter. There is a Jiffy brand baking mix that's been around since the 30s, but they never made peanut butter. But this is the most common things when people say, "Do you have Jiffy peanut butter at your house?" Or do you have Jiffy peanut butter? Like, what peanut butter do you prefer? Peter Pan, Jiffy, or Smucker's?
Skippy.
Skippy. What it was.
I think they just married Skippy and Jif together to make Jiffy. It's some, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I never heard of Jiffy.
There's no information about this. They don't know where this would have came from. They don't have any correlation. The only thing, and even states that their only thought is that people are mixing up the peanut butter Jif with the baking mix brand Jiffy, which does have a cornbread line, which I have. I buy the Jiffy cornbread, especially from Hy-Vee right now. You can get a 6-pack for $5 and you get 20 cents off. So I have a lot of cornbread in my house right now because I wanted the 20 cents off.
Not a sponsor. I don't know what's up. Are you talking about 50 Cent? Like,
That's 50 Cent.
Because I knew that way, but he says, "I melt in your mouth, not in your hand." He doesn't say melt in your, like, that's not where I got that from, though. Like, I knew that
That's
way
where I
before,
get it
but
from.
I guess,
I get it from the song.
Oh, no, I didn't even fucking think about that. No.
In Scooby-Doo,
does Shaggy have an Adam's apple?
Yes.
No.
Bullshit. His neck is like fucking kinked this way and straight up.
Shaggy never had an Adam's apple in Scooby-Doo.
What? Yes, he did.
I'm with you. I remember the neck going up, circle, up. But according to the creators and the designers, Shaggy never had an Adam's apple inside Scooby-Doo series.
Fuck, he doesn't.
But doesn't it look weird? Doesn't it look weird that he's just fucking straight neck?
Yes, he does. Matthew Lillard has an Adam's apple, and he played Shaggy. I win.
Fair enough. All right. Febreze. Can you spell it?
Febreze.
You sure?
Sure.
Said no math. I didn't say no spelling. So is the correct spelling Febreze or Febreeze?
I'm gonna take the Eze.
Okay, that's the correct spelling.
Okay.
The theory behind this is breeze, I guess, does have a double E in it, and they think it's double E's look stupid when you write this out. It looks really stupid, and trust me, I stocked this chemical a lot in high school, so I know how it's spelled. But I hated stocking these damn things; they always broke. But the amount of times that I had to go and search images to see how it would look with the double E, it doesn't fit on the can. It looks very stupid, and it looks like a 4-year-old kind of just went and wrote it. Whatever. All right. The popular candy bar Kit Kat, does it or does it not have a hyphen in between the word kit and cat?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
You'd be correct. This is a common one along with the next one. This is a common one that has been going around for decades, and this actually supersedes even the 70s, where there's a bunch of people believe it's kit-cat. So they don't know where this came from. They don't know why. They don't have any explanation other than maybe there was a misprint and it just kind of stuck around, or again, a spoof of sorts. Yeah, it's weird. All right, the brand and food. I guess it's both. Anyways, is it called Cheese Its with a Z, or is it Cheese It, IT? The cracker, Cheese Its, or Cheese Its, Z or oh, yeah. Is it ITZ or IT?
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I thought
It
you were
sounds
doing
the fucking same. My Z's and S's sound the same. So I'm like, he's not getting this. Let me just fucking spell it out for you.
With a Z.
Wrong. It's CHEEZ hyphen IT. Again, there's really no like where the Z came from, other than it may have been a popular thing to do because in the 90s that was like, you know, a go-to thing, replace S's with Z's. We were weird back then, but
I knew there's a Z in the other time at the end of it. Cheese Its, or you say Cheese Its or Cheese It?
Cheese Its, like ITZ, or Cheese Its, IT.
Oh, I thought you're saying ITZ or ITS. It
No.
always sounds like you're saying an S at the end of it.
The.
But either way, okay.
There's no Z at the end of Cheez Its.
Okay.
This is one of those, like, I wrote it. I was like, I'm gonna say this a bunch of times. Like, no matter how many times I fucking record myself saying this, it sounds like an S. Fucking speech impediment. Awesome. And I'm also drinking at this point, so it's fucking great. Why not?
I didn't think there was anything at the end of it, but you said, I think you said Z or S at the end of it, but either way.
Z or T. That's what I said, but yeah.
Okay.
All right. From the cult classic, I'm reading these verbatim, okay? So shut up. From the cult classic, does Hannibal Lecter say, "Good morning, Clarice," or "Hello, Clarice"? See, now you feel like if you answer this wrong, I'm going to shit on you for how much you like horror movies.
It's got to be Good Morning, Clarice, but I think it's Hello. I want to say Hello, but because that's like the quotable one, but I think it's Good Morning, Clarice.
The quotable one is "Hello, Clarice."
Yes.
I thought it was that one, so I'm with you on that one.
Okay, yeah.
It's not that one.
Okay.
It's "Good Morning, Clarice."
Yeah.
I had to go back and watch this. I was in the middle of watching Risky Business. It's a Pokemon. So I was pissed. So I will have to go and watch that one. But yeah, that's, again, they don't know where it came from or why. There's really no background information on it other than the most popular cult classic saying is "Hello, Clarice," but there is no connection between that phrase and Silence of the Lamb. So they're like, yeah, there's no information other than the directors and producers are confused and stumped as to where they got this, as it's always been. Yeah. Good morning, Clarice. So, I think "Hello, Clarice" sounds a little bit more scary if he gets down to that voice like everyone has been mimicking it in. Good morning, Clarice sounds steep. I'm gonna watch that movie. just for that one part. All right. You know who Queen is, right? Yes? Or do I need to drive up to Iowa and punch you in the dick?
Yes, I know who Queen is.
Yeah, let's get punch you in the dick. Anyways. The song "We Are the Champions." How does it end?
It says "We Are the Champions" and it fades off. Doesn't say "of the world."
Correct. So
that's what I've heard that one numerous times.
Freddie Mercury, so the recorded album says the final words are "No time for losers because we are the champions." However, during the AIDS concert, Freddie Mercury did say "of the world." That is the only time he ever said it. Yeah.
Yep.
So specifically though, the AIDS concert, which was the live version. So spell Fruit Loops.
FROOT. Loops.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's double O's in both. This is another popular one that, for whatever reason, is like rampant out there. I kind of remember seeing it with the proper spelling, but the moment I was told they're all the same fucking flavor, I was like, I don't know shit about Fruit Loops. So I gave up on that one a long time ago.
I don't care. I eat that shit. Fuck that one.
Still good. Still, I love Fruit Loops are one of the few cereals I can like just eat plain, no issues.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That one and Apple Jacks.
Apple Jacks is good, yeah. You know it's really weird, and you can kind of blame my kids for me knowing this one, because my son will only eat it this way. Apple Jacks is really good if you put like this. We've already talked about which goes for cereal milk, but hear me out on this one. Put milk in a bowl, pop it in the microwave for like 10 to 15 seconds, just get it a little bit warm, and then add your Apple Jacks, and it makes it all like a warm bite, and it tastes like a warm, like hot apple pie.
I won't do that, but okay. I don't put milk in before cereal. You fucking psycho.
My kid did, or yeah, my daughter technically did. She made breakfast for herself one morning, and I heard the microwave beep. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. She's cooking like a pancake on a stick thing. I went out there. I was like, oh, did you eat all your breakfast already? No. And she's just eating a bowl of cereal. So I was like, what is a microwave for? Yeah, this is really good. It's the first time she had Apple Jacks. I was like, okay, cool. And I ate it. I was like, why is your milk warm? But at the same time, I was like, okay, kind of works. I asked her, how did you make this? I poured milk into the bowl and I put it in the microwave. I was like, oh, okay, good. You didn't heat the cereal up. I had to stop there and go, we put cereal first and then milk. Warm that shit up in a cup.
Yes.
That milk never touches the bowl.
Where did she get that idea from?
Don't know. Probably YouTube or one of the fucking weird shows she watches.
It's fucking ghosts in your house.
Probably.
They're telling her, it's like warm apple pie.
All right. You know who Ed McMahon is?
Yeah. Publishers Clearinghouse.
Did Ed McMahon ever appear on people's doorstep to hand them a huge check after winning Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes?
Nope.
No, he did not. No. He actually worked for their competitor, America's Cleaning House or something like that. So he didn't actually work with publishers. He worked for their competitors.
Yeah.
Again, there was no information like why people remember this. I kind of remember someone handing a check. I remember it being Ed McMahon, I thought. But as time goes on, I was like, no, my association with McMahon is WWE. So like, nah, it's not. Like, it can't be. That sounds too nice. Why would they ever let McMahon do that?
We had Ed McMahon with Star Search, and then I believe he's also in Johnny Carson.
Yep.
But I had an argument about this one because, like, yeah, he did. But then we looked into it, and no, he never did. I almost swear his fucking face was on the Publishers Clearinghouse envelopes when we got them. And I always thought it was Ed McMahon's Publishers Clearinghouse, but I don't know. Makes me always wish like I had something of mail from back then because it was a gold packet, like a gold envelope.
Yeah.
That we would get.
Yeah, this is one that, again, this is very, very popular.
Mm-hmm.
But the interesting part about this is like one answer they gave to like kind of justify why no was, why would they let a sidekick on a late night show be the head and the face of this type of task when he was a nobody at that time? It's like, hold on, what? You call him a sidekick? That motherfucker is household name. Shut your mouth. Yeah, but he's never even worked for a publisher clearinghouse. He's like never. So that's where like people are so baffled, I guess. But he was on Johnny Carson on the Tonight Show. He was on Star Search. He was on TV bloopers and practical jokes, as well as a few movies, but never ever associated or worked with Publisher Clearinghouse. So there's like this big. This is probably one of the biggest Mandela effects out there. That's also deemed a conspiracy theory that they're trying to like hide it underneath the rug type thing. But it's a whole different fucking thing that we had to do down the episode for. But it was pretty interesting when I was like, no, someone gave away big fucking checks. I remember that. There was a whole commercial, and the more I started like talk it out with myself, I was like, that does not sound right. Maybe did I dream this? I do have ADHD and other shit, so this is very likely just me. But
yeah,
no correlation at all. So it's really weird. But to wrap this all up, going back to another cult classic, Gremlins from 1984. What is the Gremlins' name? Is it Spike or Stripe?
Stripe.
How sure are you? As someone who watches this a lot.
Very sure.
You're right. Yep.
Yep.
There's no explanation why people think it's Spike. But yeah, it's just a mass majority of people believe that the Gremlin's name is Spike and not Stripe. Though is, quote, very clearly Stripe and has always been Stripe, according to the director and producer. Which kind of sounds like they've been asked this one too many fucking times and they're sick of answering this fucking thing.
Well, they only refer to him as the striped one, I think, in the first one. And the second one, they don't even refer to him as that at all.
Yep.
But I think it's Corey Feldman who says, oh, look at that one. It's got a stripe. I think that's the only thing. No, it might be when he has at the end also. Before he jumps in the pool. Yeah, I don't think it's referenced very much.
Time.
Yeah.
Well, the funny part is like when looking at all these, there's each one of these people could review and basically give their opinion on whether or not this is bullshit type thing. And this was one of those that had like a just fucking stupid amount. And there's one on there that literally says, no, I specifically remember it being called Spike, as that's how he was addressed multiple times throughout the original 1984 movie. Whoever's telling you Stripe is wrong, including the producers and directors. It's Spike, not Stripe.
Like, I mean, nothing about it was spiked. He had a stripe of hair.
Whatever. Yeah, I haven't seen that one in a long time, so. Those are all my questions, because the other ones I had to, like, shoot you fucking videos or pictures of. I didn't want to do that. That was a lot of work.
What's the other one? There's the Bernstein Bears or the Berenstein Bears.
Berenstein or Berenstain. Here's the weird thing though. Regardless of which one you believe, there is a bunch of books out there that people are starting to discover that do have EIN versus AIN. AIN
really?
is how it is spelled today, anyways. But this is probably the biggest. Like out of all these, this is like number one, if not number two. Mandela effect. Number one probably being Nelson Mandela dying in the 80s. But Berenstain versus Stein Bears. I remember as Stein, like German Stein, Stein, not Stain. And I remember the movies and the TV shows and the books all saying Stein. And there's a bunch of people out there who's like, literally look at this, and they go through and they have themselves doing live stream to disprove people and everything. And yeah, there's people out there that supposedly have the quote unquote German pronunciation versus the Stain, but they don't ever show like who published the book or like who made it. So you just see the front, which is very easy to rip off. I don't know, like deployment CDs and
Yeah.
and movies, sunglasses, iPods, that type of stuff. Catch my drift. I forget the tech what you guys call them all the time. They were fakes. But
The bootlegs.
no, I know they're called bootlegs, but somebody, God damn it, what did he call them? It may be an inappropriate word too, so that may be why I'm not remembering it. I don't remember. There was a specific name. This group of Marines that always flew out of Germany every 9 months to a year. I'd see a regular 4 or 5 of them. They're always like, "Oh yeah, I got this XYZ version of Gucci bags or iPhone, or whatever." But it was a specific word. It wasn't bootleg. I can't think of it now.
I can't think what it is either.
That's gonna drive me up the wall. Now I'm gonna have to research that and try to do this where it doesn't generate anything weird on my fucking search engine.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Let's go DuckDuckGo. But that's, yeah. You did a lot better than I thought you would. Gonna be honest. Especially when I saw that a lot of 80s babies remember as this. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna include these. This is gonna stump him. He's an 80 baby. And I was like, maybe he went through this checklist already. This motherfucker.
Now there's some we've talked about, but there's a lot of them on that list that I didn't know.
That was only 21 of them. I left 79 off.
I'm curious about some of the picture ones.
One of them was like, who is he? God damn it. I can't think of his name now. Fucking Christ. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this back up. Something Yoko. What is his name? Why am I drawing a blank on it? Who was married? Lennon. No. Yeah. John Lennon and Yoko Ono. Uh-huh. So the question, or it required a picture, but it says, where did John Lennon and Yoko Ono have their first bed in for peace? Amsterdam or New York? This is apparently a big Mandela effect. A lot of people remember it specifically being in New York, but apparently it happened in Amsterdam in March of 1969. But there was something significant about this picture saying which one's true or false. I don't know much about this bed in to begin with, so this was not my. Yeah. There's one like, which one of these is Bambi's mom? And it's like 3 different pictures of deers. Doesn't she get shot? Isn't she gone like after the first 30 seconds?
Yeah.
But apparently, that's a huge one.
She doesn't make the jump.
Yeah. There's another one that says which of these quotes is right, and it's from Star Wars again, saying with Padme saying democracy versus so this is how liberty dies with a thunderous applause. So like which one of these sayings is right? Just her saying democracy or her saying that? Like it had this whole picture shit set out. Same with a picture of Avril Lavigne wearing a white t-shirt, holding a guitar, and wearing or sporting a milk mustache while either holding a cup of milk or not having a milk mustache and no glass of milk either. Which of these is the correct image? For the Got Milk ads way back. So I was like, okay, I don't remember that.
No.
Which of these pictures is right for Britney Spears during the Hit Me or during the Baby One More Time video? Is it her wearing a red plaid skirt or a black skirt? I was like, I remember that video. Not for the music, but I remember that video. And I was like, oh yeah, plaid, sure, that makes sense. Why not let her stand out? Nope, no plaid. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. Is the band called the Eagles?
It wasn't plaid?
No. It's just a plain black skirt. So this is one of those like I can't fight because again, I was a lot younger guy going, no, it's black.
No,
Plaid makes sense, right? Plaid would make sense where she stands out.
War was plaid.
No,
because they all wore plaid. The schoolgirl outfit is not plaid. Can't we consider arguing what Britney Spears wore in a fucking video? welcome to this amazing podcast.
They all wear black skirts. Again, I'm not gonna go into why I remember the black skirt. But the point is, I remember Britney wearing a different color skirt than the rest of them, so where she kind of stood out. She didn't. That's even according to the MTV music video from back in the day. So yeah. Anyways, it says which one of these cover arts is the correct cover for the band? Is it the Eagles or Eagles?
The Eagles.
Wrong.
It says
Eagles, yeah.
Huh.
But again, I remember saying the Eagles, but again, this is like there's bunches of fucking artwork I had to go through. I was like, oh well, I can see why I would say the Eagles. I can see all this from like graphical standpoint. And then there's one that has 4 picture of Lucy from I Love Lucy and Ricky. And it says which one of these captions is correct. And it says, what did he say? Which of these captions are correct? So explaining that if you can. Oh my god, this is really okay. So basically it says he never says, Lucy, you have some explaining to do, or Lucy, you got a lot of explaining to do. So it's saying things he did say in the show. Here we go. These are the correct phrases he said. So he never said, Lucy, you have some explaining to do, or Lucy, you got a lot of explaining to do. Instead, he said, explaining that if you can. Lucy, if you'll give me a chance to explain. Lucy, explain. Okay, start explaining. Broken ass English right there. So.
Yeah, I don't. I think it just might be one of those things of Lucy, you got some explaining to do. But I think that's from some of the parodies that they've done over time.
Yes, that's exactly what it says.
But yeah, what you just said does make sense because I used to watch that show too.
And then.
Yeah, fuck you.
I'm not. Whatever. I grew up on VHS records. There we go. Recordings. There we go. Fucking Christ, English. So this is from the cult classic Snow White. I love how they just throw this word cult classic around.
Cult classic. Yeah.
Anyways, what's the proper phrase? Is it mirror, mirror on the wall, or is it magic mirror on the wall?
I think it's magic mirror, but everybody has always said mirror, mirror.
Correct. Again, from spoofs and parodies.
Yeah.
What is the famous one-liner? Hold on. No, never mind. That doesn't make sense. There's no questions to that. All right. Is it Sex and the City or Sex in the City?
Sex in the City.
In? I-N?
Yeah.
No.
I-N.
It's Sex and the City. Okay, this is one I was like, okay, whatever. I don't know.
Didn't watch that show, so I don't know.
Again, there's like 4 pictures. Which of these pictures is the correct version of Richard Simmons? And it's just a bunch of different apparel. I was like, I don't fucking know. I just remember that dude being very weird growing up. Did Tinkerbell write the Disney logo with her wand and dot the I at the end?
No.
Correct.
She flew around it and then dotted it.
Tinkerbell did fly in and sprinkle pixie dust around Disney logo on several movies, but she never dotted the I's. The closer she got, she would just flick the wand at the screen, but she would never dot the I.
Oh, okay.
One about the painting Scream. One about the location of Cinderella's castle at the entrance to the Magic Kingdom. Oscar, is it Oscar Myers or Oscar Mayers? Meyer or Mayer?
Mayer.
Correct. But do you know the Baloney song? Because that's the only reason why I remember it.
I can say it in my head, but I don't remember it exactly. I just remember it being Mayer.
On side mirrors of cars, does it say objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear? Or do they say objects in the mirror are closer than they appear?
That says will appear. It's I know it's are closer than they appear.
Yeah. That's the correct phrase. Is objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. I kind of vaguely remember seeing the words objects in the mirror may be closer. Because I remember having that random one-off thought going, why the fuck would you say may be closer? Either it is or it isn't. Like, it's a definitive yes or no. So, yeah. Like, oh, I just misread it. I'm stupid. That's awesome. Another popular one was Mona Lisa. Does she smile or not?
No.
She does smile.
What? Does she really?
Yeah. It's considered a perplexing micro-expression that is what I would say is more of a smirk, but she does smile in the original painting. Oh, the other, like, this is probably the biggest, honestly, I keep saying these are the biggest. Top tip. Sinbad, does it have Shaq in it?
Does it have Shaq in it? No, that's Kazam.
Exactly, but that's the biggest mix-up is Shaq starred in Sinbad.
No, Sinbad's the actor that's supposed to be doing the Genie movie. Sinbad did a Genie movie. They got him misworded.
Yeah, okay.
They have it. Yeah, because Sinbad's the actor that they said did a...
That makes more sense, because I thought Sinbad was the pirate from the cartoon movie.
You know, Sinbad's the actor. He's in, like...
Yeah, I know who he is,
movies.
yeah.
But
I just... This literally says, Shaq does not star in the movie Sinbad. I was like, okay.
they merged it and messed it up, but yeah. It was a Genie movie that Sinbad supposedly never did, but then he came out in an interview and said he did do one.
How do you spell Captain Crunch?
CapnCrunch.
Okay. A lot of people believe it's full word Captain.
Nope. It's a gangster. It's Cap'n Crunch.
He's not a real admiral. The Target logo. How many red wings? Red rings? How many red rings and white rings does the Target logo have?
Is it 3 and 2? 3 red, 2 white?
That's the common one. That's wrong.
Is it okay?
It's 2 red, 1 white.
Okay.
Apparently people... This is the Mandela effect. I'm just reading off the site. And it's a science website.
Oh, yeah. Sure, it's accurate.
Some people are perplexed on how far east South America actually appears on a map. They truly believe South America is directly below North America. I'm going to assume these are the same as the flat earthers. Kind of would explain it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, kicks. Yeah, I guess I can't picture off the top of my head, but yeah.
Apparently people remember Ben Franklin being a president.
No.
Never. Yeah. I don't.
Just because he's on $100 bill, so that's what a lot of people think it.
Did no one pass history? Did no one get taught the presidents?
I'd say I couldn't tell you all the damn presidents.
I can't tell you. I know Ben Franklin wasn't fucking one of them.
No, I know he wasn't one.
Does Morpheus in the movie Matrix ever say, "What if I told you"?
I want to say yes, he did.
He never says, "What if I told you?" Which I can back this one up because I just got done watching all the Matrix movies a couple months ago.
Dude, what did he say that got so confused with it?
There's literally there's no answer. It just says this is a popular phrase that many get incorrect, and there's no reason why, as Morpheus never even whispers those words. I kind of I thought he said something along the lines of, "What if I told you we could unlock your mind?" Or what if we told you
the pills?
Yeah. No, that's not what he says at all. C3PO, does he have a silver leg or not?
Yes, he does.
This was one I was like, sure, yeah, I don't know. And I watched the original VHS. I was like, oh, you can't fucking tell that's clearly silver. It looks silver / gold.
If you're not paying attention, you're not going to recognize it. But now that this is out there, a lot of people say, yeah. But I guess the action figures, or what you want to call it, they don't have it. So that's another thing that throws a lot of people off.
Yeah,
is it's not like that on the action figures. At least the one that I have does not have it.
No. Most of the action figures, or most of the originals action figures, do not have a silver leg, and that is due to manufacturing. It's hard to print dual color back then. It's just easier to go all silver or all gold. Apparently people... Okay, if I told you what hue is the color chartreuse, what hue do you think? Pink, red, blue, green, yellow? Yeah, chartreuse.
Blue? I don't know.
No, but okay. This is a common one. I'm just reading this. This is a common one that people often get wrong because they believe the color chartreuse is a shade of pink, red, or rose, when in fact it's actually a greenish yellow color. I would call this color newborn baby poop. That greenish yellow, where it's just pure liquid.
I've never heard chartreuse before as a color.
Blue's Clues. That's the only place I can remember it. Ford logo, is it curly or not curly? I didn't really understand this one a whole lot.
A what logo?
Ford logo.
Oh.
Does it flourish on the F, or is it just a regular cursive F?
I want to say it's both, to be honest. I remember. I don't know.
It's just, so the flourish would be the middle F portion. It's just a straight line /
Yeah.
They remember it kind of weaving up and then circling back around on itself. I don't pay enough attention to fucking cars. I was like, yeah, sure, awesome.
I want to say that I have seen it, but maybe not. I don't know.
Smokey the Bear. How do you spell smoke? How do you spell Smokey?
Smokey.
Correct.
Are they trying to say it's IE?
No, they're trying to say it's just KY.
Oh.
That doesn't
KY.
work. Lindbergh baby. Was it ever found?
No. I don't know what Lindbergh baby is. No, I never heard that one.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm amazed you haven't. That's a huge history lesson. Was the infamous Lindbergh baby kidnapping? Where, the mom and dad were gone for a split second out of the room and the baby disappeared. Anyways, you had to just research it. They thought the baby was kidnapped and abducted forever, when in reality the baby was kidnapped and found dead shortly after. Another popular one is, how many seats were in JFK's car? Was it 4-seater, 6-seater, 2-seater?
Oh, it's at least a... you can determine at least 5, because they were in the back seat, strapped across. What are the options? I guess
2, 4, 6 is the options I'll give you.
Oh,
this is also the reason why we don't have, or why presidents don't have, convertibles. Why it's all encased, all enclosed. 6 seats.
There's 6, so 2 bench seats.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it Interview with a Vampire or Interview with the Vampire?
Interview with the Vampire. A vampire.
No, the title actually uses the and not a. This one says, "How does the thinker look?" And it has multiple pictures, like one where he's sitting and he's hunched over clearly, or elbow on the thigh, chin on the back of your hand, or does he have the chin on the palm of his hand, or does he have his hand on his head while hunched over?
On his head.
So you think like that, his hand on his forehead?
Yeah, like knuckles or something like that.
So the actual pose is his chin lays on the back of his hand. So it's literally just like that. He sits down. He's like that. Again, they don't know where this would came from. These next two were ones I was like, this is fucking stupid. How do you spell McDonald's?
McDonal.
Okay, so you know how to spell it. Cool. Apparently, there's a huge thing going around where over 36% of people believe
Put
it's
a fucking
Mac.
A in it.
Yeah, McDonald's.
Well, yeah.
And again, there's no justification or reason. Like they're asking people, and all they say is, "Oh, I just thought it was McDonald's because that's how you spell McDonald's. It's Mick."
Yeah. It's a slang thing.
Then it's, how do you spell butthead? Is it butt-head, or is it one word, butthead?
Hyphen.
Yeah.
No, like Davis and butthead?
No,
just the word.
The word butthead.
Oh. There's hyphen.
Yeah, there's a hyphen. When did Neil Armstrong pass away? Yeah, I don't know if you would know that one. Apparently, the theory is he passed away before the moon landing, which kind of feeds into like why the moon landing's fake. Neil Armstrong passed away in 2012. Whiteout. Is it whiteout as in WHITE, or is it WITE? So H or no H in whiteout?
I don't think there's an H in it.
No. Nope. No H. The song Barbie Girl, does it go, "I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world," or was it, "I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world"?
In a Barbie world.
Correct. In a Barbie world.
It's pathetic because I was singing the song in my head as soon as you said it.
That's okay. Every time I read this one, I was like, I know the whole song.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Yeah. And then there's just like, this goes on, and there's more just random ass shit like emojis and information concerned about the date of internet conception, as they called it.
Fucking shit.
But yeah, they're like, a lot of this has to do with just basically false memories, and they're not really sure why this is. The common theory is to introduce or the discussion of parallel universes and multiverse. Parallel universe being just like, we dipped into a universe temporarily, but only a batch of us did it at a time, which is why people from 82 can be split on a specific subject, because only some people experience it there. I keep meaning to do more conspiracy theory ones because it's funny to watch. Be like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, that's right. People believe this shit.
Yeah. I don't know.
You're Googling something, but
I'm looking at the risky business one because it's fucking making me mad. He has fucking sunglasses on. Swear he did.
Well, tune into social media at 2Guys1Gamepad to find out what Rahgel finds, or just go watch Risky Business yourself. But yeah, let us know what you think about all those, or some of those, whatever. The big ones being like Berenstain versus Berenstein. Risky Business was one of them. Kit Kat. Nelson Mandela, whether he died in prison in the 80s or lived like he did. But let us know what you think. That's all we got for you on this wonderful episode. With that said, here's a disappointed face from Rahgel that you guys can't see, so I'll let him do his whole spiel.
I will find the movie I have. I will watch it, and I need to see if he does or not in the movie. I swear he has sunglasses.
I'm gonna get fucking text at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Bitch, how fucking dare you?
I told you he had sunglasses on. I don't know. We'll see. Those are cool.
I'd like to see you holding the sunglasses.
I'll record. I'll fucking record it. I'll record the scene and send it to you. Yeah, it's those are fun. We look into more of those, and also just other conspiracy theories. We talked about a lot about the JFK one. We want to do one also.
Bro, I got like thousands of conspiracy theories. I just gotta weed out the ones that are political or religious because there's so many of those.
Mm-hmm.
So many of them.
Yeah, so we can look at them and see. We'll have something. So yeah, be sure to check us out Thursdays. We play video games and stuff. Mainly, if everybody updates their stuff, like I didn't last time.
Yeah, this was not a Sig problem last week. This was a Rahgel problem last week.
Okay, listen, I had an update and then I didn't have space. I started deleting stuff, and apparently I deleted the wrong thing. So it wasn't an update. I was reloading because I deleted the wrong thing. So my bad.
So nice to have like 30 terabytes of storage on my PC.
Yeah, well,
plus my external of 40.
This gigantic aerodynamic fucking thing doesn't have that. So yeah. Sure, check us out. Like, share, comment, review. Let us know what you think. Till then, bye, bitch.
Welcome to another episode. You have myself, Sig. We got Rahgel, and we have we have our returning guest host, Lane. Sit your fucking podcast down.
We have another guy.
You are not going to leave me here with Rahgel alone. It is, when this video or when this episode airs, it's December. It should be like the first week. I don't know, it's December. And just like November kicked off with a Thanksgiving themed Jeopardy with just Rahgel, this time I have coaxed Lane into staying past the recording of my last one to join in on this. So we have a holiday edition Jeopardy with special guests. So, as some of you may or may not know, again, Sig, that's me, the main voiceover guy, the producer, the editor, will be reading all the questions. Rahgel, who has not won a single Jeopardy game yet, he's been
I believe I won the.
You did not. I gave you points. I helped you out.
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
then you're not winning.
These fucking questions are stupid.
Okay, wait.
Oh, I can't wait.
Typically, I go onto Jeopardy Labs and I find Jeopardy's already pre-made. This time, because Thanksgiving one kind of pissed me off, where they were giving stats and quote factual data that didn't sound correct to me, I took it upon myself to go and search for facts, for true information, and create Jeopardy questions. And there are 5 categories. I will send these to you in Discord really quick so where you guys can see them. Or Facebook, whichever one works best for you guys. And there are 5 categories going all the way up to 500 points. So you 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Whoever wins, you just win. There's no prize. I don't have a fucking prize. The other person can drive Tim into the other guy's house and punch him square in the junk if you want. I don't know. Whatever suit.
Dude, I'm in. You should have said that to begin with. Let's go.
Let's do this shit. All right, so just sent it. Give you guys a second. And that's not skull underneath my monitor. That's the coffee grinds patch. Shut your whore mouths up, okay? So to see who gets to go first, because this is 2 teams, we have Team Rahgel, who's 1-3 right now, and we have Lane. So no math questions. There is one data question, kind of. So yeah, you guys want to choose who goes first, or say beauty before age and let Lane go first? I'm gonna just assume Lane's younger because Rahgel's kind of weird.
It's true, I am.
So
let me pull up your skull thing here.
So while they look at this, the 5 categories are Santa Claus,
I'll go first.
movies, United States, music, and bags of goodies. Break those all down. Santa Claus that category is all about Santa Claus. Done. Movies will be Christmas movie based questions. United States will be Christmas traditions or festivities or events or Christmas themed stuff specifically within the United States of America. Music, again, Christmas music. And then bags of goodie. Random fucking facts.
Okay.
Kept it holiday themed, y'all. As much as I could. So
I like it.
I will let
Looks good.
Lane, just for my knowledge, your team 1. Rahgel, your team 2. Because you're a big piling number 2.
Well, let's start with movies for 100 then.
There's 2 squares that have double jeopardy on them. Just for your
Okay.
Movies for 100. All right. This reindeer had a glowing red nose that helped save Christmas. What was the name of this movie?
What is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Good job. And look at that. Look at that. He can answer in the form of a question. You don't have to, by the way. You don't have to. It's fine. All right.
I was just like, we're doing this, right? I'm not getting made fun of right away for saying it wrong.
No, but with the movies, I may be looking for the whole movie title. So I was waiting to see if you were just going to say Rudolph or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. There is a difference.
There is.
Rahgel.
Are we gonna alternate?
Yes.
Okay. It's not how Jeopardy normally works.
Well, look, I also don't have a fucking buzzer system.
Have a buzzer.
Well, figure it out.
That's why we're taking turns. Sharing's caring, you stupid bitch. Take your 3-inch wiener and let's go.
Music for 200.
Music for 200 rigged. All right. Wow, look at you guys somehow doing this. In Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, how many reindeers pulled Santa's sleigh?
Seriously.
If he gets it wrong, you can steal it, yes.
9?
That would be correct. And Rahgel's in the early lead with 200 over 100. Don't worry, he'll blow through it. It happens. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Next up.
Wait.
Movies for 500.
This is all he's going to stay on.
Movies.
Don't hate me because I'm good at something.
All right, movies for 500.
I'll probably miss this.
All right, this is a long one, so listen. A boy named Max is spending time with his family when the whole clan gets together 3 days before Christmas. While Max still believes in Santa Claus and wants to send him a letter, his dysfunctional family members mock him and show skepticism during the holidays. When a power outage causes a blackout due to a strong blizzard, the family begins to experience pure terror in the form of a very large, strange creature that comes to terrorize them. Name this 2015 movie.
This is bullshit.
Krampus.
Is it Krampus? It is Krampus for the win. Look, I had to find a horror-based Christmas movie that I somewhat knew, and this was the only one I could find that wasn't Disney-related, okay? You had this or fucking Nightmare Before Christmas, so fuck off.
Have you found the Grinch one yet?
The movie?
The mean one?
Yeah.
Me or Rahgel.
Okay. Rahgel. We've been trying to find this. It's called The Mean One. It's like a horror movie about the Grinch, and we can't.
He
find
told me all about it.
anywhere.
Winnie the Pooh's on Peacock or Paramount.
Yes, it is. It's one of the two.
Yeah, one of those two. Starts with a P.
Yeah. I'm hoping the main one shows up sometime.
All right, so Rahgel, you're down by 400.
Let's do bag of goodies for 100.
God, you're such a bitch. Go big. What does Alvin? Oh, sorry. What does Alvin the Chipmunk want in the song, the Chipmunk Song?
Hula
hoop.
Damn
it. Is it hula hoop? Yes, it is hula hoop. I will only accept that even though technically the whole sentence is me, I want a hula hoop. But hula hoop is correct.
This is correct.
This is just me being picky to be an asshole to you, specifically, Rahgel. Really about it. You know, can't let you off easy.
All right, let's go out there. Let's go on a limb. Let's do Santa Claus for 500.
All right, Santa for 500. Saint Nicholas, aka Santa, is the patron saint of who?
Shit.
Not everything's a horror answer.
All right. So, if he gets it wrong, Rahgel can steal. Do you guys want to make it interesting and say if you both get it wrong, if you both lose points, or just the initial guesser? How fancy do we want to make this? How spicy of an episode?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Rahgel cares because he'll fucking be deeper in the hole.
I agree to it.
Look, there's four. There's
Chris
four.
Kringle. I don't fucking know.
He's patron saint of 4, and I'll give you the points if you can at least name 2 of them.
I already shot my load.
All right, so you're down 500. Rahgel, you can go in for the save.
Read the question again.
Saint Nicholas, also known as Santa, is the patron saint of who? Again, there's 4 answers. I'm only looking for 2.
John and Caleb.
No.
I'm trying to think of only biblical names I could think of.
What did you say?
John and Caleb.
John and Caleb?
Okay.
Right. No, he's the patron saint of sailors, children, wolf, and pawnbrokers.
Yeah, I knew that.
That's why it was worth 500.
How far did you Google for that question?
Oh, I went literally to Santa Claus trivia questions and facts, and that was number 1. Apparently, this is a big known thing, but I didn't know it. I knew the children part, which I was like, oh, yeah, they'll get that. But that's why I made it 500 points, because I didn't know it, so.
No.
All right, and that puts Rahgel at negative 200, Lane at 100. Rahgel, your turn.
Let's do United States for 400.
All right. Which state is home to the largest tumbleweed Christmas tree?
New Mexico.
Ooh, wrong. Lane, your chance to steal. You get the 400 points.
Wyoming.
Wrong.
It's fucking Arizona.
It is Arizona. You both got it wrong. I was gonna tell Rahgel you're so close, but I was like, oh, Lane's stealing.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
All right, Lane, you're at negative 300. Rahgel, in classic true fashion, negative 600.
All right, give me movies for 400. Damn it! Let's get back in this.
Movies for 400. What movie do people sing Santa Claus is coming to town to raise the amount of Christmas spirit?
Elf.
Elf would be correct. He's back in the positive, everyone. Yeah, I already gave you claps. Deal with it. Rahgel.
Well, fuck me, huh?
Sorry. Hold
Movies
on.
for 300.
Oh,
just so good. Movies for 300 for Rahgel. What did Ralphie want Santa Claus to bring him in the 1983 classic movie A Christmas Story?
I want the
Red
whole
Ryder
thing.
BB gun.
What?
Red Ryder BB gun.
Red Ryder BB gun would be correct.
Give him a reason to make fun of you.
I have a speech impediment. That's happens every. It's funny.
It gets worse. Trust me.
All right,
I only have my. That's why I'm only on my first drink because it gets worse.
Finish off movies.
Movies for 200. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you guys get this fucking wrong, I'm gonna personally drive up to Iowa and bitch slap both of you
Ooh,
in your
challenge
dicks.
accepted.
In the Christmas Carol, Scrooge was visited by how many ghosts, and what were their names?
So, do I need to say 4 then? For Jacob Marley, and then
No.
the Ghost of Christmas. Okay, so just the 3. The Ghost of Christmas Past, Christmas Present, and Christmas Future.
That would be correct.
I want an extra 100 for Jacob Marley. Suck it, dude.
I may have already gave you the extra points, but Lane's up to 500. Rahgel, you are down to, or you're up to negative 300. Your turn.
Let's do bag of goodies for 500.
I do like the bag of goodie questions.
Yeah, they come from my special bag.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, look at that. The only quote-unquote math question.
Motherfucker.
You teaching me the math?
Oh, fuck.
Bag of goodies for
why would it be
500.
here? And it's 500.
How many Americans celebrate Christmas? You can give me the percentage or the stat of X out of X celebrate Christmas. And by the way, this is based off of a 2022 statistical data that you can find online.
It is the 500-point question.
85%.
That would not be correct. Lane.
63%.
Damn, that's a.
You both are wrong. So Lane is now at 0.
Really?
Rahgel at negative 800. Roughly 90% of Americans, or 9 out of 10 Americans, celebrate Christmas.
Interesting.
I know, that's what I thought too. All right, well, Lane, the ball is in your court.
Let's do bag of goodies for 400.
Bag of goodies for 400. In the movie The Grinch, what is the name of the mayor of Whoville?
Shit.
Need his whole name.
I honestly don't remember.
You want to take a guess?
Mayor Hubert Whoville.
No. I give him Saddlehorn just because I give Rahgel Saddlehorns all the time. Rahgel.
Hubert Whoville Jr. I have no idea what the fucking thing is.
Not the first guy, but the junior. Augustus Mayhew.
Oh, yeah, Gus.
No.
That's why it was 400, y'all.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay.
get it. I get it.
Fuck. Let's see.
This goes by so much quicker with 2 people.
Santa Claus for 100.
Got to get back on these points. Give me that 100.
Something.
Traditionally speaking, how does Santa Claus enter your home to leave presents for the kid?
Through the chimney.
You'd be correct.
That is horseshit. Mine always broke the back window and came in through the back door.
That's where the presents were leaving.
Oh, my
When they were coming in.
Chimney or fireplace. You would be correct. Let's look at the scores, everyone. It's about halftime. We have Lane at negative 400. Good job, Lane. And we have Rahgel negative 1100. Pull your dick out of your hand and let's
I
start
don't know
playing
if
this
I'm
damn game.
proud that I'm beating him, but we're both in the negatives.
Take the win where you can get a win's a win.
Yeah, I guess.
Joke's on you. I play by golf rules, so fuck you.
Oh,
Play so proud
right.
for you.
What do we got left in music? Let's do 400.
Music for 400. What pop Christmas hit was released in 1984 but did not rank in the charts until 2017?
I was just talking about this the other day.
In case you're wondering, I need the song and by the artist.
Oh, fuck off.
Depending upon if you guys can even figure this out, I may just settle for the song.
I only asked for the song.
Wham.
Are you fucking kidding me right
Last Christmas.
Wham! Last Christmas would be correct, sir.
Okay, that was a guess. Like 100% a guess.
100% horse shit. You fucking got that right.
Last Christmas, I gave you my.
What the fuck?
What's funny is that Deadpool 1 came out like a year before that. And it was, and a lot of articles I was reading, it was credited for it making the charts.
Making Wham popular again?
Because it was Wham! All right. Lane has broken even. He's now at 0. We'll address Rahgel's score after he picks a category.
Hey, remember when you sucked at everything you did?
Stand up for 400. Fuck off.
Santa for 400.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'm going for 1,500 here. Negative.
What year was Santa Claus born? This would be technically St. Nicholas before he died. St. Nicholas is Santa Claus for you plebes that don't fucking understand this.
I'm gonna go with the great year of 1776. No fucking idea.
All right, so Rahgel got it wrong. Not even close to the right century.
No.
Lane, you want to try to steal this?
Let's go with.
You give me the fucking just right century at this point. No. Fine. No, sorry. Rahgel's throwing a bitch fit over there with his
motherfucker.
Need the year.
Let's go with 26 BC.
You're not far off.
Fuck off.
You're not far off, but still wrong. 2070 AD.
Oh, I was really caught up on the before Christ or after death thing.
Missed it by that much.
I mean, you were closer than Rahgel with 1776.
I had no fucking idea. I knew I wasn't right.
Hey,
clearly.
History to him didn't start before 1776.
You're one of those guys. Ugh. God. All right, Lane. Your turn.
Let's do, I think Bag of Goodies for 300 still up there, isn't it?
Yes, Bag of Goodies still up there. 300. Name the animatronic cassette-playing bear toy that every kid wanted for Christmas in the mid-'80s.
Eddie Ruxpin. Man, I still have it.
That would be correct. Teddy Ruxpin.
Still have it.
Why are you so mad over there? Why are you so salty?
You always give him the easy ones.
He's fucking picking you stupid bitch.
Hip Hop Anonymous.
You give him the easy ones. It's bullshit.
All right. Just so everyone at home is clear, we have 2 and 300 for Santa Claus still on the board. 1, 2, 300 for United States. 1, 2, 3, and 500 for the United States. 1, 3, and 500 for music, and 200 for Bag of Goodies. Lane is at negative 100. Rahgel, he's working on it. He's working on it.
15.
Yeah,
bag
boy.
of goodies for 200.
Clearing out bag of goodies. What Norse god do historians believe Santa Claus legend to evolve from?
This is a 200 question?
Yeah. Because it makes a lot of sense.
Icarus.
You're not even in the fucking right culture.
Really?
I have no idea.
I am going to say
Norse mythology. Norse.
I'm gonna say Loki. I
You're
don't
both-
really know.
You're both wrong. But he's at least in the right fucking cult. Oh, you stupid. Odin.
Oh, I didn't think Odin would be that one.
The
All right.
All-Father. Father
Makes sense.
Christmas. Fucking Icarus.
Well, sure. If you say it like
You
that, it makes
stupid
fucking
fuck.
sense.
And you know the answer, so yeah, it makes sense.
Dake, we're
Oh,
making our
I-
own Jeopardy and bringing him in.
I can't
he's
wait.
already- I've been tilted since the very first fucking one we did
What?
from
And-
Nintendo.
and
It's,
look.
he's been having me tilted the entire fucking time.
Nintendo one was really gnarly too.
Shut the fuck yeah.
That wasn't even Jeopardy. That was just straight trivia.
Horse shit.
That
was
who
fucking dumb.
created the Game Boy has pissed him off ever since then. One question. One question. If you
And he
think
knew
that
the
was
answer.
right, everybody
Fucking
knows
nerd
it's the
watching
fucking
documentary.
janitor.
No, not everybody knows that. I didn't
Gamers
know
do.
that. Oh, fuck off.
Gamers
so
know.
worth it. So worth it. Oh shit! Is it my turn?
Well,
Yeah.
let me just tell you this then. There is one on this board. It's a double Jeopardy one. That's going to really piss you off, Rahgel. Maybe you too late, but specifically
I
Rahgel.
probably will.
What are you doing for?
Um,
Sole purpose in this show is this to piss me off.
I know that's why I let Lane be on this one.
you said music for 500 is available, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's get it.
Music for 500.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Double Jeopardy. How many points would you like to risk? You
Well, what
risk
do
up
I
to
got
5.
here?
Well, you got negative 100, but I will let you risk basically anything.
What's Dake at? Or
Negative-
what's Rahgel at?
Negative 17.
All right,
100.
let's do. I'm at -1, so let's just do -15.
1,500?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Let's
So
get him by
for-
100.
For 1,500. All right. For
Wait,
1,500.
what did I pick again?
Music for 500.
All right, let's just fuck it. Let's go for it.
Those were triple points. And yes, I know this isn't how fucking Jeopardy works. Shut the fuck up, everyone. That's how my Jeopardy works. Who
Suck it,
first
Jack.
recorded the Frank Sinatra hit song, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? What was her name? I'll even help you out. I'll give you the female. Help you both out.
Eartha Kitt. I don't know.
Oh. He's at negative 1,600.
I
Rahgel.
dare you to say Mariah Carey, you piece of shit.
I guess let's back up. Do you know who Frank Sinatra is?
Yeah, that's not Sinatra.
I was like, wow.
Did he say yes?
Yeah.
Did you say yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who sang it after him? That's the
No,
question.
who first
Before him.
recorded the Frank
first recorded.
Sinatra? Yeah, Frank Sinatra made this song popular. He made it a hit.
Okay.
But somebody technically recorded it before him.
I don't fucking know.
You're about
Don't
to
say
go
anything. Don't say anything else. Just let him say a name first.
Good idea.
You're about to go so deep in the goddamn hole.
I didn't pick the fucking number. I don't have a choice in this.
Just say a name.
Give me a name.
Fucking Dolly Parton. I have no idea.
Do you know
I
who
don't know
Frank
anybody
Sinatra
older
is?
than that. Yes,
I
I,
was
know who
re-
Frank Sinatra is.
I was really hoping he was going to say a guy after you gave the hint. Her.
3 times, yeah.
No, I have no. I don't know any older. Judy Garland.
Yeah, Judy Garland.
Fucker.
I know the name. Said Dolly though.
No, I know. I would have never thought Judy Garland. I know the name, but there's no fucking way I'm gonna know that.
This is awesome. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
I knew who Judy Garland was. I grew up listening to some
I know
of
who
her
she
stuff
is,
even, but I didn't know the answer to this. That's why it was 500.
I didn't know she sang. I just knew her from Wizard of Oz.
Fucking idea. I knew it wasn't Dolly Parton, but I couldn't think of any older fucking singers or anything.
Hey, Eartha Kitt was the only old one I could think of.
I don't know who that is.
She's a good one.
Yeah, apparently.
So Santa baby. Technically your turn, Dolly.
Do you guys want to know the scores?
I'm at negative 1,600. I know that.
I got 34.
Matt's not his strong suit. He's at negative 32.
I had 17. How to go? And you?
Because it was only worth 15.
That was doubled. My bad.
Look, I know I told you all there was no math questions on here, but apparently
Shit writes itself when he's here.
And that is why he's the talent.
Santa for 300 bucks.
Whoa, fella.
Damn.
Another daily double.
Another daily double. This is the one that I know is going to piss you guys off.
Well, it's about 3,200 on there. 3,300. So I can get back up to 100. Or go to straight up.
Wow.
The other way.
All right. So for 3,300, 33, is that what we're going through? For?
Yeah, third. Yeah, yeah.
We're off the fucking rails right now.
33.
You need to go outside, dude.
No, but he's going to have to here soon. All right. Listen closely. I don't want to repeat myself more than 4 times.
Oh, let's open as a soundbite.
Santa goes by many names around the world. What is another name for him used around the world? I need 1. There's 120. There's 124 possibilities. I need 1.
Ho ho he show.
Spell that for me.
Fuck off. Yeah. That was not part of this at all. You said say a name.
What's a she show is actually for it. You can't look. I'll be really nice. I'll double your points if you can tell me what country that's from.
No fucking idea. I'll stick with what I'm at now.
I'm not gonna take any more points. I just want to see if you can name the Hotashisho. I'm gonna butcher it. Sorry, guys.
Well, you should. The fact that he said it better than you should give it away for you. What country that it's from?
Well, it's either. I'm thinking either Japan or China. But watch me fucking Korea. I'm gonna go with Japan.
That'd be correct. That would be correct, sir.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you watch the Santa Claus.
Look. With that said, though, I did say I double your points, so I will be nice. I gave you double your points. Sorry, Lane.
Yeah, I don't think I'm coming back from this one.
I really didn't think you'd know it, just to be fair.
we really went off the rails here. What's he got, like 6,400 points?
34.
34. It's the most I've ever had in trivia. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited right now. I can't lose.
Who knew watching all those Santa Claus movies would pay off when I needed it most?
Thank you, Tim Allen.
This is also why I had it at 300, because the Santa Claus movie with Tim Allen specifically goes through like 6 of these, and the TV series goes through even more. So I was like, oh, surely like he's seen them, and then I did a random generator to pick which one should be daily double. This was the other Daily Double, so. All right. I'll give you a fighting chance at the very end, so don't worry, Lane. But your turn.
Just go ahead and pick one for me.
That's not how this works.
Either does doubling 3,400 points. Well, since we're just making rules up.
What's the name of the game? I win.
Okay, what was it music for 3? Was that left?
Music for 1 and 3, yes.
Yeah, let's do 3.
What pop singer became what pop singer has been named the Queen of Christmas?
Oh, Mariah Carey.
Yay. We're inching toward the break even.
Wait, I'm only negative 1,300 now?
Look, don't
to
look
his
at
to his 9,000.
Sorry, your turn.
I'm gonna be smart with my points. Someone got music for 100.
I got your ho-ho Shido right.
What brings Frosty the Snowman to life in the song?
You fucked this up.
His top hat.
Damn it.
It is a top hat. However,
I wanted you to say his corncob pipe.
I will give it to you. However, the technical answer is a magical top hat. It's not just a top hat. It's a magical one. No, that's like saying Mjolnir is just a hammer. No, you stupid fucking bitch. It's not just a hammer.
No, it's a top hat.
He's got you there.
It's a top hat.
I will take away all 33 points I gave you.
Well, 33 is not a lot. 3,300 is what I need you to take.
Oh, good point. So I can only give you 66 points. Let me revert all these back. And you will only have 44 in the bank. Or 34 in the bank. So.
All right.
Game changer.
Jesus Christ. What was left in bag of goodies, or is that done?
Bag, music, and movies are all gone. Santa for 200. United States for 1, 2, 3, and 5.
United States 5. Daddy's coming for that.
Christmas gets spooky in this state with the Lantern Light tours in Mystic Seaport.
Maine.
Kind of close, but
I have no clue. Sleepy Hollow.
Wrong time frame. Rahgel?
So he's close with Maine? Fuck, I don't know.
Like the East Coast, so yeah, it's close.
You can say right next door, and he's not going to get that right. He doesn't know what's next to Maine.
Math and geography.
He's just going to take a guess here. He's throwing a dart at a map right now.
He can still get questions wrong. I mean, he still loses points.
This is true.
This is a double negative point for you, by the way.
Ooh, hell yeah.
I give it. I take it away.
I can feel that down in my plums. It's a bluish hue.
South Carolina.
Yeah, that's close to Maine.
He said East Coast. I don't know.
No. Connecticut. Good try, though. Good try going south, but good try.
U.S. for 300.
No, he's not having it right now. You see that? He went right to the next question. He's like, fuck you guys.
He's like, I'm winning. I don't give a fuck at this point. Come at me, y'all. What agency officially tracks Santa Claus as he travels across the globe on December 24th?
Is it NASA?
Is that your answer?
Yes.
No, that would be incorrect. Lane.
Okay, so I thought it was that too. So I'm gonna say NSA.
I think I misheard you on that one. What did you say, Lane?
That the Department of Transportation for airplanes.
NORAD, guys. NORAD.
Oh, calm down, Air Force. We don't know this shit.
Yeah. Calm
This
down.
shit's been around for fucking decades.
Still believe in Santa. My bad. I try to follow NORAD every Christmas Eve. Calm the fuck down.
My local news covers him, so I don't know.
Yeah, thanks to NORAD.
He's not real.
You don't know that. There's a movie and a TV series named after him.
Same thing about Krampus.
He's real. He's real. Why do you think so many kids get beaten on Christmas?
Drunk dads.
That's
Whatever. Look, don't split hairs here, okay?
Stressed out parents and needy kids.
Yeah, Krampus. The spirit of Krampus. All right, Lane.
Oh shit. Do the we had one more in the United States, right?
Get to 1 and 200.
Yep. Do the 200.
What 2 states have a town named Santa Claus?
North Dakota and South Dakota. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't act like you knew the answer to this before you got these questions. Don't sit over there. Don't sit over there on your high horse.
Yeah.
Like we're retarded and
Like,
you have this vast Christmas knowledge.
Looking at it like, oh, I knew that. The fuck you did.
Shaking his head in disappointment like
the only thing I'm disappointed on is NORAD. I'm still salty about that.
Fuck off. Fuck Santa Claus. States, you said? Let me go with California and Texas.
I'm gonna go with you're wrong.
The moment you start with California, I was like, wow, okay, he's really just throwing states out there.
Yep.
Indiana and Georgia.
That's what I said.
No. North and South Dakota do not sound like Indiana and Georgia. Rahgel.
Of course it's Georgia.
Santa for 200.
He checks it twice to find out who's naughty or nice. What do naughty kids receive?
Coal.
Oh, wait.
Some coal.
That would be correct. All right, the final one we have for Lane. Do I want to make this a double Jeopardy just to be
Make
a
it
dick?
worth 100,000 points. Let's go by whose line is it anyway rules.
Sure. Why the fuck not? I feel generous. It's Christmas.
I'm still gonna get it wrong.
It's 100.
Oh, is it the 100 one?
Yeah.
It's a fucking 100 one.
And I think if you get this one wrong, you may piss off a lot of people.
Well, I am good at that, so.
All right. So
Superman didn't get to pick his superpower, either did I.
This very popular Christmas movie takes place.
Fucking Superman.
This very popular Christmas movie takes place in Illinois and stars a young Macaulay Culkin.
I'm fucking out of here.
100,000 points. I will go with what is Home Alone, Alex.
That would be correct. That'd be correct. Now, just because I want to make things fun and spicy.
If it involves a movie, I might get it.
Lane. Just Lane, not Rahgel. Fuck Rahgel. Special guest, special rules.
Wow.
Special needs.
Wow.
Don't split hairs here, okay?
Wow. Okay.
My test was inconclusive. It's very conclusive. Lane, can you
I don't
name?
know if you guys know this, but I'm a little retarded.
Yeah, my test, I was way up there. Not good numbers.
Touch of the tism.
Yeah, not a touch, more like a bitch slap. Lane, can you name one other name for Santa Claus? You can't use what he said.
Hoshishida Mono. Godzilla.
And the best
Chris
thing,
Kringle.
yes. So with that, I'm gonna double your points. Just
1 million.
Yeah. Well, double plus 1. All right. It's a close race because of that final round. So
Those double jeopardies were, those were killer.
Yeah, they were.
Those got out of hand quickly.
They got ahead really quick. Can you guys name any more? Because there's like some key ones on here. I was really amazed you guys, or Rahgel specifically, didn't.
What did you say, Lane, last time?
Chris Kringle.
Chris Kringle.
Saint Nick.
I'll give it to you. That's not outside the U.S. though. That's U.S.
Chris Kringle outside the U.S. too.
Yep. Germany. And Switzerland and Austria. Yeah.
I gotta be real. I don't think I know too many of those.
I'm literally trying to think of the movie right now. What he says, but I can't think of anything else. I can't get.
So there's some basic ones that you can kind of like go, oh yeah, it means Santa Claus. Again, I'm not saying I knew these as I go through the whole list, but Baba, B-A-B-A, Noel, Papa Noel. Then say Papa Noel with like a French accent, because there's 2 different Papa Noels, and I can't say the one.
Papa Noel, oui oui.
Feliz Navidad.
You should have got that one.
No, it's not Spanish. It's Uruguay. So maybe
he still should have got it. He should have just threw it out there. I'm telling your wife.
El Nino Jesus.
Wait, what? No, stop. Shut up. Go back.
El Nino Genius or Jesus? El Nino Jesus?
Yo, so El Nino.
What? What country is El Nino
this
Jesus?
says this is often used inside of Central America.
I have never heard that before.
Me neither, but it's fucking amazing.
That is great. The only time I've ever heard El Nino was a hurricane. So are we calling him Hurricane Jesus or what? What are we doing here?
Why do you think it's so strong? Then you have straight Papa Noel, which is in Egypt, and then Papia Noel. Really, anything Noel, you'll get Saint Nicholas / Santa Claus. Saint Basil, which is in England / Greek.
Basil.
I'm sure I'm saying that one wrong. Saint Nicholas, Netherlands. Try and go through ones we have people listening to. Santi. Guess what?
You would have said Saint Nicholas, you would have got it, but you said Saint Nick.
Nicholas.
He goes by Nick now. He's grown up.
Nicholas.
Can you guess where Santi is used? I'll give you a hint. It's Europe.
Italy.
No.
Damn it.
Too far south. South is down, by the way, Rahgel.
Greenland.
Close. A little too far north. That's up, by the way, Rahgel. That's north, south.
So somewhere in between Italy and Greenland.
I mean, it's all fucking continent. Ireland.
Did not know that.
No. Yeah, that's really the one that I thought was funny. Oh, and I'm gonna butcher this German one. There's another name, an old school one that was used early 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. The Knoxman.
Yo, I thought I heard Nazi right away. I was like,
that's why I had to sound it slow the first time.
I was like, they just didn't care.
It stands for Christmas Man. The Knoxman. Christmas Man. Yeah. Well, that's my Jeopardy for you guys. Good job. I have Lane at 2,300 points and Rahgel still at 27 though.
Good job.
So, that double Jeopardy, like you said, it's way ahead.
Way too.
Alex
way
would
too
be
much.
proud.
I don't think he would. I don't think he would. So my running for
You're
being
doing it all wrong.
My running for being the host is clearly shot. That's good to know. But with that said, it was fun. It was fun having two people on versus just fucking Rahgel, listening to him bitching complaining I can't get these goddamn questions right.
The math ones are dumb.
I think you'd have done good by yourself. You'd have had all the movie ones. You would have probably got those.
The movie ones, yes.
You're decent with movies.
The states would have tanked him. The bag of goodies would have probably tanked him. Music probably would have tanked him.
The music ones are dumb. Dolly Parton sang it all.
I mean,
the best part was I don't know Dolly Parton, and then go no, Judy Garland,
and nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. I'm gonna throw this out there.
That was a very shit. He did know it. Did I give him the points? Nah.
No, I didn't know it.
Fucker fucked up.
Nope. As soon as you said that, I don't know why Garland popped in my head, but yeah.
Probably because of the Wizard of Oz.
Because Garland. Put Garland around the tree.
I'll be honest. I didn't even remember she was in fucking Wizard of Oz when I said her name.
Dude, cut him off. He's done. Just get him out of here.
Well, anyways, so Rahgel's not allowed to do the sign off. I guess we'll do something different and let Lane do his sign off. Rahgel lost a spot. But yeah, make sure you catch us every Thursday night for video game sessions. I don't know if he's death threatening me or Rahgel, but either way, one of us is going to die. He's 10 minutes away. I'm 4 hours. Oh, I'm safe.
10 minutes is a lot easier to travel. By the time I got to you 4 hours, I'd forget why I was going there.
Okay, I would have a case of, it looks like Michelob Ultra is what you drink, so I'd have a case of that ready.
It was left here this weekend. I'm just finishing it off.
Ah, all right, well. Other than that, the only alcohol I have in my house is some Smirnoff drinks, so I'm an adult with children.
Good chilada. Chiladas are good. I like those.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's better than a White Claw.
God. Shut up.
Anyways, catch us every Thursday night, playing video games, and we're wrapping up Season 2 right now, which ends at the end of 2023. Season 3 begins 2024, lasts all year long. So we got lots of stuff in store for that season and just in general. Thanks, Lane, for being on this episode, and of course the one that we just previously recorded that came out 2.5 weeks prior to this one. So, you know.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good times. Good times. Love it.
It is good times. It's lots of fun. It's so fun. Not having egotistical talent.
Egotistical? Me? No.
That's you.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm just proud, okay? I'm very prideful. Leave me alone.
Oh, okay, that's what it was.
It's a little different. Be nice. I'm on the spectrum. Anyways.
I dodged it. Nicked me, though.
I did it. It went and it beat me down. That kind of function is a miracle, honestly. So, that's all I got for y'all. Again, Lane, thank you so much. Rahgel, I guess I'll let you do your fucking... Here's his spiel. He's going to tell you some stuff and say some words.
Let's go, talent.
But he is 2 and 4 now, though. Or 2-3.
2-3. Oh.
2-3.
Is it 3?
You have lost 3. You have 1-2.
I thought it was 4. Anyways, be sure to rate review.
I got
Coming
plenty
back for that Jeopardy title.
Don't worry.
I'll
I'll
do
make
that 'cause
more.
this dickhead's gonna come with more. Be sure to
Yeah,
rate
I
review. Let us know what you think. Again, if you want to be on the podcast, like we let this asshole be on here, let us know. We'll let anybody be on, obviously.
I am so nice to our guest. I'm so nice. Welcome back to another episode. As always, it's myself, Sig, and Barbie Dreamhouse himself, Rahgel. So, interesting thing took place this week that you and I have been chatting about via text message mostly, but the game day before, and the studio, Fantasy, something like that. fantastic, is no longer. So, yeah. That Put it in perspective. Have you been keeping track of it since day one, or just since you saw the closure of the studio?
I just saw the closure of the studio yesterday, so the tweet that they put out and everything else. So that's all. That's all I've seen. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about the game, or really anything. So yeah, that was shocking to see because I watched a couple guys that I watched were all excited about playing it, and once they got into it, they're like, "Oh, it looks good," blah blah blah, and then the next day they find out that it's all going to go bye bye. Servers are going to shut down and everything.
It's funny you find one or two guys who say it looked good because the overall consensus of the game is it's shit. The graphics are shit, the movement's shit, the gameplay is terrible. It's a giant scam, and you can go and check their entire Twitter thread about stop saying we're a scam, don't refer us as a scam. But it's kind of looking like a duck, walking like a duck, quacking like a duck. So, but it's a $40 game, and this is actually a game that's been on my radar for probably a year and a half, because it was supposed to be an open world MMO zombie game. I was excited for it because I was like, oh, perfect. This is what Rahgel and I can play on Thursday nights. Get down in the dirt and just, kill some zombies, and you're like, you got to fortify your home. You got to, go collect stuff. Kind of like Forest, the game, The Forest, but with zombies and everything, and it's all open world. And then 5 days ago from this recording, 7 from the day this launches, but anyways, last Thursday, it came out, and it was an exfil game, kind of like zombies in Call of Duty. It's a shoot 'em and exfil type game, so not even close to the open world, not even close to an MMO, and that instantly irritated, annoyed a lot of people, of course. And then the fact that day one launch looked like this was a rush development. All the trailers they had looked amazing. Trailers looked like this was going to be top of the line, that the quote 5 years of dedication was actually legitimate. And then when it was released, it literally looked like you and I just got together. We're like, let's build a game. We got $50. Here we go. And it wasn't running properly. The servers couldn't handle the load, of course. But there were so many glitches and bugs where there's 2 or 3 streamers I was watching that were kind of playing together, and you would randomly see one of them just shoot a zombie and then randomly grow the size of a building, and they would glitch through the whole building. And like, what the fuck just happened here? And now the game's froze on them and they can't move. And there's other times where somebody's weapon literally just disappears from their hand as they're shooting it. So whatever happened, it was just a massive shit show. And it was funny to watch all this happen, and then everybody's like, oh man, it's a scam, $40, blah blah blah. Scam. It looks like they rushed developed this. And then when you sent me that message, I was literally going through social media feed on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, and just checking out more of this and see what's developing. And I got an alert from Twitter saying they posted something literally 30 seconds before you sent it to me. I was like, of course. Let me go check it. Yep, there it is. Yep, that doesn't surprise me at all. And they said the servers were not going to be shut down as their original post. They're going to keep the servers up, but at the same time, they can't maintain servers because they're in debt and they have no money and they're broke. So, yeah. Interesting.
I think as of today, the servers were still live today. I thought they were supposed to be shut down yesterday. But I don't know when they're actually getting shut down. Okay, so they're gonna try and run it to the end of the month, and then.
Well, that when you pay or rent or you lend out server space or server dedication to a game, it's typically in quantities of 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, or unlimited. And I don't know what quantity they had it in, but I'm sure they probably did at least a year. So either it will be for sure live until December of next year, or more realistically, it'll probably be live until December 31st, and they'll announce January 1 that, hey, due to unforeseen financial hardships, we can't pay to have the server maintain or keep going, because their thread did say they had to pay their employees and pay all their debt off, and they have no money to keep the studio alive and pay for maintenance. So how are you gonna have a server online if you're not maintaining it? Because somebody has to maintain it.
Yeah, then the same thing.
You're
You can't
paying
fix
somebody.
Yeah, and you can't pay somebody to fix bugs if you're not even going to really maintain the server either.
Yes.
Or you're going to care if you're going to shut the game down. So, yeah, it's there was a big interview that they have it's on YouTube. I had the link, but I don't know how I had it. But yeah, they were talking about it, and then went into them blatantly ripping off the division.
Yep.
A lot of that stuff was talked about, and they tried to
source
deny
code
it.
the source code is almost identical.
Yep. So they tried to deny it, but then they talked about how the landscape, even down to the trash bags and everything else, is almost identical.
Yep.
Cinder blocks. So they talked about that, and there was a couple developers that were in other streamers' chats, and they were trying to talk about it without talking about it.
Yeah.
So they didn't, go against any NDAs or anything like that were going on at the time. But yeah, it was a huge shit show, and there were devs all over the place randomly talking because it's getting shut down from what they know.
Yeah.
Now, when it is, nobody knows as far as from what I've heard.
I mean, I don't know if it's true, but I kind of take everything with a grain of salt online because, I mean, it's fucking online. But I did read a couple articles saying that Tom Clancy, so Ubisoft, is going after them for a lawsuit because of the source code being so genetically the same. From, like you were saying, trash bags, cinder blocks, benches, minute things that normally, like, okay, whatever, not a big deal. But there's certain studios and companies out there that have kind of like signature codes that only they use, only they can use, and they can see these signature codes throughout the sources. And they're saying from like the building structure to the terrain to the road to the cinder blocks to the trash cans to, quote, the eye design of the players. So it's just like a huge clusterfuck going on. And I honestly would not be surprised if that is true. And that's the real reason why they shut down was Tom Clancy / Ubisoft basically said, you can either pay us or shut the fuck down. And they quickly went, we can't afford you. I guess we'll shut down. And they had to settle out of court. Especially with how much publicity that game was and still is getting.
One thing I don't get is that how all these studios are coming up with these games, but they're being rushed out. Now this one was in production for 5 years. Okay, that's not rushed. Now,
Supposedly.
and I'm going off what their tweet said,
Yeah,
or X or whatever the hell you call it now.
Twitter,
they had development of 5 years. So, my opinion, that's not rushed. You would think it would have been tested, played out, whatnot. I'm assuming it was an alpha that they were rolling out, or was it beta, or was it full-fledged game?
This was the full-fledged game, but this game had no pre-orders, no pre-sales, no betas, no alphas, and no stress tests. And typically, a game like, I don't know, Skull and Bones, which comes out February 16th next year, just FYI, finally has a release date. No, they announced that Game Awards. But anyways, that had multiple stress tests, of which I was a part of, multiple alpha tests, which I was a part of, and multiple beta tests. And there's still a beta test game ready to come out, I think January timeframe, if I read my email right. So, that game's been in production 10 plus years. And you're telling me this rinky-dink studio, who has multiple games, by the way, all of a sudden goes, oh, we don't have a beta test. We haven't done an alpha test. We haven't done a stress test. And they just released a full, quote-unquote, fully finished game. No.
Now, as far as their games go, I don't know anything about them. From there, and again, I'm just going off the tweet. There's 5 games they listed off.
Correct.
in chronological order from when they opened in 2015. 2017, they released The Wild 8. I don't know if these are PC games or what. I don't know. I haven't heard any of these games. 2018, Dead Dozen. Also 2018, Radiant 1. 2021, Prop Night, and 2023, the day before the last of the 3 days.
Prop Night is probably one of their biggest ones. Wild 8's the one I'm most familiar with because I've played it. It was not great. Nothing like rant and rave about. But keep in mind, the studio opened up in 2015. Or that's when the first game was released anyways. So 8 years, 5 games, 1 game tanked them in 4 days.
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous.
But were the other games, are they PC based games? Or are they console as well?
I
hadn't looked.
I know they're PC, but I don't know if they're a console. That's the problem. Is like you're talking like 2019. I switched to pure PC. I stopped playing my PlayStation, so I stopped researching. But if it's indie, or since they're indie game, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like Xbox and PC.
Yeah. So I mean, I haven't seen any of their games. I haven't looked at the gameplay of any of them. I did watch the gameplay of day before, and it did look like Division. After they said that, you could look at it and you could see that it looked like Division. Yep. The movement, the gameplay, it all looked like it. But again, the guy that I was watching play it, he didn't have any issues. He had no lag, no latencies, no glitching of any kind. Nothing disappearing. He didn't turn into a gigantic character at all. But he was playing it, and nothing had happened. So luckily, that's how I had seen it. But again, I didn't hear anything about what you had talked about. Okay. But then the fact that the next day, that's when they walked in and said, "Okay, everything's hit the fan." Yep. And now they're all on their way out. But is there going
lawsuit is like, I think that's why that lawsuit has some legitimacy behind it, because I heard about the lawsuit. Again, game came out on Thursday, Friday timeframe. Whatever day that is, the 7th, 8th of December, and I heard that lawsuit by the 10th or 11th, I guess 10th Sunday, and I was like, oh, that's bullshit. There's no way this is real. No way. And then of course next day, hey, we shutting down, financial hardships. There may be some legitimacy behind this, but they had no sources. They, like, by sources I mean the articles I read never said we had an inside source from Ubisoft or somebody from the Tom Clancy studio. Like, no, it was just rumors yeah. So it's all just rumors and speculations. I don't ever really trust those. Grain of salt and all, but when the next day you're shutting down your entire studio and those reports were flooding out, I mean, at what point do you stop going, okay, well, that can't be true, to, well, maybe. It kind of looks like it.
Like those scenes from the movies, they're all running around burning files and everything. Get rid of it all! Get rid of it! Get rid of it all now! Burn it! Shred it! You never saw this.
Yeah, that just reminds me of my intel days with the military, of having to practice and train for that in case the skiffs ever got breached. This is what we do. Fire, burn, and magnets. Go, 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 go. Never had to do it. I'm grateful I never had to do it, but at the same time, I kind of want to do it. I want to shred all the documents. I want to burn those fuckers. Like, we had this whole drill for it, and then I never got put to use. It's unfortunate.
We just get an incendiary grenade and throw it in. Here. Burn it.
But I mean, I think it's funny. I think this game's also rated as like the worst game of all time too. It's on the top 3, maybe top 5 worst reviewed games on Steam. To the point, like, the devs were asking, or the studio was asking Steam to block reviews, and they were doing damage control by removing reviews.
Like they were going all hard. They were removing their trailers from YouTube. They were removing any form of content they created for this game. Like they went full-fledged scorch earth on themselves before they even shut down, because they were just being torn apart by reviews and comments and negative videos being made about them, and people reviewing the trailers from the YouTube, comparing it to the game. Like it was epic, to say the least. So the only downside, and I take this how I mean it, the only downside is that this happened to a smaller studio. And why I say that's like the only bad thing is because had this happened to a bigger studio, it would put more bigger studios on record or on watch, like Activision or Call of Duty, and be like, look, literally one bad game can go full metal nuclear and destroy your company. Because then you have Call of Duty, and I just did the live stream yesterday today, where the campaign took me 5 hours. I died a lot because I killed my buddies. I didn't see a missile coming towards my helicopter, or I just died. Stupid shit. But I played on regular. That campaign is such a fucking joke that it should never been it should never been released. This should have been the year they made just Call of Duty Modern Warfare Zombies, and maybe push MW3 to next year and go with the full DLC. But for a small studio like Fantasy to be able to do that and then get shut down due to financial hardship, but then you have studios like Activision and Infinity Ward putting out this hot shit of the campaign. A lot of people are speculating it will put indie companies on watch of make sure you don't lie, make sure you don't scam, make sure if you put out a trailer that looks like ABC, you better be close. If the premise of your game is an open world zombie MMO, then it better be at least an open world MMO zombie game. How it looks, how it handles, how it performs is irrelevant if the base of the game is not what you promised.
Mm-hmm.
Again.
Yeah. Now, and everybody apparently had a 2-hour window to get a refund from buying the game.
If you only played less than 2 hours.
Oh, if you played less than okay.
Yes, that was a caveat. Is you had to, for PC players anyways, you had to play less than 2 hours. If you played like an hour and 59 minutes and 58 seconds, you were good. But the moment you crossed over 58 seconds and 59, it rounded up to 2 minutes or 2 hours. I know that from playing games and trying to refund them in 2 hours. So it's not a matter of you purchasing it and then returning it, but you're also talking 4 days. Like, that's pretty hard to purchase a game, play for 30 minutes, and be like, I don't like it. Such a small window.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's funny. In a dreary kind of fucking way. So.
Now, is that through Steam, the 2-hour window?
Most PC launchers where you get games from, yes, it's 2 hours. Okay. So whether Xbox, Ubisoft, EA, Epic Game Store, Steam, Battle.net.
Okay. Because I see a lot of people, and it was just Steam that I had seen. A lot of people are like, oh, I'll never buy another game from Steam, blah, blah. I'm like, well, okay. I didn't know about the whole 2-hour window. I saw that you have a 2-hour window to redo. I didn't know it was 2 hours of gameplay. Yeah. I thought it was 2 hours from buying it. And I'm like, fuck, I don't buy a damn game and play it within 2 hours of getting it normally. I'm not 15 years old anymore. I don't race home with already opened in my hand, ready to throw it in.
Well, one, you can't do that anymore. Two,
exactly.
It's 2 hours just to fucking download the damn games.
Yeah. So
gotcha, bitch. You download it now. You can't play. Now you can't refund it.
So yeah, a lot of people are bitching to say they'll never buy another game from Steam again, which I'm pretty sure a lot of them are lying because that's a lot of them get their game from.
They said the same thing about Destiny 2 when Witch Queen came out. They said the same thing when Call of Duty MW2 came to Steam last year. MW3 came to this year. Like, it's a revolving door of these parasitic people who do this type of stuff. And like, I get it, but the problem is you're not able to get a refund, period, unless you have less than 2 hours of gameplay, and that's only because, from my understanding of looking because I go through an account, create one, try to upload a game to see what the process is for Steam. They hold all refunds or all money until the game has hit the 2-hour window. That's my understanding of looking through everything, doing the research, trying to do it myself. So once you play 2 hours of the game, then they release the money to the studio, or 30 days. So if you bought the game, you just haven't played in 30 days, they'll give the money to the studio and the developers, but still you could refund it. Like, I just went through a purge back in May and June of games I played less than 2 hours, and I just refunded all of them. I've had some of them since probably since 2009, 2010. That was my oldest game.
You still got refunds for them?
Yep, because I had less than 2 hours of gameplay into it. The only reason why I refunded is because it fucking wouldn't play anymore. Like, it wouldn't load. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's one of the options you have when you try to refund a game is bought this on accident. This was a gift, didn't want it. Game basically misleading by game, misadvertisement. There's a few of them, but you had to play less than 2 hours of. That's the catch. I thought the same thing too before. I will never fucking buy another game from Steam, and then going, I don't have any other options, because the moment you branch out away from Steam, you get to studio specific games. So Battle.net being Blizzard and Activision, I can only buy those games on that platform. Epic Games, same concept. A little bit more lenient though, because Epic Games, I can get Spider-Man, I can get God of War, I can get some Sony games that were exclusive now aren't. Epic Games is secondary to Steam because they have a wider net that they allow other studios to come on. Ubisoft and EA are strictly Ubisoft and EA games. So other than that, you go online and you just literally purchase the digital download, and it tells you what launcher to use. Yeah.
No, it still just blows my mind that 5 years in development and it comes out like this. And Cyberpunk was made in how long? A year?
No.
Year and a half?
No.
How long was that developed?
That was, I want to say I was in development for I think close to 5 years as well.
Okay, I mean, and I bring that one up just because it was rushed out due to all the bullshit that I had to deal with.
It wasn't rushed. Wasn't rushed. But yeah, there you go. That's number one search when you type in site. 9 years.
Cyberpunk was in development for 9 years.
9 years, so close to 10 years. I thought it was close to a decade. But again, Cyberpunk's a little different though, because they were CD Projekt Red, and they don't develop games quickly either. Their games take years. But again, we've touched base on this game last season and earlier this year even, they got bullied and harassed and death threats by dumbass consumers and gamers, and they just went, fine, fucking here you go, because it was a lot easier than saying we don't want to push shitty product to you gamers. And Cyberpunk was a proving point and a milestone for the gaming industry and consumers alike of going, look, you can rush a studio to put out the game, but understand when the game comes out and it's buggy, it's glitchy, it has tons of issues, it can't play on your PlayStation, you can't play on your Xbox, it's bound with just riddles and riddles of issues. There's literally no one to blame but yourself, not the studios, because the studios literally keep saying, I need 6 more months, I need 3 more months, I need another week, I need another year. They're doing what's best in the eye of the consumer, but you have greedy little shitheads that went, nope, death threats. And they started, leaking their personal information. And then you have, again, Skull and Bones made by Ubisoft, where they've been in development, I think, close to 10 years as well. And they've had issues and they've had threats and everything. They're like, we're not releasing this game until we're happy with it, until we think it's perfected. But hey, now I get to play it full time. And hey, now my money's well spent.
So you think you get to play it?
Bro, if they come out in January or February, it's well, The beta test that we just did, yeah, we don't like it. We need another 2
Didn't they
months.
just do that on the last one?
Last 5, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, they never like this February 16th release is the first time they've given an official like month and day. All year it's been spring of 2023, summer of 2023, fall of 2023, winter of 2023, and then the infamous December 23rd, 2023 date, which is, you know, a pending placeholder of no game comes out during Christmas week. So, yeah, that's what everyone's like, yeah, it's not coming out this year. God damn it. The point of coming soon. I think they removed the year altogether. I think last I checked a few weeks ago, it was just this game is coming out between the years of 2024 and 2025. I was like, yeah. When will I get to use my $60 I pre-ordered this fucker for? So, I mean, I'll be happy, and you can bet your sweet ass I will be doing a full in-depth game review and live stream.
So they have
That's full of both.
10-year development of that game. And then you say Cyberpunk was how long?
9 years.
9 years. And then you have Battlefield 2042 was 15 months, started in 2020, released in 2021. There's a few delays they had, but yes.
You really weren't kidding. I was like, he can't be right about 15 months. 15 months.
Yep. Yeah. So a complete shit show when that game came out. Now it didn't bankrupt the company or like that,
no.
But
well,
definitely pissed a lot of people off.
You also had, again, this year's Call of Duty campaign was produced in 16 months. And that was by Sledgehammer, and then all of a sudden they went, nope. We were told by Treyarch, or by Infinity Ward, we can't do this. And they had, I think they were 8 months into it, and they had to like scrap everything and redo everything.
8 months in, they had to do that?
I read some reports that said halfway, and some reports said 3/4 of the way. So anywhere from 8 months down to the last 6 months, 6 to 4 months of the production.
So then they had to start over, or was it just they stopped?
They had to scrap it and create a whole new campaign.
And that's all within 15 months of scrapping it and redoing it and releasing it. Okay, well, then it makes sense of why it's so damn short.
Yeah, and Sledgehammer has been publicly like bashing Infinity Ward since then too. Like they've there's been a couple streamers who have had Sledgehammer devs in there and studios coming out and like doing interviews and everything. You know, this is what we wanted to include. This is what we'd like to have done, but we were told no, and they're so sick of having to go to Infinity Ward to get approval to do anything inside the game. The only exception, of course, is zombies, where they kind of, them and Treyarch have free range of how zombies handled. Infinity Ward doesn't care. But campaign, multiplayer, and Warzone, Infinity Ward has 100% final say, which is asinine. To say this one studio has full say over all the other studios to develop this game.
Which at this point, within Infinity Ward, the developers and stuff like that have to be around our age, if not a little younger as well.
Older.
Well, you would have to think the ones
mid-40s.
that, which are still within the same era of playing these games.
Yes. Correct.
So they've been around since the beginning of it. They've seen everything through.
They have social media and they can read all this shit too.
Yeah. But the fact that they're trying to limit all this stuff and take things away or say no on stuff when the game needs to evolve in modern times, I'm not saying go to the advanced stupid shit. Stay the hell away from that. It worries me that's where they're going, but
3 years, I think that's where it's going.
I think it's probably less than that, to be honest.
No, because the roadmap is 2024 is Black Ops Gulf War, I think it is. 2025 will be a DLC to Black Ops, and then 2026 will be Advanced Warfare. I think that's read a roadmap. So.
Stop reading that shit. Fucking bring that Advanced Warfare shit in here. No, that's one they need to not do. But yes, that's probably going to happen. Now with this game being pretty much, I'll air quote built with this the day before. Can anybody grab this game and do anything with it after they change the source code to not look like Division? Which I guess it's that same point. They'd have to pretty much make a brand new game if they have to change the source code.
Well, so here's the thing though, like you can get onto GitHub right now, which is a website source locker, so to speak, where you can get source coding for anything, everything, so where you don't have to actually manually write scripture for programming. You can go and find what you're looking for on GitHub, copy and paste it. And if you want to change like color, height, cosmetics, basically, there's a whole section. Most programmers will write, it's like edit here, and they have a whole block of script that you can edit to change the color, change the font, change dynamic cosmetics. So most video games are that way too, where if you wanted to make, say, a very simplistic game like Among Us, you can find Among Us entire script code on GitHub, or you could last year when I was digging around with this, and you could literally find everything. The only code that wasn't there was the little minion guys, but they had all the interaction, like the if and only if then and only then, like they had all of it down, so all you had to do was create your character structure, which again you can go and get from a whole nother different source code on GitHub, copy paste this all together, MacGyver it, and all of a sudden you have a game. I just don't know about like Division, if they have any other coding on a public forum domain like GitHub, or if it's strictly behind a restricted wall meant only for Ubisoft developers, which I would fully believe. And if that's how it is, then to backpedal to like even a lawsuit type thing is that means somebody who worked on this game either knew somebody inside the studio for Division, or they used to work there and they had source code stolen, basically. I don't know about that type of stuff. That's like legality type of things. But if somebody wanted to take all this source code, it's not hard. Not hard at all. I mean, most of the time you can find the source code by going to, like I said, going to places like GitHub, or if you want to get very technical, you can literally always find source code on dark web. You use the onion and everything and go through that route. You could literally find the source code yourself if you want to, and then manipulate it as you see fit.
Yeah.
But remember, they're not a scam. But we're not supposed to call them a scam. They have asked that numerous times to please not call them a scam. Even though they're very scammy right now. Just saying. Walk like a duck, quacks like a duck, must be a duck.
Because it looks like a lot of the big name games that have came out, I have not seen an overall pleasing of a lot of the consumers that are playing them. I think, and I'll use one that we always talk about, is Warzone. This one has been, in my opinion, very well taken, other than campaign. Received, I should say, not taken. Very well received, other than campaign. Obviously, you're going to have haters of any kind.
But that's the thing, like Call of Duty, if you go to like the reviews, you just find, even like IGN, as much shit as we give them, everyone is just shitting the bed on campaign. Everybody loves zombies. I don't know why everybody's calling this Warzone 3, but whatever. Digress. I'm not hearing anything bad about zombies. I'm not hearing anything bad about multiplayer even. Typically multiplayer is like the cesspool toxicity where people just go in and shit on it and say, well, if the movements were like this, if the guns were like this, if the recoils, blah, 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 blah. Realism. Like, they're not shitting on anything but campaign.
I think the movement and everything this season is better than it has been.
But it's the same fucking movement from 2 games ago.
But it seems everything seems smoother than how it was before. So the new map, everything they have, it all seems a lot smoother.
Yep.
The zombies, everything like that is great. I've talked about it in one of our other podcasts. I like it. I wasn't a huge zombies person. The way they're doing it now, I like.
He's
I mean,
downplaying that motion. He hated zombies. To quote him,
I fucking hated
zombies is stupid, and I'll never play it because it's a stupid fucking mode.
Well, they made me like it again.
And guess which bitch got him to play? This bitch.
That bitch. I'll even say Fortnite. Fortnite has been well received.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot of people enjoy it. The new Lego Lego one they have out now. Whatever, I guess. I don't know. I've watched a few things on it.
Mostly
people are
Tim,
liking that.
Ninja, Courage, Cypher.
Yeah, their beef that they're starting of blowing up each other's houses and shit like that. But I mean, that stuff right there.
That's a pinnacle game, though. Like that's and I've shit on Fortnite before. I will continue to shit on Fortnite. But the thing is, the reason why is because it's a pinnacle game. And what I mean by that is this game is ever evolving, ever changing, ever adapting, ever learning. They actually pay attention to the consumers, to their players. They allow the players to have freedom to mod and create like gameplays and game modes in themselves, which then in turns allows R&D for Epic to be like, hey, we're seeing a lot of people playing team deathmatch inside of man-made or self-made mode. Hey, we're seeing a lot of people play capture the flag. Hey, we're seeing this, we're seeing that. It allows our research and development team, R&D, to view all that, to see all the metrics, to see what everyone's doing, and then go, how can we incorporate this into our base game? And most of the time they don't, but they'll improve like the movement or small little just like minor things like movement and gun control and how the recoil happens and everything, minor things like that. But at the same time, they will go, oh, this game mode would be so much better if we introduce this or that or add some of this, remove that. It's ever evolving. It's a pinnacle game. And literally, it started the Battle Royale genre to be where it is now. As much as I shit on Fortnite, like, you gotta give props where it's due because they've nailed it. And even then, people are still shitting on them. Oh, look at them. They had to go back 7 years. It's funny, because the only people I'm seeing saying that are people who play sports game religiously.
Yeah, but also at the same time, you have a lot of the younger generation love the game. They flat out love it. Nothing is going
ruining
to
my franchises. Look, it's the guy from Fortnite. Buck, you, that is Kratos, that is Master Chief. How? That's John Wick, you stupid fucking cunt. How dare you?
But I mean, it works. I never played PUBG. You know, I never played any of those leading up. So once it wasn't until Apex that I started playing it. I played Fortnite a little bit.
I love that Apex you were playing on. Now you are just shitting on Apex every chance you get.
That's all there was. It was until, and then I got excited when I heard about Warzone. I was like, oh fuck it, I can get rid of this futuristic stupid shit. I can't stand it. I cannot stand futuristic stuff. It drives me nuts. I hate it. I fucking hate it.
Don't worry, in 3 years' time, and he will buy the Advanced Warfare Call of Duty.
3 years? No, I will not. I'll be done playing. At that point, I won't play. I can't do it.
Here's the thing, like, I got into Battle Royales because of PUBG, but PUBG left a very nasty taste in my mouth. I was like, I don't like this. I hate this whole fucking genre. It's stupid. I hope it never succeeds. I hope it's destroyed and obliterated. And then Fortnite.
Motherfucker.
And then Fortnite, and then Apex. And again, I didn't get into Apex. I got into Apex after I got into Warzone. I got into Warzone. I was like, oh, this is pretty fun. And then they did some changes. They fucked around with some shit. Took away some maps. Pissed me off. I was like, I'm done with it. I don't want to play this anymore. Took away Plunder. And I was like, I'm done. And then buddies got me into Apex. And then got me into Fortnite. I became fucking dope in Fortnite. I was actually winning. Getting lots of kills. Now if I try to play Fortnite, I look like a fucking handicapped in so many capacities. And I can't go back to Apex. I tried the other day, actually. I was like, let him play this. Oh my god, what's going on?
And that just shows too that game has evolved so much that it's not like going back to it and it's the exact same thing. The game has evolved in its own way, which it should. I don't know, is out of the main three, and I say Warzone, Fortnite, and Apex. I mean, I think Apex is at the bottom. and that's because I don't like it. But
I don't even think I could put
I don't know.
Apex in the top 3. I think I would honestly replace Apex with PUBG. I would do Fortnite, Warzone, PUBG. And even then, maybe Tarkov would replace PUBG and literally be Fortnite, Warzone, Tarkov. And Tarkov's not even a fully developed game yet. It's still in beta.
Yeah.
So, which is ridiculous because that game's been in beta for fucking ever. Literally. Forever.
And maybe it's just me, but I think the game moves, sounds, and looks like shit. Tarkov. I don't understand. I mean, but like, how long has it been in beta? Like, nothing has changed on the game. They have their wipes and everything else, their updates and all this shit. But every time it looks like shit. And I don't know. I've never played it, so I have no idea. But it's ridiculous. It never seems to change.
To answer your question, Tarkov has been in beta since July 28th, 2017.
Are you fucking serious?
The game entered closed beta July 28, 2017, being made available for all players no matter the pre-order edition they purchase.
Wow.
And then there's even a question of when will Tarkov officially be released? And it says this game is frequently updated as it can be seen in the changelog. However, it's currently still in closed beta, and there's no information on the full development of the game being released. So 6 years? Am I doing my math right? 6 years?
Still in beta. But do you play it? Have you played it? Because I know it's only a PC. It's a PC only game. Obviously,
until it comes out of beta, and then it'll go to console. Like that's their roadmap. Is we will come to console when we release. And I will give it to them. I grant 6 years is a long fucking time, but most studios will start on PC because they don't have to instantly create a whole different structural script for PlayStation, for Xbox. Like even for Xbox, with it being still Microsoft owned, they still have to create a specific source for it. Sony typically fucks shit up. That's why it takes so long. But most games are on PC and then they go to console, and even then the window's maybe 3 months. I think that's the most I've seen, with the exception of Tarkov and 6 Days in Fallujah. Like most games take 3 months to go from PC to console if it's well received. Indie studios don't typically go to console unless they're in connection with Microsoft directly or Sony directly. So I've played Tarkov. To answer your question, I played Tarkov, but it's one of those, like, I think I've talked about this before, is Tarkov is a game that requires master dedication. Like, this is the game you play. You're a gamer, but you are specifically a Tarkov gamer. You don't get to just play Tarkov on Monday and don't play again until next Monday. You don't get to have a schedule with it like that. No. It's Tarkov on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then you rinse and repeat. Because there's so many mechanical structures that you have to understand, you have to know how to use, how to play. You have to go check it on your base, if people raided, if people took your base over. Like, there's just so much to it. Is it fun? Yeah. It's fucking long and tedious, though. Because, like, you have to exfil. But then again, you have to manage a big-ass fucking map to exfil. And you're going to run into players. You're going to run into AI. Like, it's just a hodgepodge shit show. It's enjoyable to a degree, but it's one of the few games that gets me to instantly rage quit. And by instantly, I mean like Alt F5. We're like, fuck this bitch. Done. Force close it all. Let me exit the lobby. Let me exit. No. Done. Done with this. Sorry, Alt F4. I'm done with this shit. Fuck you, fuck this all, I'm done. At least with Warzone, I will finish a map, I will exfil, and I'll be like, fucking leave this shit. I'm sick of being owned. I'm sick of being somebody else's bitch. I'm just being whooping boy. I'm sick of this. I'm tired. I've had it up to here, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad.
Ain't much. But but that's what baffles my mind, though, with like fantasy.
releasing the day before, and typically there's no such thing as bad publicity. All publicity is good publicity. Like
not when it kills your studio.
Yeah, and then the fact that they've made statements of we're not refunding, or we can't refund. I think it's the exact statement that was made. Is we can't refund due to having to pay off our debts. Like, no, bitch. No. I want my $40 back. I want every dime back. And it's not happening. A lot of people are losing their games or their money because they did play it for 2 hours on Steam, or because the studio shut down. And even then, like, there's been a couple games that I've purchased and the studio gets bought out and they shut that studio down. So it's no longer around, but the game's still being supported by another studio or another bigger team. And even then, they'll still be like, sorry, studio's not there anymore. We can't extract money. We can't give you a refund. So either they just out the money, or there's been a few times where Steam has refunded people, but then they've made an announcement where, like, we're having mass number of refunds requested on this game. If you purchase this game, you must understand no refunds will be had. Mm-hmm. And I've had a few of those games where I've looked into some of those games where I'm like, I really want to play this game. Oh, never mind. I don't want to play if I can't get and it's like $5, but it's still enough for me to go, no. Yeah. It's in my catalog forever, and I can't play. I can't do this. I can't do that. It's a nuisance for me at that point.
Mm-hmm. No, and I get it. It's one thing I'm hoping. I was feeling that games were going in the right direction with the way things that were going for the releasing, but then this game comes out and totally kills that. Like, oh, cool, never mind. That's so there is still shit going on.
I got you $1.
Shit games are coming out. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes, everything looks good. Oh, nope. Here's the day before. Let's just can everything there.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, yeah, the concept of the game sounded cool. The delivery of it was not there at all.
So the essence of the game wasn't even there.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens moving forward, but I don't know if there's really anything else big coming out that I could think of. The 6 Days of Fallujah. That's is that? Oh, it is. That's right. I forgot about that one. You had told me about that one.
I can't wait for this one to come out. When's it come out?
6 Days of Fallujah is the one I'm looking
next month. That's what it was. January 30th. So literally end of January next year. It's coming to all consoles and PC, and this is going to be on Game Pass because that's how I'm going to play it. But again, this game. Hold on, listen. How long has Suicide Squad been in development? Let's just go down this rabbit hole. It was announced in 2020. It was rumored to be in development since 2017, 2018. Which is fair because I know there's been several DC games that have, like, not announced, but they had project code names. Everybody's like, oh, it's going to be this, or it's going to be that. So, hard to say. This is probably one of the few games I'm excited for, especially since it's going to be so fucking gnarly.
Well, that one shouldn't have any issues coming out. That should be decent because, like we've talked about, the source code is already there.
2 letters, DC.
Well, what was the last one? What's one that just had come out? Was it Gotham Knights? No.
Yes.
What the hell was it? Was that it?
Yes.
So that one came out. That one I haven't heard anything bad about, but not a lot of people that I've watched have played it. But I haven't heard anything bad about it as of right now.
So I've played it and I've heard some bad things about it, but it was more of like because there's puzzles in the game, and there were like early onset with the game when it came out, puzzles weren't working properly, like there was glitches in it, which is okay, whatever, it happens in the first month. But I just recently played it back in July, August, we'll say summer, and I enjoyed it, but it's also one of those games like it definitely felt like the ugly redheaded stepsister to the Arkham trilogy. Where like, oh, this had so much potential, and it's not even like in the realm of being as good or even like on the same sphere
as Batman Arkham Knight series, or Arkham series, sorry. So it left a lot to be desired. It's a good game though, a lot better than a campaign of Call of Duty. And it's like a godsend compared to the day before too. But I mean, yeah, it's just it was one of those games I was highly anticipated, very disappointed, just because like how it was handled, how it was received, and everything. Suicide Squad's one of those games that's been pushed back. I want to say it's been pushed back a year, which is why it's in 2024. Because I think it was supposed to release January of this year, and it got pushed back 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, and then to January. So, which again, as I said numerous times, take your fucking time. If I have to wait a year or some video game cases, 3 or 4 years to play a game, I'm all for it. Release a finished, polished product. At least let it be 90% polished. Minor little issues here and there, whatever. I don't care. It's when the game has an over 50% shit rate of, well, maybe this game will work, maybe it won't. Maybe you can finish this quest, maybe you can't. So, just my opinion.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I only look at a few games, and then the 6 Days in Fallujah is the only one that I have any type of high expectations for. And again, it's not going to be until late 2024 when this comes out. It should be on. I think it's beta for PC, but yeah, this is not that I have played it or anything like that, or hasn't been teased too much. But this is my for you Skull and Bones. But I know you've had a lot longer list or ongoing headache with that game.
Both. So I have a longer list of games and frustrations toward that one game.
So this is one that I'm hoping is good, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna try and
I'm not gonna
get too much into it. Yeah.
I'm telling you, speaking of 6 Days of Fallujah, one of the streamers I watch pretty regularly plays Fallujah probably like once or twice a week. And it's so funny because he will actively go into lobbies and he'll either like partner up with people or he'll bring a crew of himself. But if he meets up with randoms, you will hear him instantly use the most famous word structure that you don't like at all for when it comes to like Call of Duty realism. But he'll be like, "Oh my god, watch his gun!" Ah, this is so real life. I used to use this weapon. Like he'd pull shit out his ass, like deployment or his dad or his grandpa, whatever. He'd make some shit up, and you could just hear everybody just, "Dude, that's not true. You're full of shit." "Oh, really? That's so awesome. I've never shot this gun." Like it's a mixed match. But there's been a couple times where he's ran into like an ex-Marine, an ex-soldier, an ex-Air Force, basically ex-military. The funniest one was he ran into an ex-UK specialist. And he'd be like, "Oh yeah, I really love this gun." I don't remember what it was. He's like, the rapid fire rate, the quickness, the reloading capabilities. I just love this. And you can literally hear the guy go, "Sir, you're full of shit." He goes, "I can't hear you. What did you say?" "You're full of shit." "Can you speak up? Your microphone's a little low." "I said you are full of shit. This weapon cannot reload in this time. It's typically a 2-man." Like goes on. I'm just like, man, he's really showing. And of course, the streamer just eggs on, go, no. I've seen this. I've used this weapon myself. And he just baits him even more. And that guy gets so pissed. He literally just like, "You know what? You're fucking dumb, ignorant cunt. I'm done with you. I hope you just have the worst fucking day of your life. Piss off." And exits the lobby. I'm like, wow. You really just like pissed him off. No regards.
I haven't watched gameplay on it yet, but the screenshots that I see of the game do not make me happy at all.
Screenshots are 50-50.
We'll see.
Well, only time will tell. Again, I have 2 big games, I guess, I'm looking towards in the next 60 days. And maybe we'll have a podcast episode at the end of February. You may not see me for like a month. It just depends on how devoted I become to Skull and Bones.
If it comes out.
Okay. It will come out. But yes, if it comes out, you're screwed. And
we had a good run.
I have a couple airman buddies that are coming back stateside who I used to play D&D and World of Warcraft with, so we just may be really done. Maybe I will tell them Tuesday nights off limits, but it may be one of those things like, look, Roger, we got an hour to crank out 3 episodes. Let's go.
I got shit to do.
You're not on my priority list anymore. Or worst case, I'll drag you into it.
I mean, it is going to be on PS5, so I don't know. I don't know anything about the game, so I really have no clue. I'm not too big on pirates, but again, I hated zombies, so I don't know.
This isn't like pirates. I mean, okay, it's pirates, but it's not like the concept you're saying. It's fun.
As long as it's not that what that fucking game is.
Sea of Thieves?
Yes, that fucking thing.
Nothing like Sea of Thieves. I hate Sea of Thieves.
Horrible.
Hate it.
That's when I struggle to even watch.
I speaking of that game, we'll wrap it up after this, but speaking of that game, that's one of those games unfortunately I need to try out again because they just introduced a single player version of it. And it's on my docket. I have it downloaded, but for the life of me, I can't get to it. Like I was gonna play it this weekend, but I was like, oh, I should do the campaign. Like Call of Duty talked me out of playing Sea of Thieves. And it's just like, oh, well, I could go do this. Oh, well, it's the holidays. And you go Christmas shopping. Oh, well, it's the holidays. And you go do Festival of Lights. Oh, this or that or that. It's like, oh, darn. The wife and I are watching a new TV show. I can't play Sea of Thieves. Oh, well. What show are we watching tonight? That's where Sea of Thieves is on my list. Just not there.
Extremely low priority.
Yep. But if you get into Skull and Bones, Thursday nights will be funny. That's all I will say. Because you'll have your own pirate ship, I'll have my own pirate ship, you'll have your own crew, I'll have my own crew. And if you think we get separated now on Call of Duty, just wait till we get separated in the oceans. And you're like, where the fuck are you? I'm facing the tribe of XYZ. Oh, hold on. Oh. All right, let me get to Doc. I'll fast travel to you. 1 second. Sorry. I thought you went north. I didn't realize you went southwest. And went all the way to the corner of the map.
I have no clue what to expect from this game, so maybe we'll see.
Yeah, we shall see. If not, you'll see me. But yeah, other than that, definitely don't forget that December 24th, 2023, of course, December 24th to December 30th, 2Guys1Gamepad will be live over on officially. Be live on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So whatever platform suits your fancy, whichever one you get your jollies off to, pick that platform. Go to 2Guys1Gamepad on it. Links are listed in the description for all of it as well. And tune in. It's going to be a week-long video edition of 2Guys1Gamepad Season 2. Minimum 8 hours a day will be streamed. I think we can do all 7 days. We shall see, because that's also a lot of time and quite taxing on my PC to run 24/7. So we shall see. But regardless, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Rahgel and I will be hopping in and out of the chat because, of course, there's holiday break for us with the kids and our own family. So we'll be in there in and out. I'm likely to be a part of it a lot more than he is, but that's what producers do. Talents are like wham bam, thank you ma'am type situation. So prove me wrong. Tell me where the lie's at, Rahgel. Tell me where the lie's at. That's right. There is no
everything that comes out of your mouth. Oh, lies.
He's the best person ever. There's a lie.
That's the most truthful thing you've said so far.
He's so fucking tall. He's like
In
5'2".
Spitting truth all day long now.
But yeah, make sure you head over there and then go check out Discord and Patreon, which will be officially live on January 1st, but you can go and get early access now. So that's all I got for you people. Here's Ken Doll himself, Rahgel. So
I got nothing.
Party. Let's go.
Come on, party. You fucked it up already.
I said Parby because I was trying to say party and Barbie, but yeah.
Check us out Thursday nights. We play Warzone, and that's it. Nothing else. Until maybe Squad Mode comes out. I have no idea. And yeah, it's gonna be zombies then. Call of Duty. Yeah, nothing else. Till then. Bye, bitch.
Welcome back to another episode. This is actually our final episode of the season and of 2023. Yeah, it's 2023. Yeah. Anyways, so to kick things off, as always, you have myself, Sig, the wonderful, the majestic, the lovely, and then we have the gorgeous green suit with the light string on it. His Christmas suit. I love Facebook. We have Rahgel here with us.
There's nothing good that comes out of Facebook ever. Nothing good.
Speak for yourself. I love every picture.
Nothing good ever comes out of Facebook.
I love when she posts pictures. I'm like, why is she popping up on my feed? Oh, he was tagged. Let's look at the pictures. But our final episode, and with that said, this is just the final episode that's being recorded. We do still have 2 more that will come out this year. It will be 6 top 3 episodes of season 22 or season 2, and Rahgel's top 3 episodes of season 2. Huh? Fucking jumping 20 years ahead. So those will be the recap video, so to speak, or episodes of the year. And then of course we also have our live stream that's going to be taking place December 24th through the 30th. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Kick, maybe Instagram if I can figure that shit out. But we're everywhere at this point. So, but with that said, final episode means chaos. Anything can happen.
Final season episode.
Yes, final.
You should say final season episode. You make it sound like we're going away. Like
final episode of season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing's rehearsed, nothing scripted, nothing edited. So this should be. Ever. He wouldn't know because he doesn't do any of this shit. I'm just gonna plug myself.
Here we go.
Now.
Season 3, I'm applying for new positions.
You got a guest on. Finally.
I did.
Which will be, for you listening, that will be the season premiere of season 3. So we have an interesting guest that will be on. Really good guy. Great awesome conversation. Great guy. So tune in for that. That'll be available January 2nd. Yeah, January 2nd. So, but till then, you're stuck with us, as always.
And then also January 2nd as well. So
yeah. Well, kind of. You'll have to. But
every time you listen to us, you're stuck with us.
Just know you chose to hit play.
And continue this far.
Yeah.
Into everything.
With that said, this is gonna be all thrown together, hodgepodge. No conversation before this, so even kind of somewhat sort of figure out what the hell we're gonna talk about. I got something interesting. We've talked about this before, kind of like off podcasts, maybe. I don't think I've talked about it on podcasts. Maybe I don't know. We've done a lot. I have very everything just muddled together for our episodes. I told you probably like a month ago, whatever. I was going to have my consultation to go have a vasectomy.
Mm-hmm.
So I finally got that done. The consultation, I had to wait another month. But anyway,
so weird.
They only do like a dozen a month in this little rinky-dink shop. Anyways, that sounds really bad when you put it like that. Yeah.
You might want to go. You might want to actually go to a doctor. You just don't go to a fucking toy store and say, "Hey, grab those kid scissors over there, some rubber bands, and those play Band-Aids. Let's do this. No more kids."
Pretty much. But no, so went to my consultation, and of course, wife drops me off because we're down to one car. And I'm in there, And finally get seen. Go to the back. The questions are fucking ridiculous. What's the best way to put this? Their insurance on their side is not like health insurance, but their insurance policy is ridiculous because like I go in there and of course they take my blood pressure and they're like, okay, have you ever had a genital surgery of any sorts? And of course, I'm a smart ass. And when I'm uncomfortable or I'm anxious, medical procedures, I'm anxious all the time. I make jokes, and they're not like the best thought out jokes. And they're kind of just like, I'm trying to make you uncomfortable now. You're going to be on my level. But anyways, so like, have you ever had any surgery on your genitals? I was like, nope, not that I knew of. Nope. And they stopped to go, what do you mean that you know of? Like, well, I was in the military. You never know. Just shit happens in the military. Get knocked out, pass out at a party. You don't know what's happened. And the lady's just really uncomfortable looking. She's like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to put down no. Okay, you haven't had any recent. Nope. Okay. Okay, well, here's a video. You're going to hear about how the procedure's done, and they're going to talk about, and then you need to basically verify all this that you watch with your doctor that comes in. I was like, perfect.
What other procedures are there, first off? I don't know of any.
You can donate a testicle and make like thousands of dollars. That's a surgery. You could replace a hernia, or fix a hernia. You could have a collapsed testicle. You could have like the guy in my basic squad had, which was elephantitis in his nut. He probably had surgery on that. If he didn't, he should have, because that thing was like the size of a freaking softball.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even think about. I was just thinking like your dick, like what, like I don't know, like enlargement. Like I don't know what the hell you're trying to have. Balls, okay, makes sense.
Ma'am, I had 3 stents put in, each one an inch. We're now showing finally. So, again, I'm already anxious about this because I know the idea, I get the concept, but I'm not stupid either. But the way they ask the questions of which they ask, make me go, who the fuck is coming in here? Who doesn't understand like basic autonomy? Who doesn't understand any of the shit? And I say that because one of the many questions I got asked was, do you understand that you are going to have surgery on your scrotum? I was like, yes. It's how vasectomy is performed. Like you have to cut it open, go in, snip the wire, done. And she's like, okay.
You're not just serving a bomb. Like
tell me the lie. Tell me where the lie is. That's what's happening.
It's not like you go red or blue, red or blue. Which one did I cut?
To be fair, there's 2 down there. They need to like figure out which one they're cutting. And they even talk about in the video that they had to find it. I'm not wrong. It sounds like a bomb diffusing. But anyway, so it's like, okay, I understand that. And the doctor's going over the procedures like, we'll snip it. We're going to cauterize it. That's using energy to basically close it. I was like, oh, you're melting it. You're cauterizing it. Oh, okay. And he literally goes, okay, like kind of like he had that epiphany, that light bulb moment. He knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just not stupid. But he's like, and then we're gonna take part of the tube and we're gonna stitch it basically on the inside. So where there's no way it can grow back together. It will just be forever attached to the inside of your scrotum. I was like, all right, perfect, makes sense. He goes, so you're gonna have dissolvable stitches, meaning they will disappear by themselves. You'll need to come in and see us. Okay, dissolvable, yeah. Again, I understand what these words mean, but in my head I'm going, who the fuck doesn't understand this 3rd grade lingo that's talking? Like, what is going on? So, anyways, they talk about the procedure, and I'm over here just going, yep, makes sense. He goes, okay, well, understand it is reversible. You need to have it done before 3 years. After that, it's very dicey. 1 in 2,000 fail, meaning 1,999 are very successful and no issues. And then he's like, you'll come back in for your 3-month checkup and we'll test you. That's literally how he said, we will test your supply and see if you're at 0. I was like, okay, You're gonna test my semen to see if it's 0. If I have no swimmers, and he goes, yes. I'm awkward. Just remember that. Very awkward.
No,
Never.
not at all.
So I sit there. I was like, it's safe to say I'm in charge of making sure I'm down to 0, right? He goes, ideally, yes. You or your significant other should help produce that number down to 0. I was like, okay, perfect, got it. Understand. I will take care of that. I'm a master. It'll be like teenage years all over again. He just stopped. He's just, all right. Anyways, we got to cover some more stuff. I'm having fun. I'm anxious. I'm like nervous and everything, but I'm having fun. I don't know what else to do. Ridiculous. He goes, I have to inform you, even though you are snipped, you will be fertile until we get numbers to prove you are 0. Understood. So if you get this procedure and you decide to be intimate with your wife shortly after, she can still get pregnant. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. The number's not down to 0. Like, you just did it. It's not like a water valve where you shut it off and it's instantly done. Like, that's just not how this works. He was like, okay, perfect. All right, so I need you to sign this form that states that you understand that until you hit your 3-month appointment, you are deemed very fertile, and which means you can produce a baby. I was like, well, I can't produce a baby, but I can sure help create one. And he's like, yes, that's correct.
Let me note this down. I'm taking everything from this guy. Balls, dick, everything. He's being a Ken doll by the time he walks out of here.
So whatever. So I signed the paperwork. He's like, okay, now we need to get into like the more sensitive topic. The fuck is more sensitive than talking about like what? What do you mean more sensitive?
How does this get deeper?
So I was like, okay, shoot. Well, I still can. He's just like, okay. Anyways, like you can tell he's maybe either annoyed or like just he doesn't know what to do with me, which is fine. Most people don't. So he's there. He's like, okay, why are you here? I was like, oh, to get a vasectomy. But this is my consultation.
Already?
So okay, right, okay. You're having the same thought process, okay? So I was like, to have a vasectomy. But this is the consultation. I'll be back in a month. He's like, okay. Do you? Who's your doctor that's going to be doing the procedure? It's like, I don't know. No one. Like, I haven't actually been issued a doctor. I was told I'd get one. I have one assigned to me on a consultation, and they're like, okay. You don't know your doctor at all. I was like, nope. I honestly assumed it was you because you're here doing my consultation. He's like, no, I don't work on Mondays. I was like, okay. I don't know who my doctor is. Like, I don't even know who's fucking here. So whatever.
Yeah.
So he's like, okay, let me look it up, and he tells me. I was like, okay. He's like, okay, well, again, you're here for a vasectomy. I was like, yes. And at this point, I'm like, you've clarified this now 3 times.
Weird ass conversation we had just before all this.
So he goes, okay, are you here of your own free will? Yeah, I'm here. He doesn't know I have kids yet at this point either, so just kind of plays a role. I was like, yeah, I'm here on my own free will. Like, I told my doctor probably 2-3 years ago, because back then I talked to my insurance company and they said as long as my doctor refers me, they will pay for it. And my doctor never did. It just kept getting pushed off, and I just finally gave up and I called myself this summer. And he's like, okay, well, we are covered. We're covered underneath Planned Parenthood bill, so you're good there. I was like, okay, perfect, awesome. Don't care. Let's go on with this. So he's like, okay, you're here of your own free will, 100%. Yes. No one's forcing you to be here. No? Like, now I'm inquisitive? I was like, no?
I don't think so.
Okay. So he's like, so your significant other, your wife? I was like, yes. Does she know you're here? Yeah, she dropped me off. Okay. Did she tell you to come here? No, but she encouraged it. He's like, okay. So she didn't force you, she didn't make the call? No, again, I made the call several times. He's like, okay.
I'm a man.
And
I make my own decisions. I'm a man.
I'm an adult. So I was like, okay. And he was, okay, so no one else. Mother-in-law, Like, no. Mom, Dad is like, they don't know. No one knows I'm here except for my wife. I came here of my own accord, if that's what you're asking. He goes, okay, we just need to make sure. I was like, okay. Do you have another partner? No, that's too much work. And he was like, you don't have another wife, another girlfriend, boyfriend? No, that's too much fucking work. No. And okay, that's my question too. Granted, Fort Riley's like 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
And so I was like, no, I'm starting to get like annoyed really heavily here. I was like, I'm here of my own free will, of my own accord. I understand the ramification of this. No one's forced me to be here. I'm doing this myself because I no longer want kids. And like, okay, well, how old are you again? I was like, I'm 33. He goes, okay, so ideally we don't normally do procedures under 35. And I was like, okay, well, I want it done. I don't want any more kids. Like, I'm done. I have enough. He's like, oh, okay, so you do have kids. I go, yeah, I have two. I have a son and a daughter. Told him my age, and he's like, okay, perfect. And your wife is okay with you having a procedure? Yes. It's less invasive for me to do this than have my wife do it. And he's like, okay. And she's 100% okay with this. Yes. And you don't have a mistress or an affair partner. I was like, sir, look, I'm starting to get kind of annoyed with this. It's no one else. Okay. I'm getting this done. I want this done. I will be back January 15th to have my appointment to get the snippety snip and be done. And I'll see you in 3 months. And he's like, okay. I just need you to sign this paper to make sure that it's of your own volition, own accord, blah, blah. All right, whatever. And of course, I'm signing all these paperwork, and my head starts making up its own stories because now I have all these fucking red flags.
That's what it does.
I'm just like, who the fuck is coming in here? Like, who's coming in here and be like, look, I need to have a vasectomy, and you're not gonna tell my wife, right? Okay. Oh, my girlfriend. You can't tell them. I was like, it's cute. You think I could juggle a wife, a family, and a side piece? Like, no, no. I fucking slip up so goddamn quick because I tell my wife everything. Like, oh yeah, I was hanging out with so and so today. They'd be like, who the fuck is that? Oh, well, she's this girl.
Well, this was fun while it lasted.
Awesome. But so that happened, and then I didn't know this was gonna happen. But he's like, all right, we need to do a quick exam. I was like, okay. So I like stuck my arm out thinking they needed like blood pressure, heart rate, all that stuff. Like, well, he's like, stand up, drop your drawers. I was like, oh, okay. Like nonchalantly, and I was like, oh, okay, just drop them. And I just like there. He goes, okay. I was like, look, you're not the first guy to tell me to drop my drawers and fondle me. It's at least you're younger this time. He had to literally stop and go, what?
I DoorDash. This is very common.
I was thinking of military, but yeah. The creepy old fuck from MEPS.
Oh, yes.
So he just kind of like, what? I was like, oh, yeah, like I was in the military. He goes, okay. I got fondled by an old geezer who's probably like 80, 90 years old, told me to bend over and cough and duck walk. And he's just all while like trying to find this pipe, so to speak. And he's just like, what? I was like, yeah, this is like everybody does it. Okay. Anyways, takes his glove. He's like, yeah, you're a prime candidate. You're good to go. We should be fine. Here's your paperwork and everything. I was like, okay, cool, perfect. I started reading the paperwork, and he was still asking me questions. And he's like, something about NOx gas, or taking a Percocet. And he's like, Percocet is covered. I'll explain why. He's like, Percocet's covered by insurance. The gas will be $100. Insurance doesn't cover it. I was like, okay, cool. I thought I was awake for all this. He's like, oh, you will be. I was like, okay. I thought it was like a 10-minute procedure. Oh, it is. Okay. So like I'm confused, and it's clearly visible on my face. And he's like, okay, it's to ease the nerves. We get way too many people come in here who get really, really nervous and really anxious about it. So we just prescribe exactly one Percocet pill, which we will administer when you get here. So you'll go pick up at your pharmacy, bring the pill here day of, and we'll give it to you. And it's just to kind of basically help calm your nerves and get you so where you're not jostling around on the table and you sit still and you remain calm. And he's like, I would highly recommend doing the gas. But again, it's $100 because insurance doesn't cover it. And I was like, what's the name of that gas again? And he told me, I was like, oh no, yeah, I can't use that. He's like, why not? I was like, well, that's what the military uses or the Air Force used when I got my wisdom teeth removed. And they had that up to like a 5 out of 8. And I woke up 10 minutes into it. And I felt my teeth cracking and then pulling them. And he's like, oh, how'd they finish the procedure? They cranked it to an 8, numbed me the fuck up, and gave me something to swallow. And he's like, okay, so we're going to do Percocet. Have you ever had a Percocet before? I was like, yeah. It's fine.
Do I bring my own or just what you prescribe me?
So he's like, okay, well, you're going to be issued exactly one. Do not take it before. Bring the pill to us with you on the appointment. It's like, okay, cool, gotta understand. Whatever. So finish up the appointment. Wife picks me up. I'm reading up the paperwork. He didn't tell me, but I'm under the assumption, I think like many guys are, because of videos and movies, that I get there and they shave me. And they'd be like, shave, done. The paperwork says, please ensure entire groin area is shaved from the base of the scrotum all the way to the base of the shaft and the whole surrounding area. Please make sure you shave the day before, if not the morning of, if you have time. I was like, what the fuck? Like, does that I don't have a razor blade. Does it look like I have a razor blade? It's like, great. So I looked to my wife. I was like, hey, I'm going to get you a new razor blade, okay? Tell her about it. And it was funny. But the whole thing, like the whole interaction was really just red flags for me. And the fact that the questions alone just made me go, the fuck is happening here? Type thing. And I was like, okay. And then I think you probably had this when you had yours. I don't know. You went through VA, so they probably just gave you ibuprofen.
Oh, just wait. I'm already going. I'll go with mine after you talk about your luxury story you have here.
It gets better. So, the part I forgot is like the recovery, like the post-op. The doctor's telling me about it. He's like, listen, you are going to be sedentary for 3 days. You are not to move. You're not to get up. You can go to the bathroom. You can get something to eat. Do not strain yourself if you have to go and have a bowel movement. And by the way, side note, I hate that we're being so medical with all this fucking jargon. Poop is perfectly medical. Drop a deuce, I don't care. But anyways, it was just kind of bugging me. It's my thing. So he's like, so you can't strain because you can tear the stitches on the inside. You're also not allowed to have intimacy for the first week. You're not allowed to touch yourself for the first week. Basically, no touching, no fondling, leave it alone. He's like, but for the first 3 days, you don't move. And so you're going to stay on the couch, stay on the chair, or in bed. We recommend you stay in bed, but we understand that this new age of people and society, there's a lot of gamers out there, so you can go play games as long as you sit down in a chair and make sure you have like a donut or a butt pillow or some type of thing. I was like, oh, perfect. My wife bought me this really nice pillow because my chair is deteriorating. So it's a really nice pillow I sit on. It's very comfortable. And he's like, and you need to bring tight underwear or a jock strap. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. It's like, yeah, you have to. And you're going to wear that for 3 days. I don't want to. He's like, well, then bring tight underwear in. Like, okay, I got tight underwear. He's like, no, like whitey tighties. I'm like, dude, you're fucking handcuffing me at this point. I haven't worn whitey tighties since the military, and that's uncomfortable. Like, my thighs stick together. There's no gap there. That's very awesome. So I'm relaying all this information to my wife about the 3 days, the fact that I get prescribed 1,600 milligrams of ibuprofen, which I told him, don't waste my insurance money on that. I'll just go to the store and I'll pop 4 pills in adverse to just popping your one and paying you $100. $5. So that's a no-go. They said they had to prescribe it to me. I'm not fucking picking up. That's stupid. But anyways, telling my wife this, and she goes, "Yet I gave birth, and I was released 2 days after giving birth for both our children. Could have been released 12 hours later, but no, they both had to be checked for jaundice or whatever." I was like, "Yeah, they didn't give me any. They didn't let me have a Percocet. Hell, fucking the anesthesiologist, Todd, not to dime him out, but Todd, you need to fucking move quicker. He was late to getting my wife hooked up with drugs so where she could give birth to our first kid. And like by late, I mean, my wife was about to get to the point, I think she was maybe 10 to 15 minutes away before she could no longer have a needle or whatever. I forget the medicine. I want to say morphine, but that doesn't. There we go. Epidural. She was about 5 to 10 minutes away from passing the time that she's not allowed to have it because Todd was just taking a sweet fucking time. It was at night, for God's sakes. But anyways, whole other story. So she's more irate about the fact that it's such a pristine, cozy, comfy, like no moving, not allowed to do anything. She's like, "Yeah, I'm over here breastfeeding, having her walk around, fucking diaper and all this shit because my organs are falling out." I was like, and all I'm saying is, it's tough. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna sting for like 3 days. And so joked about it for a little bit, and then later that night she stopped and she's like, "Are you sure you want to get this done?" Like in all serious tone, she's like, "Are you sure you want to get this done? Because this does sound like it's going to hurt really, really bad." I was like, "Yeah, but it's 3 days of discomfort, maybe a week of discomfort, versus another kid."
18 years of discomfort.
Minimum 18 years.
Yeah.
We'll see how they are as adults. So I was like, I'll take it. And she's like, "Okay, well, I mean, you have a month to back out. I'll support you either which way." I was like, "Hold on," because now I'm starting to think, does she flip the script? Does she all of a sudden not want me to have this done? It's like, "Do you want another kid? Is that what you're trying to hint at?" She goes, "God, no, I don't want another fucking kid. I'm done." I was like, "Okay. Are you gonna get your tubes tied?" "No. That sends like the hormones and everything out of balance." It's like, "Okay. So I'm going to keep doing this then." Because it sounds like this needs to happen. So we're going to have this happen. She's like, "Okay, it just sounds like it's going to be painful." I go, "Oh, it will be. And I'm going to bitch and moan about it every step of the way. And you can bet your sweet ass on Tuesday, January 16th, when I'm recording an episode with Rahgel, I'm going to sit over here and bitch and moan that my fucking balls hurt because I just had a vasectomy the day before, and Rahgel's gonna give me shit, and he's gonna tell me to stop being a bitch and to man up and yada yada yada. I know how this whole thing plays out. I'm okay with it. She's okay. I mean, you have a month. So.
Well, that was your experience of going to I'm assuming an actual doctor, clinic, or whatever.
Yeah. Pediatrician office up above. Urologist down below. Perfect placement.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing. So I went through the VA for mine, and I had mine. I did it last year, this year. Within the last year,
last year.
Something. Yeah, it's been a while. So I went to the VA. I knew that my insurance was not going to cover it. This insurance to like work and stuff like that.
Yep.
But I knew that I could request it to the VA if you have, obviously the ability to get to the VA. So I called them, made the appointment. I think we'll say February I made it. And then I was scheduled for March. So within the 30-day period of me requesting it, then getting it, and
requested June, got approved in September, and got scheduled for December or January.
Mm-hmm.
Usually a very quick turnaround.
There was no consultation.
Oh, that's a VA though. That's fair.
This was hey, I want to schedule this. Okay, looks like we have an opening in we'll say March, late March. Okay, perfect.
That's what I thought would happen because that's what all my buddies told me And I'm pretty sure that's what you told me when I asked about it. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I have a consultation. You go, okay. Like, the way you responded, I was like, oh, well, this isn't normal. But yeah.
I didn't have a consultation. So, like, I showed up. They're like, they didn't tell me to shave and like that. They're like, just show up. We'll take care of it.
We will manhandle you.
I did not have any conversation of, is this on your own? Are you doing free will? You know, do you have kids? Blah, blah, blah.
There was no care for you at all.
No, this is the VA. So I show up, and I had a ride there, so obviously I knew I wasn't gonna be able to drive back. So I got there, and I walked in. I laid down. Nurse walks in. And this is after obviously it gives me the whole apron or whatever shit you gotta put on. So I put that on and like, oh, and make sure it's open in the front. I'm like, why? You just want to pull it up? Like, why? You not work on the back side, you work on the front side, huh? And obviously, yes, the front has to be open. Okay, makes sense. So then, okay, just put on like a normal rope. So then I'm walking around, you know, obviously the VA, it's cold as fuck.
Yeah.
So you get up there on this stainless steel slab, because, you know, it's very comfortable. She walks in.
Mortician bed. And
this is, again, the VA. She grabs a hold of everything, grabs the razor. Deadeye looks at me and says, I'm going to shave you now. I'm like, okay, hold on there. Let's calm down with the Kung Fu grip. Let's ease up here. It's not going to do anything. Trust me. I'm as nervous as you are and you're holding your razor. It's not going up anywhere at all. We're good. You can let go. You're not choking it out. She's like, no, I have to have a firm grip so I can stretch. And I'm like, okay, cool.
My wife.
If this is a vasectomy, I don't want it anymore because you're crushing everything.
It's no scissors in this.
So again, I had not had a conversation with a doctor at all. Had no idea who was doing the procedure. Nothing. This is me walking in. This could have been a nurse that had a bad day and she just wanted to fuck with me and had no idea what was going on. She came in, shaved me, and walked out. So do that, get that done, and then you're like, well, you're gonna get probably more around 4 to 6 shots in your balls. So no, okay, to numb it up, makes sense. Cool. I didn't have a fucking Percocet or some gas that they're gonna fucking give me. No, nothing to like ease the pain. VA gives 2 shits if you're gonna wail around. Not our problem if you mess it up and you cut half your balls off. No,
your statistics are 1 in 2,000. Yours 1 in 2.
Yeah. So this happens. The doctor walks in. As soon as the doctor walks in, I calm down because the doctor that I see walk in, I'm pretty sure he's skilled in what he does. So okay, I'm good. He talks to me. Here's what we're gonna do: nip, tuck, cut, sear it, sew it, done. Okay, cool. I've been here probably about 15 minutes. I've already changed, been choked out,
dilated,
and shaved. So he sticks me with this needle, and I'm sure was about 1.5 feet long, and only needed to be about maybe 3 to 4 inches. He starts jabbing me, sticking me. He's like, okay, well, we're just gonna hang out here and let that numb up. I'm like, hold on, you could have done that first and then like walked away. We're gonna sit here and have conversations, dick hanging out and everything, and we'll wait for it to numb. This could have been talked about, figured out way back, and done in a different form, other than me just sitting here, like my legs are in stirrups, and you two are just in front of me, looking back at me like everything's normal.
This is fine.
Obviously, they're comfortable yet to me. So then everything gets numbed. He pulls out the tools, starts cutting. Okay, I can feel some tugging going on. You know, it's
that's
like,
great.
all right,
that's what you always want to hear.
Got it done. He's talking to me about the whole thing, and he's kind of giving me the rundown. You know, like not before, like this is mid-procedure, what I can and can't do. Like, there's no going back at this point. It's like I'm already cut open. My shit's in his hands and about to be cut. It's like, okay, I can't just like sew you back up. He's playing me like a fucking puppet right now. So there's no going back.
What's that string do? Like, oh, it's making a wink.
Yeah. So they get it, they cut it, they sew it up, and they cauterize it and everything, and then he starts talking about the stitches and whatnot. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna be sore. You know, a lot of guys are okay. Some guys go back to work the next day. Other guys take, you know, the weekend. Because I did it on a Friday. I'm like, I'm not doing anything all weekend.
Yeah.
I'll go back to work on Monday. Typically 2 to 3 days, you're normally fine, they say.
Yeah.
So doctor's like, you know, it may take 1-2 days. You know, just take it easy. Try not to walk around. Everything else. So I was like, all right, cool. And they gave me the typical weird jock strap that they, you know, the like surgical jock strap.
At least you get one. I have to go buy one.
Yeah.
And never use it again.
They gave me that. They charged me for it, but yeah, they have them there.
So that's an $80 pair of underwear.
So it's not even a fuck. It's a jock strap with your ass hanging out. So put that on. Obviously, as soon as you get done, you know, everything's still numb, so you're not feeling anything. So to be honest, I probably could have driven home and been fine. Yeah. But had somebody there. They gave me the ibuprofen. So I went and picked that up, and as soon as I got the bottle, I took one. I was like, I'm not gonna feel any of this. I don't, and I'm walking the entire time. I know I'm walking with like I rode a horse for like 600 miles, bow leg, because I'm fearful that something's gonna pop open, my balls are gonna fall on the floor. So I'm kind of walking slow, and my oldest son is with me as well, and I'm like, look at this. This is because of you.
This is all your fault.
See this down here? This is what's happening. So you're a teenager now. You're gonna understand this. You caused this. This is all you.
I'm in pain.
So then,
it's your fault.
I mean, and I got home, laid down. I had obviously the frozen peas, because that's what they say to use, because it molds and everything else a lot easier than unless you have like the gel ice packs that work just the same.
The athletic gel packs.
Yeah, those are gonna work almost as good, if not better, than the peas. But
well, here's the problem with peas. I don't buy them because we don't eat them. So,
well, I wasn't gonna make the kids eat the peas that I had on my nuts.
Oh, I would be like, you caused this. Here you go. Eat up, bitches.
I mean, I wasn't in a whole lot of pain. I think it was uncomfortable for the first few hours, but after that, I mean, I nursed. I mean, I milked the hell out of it. I'm like, oh, I can't get up, can't do anything. I took the whole weekend. I didn't do a fucking thing all weekend. So, but I mean, come Monday, I was good. I didn't have any problems. Oh, there's no talk about follow up or like that. They're going to guarantee their work from the get go. There's like, oh no, there's no. We'll do this. You're good.
Sounds like
we're going to tie in a cute little bow. Nothing gets out that way. You're good. No swimmers. We choked it off. We good. We had a conversation with them. They're going to stay back. Yeah.
You want sailors? What not do you want?
Yeah. So, like, you know, if you want to have an appointment set up, just let us know, and we'll set one up. So, you know,
I already have my 3 months set up. I already have a 3 month set up for April.
No, see, nothing. It's like, oh, just go ahead and come back in when you're ready. Let us know. I'm like, so how long am I? So, you know, I'm shooting blanks or whatnot. They're like, oh, it may take a little while. No exact time.
They're like, we don't know.
It's just like, we don't recommend that you do it because you're gonna have some buildup that's already gonna be there.
Yeah.
You know, we can't just go in and suck it all out and call you good. Like, okay, well, you know, so I gotta prime the pump myself, or can I have some help, or what do you recommend? Like, do your thing. I'm not gonna tell you what to do to yourself or who to do it with. So again, this is a VA, so they're very blunt.
Are you sure?
Everything.
Because the Army's been fucking me sideways with his green wiener, and I feel like you know better.
So I mean, yeah, it was pretty quick and easy, painless for the most part. I mean, again, I'm shocked that you're getting a fucking Percocet.
I was too, because like everyone else I've talked to, all my buddies, the whole whopping 6 of y'all, none of them mentioned the Percocet. I had to ask them, I was like, were you guys giving gas? No.
What the fuck is gas for?
I'm like, well, what do you need gas for? I was like, their parents trying to calm my nerves. And they're like, okay. And of course, 2 of them are military. So like, yeah, that sounds about right. Fucking Air Force. I was like, look, you can hate me, but if you were given the opportunity to, you would have taken it. And the Percocet, by the way, 56 cents for one of them.
Really?
Yep. Anyways, neither here nor there. Just wanted to say that because I picked it up today. But yeah, they went through the whole procedure, and they're like, you're gonna have some discomfort, and they literally told me, you will not get you're not allowed to get up for 3 days After that, between end of day 3 and day 7, that's between you and your body. Do not go running, hiking, jumping, swimming. I literally sat there, looked at myself, looked at him, and go, does it look like I run? He's like, well, you said you used to work out. Yeah, I meant like when I was in the military before I had my kids. I have kids now. I ain't got time for that shit. They are my workout. Curl them by their armpits. Whatever. But when I told my wife that, she's like, no, fucking no way. My doctor literally said, if you have an issue with your wife, let us know. We will tell her, and we'll write you a doctor's note. We'll consult her to whatever needs to, so she understands you are not to get up. Yes. My wife's gonna be off all week. She's just gonna take the week off anyways because she has a lot of floating holidays now that she's store manager. So she has floating holidays plus her regular days off. So yeah, I was like, I'm gonna just play video games, and I was like, oh yeah, I get bored too quickly.
What kind of bougie ass clinic or whatever did you go to where they're doing all this shit like you can't move for 3 days?
Well, here's the funny thing.
You get a Percocet.
You know why they're doing this though, because there's been enough issues for them, lawsuits, threats, whatever. There's been enough that they're like, we're done dealing with this shit. We're taking every fucking precaution, whether you like it or not. This is what's happening because we're not going to deal with your bitch ass. We're not going to deal with your significant other's dumb ass. We're not dealing with anybody. We're going to do our job. You're going to go home, be content with it, whether you like it or not, and leave us alone.
Fuck up.
And like I was telling my kids, dined me out to my mother-in-law earlier this week on Saturday. And hold on, I'll explain why. Because after I got done with my consultation and everything, like anytime something major happens or is going to happen, we prep the kids. So they can't say we didn't tell you, but also so they're made aware. So like when my wife was coming home with our second child, when we came home, we told my daughter at the time she was only like 2.5. They understand shit. But we started with like, hey, listen, mom's coming home. We're going to have another baby. You are not to jump on mom. You are not to mess with her. You leave her alone. Like, I took care of her. I made sure she was safe. She was okay. She was well rested as much as you could be. And like, took care of her. But the thing was, we always told our kids, and we still do, that like, here in a month, this is what's going to happen. And we let them know plans in advance, which is what I did. I told them on, consultation was Wednesday, Friday, yeah. And so I told them, I was like, hey, listen, in 1 month's time, exactly 1 month, I'm going to have a procedure, and you guys can't sit on my lap. We're not going to roughhouse. You will not punch me, kick me, push me, elbow me, whatever, because it's a daily occurrence. You will leave me alone. I'm going to sit on the couch, lay on the couch, relax in the chair, whatever. I'm going to be left alone. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. And of course, my kid's very inquisitive. And goddamn, that fucking 6-year-old. Super inquisitive. I have something to tell you at the end of this. But so she's asking, what's happening? Why is this happening? Are you okay? Type thing. I was like, oh, I'm fine. I'm going to go have a procedure where I can no longer make a child with a woman or your mom. Oh, but I want a baby brother. Nope, you got one. Be happy. And of course she's like, well, why? I was like, listen, you're not going to understand this. Just know your mom and I had the 2 kids we wanted, 1 boy, 1 girl. We got really lucky. That's what we wanted. And we said at the end of that, I'm done. And the option was your mom going to having a very invasive surgery or me having a same day procedure walkout type thing. And she's like, oh, okay. So left at that. Saturday, mother-in-law says, hey, I'll come pick the kids up. Perfect. Awesome. I get to chill out for a little bit. She comes over. We chit chat and everything. And my daughter comes in and just goes, Nana, guess what? And of course, at this point, it could be anything from Christmas to school to Elf on the Shelf to anything. And My mother-in-law's like, what? What's going on? Yeah, it's gonna have a procedure. She's like, what? What did you say? Dad's gonna have a procedure. What are you saying? And I was like, God damn it. So I was like, I'm just letting her say it one more time, and just let her, like, let my mother-in-law just kind of give up and go, okay, well, that's cool, type thing, like not being able to stand her. And my daughter is like, he's going to the doctors. He's having a procedure. And mother-in-law looks at me. What's she talking about? I'm going to have a procedure done in a month. It's fine. Everything's okay. Nothing to worry about. And of course, she kind of panics and she's like, what's this about? Like, is everything okay? Are you guys good? Do you need me to watch the kids or anything? I was like, no, we'll be fine. Nothing's there. And then my daughter again goes, he won't give me another brother or another sister. And my mother-in-law looks at me and goes, what procedure are you having done? I was like, okay, well, if you must know, thank you. Like, that glares at my fucking daughter. There, and I was like, thank you, asshole. Anyways, I was like, I'm having a vasectomy. And she was collectively more heartbroken than probably my wife and I could even muster together. Because she's like, I'm sorry, why are you doing this? We don't want any more kids. We got 2. We got a boy and a girl. We're fine. We're good with the 2 we have. Have you met our son? Like, he's fucking feral. He's a tank. And she's like, I know, but babies are such a joy. I was like, yeah, as a grandparent, you're not having to watch them 24/7. So she's like, oh man, I'm really, and she's like, I'm really sad. I'm upset by this. Like, I didn't know you guys were even considering this. I thought you guys were always just joking, because for the past 4 years we've been saying we're done with kids. And she's blatantly asked, when am I going to get another grandbaby? I'm going to move to Kansas. It'd really, really be nice to be able to take care of a new grandbaby. It's like, we're not having anymore. Like, we're done. I'm done. I'm going to be literally tapped out here in a bit. Like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And she's just so heartbroken, devastated about the news. And I told my wife, I was like, hey, just FYI, your mom's probably going to call you or text you and say, hey, I don't think it's a good idea or whatever. And she's like, it's fine, whatever. I'll just ignore her. Perfect. Awesome. Come Sunday, she drops my kids off. Before she drops my kids off, my mother-in-law doesn't swear too much, especially about my kids. She doesn't call them like assholes or pain in the asses or anything like that, even though they are. I dropped my wife off at work at 8. I came back to bed, came home, went back to bed, slept till 10. And
rough day.
I know, it was super nice. It was super nice.
Rough day.
But anyway, so I get a text, and all it says is, hey, I'm getting ready for the day. I'm going to drop the kids off in an hour. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm just waking up. It'll be like 11:30. Second message I get is, your son is a bear right now. He is so full of piss and vinegar today. I don't know what his issue is. I was like, yep, sounds about right. I cracked a joke. I was like, oh, it's because it's Sunday. It's a holy day. It's what happens when you don't baptize a child type thing. She didn't think it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. I laughed myself all the way awake. But so go on, and like maybe 30 minutes pass. She's like, hey, I'm taking the kids to the park now. I'll be at your house soon, but I want to get back home before the Chiefs play. Cool. Fine. I'm just waiting around for her. I can't leave the house because I don't know when she's going to be here. It's supposed to be 30 minutes, supposed to be an hour, whatever. And sure enough, I get another message. Oh my God. I don't know how you guys wake up and deal with this terror, because he's just go. And he is so mean. He's being a brat. I kid you not. He is just full of piss and vinegar today. I'm done. I couldn't deal with this. I was like, yeah, that's why we're having a vasectomy. Plug. And she goes, I understand. I'm so sorry. Like, I know I said I'd help you guys out whenever, and I still will. Like, if you guys need a day off or a weekend off, let me know. I didn't know he was this bad at times. Like, yeah, well, he's 4 years old. He's not in school because he missed the fucking cutoff by 39 days.
Yep.
And he's just there. He's understimulated because it's cold out now, and if we do go to the park, nobody's there because it's fucking cold out, And if we don't go to the park, it's because it's cold out. Like this winter, it's fucking cold out.
Mm-hmm.
Snow or not, cold. That wind, though, that sounds super Kansas, but that wind, if it wasn't the wind, it'd be nice. 48 degrees, 52 degrees is fine, but that wind chill drops it down to like 30, 20. It's just brutal. So I tell my wife all this, and mother-in-law drops the kids off, and she's like, look, I'm still very sad you guys aren't having any more kids, and you're stripping that possibility away. I just really wish you guys would reconsider. I was like, oh, you gonna raise them? Because you know how my daughter is. She's fucking... My daughter's the reason why we want to have a second kid. We're like, oh, this is so easy. She's so nice and perfect. Other end of the spectrum. Just, whoo, lordy. And she's like, no, I mean, I'd be able to help you guys out. Like, you could go back to work full time. I was like, but again, it doesn't make sense. So it's not logical. It's not financially responsible. And more importantly, we just don't want a third child. And that's the end of it. It's not to sound preachy, but we're like, our body, our choice type thing. But I was like, whatever, we're done. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to go home and watch the Chiefs play. And she's like, the kids are probably going to tell you I was very upset with them and angry with them. So I do apologize if they think I was mad at them. I was like, oh, if you were dealing with my son, I believe it. Like, that's why my wife comes home. She's like, just looks annoyed when I was like yelling at the kids all of a sudden. She's like, why are you yelling? You don't fucking understand the goddamn hell I've been put through with this 4-year-old. I want chicken nuggets, cottage cheese, and pears. All right, here's chicken nuggets, cottage cheese, and pears. Hey, little dude, you want a Capri Sun? Yeah, awesome. Drinks Capri Sun, says, I don't like any of the other shit, throws it away. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed. Go take a nap. I don't want a nap. Go take a nap. Fine. Plays in the room all day. Take a goddamn nap, you evil, evil shithead. No. Okay, move, buddy. I need to get in the kitchen. Fine. Punches me, palms me in the nads, whatever, just hits me. Bends over because I'm like, oh, it hurts so much. So, yes, having a vasectomy. Because of that one specifically. So, yeah. But I told her about the whole, like, red flags of the doctor asking about significant others and mother-in-laws and all that. Don't know if it's true, but she's from, she just moved back up from Florida. And she said that's very common in Florida where husbands or boyfriends would go get a vasectomy and then go out and date and basically promise the world. And then when the girl and guy have been dating for a little bit, the girl wants a baby. Guy can't have a baby. Girl gets mad because he promised all this stuff. Or worse, husband has an affair and gets snipped so where he can go have an affair. And, you know, his reason is because, oh, now I can't get anybody pregnant, so it doesn't matter. And women have sued doctors. Significant others have sued doctors. So she's like, yeah, that's anytime you want a major procedure, even if it's like a boob job or something, she's like, they sign everything off to make sure everyone's agreeable and everybody's on the same page. I was like, oh, that's stupid. That kind of goes against the whole thing, but whatever. I thought it was funny. Yeah. I mean, hindsight, I thought it was funny. I was annoyed when they kept asking me. I mean, sign papers like, I get it. All right.
Yep. I can't wait till your son's walking around. My dad had a procedure. He got his wiener chopped off. He can't do it anymore. He had his wiener chopped off.
I didn't tell him that, but yeah. Told him I had a vasectomy because they can't say V's very well. But he's probably going to make it sound like I had a mastectomy. No. The kids were pretty upset though when I was like, I can't roughhouse for a week. I told them a week, even though it's only gonna be like 3 days. But I was like, I told them a week.
You don't want those stitches to get hit.
No, I don't want any pain down there caused by them. The doctor just said you can't lift anything over 10 pounds. I was like, I literally can't lift any living thing in my house except for my fish. If I stick my hand in the fish tank, because my cats are all over 10 pounds. Healthy weight. No, not my black cat. She's fat. She's fat as fuck. Maybe has a tumor. Orange cat is 12 pounds. Kids are both, 40, 35 and 40 pounds. So yeah, And they're already like, oh, you can't play with us. Why can't you play with us? Because of you. You made me do this. And my wife's like, can you stop telling them it's their fault? Kind of is. If he was as nice as she was at his age, be peachy keen, be like, it's okay. Risk it. Protection. Oh, left that part out. The whole post-op thing, like still being fertile and everything. There's a part that he's like, the doctor told me, he's like, you're gonna be fertile, so you need to make sure your wife is on the pill, and you see her take the pill. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, not a problem. He's like, no, I'm serious. You need to make sure you see her. Like, it's probably gonna cause a huge rift, but for the first 3 months, you need to make sure you see her, because too many guys get pissed off and they say it's not theirs. And this is when a lot of women in this area, Fort Riley to Topeka, a lot of women like to baby trap men. I was like, okay, well,
yeah,
she doesn't want any babies, so we ain't gotta worry about that. Second off, she's not on the pill because birth control fucks with her hormones so bad, just like it does virtually every other woman. And he literally just stopped. He goes, oh, okay. I was like, but yes, I will go buy more condoms or whatever, and we'll be protective like we have been. He's like, okay, well, in that case, you might want to take your condoms and like submerge it underwater and see if there's air bubbles. I stopped there. I go, sir, my wife does not want kids. I don't think she's going to be poking holes in my condoms. It's a hunch, but I don't think she's going to be doing this, because that kind of defeats the whole purpose of this procedure.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, again, we just had this happen a lot. And I was like, okay, I get it. I do. And it's kind of when I wised up. I was like, look, I'm Air Force. I'm not Army. So I'm not dumb like Fort Riley people are. I'm intelligent, as you can tell by me understanding the lingo you've been tossing at me. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Are we good here? I just signed some paperwork saying that you understand, saying that you're here of your own volition, blah 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 blah. I was like, I just signed away. I was like, my God. And told my wife this, and she's just, the condom one, she's like, why would you put the condom in the water? I was like, because of air bubbles. She goes, okay. Because women are fucking crazy and have been known to poke holes in them. No. I was like, I literally have a best friend who did that to her boyfriend, and that's why they're still together. Because in high school, they were fooling around, and she literally poked a bunch of holes in his condoms, and then she was knocked up senior year. Granted, that's like 2008, 2009, but whatever. Fucking crazy. And it was just like, it's all obscene and ridiculous. Yeah. Look at that whole episode about vasectomy. But no, it's so weird. And that's why I was like, I'm gonna talk to Rahgel about this on an episode. So like, let's compare notes. Because I know you had it done by VA. So I was very sure it was.
It's just luxurious compared to mine.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you how that Percocet is. I joked with my wife. I was like, I'm gonna FaceTime Rahgel during the whole procedure. I'm sure mine's gonna be so nice. I need moral support there. In my paperwork, it says not allowed to videotape, not allowed to FaceTime, not allowed to Skype. No family members or significant others are allowed in the room.
Yeah.
I was like, still gonna do it. Can't tell me no. Bring everything in. It'll be a trip. We'll do a follow up on the 18th, January 18th episode or whatever happens to be that. But speaking of Elf on the Shelf, though, before we go, because you do Elf on the Shelf.
Yes. Good. Yes.
Okay.
Fucking thing.
So yesterday, put my daughter to bed, or my wife puts her to bed, and I hear, Dad, do my checks. Go in there, nothing underneath the bed, da 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 da. And she's like, I got a question. I was like, okay, it's like 8:30 at night. You need to be asleep. Oh, I got a question. What? Why don't we have an elf? What? She's like, well, why don't we have an elf at school, and my best friend has an elf. I was like, okay, what are you talking? Oh, Elf on the Shelf. She's like, yeah, an elf. I was like, okay. That's a good question. She goes, why don't we have an elf? Why isn't there an elf here? When I say that, it's probably the most perplexing question she has asked me that I legitimately do not have an answer for. Like, she's on a 3-month streak of talking about death, about when the animals die, when her mom or I die, when she dies, like life altering questions. Very just like she's talking about religion a lot, wants to know about it, and the elf is the one that stumped me. Why don't we have an elf on the shelf? And I was like, well, you said you have one in school? Yeah, okay. I got this one. I know this one. Because there's only one teacher in your classroom. There's like 20 of you kids. And that elf is sent there by Santa Claus to kind of help monitor you, to spy on you all, to see who's behaving, who's not. Because maybe the teacher isn't able to catch everything. The elf will relay it back to Santa, so the teacher doesn't have to relay it to their mom and dad. Mom and dad have to relate it to Santa, so they know you've been a bad kid or a good kid. She's like, oh, what about my friend then? Oh, and my instant gut reaction is just like, well, bad kids need this. But her friend's not a bad kid because I know her friend's mom and dad. I've worked with them. I've known them for years. I was like, well, kids who may struggle a little bit more at home, or I think this is what it is. I think this is why it is. Your best friend has their mom and dad don't live together. They're separated. So mom has her own home, her dad has their own home. So she has 2 homes, and they both work full time. So the elf is there to kind of like help. And like I spun this elegant fabrication, and she's like, oh, but so other kid B, they have an elf. But their mom and dad live together. Girl, it's 8:45. I don't know how to answer this, and you're giving me anxiety.
Go to her friend. You only have an elf because your parents live together.
So I had to tell her, I was like, you don't tell your friends what I'm saying. Okay. And that's mostly because this next part, I was like, well, maybe that other friend's struggling at home. Maybe their home life's not so good. Maybe they're just being a little too honoring. Maybe it's just to keep them in check. Maybe it's hard to say why that person has an elf, but mom and dad probably just need a little bit of help. Maybe their mom and dad works. So, not all kids are lucky enough to be able to have a stay-at-home parent, let alone a stay-at-home dad. Most parents have to work. So the kids get raised up in, like Boys and Girls Club, or get stuck at home by themselves, and they kind of raise themselves. She goes, oh, well, he's kind of mean to me. I was like, oh, okay. Who did you say this was? I was like, isn't that the kid that threw a rock at you last year and busted your head open? Oh, yeah. He's mean. I was like, that's why he has an elf. He's an asshole.
Got it. Okay.
I literally told I was like, because he's an asshole. Oh, and then what does she do? Today, library day. She gets a book, Elf on the Shelf. Reads it. Inside the book, it says Santa issues parents a special Elf on the Shelf to help the holiday hustle and bustle of the world, as even parents need extra help during the holidays. Fuck you, you stupid book. So anyways, wife puts him down for bed. I'm finishing up the graphics for our episode with the special guest, and I go in there to say my goodnights, and she asked my wife, Mom, can we get an elf next year? I look at my wife like, no. And like I'm whispering to her and just shake my head like, read my lips. No. She's like, we'll see. We'll ask Santa for one. I was like, we'll see. We'll see if Santa gets that letter. We'll see. And my only thought is, she won't remember because it's a year out. My wife definitely won't remember. It's a year out. I will remember come November, and I will forever be like on patrol of going, nobody fucking mentions Elf on the Shelf to my goddamn kids. I will punch you. I don't care if you're a teacher. I don't care if you're the principal. I don't care if you're another kid. in the throat. Do not mention Elf on the Shelf. I asked my wife, why do you say maybe? We'll send Santa, see if he'll send us one. Oh, because it's a fun tradition. Are you going to move the fucking elf? Because look, I've talked to Rahgel for the past month, and this bitch sounds like it's a pain in the ass. I ain't doing it. He has his son doing it for him. She's like, yeah, but it can't be that hard to move around. It's like, when have I done anything half-ass? It's an all or nothing type thing. If I get invested in this stupid fucking Elf on the Shelf, like I do all the holiday traditions. Like that's me. That's me. For Easter, they get a special note from the Easter Bunny. That's me doing all my graphic design stuff, being really just nerdy with it, making it look really good, making it look really special for the kids. Christmas, they get a special letter from Santa. That one actually comes from quote unquote Santa through the website that we write through. I do all the special, like the prints on the ground. I will do like cookies getting eaten, milk being drank. That kind of messes with me at night when I drink the milk, just saying. Maybe lactose intolerant. And I do all the like the nitty gritty, stupid minor stuff that my kids absolutely love. Because that's what I like. I don't want to fucking do Elf on the Shelf. And my daughter has finagled her way to getting Elf on the Shelf next year by asking about it, basically being told no because you're a good kid. You don't need the extra support. Making it sound like only bad kids or troubling kids or divorced kids get Elf on the Shelf. Kids who have dual parents, but they both work, and teachers. To then her check out book basically to go, I'm going to see if my dad's full of shit. My dad's full of shit. Mom, can we get one? Mom says yes. Fuck you all. So yeah, that's been my last 24 hours.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not doing Elf on the Shelf next year. Fucking annoyed. So annoyed. Ugh. That's all I really got. That's what I was going to tell you at the top of the hour. That's what that was the Elf on the Shelf. I knew we'd get there eventually. Go to the snipping of the balls.
Snipping of the balls. Yeah, we'll get there.
I did ask my wife though if she's going to give me a vasectomy basket. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I didn't get anything.
She said no. She said, "Did you get me anything when I had the kids?" I go, "Yeah, I gave you the kids." And to be fair,
no wonder you're not getting anything.
To be fair, after my daughter was born, I did go out and get her. The moment the doctors came in and cleared her, I was like, "Can she eat?" Yeah. Can she eat from not here? Yeah. All right. You want Jimmy John's? Because she was craving Jimmy John's so bad. So I was like, she's like, yeah. I was like, went to Jimmy John's. This time, I forget what she was craving, but that was like her first meal. So yeah, I got her something, but I sent her the TikToks and videos, and everything. And she was, this is all candy and junk food.
Yeah.
And now that, well, she's like, you literally get this for yourself whenever you want. I was like, listen, okay, it's the thought that counts.
Exactly.
So
thought you put into this.
But now that she knows I have to be bedridden for 3 days, I told her I'm going to soak this up too.
Mm-hmm.
Soak it up.
Do it.
And she's like, so yeah. Good luck wiping your own ass.
It's not that bad. You can wipe your own ass.
I was like, easy. I know how to wipe my butt. I've been doing it forever. And she goes, yeah, until you push too hard. Do they make something make you constipated? She goes, nope. Good luck. Lactose intolerant, red meat intolerant. The works.
You'll be fine. It's not that bad.
No, it's not. I just think it's going to be funny because I cook every meal. I take care of the kids.
You're getting fast food, and your mother-in-law's going to be around a lot.
No, but my mother-in-law did say she'd take the kids. I was like, well, that's during school, so good luck. She's like, it's fine. I'll come get your son and watch him while I'm at work, and maybe I was like, it's fine. My wife will be off. Yeah, but she'll need help. I was like, that's so funny. You guys all of a sudden say she needs help, but I'm just here Floating. Yeah, but you like it. Debatable.
Do I?
There seems to be a procedure I'm having that says otherwise. Could be wrong. But that's all we really got time for in this hour-long plus episode. Oh,
Yeah.
way to end the year. From decking the halls with the balls to snipping them off. How we wrap up 2023.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget, I'm going to let you do all the social media. What am I doing? I've done all the talking.
Yeah, check us out every Thursday. We play Warzone. Typically, that's how we're going to play. We just talk about other games. We're not going to play anything else. I am on Twitch. Sig is on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. I don't know if he does any Facebook or anything else, but that's pretty much where he's at, those three. Make sure to check out next year. We should start kicking off for the Patreon. And then also, Discord server is now up and running. That's also another 2Guys1Gamepad. Oh, it is? Okay. Well, Patreon
live.
and Discord. All 2Guys1Gamepad podcast, or just 2Guys1Gamepad?
2Guys1Gamepad podcast for Patreon. 2Guys1Gamepad community. Links are listed down below in the description. Podcast community. Okay. 2Guys1Gamepad podcast. Yeah. You type in 2Guys1Gamepad, you're going to find us. Regardless of where we're at. So I've done all the research and then all the searching for it. So we are there.
Yeah. It was a good year, fun year. Look forward to season 3. 2024.
Season 3 is going to kick off with a bang. Special guest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because he didn't dive into it like a punk ass bitch.
I don't want to give away too much. To just tease.
It's a tease.
Just sprinkle a little bit. Oh, you almost had it.
Tease a little bit more. Discord's completely free to join. Patreon is a way to support, and everything goes full circle. But there's extra benefits, perks, and content over on Patreon that you can only get on Patreon. And this is the last one. So December 24th, here in 3 days of this being live. Come check us out. Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Facebook, 2Guys1Gamepad. We will be live doing our season 2
wrap up.
Yeah, that's gonna be all of them. So we won't have 2 brand new episodes following this. They will be my top 3 episodes of the year, Rahgel's top 3 episodes of the year, and then on December 31st, all right, everyone. What is going on? That is all 96 episodes. Technically 93 because I had to remove 3 of them because live streams. But anyways, that's all the episodes from season 2 of 2Guys1Gamepad. Thank you all so much for tuning in this week since December 24th to December 30th, which is today. And tuning in, chatting with us, hanging out with us, having fun, whether we got to chat directly with you or had to chat with you shortly after, or if you hung out with last night when it was a Wild West type situation and there's no one to moderate the chat. Seriously, y'all, thank you so much. We are forever grateful for y'all. We're only on season 2. We're getting ready to kick off season 3. Season 3 kicks off January 2nd, 2024. So here in just a few days, and I want to kind of give you a quick sneak peek at that. I'm not going to give you too long. We're just going to do literally a short little edition of it. So let me pull it up. Let me pull it up in the right way. I'll give you guys 1 minute.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to
them. There's this demon empire that's conquering the galaxy, and they show up on the planet.
The gentleman you see there is Basiafia, and he is an amazing gentleman. We love having him on. He was fantastic. He is the CEO of his own graphic graphic novel and comic book,
obviously from my own
and
brain.
he's so much fun
and
to have on,
packaging it
and he was
to,
amazing. So you definitely want to check
kind of
this
just teach
out.
some lessons that I've
January
learned in
2nd.
life, and
This is the video
just
edition.
bring a light to
This video edition, like we've been saying all week, is only available over on Patreon.
Community and whatever community it's.
So let's get that out of the way. It's only available on Patreon, so if you're wanting to watch the video edition, highly recommend you go over to patreon.com/2Guys1Gamepad podcast. Listed down below in the description or panels. And for literally only $3 a month. And let me just pull it up for you guys as well, because there's a lot of benefits, and benefits will change and modify as needed. So let me bring it over. Just go to my live scene. These are just some of the benefits that you would receive for literally only $3 a month. And it goes active January 1st, or in a few days. If you click the link, you do get access to it immediately. But you're going to get behind the scene content, exclusive content, early access, live Q&As, exclusive voting powers. You'll be able to do fan requests, member shout outs. So whoever subscribes to Patreon, we are going to do a shout out at the end of all of our videos, and we're going to kind of just thank you all. If it gets really long list, we're going to do a roll of credits type thing, so just kind of bear with us. The private community, this is a subcategory of our Discord where you will have access to a private section of our 2Guys1Gamepad community. So you'll have exclusive content access there that only you have access to. Video editions, that's these video editions you've been watching, but it'll be for season 3. Be put up there every Wednesday and Friday, which is the day after each episode debuts. Behind the scene content is going to be like just me setting my stuff up, trying to get this all ready. Once I Not sure why I cut my scene out, but whatever. Behind the scenes is going to be me making the episodes and getting into all of it, and then exclusive content is going to really be whatever Rahgel and I create throughout the year. It's not definitive on what type it is. The voting powers, we will be posting up polls in here as well that only are accessible to Patreon. This is going to be like maybe more perks, more benefits. Do we want to add another tier? Do we want to do special events, giveaways? You'll be able to get early access to any type of event or content, or not content, sorry, event or giveaway that we do, where you're going to have the capability to say purchase a ticket or grant attendance, because we will have Q&As inside of our Discord as well, and we'll be taking only 50 people, 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, whatever, and you will have early access to gain entry to those before anyone else, and then it gets put up for the Discord and then everyone else on top of that. But there's a lot of things to this. We're just getting us started. This is something neither one of us have really dabbled in too much, so bear with us. It is evolving. The second thing that you heard me talk about a lot is Discord. This Discord is completely free to join. You will have access to almost everything. I say almost everything. So what I mean by that is, let me just make it so where good rules. As a viewer, somebody who's on here, you will have access to virtually 100% of the community, with the exclusion of the Patreon exclusivity section. You will have access to it in the admin, but you'll be able to get access to our merch store. You'll be able to answer wonky little questions like what country are you from, because we have tons of countries. You'll be able to join in on game night. You'll be alerted when we have new podcast episodes that come out every Tuesday and Thursday. You'll have alerts every time we upload a video to YouTube. And most of the YouTube videos will also be uploaded like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. So yeah, anytime we go live, we'll be going live on all platforms: Kick, YouTube, and Facebook. If I'm going live for 2Guys1Gamepad, Rahgel can also do this. He is having to get a capture card though, so bear with us on that. But we are working on it. He's going to do community watch parties over on Twitch. So when that happens, you'll be alerted here. You'll be access to our community center, early episode discussion. You'll be able to toss out episode ideas. This goes fully live in January as well. We've only extended out to a few people, but now's your chance to join right away. It's listed down in the links in the description as well. Join the voice channels, join the stage channels. You'll get exclusive discount codes to people who are either sponsoring us or partnered with us or ambassadors. So Shell Shock CBD, which is something I've been rocking out for many, many years. Swear by them, love them. Go visit. The link's listed down below as well. Just use promo code CMSIG and you'll get 10% on top of any other promotion. Rogue Energy, very similar. Go to rogueenergy.com, use promo code Rahgel, and you'll save yourself 10%. Yeah. And of course, we have our own merch store. Use 2G1GP and you get 10%. Is that it? Yeah, you get 10% on all of our merchandise. Here's the thing. We're granting more. We're going to have a higher discount code for our Patreon members as well. So that's something that wasn't added to the benefits yet because we're still working on that. I can't add a promo code until it's live. So you need to pay attention to it because if you go onto patreon.com and you join us, we will be setting up monthly promotional codes that are either one-time use or multi-time use, but they will be changing on a monthly basis. You do need to be a subscriber to have it though. And then of course you will know when Rahgel and or I go live and that's on our own private channels. And then of course you won't see the exclusivity network or channel or anything. I gotta fix that when I get a chance. And then you also get the server shops as well, where this is something we're testing out. I don't know if we're gonna stick with it, but basically we're gonna allow self promotion if you purchase it. Don't hold your breath on this one. I don't think we're gonna do it because I haven't figured it out 100%. But you know, it is what it is type situation. So lots of things you can do over there. So thank you so much for tuning in. Next year we have a lot of stuff in store. We're working really hard to try to figure out how to do a cookbook because Rahgel and I have a ton of recipes between the two of us that we'd love to share with you. Both that are family recipes, some are our own concoctions, some are drink cocktails, some are mixers, some are like baking, and so much more. So we're working on that. If you have any ideas or ways to execute this, of course, let us know. And then lastly, we are trying to hit a lot of metrics. So that's on us, and we're excited to hit them because this year you guys have just blown us out of the water more than we probably ever anticipated. Definitely more than I ever anticipated. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much for it. I do, seriously, man, I do greatly appreciate it. But next year, things you can look out for: more guests, more we're gonna have watch parties. We're gonna have live game reviews. That will probably be mostly me because I do play a lot of different variations of the games. Rahgel plays Call of Duty. We're going to have game party night. We're going to have community night. We're going to have subscriber night. Community night is for anybody, everybody. Subscriber night is for Patreon. So when everything comes into fruition and it works its way out, we're going to be having one live session a month of our podcast, which will be turned into a podcast episode later on that month, since our episodes are recorded at least a week in advance, sometimes 2 or more. It just depends on what comes up. So there's a chance, or not a chance, there will be live episodes turned into podcasts. So if you want to be on it but without being like vocally on it, you can chime in on the chat. We'll read them off live and we'll turn it into a podcast as well. That's just some of the things. We got new items to the shop coming. We're working to do a lot of things, and we're excited to see what comes. So that's all I got for you, amazing people. Without further ado, thank you so much for all the love and support globally throughout the years 2022 and 2023. You all have been phenomenal. We are forever grateful. Happy holidays, and wishing you and your family and friends the best happy New Year's, the best that you can ever get in 2024. And we can't wait to have you along the ride for season 3, which debuts January 2nd with the episode you kind of got a trailer of, like only 15 seconds. And we got so much in store. You won't want to miss out. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Hit subscribe if you're on YouTube. Follow elsewhere on Twitch, Facebook, and Kick. So stay up to date. If you see us on social media, hit us up on social media at 2Guys1Gamepad. Come have some fun with us. Every platform is going to have almost something unique about it that others may not, and then there'll be a base consensus around it. And the best way to do it, to stay up to date, is literally like, subscribe, and follow to stay up to date. So, and of course, if you want, share. That would really help us. You know. But with that all said, again, thank you so much for a wonderful year. We are so grateful for it. Words can't describe it, and we cannot wait to kick off 2024 with episode 1, and 2 and 3 are also just we start pushing some boundaries of our own on episode 2 and 3. So thank you so much again. Happy holidays, happy New Year's. Wishing you all the best from 2Guys1Gamepad, myself and Rahgel. Wishing you all the best globally, whether you're in Europe, Asia, Africa, New Zealand, or Australia, New Zealand, Antarctica. We don't have anybody there yet, but you know. North America, South America, no matter where you are on the globe, thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you beyond belief. And yeah, go out with a bang, y'all. In 2023, on a high note, like we are, and we'll reconvene on January 2nd, 2024. Till then, everyone, take care, stay safe, stay happy, and Happy New Year's.